In the vast expanse of an empty universe, the golden-armored man stood proudly like a deity, flanked by four shadowy figures that flickered in and out of sight, reminiscent of phantoms in the darkness, exuding a suffocating aura of dominance. At this moment, the woman in red, despite her battered form and numerous wounds, faced her formidable adversary without a trace of fear, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Her visage resembled a meticulously crafted jade, cold and exquisitely beautiful, as if nothing in existence could stir the depths of her soul. Yet, her body bore the marks of battle, with blood occasionally dripping into the void, clearly indicating that a fierce confrontation had transpired between the two. The golden-armored man, his expression devoid of emotion, coldly declared, "Huang Tian, cease your futile struggle. This emperor has completely sealed this space, and with the combined might of 5 quasi-emperors who have laid the fallen immortal array, escape is beyond your reach." The woman clad in red responded with a cold smile. "Ah, Emperor Song, it seems you are regressing with age. Unable to confront me directly, you resort to underhanded tactics? Observing the individuals behind you, I shall identify them one by one. The Demon Clan, the Celestial Clan, the Spirit Clan, and the Devil Clan. How comprehensive indeed. How dare you, a group of ancient relics who can only cling to life through the blood sacrifices of the younger generation, attempt to ambush me?" An elder shrouded in an aura of death slowly replied, "It matters not. After all, I have but a few days left to live. If I can eliminate a significant foe for my clan, any price is worth paying." The man in golden armor, known as Emperor Song, sighed softly. "Huang Tian, your talents and gifts are unparalleled. Those old fools are frightened, and I share their trepidation, which is precisely why I have come. This time, you shall find no chance of escape." The woman clad in red surveyed her surroundings, realizing that she had exhausted all avenues of escape. Suddenly, a light laugh escaped her lips. "You have laid this immortal slaying array to trap me, but have you ever considered that this array permits entry yet forbids departure? Thus, you too are ensnared." Before the others could react, her expression shifted to one of grave determination, her body igniting with crimson flames. As intricate hand seals danced in her grasp, a resolute voice echoed through the darkness. "Burn my corporeal form, sever my soul, offer my path to the heavens. As the human race, as quasi-emperor, Feng Tian sends you all into reincarnation. Cursed be this fate, for she intends to detonate her imperial path. Retreat at once." The golden-armored figure lost his composure. The imperial path was fundamental to a quasi-emperor, and its detonation would unleash unimaginable destruction. Emperor Tsang and the others had not anticipated Feng Tian's resolute willingness to perish alongside them, relentlessly striking at the surrounding space in a frantic attempt to shatter the immortal slaying array. Yet it was too late. I heard the woman in red softly murmur as her form gradually faded, as if being erased by an unfathomable force. An indescribable pain surged within her, yet she remained seemingly oblivious, a faint smile gracing her pale visage. "In this life I am so weary. Aunt Chin, brother, I have come to find you." With a deafening explosion, everything seemed to dissolve into nothingness. The flames erupted from her being, surging forth like a colossal crimson dragon that had broken free from its confines, instantly spreading outward. The heat was so intense that it warped the very fabric of space, emitting a piercing hiss. Each flickering flame harbored the essence of annihilation, as if heralding its own terror. Simultaneously, thick black lightning, as massive as a serpent, rained down from the depths of the darkness. This was the divine retribution unleashed by her detonation of the rule of the path. Unlike ordinary lightning, these black bolts exuded a chilling aura of destruction, wielded like a divine whip by the very path itself, majestic and formidable. Even the quasi-emperors began to appear powerless amidst the tumult of thunder and fire, their forms gradually vanishing within this cataclysmic force. Time elongated within this horrific interplay of flames and thunder, as the ages flowed silently like a stream. Yet, every immense power must eventually wane. After countless epochs, the once all-encompassing flames gradually extinguished, the last flicker struggling in the darkness before vanishing entirely. The black lightning too diminished, the final bolt feebly streaking across the sky before falling silent. When all had subsided, what lay before me was an expanse of desolate, void darkness. The woman in red and the quasi-emperors had vanished without a trace, leaving behind an abyss that devoured all. Even the quasi-emperors who entered this abyss never emerged again, and it was henceforth known as the foremost among the 10 forbidden grounds, the abyss of fallen emperors. In the blink of an eye, I found myself in Qin city of Blue Star, a city in the northwest of the Great Xia. Lin Miao Miao suddenly opened her eyes in a soft bed, her black irises glimmering with a chilling intent to kill. Yet in the next moment I was taken aback. Was this my childhood home? My voice trembled with disbelief. Was this a dream? Or had I been reborn? As lightning struck through my mind, I swiftly reached for the phone on the bed, discovering that the date read July 8th, 2034, a mere 415 days before the Qin City massacre. My eyes gradually brimmed with tears, and I bit my lip until its color faded, my hands involuntarily clenched into fists, knuckles turning as pale as paper. I struggled to contain the tumult within, attempting to suppress the emotions threatening to overflow. Yet, the surging feelings burst forth like a deluge breaching a dam, a faint sob escaping my throat, reminiscent of a mournful flute wailing in the night breeze. Slowly, I could no longer hold back and succumb to tears. This familiar scene had appeared countless times in my dreams, a gentle memory I could never forget. Meow Meow, what's wrong? A young boy rushed into the room upon hearing my cries, concern etched across his face. Gazing at the visage I had longed for day and night, I could no longer restrain myself and wept uncontrollably in his embrace. Lin, upon witnessing my distress, gently patted my back in an attempt to console me. Meow Meow, be good. Don't cry. Did someone bully you in class? Tell me, and I shall avenge you. I lowered my head and saw her tear-filled eyes, a pang of sorrow gripping my heart. Lin Miao Miao looked up, her voice trembling as she said, Brother, I miss you and Aunt Qin so much especially. I was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond, when suddenly a hand lightly struck my head. You little rascal, have you bullied Meow Meow again? My mother, apron tied around her waist, bore a glint of fury in her eyes, her right hand raised high. I'm innocent, Mom. I swear I didn't do it today. I desperately tried to explain, but alas, she would not listen to my defense and relentlessly pursued me. Watching the playful chase unfold within the room, Lin Miao Miao paused her tears, a flicker of amusement crossing her face, only to be swiftly replaced by determination as she declared, Since I, Lin Miao Miao, have been granted a second chance at life, I will never allow anyone to harm you again. Never. Chapter 2. The arena at Qin City 3rd High School. Within a classroom, a young teacher with thick glasses passionately recounted the history of the Blue Star. 5 centuries ago, unknown black holes suddenly appeared across various regions of Blue Star, varying in size and irregularly distributed. Just as nations dispatched exploratory teams to venture into these black holes, a nightmare befell them. Countless demons and monsters erupted from the void, wreaking havoc upon humanity and laying waste to cities. Some of these fiends possessed immense strength, while others could spit fire or spew water. Humanity, caught off guard, faced relentless retreat. Fortunately, the advancements of human technology, cultivated over centuries, were not in vain. The military swiftly erected defensive lines, engaging in fierce battles against the marauding creatures. However, as time passed, humans discovered that the monsters emerging from the black holes grew increasingly formidable, culminating in the appearance of humanoid demons capable of speech. The effectiveness of firearms against these entities diminished significantly. After years of stalemate, the defensive lines crumbled, leading to another massacre, with billions falling prey to the demons. The young female teacher's voice quivered with emotion, and the students listening fell into a solemn silence, the atmosphere in the classroom growing oppressive. Yet, there emerged a glimmer of hope. In her eyes sparkled a light. As she continued, just when humanity seemed on the brink of extinction, hope arrived. Following the emergence of the black holes, scientists discovered a remarkable enhancement in human physical capabilities. After years of research, they identified an unknown particle present in the atmosphere of Blue Star, which, upon entering the human body, significantly improved physical attributes. Furthermore, this particle was also found within the flesh and blood of the demons, with a higher concentration in the more powerful ones. Scientists named this particle spiritual energy. Some speculated that this spiritual energy might be the source of the extraordinary powers wielded by these demons. However, harnessing this energy posed a challenge. Just as scientists found themselves at a loss, he appeared. The teacher's voice rose with fervor as she introduced Zhang Xian-yi, the celestial master of Longhu Mountain. Shortly after the black holes emerged, Master Zhang discovered the existence of spiritual energy. A scholar of both Eastern and Western philosophies, he gleaned insights from ancient texts of the Great Xia dynasty, formulating the foundational principles of cultivation, which he termed martial path. Aware of the scientist's plight regarding the study of spiritual energy, he actively offered his collaboration. Subsequently, he convened venerable figures from both Buddhist and Taoist traditions across the nation, integrating the power of technology to refine the martial path. A year later, humanity's first treatise on martial path cultivation, The Opening of the Yuan, was unveiled. The Great Xia unconditionally disseminated it to nations worldwide and established martial arts programs in high schools, creating martial path universities. The Opening of the Yuan became a compulsory subject for every high school student, heralding a new era as the Great Xia sounded the call for counteroffensive. As she spoke, the female teacher paused to take a sip of water. Her gaze swept across the room, landing on Lin Yi, who was lost in thought at the back by the window. Hailing from the same hometown as Wang, Lin Yi, the master of this place, was staring blankly, clearly ensnared in a daydream. Having spent over a decade with his sister, Lin Miao Miao, he easily detected her unusual demeanor from the previous day. Suddenly realizing that the lecture had ceased, he looked up in confusion, only to meet the teacher's incredulous gaze. A wave of anxiety washed over him. This was not good. Linny, please answer the question regarding the current realms of martial arts cultivation. Ah, I can answer this, he thought to himself, straightening his back. He replied in a clear voice, in martial arts, through the efforts of countless predecessors around the world, there are 3 realms of body refinement, 3 realms of chi refinement, and 3 realms of spirit refinement. Currently, the high school curriculum only imparts knowledge on the 3 realms of body refinement. Now, elaborate on the 3 realms of body refinement in detail. The female teacher gestured. Taking a deep breath, Linny began. The first realm of body refinement is known as the mud embryo realm, where one initially tempers the physique. The body's strength is slightly above that of an ordinary person, resembling a crude clay figure, yet a foundation is established. At the pinnacle, when perfected, one's energy settles in the dantian, immovable as a mountain. The second realm is the wooden embryo realm, where the physical body is further enhanced. The skin's texture becomes as intricate as engraved inscriptions, and the bones and meridians undergo rigorous refinement, resulting in a significant increase in strength. The third realm is termed the Mercury realm, where one's vitality flows as freely as Mercury, light as a swallow yet possessing immense explosive power. Akin to a martial hero from a novel, delivering a punch with a force of 10,000 pounds. Quite good. Pay attention in class and refrain from losing focus. The female teacher waved her hand, signaling Lin Yi to sit down. Now, let us continue in the afternoon, in a spacious classroom devoid of desks. Dozens of students sat on the floor, surrounded by several weapon racks. In this martial arts class, I will teach you a set of boxing techniques known as 8 Extremes Fist, classified as C level. One of the best methods for enhancing the physical body in the body refinement realm, declared a sturdy man with a crew cut, his hands clasped behind his back, his voice resonant. Watch closely. I will demonstrate only 3 times. With that, the imposing figure adopted a serious expression, slowly assuming his stance. Suddenly, he stomped his feet with force, and in an instant, a deep, thunderous sound erupted in the classroom, as if an invisible force reverberated through the air, causing the entire room to tremble slightly. Lin Yi's gaze was firmly fixed on the imposing figure of the muscular man, as each punch and kick flashed before his eyes. After a brief moment, the man completed 3 sets of punches and exhaled deeply. The essence of Bajikwan lies in its explosive power akin to thunder and strength reminiscent of a landslide, combined with breathing techniques that achieve a staggering 80 efficiency in harnessing vital energy for body refinement. You must practice diligently, as I will now teach you the accompanying breathing method. Once the breathing technique was imparted, the man clapped his hands, signaling that he had taught all there was to teach. He then turned and departed, urging the students to commence their practice. The students promptly stood and sought out spaces to train, yet Lin Yi remained seated, when suddenly a voice resonated in his mind. Sea-level martial art, Bajikwan has been recorded. This was a secret known only to Lin Yi. 3 months prior, something inexplicable had appeared in his mind. Every night, he would enter a place known as the training platform, where the practice of skills and techniques was exponentially faster than in the real world. It also allowed for the recording of martial techniques, correcting any errors in force application during practice. Should a breakthrough occur in martial skills, it could elevate one's realm of cultivation. In just 3 months, Lin Yi had perfected the D-level martial art, Diamond Fist, and his martial arts cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the clay body realm, on the brink of advancing to the wooden body realm. It was noteworthy that in the entire 3rd middle school, only 2 students had reached the wooden body realm. Reflecting on this, Lin Yi smiled to himself. For his younger sister, Lin Miao Miao, was one of those 2. Having a genius sister truly brought its own set of challenges. His sister, Lin Miao Miao, a prodigy who could naturally channel energy into her body without the need for the opening method, had advanced to the wooden body realm in just 2 months and was now merely a step away from the Mercury realm. He had once thought to defend her, but who could possibly bully her in the entirety of 3rd middle school? With a resigned smile, Lin Yi stood up, patting his backside. Thankfully, he had his own advantages, and he refused to be daunted. Chapter 3. Trials. As the school day drew to a close, Lin Yi stood idly at the school gate, engrossed in his phone while awaiting the arrival of his sister, Lin Miao Miao. Being a member of the elite class, Lin Miao Miao often left school later than her brother. At last, 2 blossoming young ladies emerged, Lin Miao Miao and her close friend, Li Yanran. "Oh, Miao Miao, your brother's waiting for you. I shall take my leave now. Goodbye." Li Yanran waved her hand and offered Lin Yi a polite smile before turning to board the private car waiting by the roadside. "Brother, I'm here." Lin Miao Miao hurried toward Lin Yi, her face glowing with joy. Ever since the tragic demise of her brother and Aunt Qin in her previous life, she had been devoid of smiles, her days consumed by relentless training and bloodshed. Now, however, she could finally smile freely, unburdened. "Look at you, grinning like a fool. Here, this is for you," Lin Yi said, producing a skewer of tonghalu from behind him and waving it in front of her. "Wow, brother, you're the best." Lin Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with delight as she swallowed hard, remembering the long absence of tonghalu from her life. "How long has it been since I had this? Perhaps nearly 1,000 years?" Unable to contain her excitement, she eagerly accepted the tonghalu and took a bite. Sweet and sour, just the way I like it," she said, her eyes squinting in bliss. "Let us hurry home. I'm starving. I often buy these for you, yet I've never seen you enjoy them this much," Lin Yi remarked, observing his sister's ecstatic expression with a hint of disdain. "Oh, the taste is especially delightful today. And it's flat, too. The vendor is so thoughtful," she exclaimed, puffed, as if the vendor would bother. "It's just me laboriously squishing it down," Lin Yi muttered. "What?" Lin Miao Miao asked, puzzled. "I meant, hurry up and eat," he urged. "Oh, brother, you should have some too." No need. I've already eaten. This is all for you." "Thank you." Big brother. Later that evening, Lin Yi lay in bed, his mind shifting as he entered the training arena. Within the vast expanse, his figure materialized. "The 8 Extremes Fist. Whether I can break through to the wood embryo realm depends on you," he murmured, closing his eyes and recalling the essential movements and breathing techniques of the 8 Extremes Fist. Gradually, his breath fell into a rhythmic pattern. Before long, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, a spark of brilliance igniting within them. He recalled the movements of his martial arts instructor, assuming the stance and practicing with precision. As his thoughts magnified within the training arena, he gradually fell into an enigmatic state. No, The direction of my muscle exertion is slightly off. This time, my breath didn't T-coordinate well in the external world. Strands of spiritual energy were slowly being absorbed into Lin Yi's body. His martial arts, cultivation, gradually inching closer to the wood embryo realm. Meanwhile, Lin Miao Miao sat cross-legged on her bed, reflecting on her current life. With the martial arts experience carried over from her previous existence, along with a plethora of formidable techniques, she was certain that she could ascend to the quasi-emperor realm far more swiftly than in her past life, perhaps even catch a glimpse of realms beyond. Confidence radiated from her eyes as she considered the Eternal Phoenix Sutra, the most exquisite technique perfectly suited for her Eternal Phoenix body. In her previous life, she had acquired it too late, preventing her from fully unleashing its potential. Otherwise, she would not have perished alongside those ancient beings. A shadow flickered across Lin Miao Miao's gaze, mingled with a hint of perplexity. However, she realized that only a select few at the highest echelons of the Great Xia knew her route to the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. How could it be that the alien races were also aware and had set up a grand formation in advance? The thought struck her. Even if Lin Miao Miao were not particularly astute, she understood she had been betrayed. She dismissed such thoughts, recognizing that strength was paramount. Once she reached the quasi-emperor realm, or even the emperor realm, be it traitors or alien races, they would all be obliterated at her command. With this determination, Lin Miao Miao cleared her mind, and a mysterious scripture surfaced in her consciousness. The crimson characters, akin to molten lava, emanated a force capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. It was indeed the Eternal Phoenix Sutra. As she practiced, a fiery red mark appeared on her fair forehead, exuding an aura of nobility. The night swiftly passed. At the breakfast table, Lin Yi, observing Lin Miao Miao's somewhat disheveled hair and the remnants of sleep in her eyes, could not help but chuckle. If the students at school knew that their beloved goddess appeared in such a state at home, many hearts would surely shatter. Lin Miao Miao rolled her eyes at his comment, recalling her naturally cheerful disposition in her past life, akin to a spirited girl. However, due to deep-seated grievances, she had transformed into an icy empress. Now, liberated from the fade she had worn, Lin Miao Miao felt a sense of boundless freedom. Responding to Lin Yi's teasing, she retorted, "What's wrong with a goddess? Even a goddess needs to sleep and relieve herself." Lin Yi was left speechless. "You little rascal, haven't you seen me eating?" With a playful tongue protrusion, Lin Miao Miao shrugged off the need for morning rituals and sat down to enjoy her breakfast. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she exclaimed, "Brother, have you reached the wood embryo realm?" Lenny nodded slightly. "Yes, I just broke through last night." "What's the big deal?" "You're on the verge of breaking into the Mercury realm." "What's so remarkable about my advancement to the wood embryo realm?" Lin Miao Miao pondered. "Wait, I remember that you only broke through to the wood embryo realm after 6 months. Could it be that my rebirth has instigated some changes in this life?" Observing Lin Yi's leisurely manner as he dined, Lin Miao Miao was suddenly struck by a thought. Her brother's martial prowess was not particularly exceptional under normal circumstances. Even if he were unharmed, he would likely only reach the Qi condensation realm at best. In the vast battlefield of myriad races, he would merely rank as a lowly soldier. This simply would not suffice. As Lin Miao Miao's brother, he must attain at least the celestial realm. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within her. How could I have forgotten this? A glimmer shone in Lin Miao Miao's eyes. In her previous life, she had fortuitously acquired a quasi-emperor's legacy on the battlefield of myriad races. This quasi-emperor, once an ordinary mortal, was exceptionally talented and had devised the unparalleled technique known as the heavenly demon blood transformation. This technique could transform the practitioner's acupoints into chaotic blood acupoints. By incorporating the demon race's primal blood into these acupoints, one could enhance one's cultivation, accelerate training speed, and even refine the demon race's innate divine abilities for personal use. However, this individual ultimately drew the wrath of the demon race and was slain by the combined forces of the quasi-emperors of the Dragon and Phoenix clans while attempting to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. The pressing question remained: how could she reasonably bestow this technique upon her brother? Rubbing her forehead, Lin Miao Miao felt a headache coming on. In the classroom, Lin Yi's homeroom teacher, Li Mingfeng, had already taken his place at the podium. Noting that all the students had gathered, he cleared his throat and announced, "I have an important matter to discuss. By directive of the Education Bureau, the senior students will undergo a trial in 2 months. This year, the trial will take place in the outskirts at the Third Secret Realm. Unlike previous years, this trial is exceptionally brutal, with a real risk of fatality. However, remember that a greenhouse can never nurture towering trees. Therefore, participation in this trial requires the signing of a death waiver. You must weigh your options carefully. Those who choose not to participate will automatically withdraw from the martial arts program. Conversely, those who do partake, regardless of their performance, will receive a body refinement pill as a reward from the school. Outstanding performers will earn additional accolades from the Education Bureau, and all spoils acquired during the trial will belong to you." As he spoke, Li Mingfeng surveyed the students, noticing their somber expressions. He softened his tone. "Do not feel that abstaining from the trial will lead to scorn. Even within the martial arts program, talents vary. For some, it may be wiser to seize this opportunity to withdraw rather than cling on and risk losing their lives. There is no shame in this. Our esteemed Yuan Lao of the Great Xia holds no martial prowess, yet has successfully cultivated high-yield, extraordinary rice, earning the respect of even the heads of martial arts universities. Who would dare to look down upon him? With 2 months remaining until the trial, those willing to participate should approach me after class to register. The school will provide weapons and combat attire. Now, let us commence with the lesson." Chapter 4. The Long Gun. As the class concluded, the atmosphere in the classroom was instantly filled with lamentations. Why is this happening? In previous years, we were never required to sign any death agreements for the trials. Someone lamented, overwhelmed with despair. I've heard whispers that some high-ranking officials in the Great Xia are quite displeased with the current situation. Students possessing formidable cultivation, yet unable to defeat lesser beasts. They intend to rectify this, remarked another, shrouded in mystery. Really? That's absurd. How could someone be so inept? Responded another voice, echoing the sentiments of embarrassment felt by the students. Enough of this talk. I must hurry to select my weapon. I heard the school has arranged for us to receive the Black Blade series weapons, which are worth at least 100,000 outside. Wait for me. I'm coming too, exclaimed another enthusiastically. Lin's expression darkened. He had only practiced a couple of fist techniques and had no experience with weapons. While he could indeed slay beasts, his efficiency paled in comparison to that of wielding a weapon. What should I do? Suddenly, Lin recalled the sensations he experienced while practicing the 8 Extremes fist on the training platform the previous night. The force application technique seemed applicable to weaponry as well. A quick search online confirmed his suspicions. The 8 Extremes fist was indeed derived from spear techniques, sharing many similarities in force application. This won't do. I must seek guidance rather than relying solely on my own understanding. With determination, Lin made his way to the office of his martial arts instructor, Ma Ming, the robust man who had taught him the 8 Extremes fist. "Oh, you wish to practice with the long spear?" Ma Ming expressed surprise, noting the rarity of students interested in such a weapon. However, many in the military favor the long spear. I neglected to practice with weapons before, and I fear I will suffer in the upcoming trials without one. I've heard that the spear techniques associated with the 8 Extremes fist are quite formidable, which is why I sought your assistance, as you are renowned as a master of spear techniques in our school, Lin admitted, somewhat bashfully. Hey, you have quite the discerning eye, Ma Ming grinned, clearly flattered by Lin's praise. However, I must assess your talent. If you lack an aptitude for spear techniques, you might as well stick to using a knife. It requires far less skill. With that, Ma Ming led Lin to a small training room at the back of the office, a standard feature of every instructor's office. All right, young man, if you wish to learn the great spear of the 8 Extremes, I first need to evaluate your proficiency in the 8 Extremes fist, Ma Ming stated, his demeanor turning serious. Understood, teacher. Lin assumed his stance, meticulously beginning his practice of the 8 Extremes fist. As Lin progressed through his routine, Ma Ming's expression gradually became more solemn. Upon completing a set, Lin turned to Ma Ming. Sir, you must be honest with me. Have you been aware of my proficiency in the 8 extremes fist for some time? Ma mingesse countenance darkened. What? No, you only learned it yesterday, didn't you? Not all, teacher. You taught me just yesterday. Lin replied, incredulous. You must be jesting. Which decent person can master a C-grade martial technique in a single night? Do you think you're Lin Miao Miao? Ma Ming expressed his disbelief. Even Lin Miao Miao took 2 days to reach proficiency, he thought. This lad is undoubtedly here to toy with me. To comprehend the mastery of a martial art, one must recognize the progression from novice to proficient, then to minor accomplishment, major achievement, and ultimately perfection. It is worth noting that Bajiquan is renowned for its ease of learning, yet difficulty in mastery. Having learned Bajiquan during my military service, I became proficient in 2 months, yet it took over a decade of diligent practice to reach the stage of major accomplishment. Even then, my instructor hailed me as a prodigy. Had I not sustained an injury to my foundation while fending off a beastly assault, I would not have retired to become an instructor. The last time Lin Miao Miao achieved proficiency in just 2 days left me feeling quite disheartened, and now, witnessing yet another instance of someone attaining proficiency overnight. How is that even reasonable? Lin muttered softly, Lin Miao Miao is my sister. Really? Ma Ming questioned, a hint of skepticism in his voice. We grew up together. If you don't believe me, I can bring her over next time, Lin replied. Ma Ming was at a loss for words. Having recently arrived at the school, he had only heard tales of the talented Lin Miao Miao and her brother, only to discover that this was the very lad in question. It appeared that this young man's innate talent was not at all inferior to that of Lin Miao Miao. Should he achieve great success in the future, the military, filled with those ungrateful brats, would surely envy him for the martial skills I imparted. Ma Ming's eyes gleamed with increasing excitement as he regarded Lin Yi. Hey, young man, would you be interested in becoming my disciple? Huh? What do you mean, huh? I am impressed by your talent. By becoming my disciple, not only can I assist you in enhancing your cultivation, but I can also impart superior martial techniques to you. This is an opportunity one secured on the battlefield against the myriad races and countless individuals covet it. So, let us be straightforward. Will you accept or not? One must agree. Master above, allow me to pay my respects. Lin Yi did not anticipate that merely seeking guidance on marksmanship would lead to such an opportunity to pay homage to a master. Moreover, according to whispers, this master possessed exceptional prowess. Without hesitation, he bowed deeply. Good, good. Obedient disciple. Ma Ming's expression radiated satisfaction. This disciple's talent and character were indeed to his liking. Now, let us attend to serious matters. I shall first introduce you to Baji Quan and its accompanying spear technique, the Baji Great Spear. Baji Quan has ancient origins, believed to have been created during the time when the Great Xia's technology had yet to flourish. It is even said that in ancient times, the literary arts of Taiji bring peace to the world, while the martial arts of Baji set the cosmos in order. However, Baji Quan evolved from the Baji Great Spear. Those skilled in the Baji Great Spear are invariably adept at Baji Quan. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, a master named Li relied on the Baji Great Spear to dominate opponents, earning the esteemed title of Divine Spear. Yet, with the rise of technology, ancient martial arts fell into decline, and many practices were lost to time. The revival of spiritual energy has breathed new life into these ancient arts. Scientists discovered that the martial practices of the Great Xia are remarkably effective for physical conditioning, particularly Taiji and Baji Quan, which can almost perfectly train every muscle and bone in the human body. Consequently, every student in our Great Xia must choose one of these 2 martial arts for their physical training phase. At this point, Ma Ming looked at Lin Yi with a serious demeanor and said, therefore, you must place great emphasis on practicing Baji Quan. The number of strong individuals in our Great Xia far exceeds that of other nations, and these 2 martial arts bear significant credit for that. Now, let me teach you the Baji Great Spear. Ma Ming approached the weapon rack and picked up a spear over 3 meters long. With a gentle flick, the spear soared into Lin Yi's hands. Watch as I demonstrate, he said, and with a shake of his hand, the long spear danced like a white serpent, emitting a piercing hiss. It thrust, swept, blocked, and pierced. In Ma Ming's hands, the spear seemed to be imbued with life. Ding! C-grade martial skill. Baji Great Spear has been recorded. However, at that moment, Lin he was entirely captivated by the swirling spear and paid no heed to the voice in his mind. Simultaneously, Ma Ming's voice continued. The Baji Great Spear is also a C-grade martial skill, born from the same roots as Baji Quan. Thus, its techniques are similar to those of Baji Quan, making it relatively easy for you to learn. Yet, merely knowing the techniques is of little use. The essence of the Baji Great Spear lies in the application of force, combining movement to concentrate your power into a single line, and then, with a thrust, the spear struck the center of a massive iron pillar in the training ground with a thunderous roar. The iron pillar, crafted from C-grade alloy, was astonishingly pierced through by the thrust of a single spear. It is worth noting that weapons made from C-grade alloy are not even possessed by many masters of the Qi refinement realm. Yet here, a long spear had created a transparent hole. The master's strength seems terrifyingly formidable, Lin thought, marveling in awe. Chapter 5. Mastery of the 8 Extreme Spear. This is one of the most formidable techniques of the 8 Extreme Spear. The Azure Dragon emerges from water. In essence, it is a straightforward thrust. However, when perfected, the spear and the wielder become one, complemented by the power of 8 Extremes Fist. When executed, it delivers a force that can pierce through iron. My master in the military once used this technique to vanquish a fully matured 8-bound demon with a single thrust, driving away a tide of hundreds of thousands of monstrous beasts. A flush crept on Ma Ming's face, as if the slaying of the 8-bound demon had been his own accomplishment. Furthermore, the 8 Extreme Spear encompasses other lethal techniques such as Overlord's Reins, the Tiger's Head Shake, the White Snake's Tongue Flick, and the Returning Horse Thrust, each adaptable with different 8 Extremes Fist energies, resulting in countless variations that are utterly unstoppable. Over the coming month, I will impart each technique to you. Any questions? No, Lin replied emphatically. Master, let us begin at once. I can hardly contain my excitement. Patience, young one. Haste makes waste, as they say, Ma Ming remarked, rolling his eyes. First, grasp your spear. To master it, you must become intimately familiar with it. This is a standard long spear from the Black Edge series, measuring 3 meters in length and weighing 50 pounds. Its quality is adequate, at least sufficient for your training in the 3rd stage of body refinement. Ma Ming twirled the spear with a flourish. Now, let us practice the fundamentals of the 8 Extreme Spear. Observe my movements and follow my lead. With feet firmly planted, Ma Ming held the spear with both hands, the tip angled towards the ground. This is the Wuji stance for holding the spear. Maintain this position for 30 minutes. Lin quickly complied, but after the 30 minutes elapsed, he set the spear down, drenched in sweat. What seemed effortless in theory proved to be quite challenging in practice. Not bad for a young lad, Ma Ming teased. This is merely the foundation. Next, I will teach you the 3-body stance, which is considerably more demanding. With both hands on the spear, Ma Ming lowered his center of gravity, positioning his left hand at the front of the spear and his right hand pressed against his waist. This grip primarily strengthens your lower body and unifies your waist and hips. Maintain this posture for 20 minutes. Wiping his brow, Lin gritted his teeth and persisted. Time passed as he stood in practice, and the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. That will suffice for today. Tomorrow, I will teach you the essence of 8 Extremes Fist, the force, Ma Ming said, retrieving the spear from Lin Yi's grasp and placing it back on the rack. Gesturing for Lin Yi to leave. Breathing heavily, Lin Yi felt as though he had undergone a thorough massage by a horse, every part of him aching. Ha ha ha. This is entirely normal. You fared quite well. When I first began, I could hardly rise from bed due to the pain, Ma Ming chuckled. After resting for a while, Lin felt somewhat better. He bid farewell to Ma Ming and departed. Lin Miao Miao observed Lin Yi's disheveled appearance with astonishment. Brother, did someone beat you up? Now, Lin limps as he walks, unable to lift his arms, clearly resembling someone who has endured a beating. Not at all, Lin retorted with irritation. Master Ma Ming has taken me on as his disciple, and I have spent an exhausting day practicing the Bajiquan spear. Oh my, Lin Miao Miao exclaimed in astonishment. Master Ma Ming has discerning standards. Even a genius from Tianjing once sought to be his apprentice, but was turned away. Who would have thought you, my brother, would succeed? Succeed? It is merely that my innate genius has been recognized by him. Linny smirked, hands on his hips, exuding an air of mischief. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Feigning for no more than a moment, Lin Yi quickly returned to his true form, grimacing in pain. Lin Miao Miao couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Indeed, my beloved brother is a rare genius. I wonder if this humble lady has the fortune to offer a massage to such a prodigy? Ah, that is a must. He replied, Your pain has not been in vain. Under the setting sun, two silhouettes, one tall and one short, gradually receded into the distance. As days turned into weeks, Lin Yi trained diligently with Master Ma during the day after cultural classes and continued his practice on a martial arts platform at home in the evenings. This relentless routine, though exhausting, bore visible fruit. A month later, in the martial arts office arena, Lin Yi wielded the spear with finesse, executing left strikes and right jabs, upward thrusts and downward smashes, akin to the fierce yet intricate artistry of Zhang Fei. His formidable presence was complemented by profound technique, embodying a violent beauty. With deadly moves like Azure Dragon emerges from the sea, Overlord reins the steed, Fierce Tiger shakes its head, and White Snake spits venom, he showcased his skills, culminating in a powerful return strike. As the youth ceased his movements, Master Ma smiled with satisfaction and remarked, I initially thought it sufficient for you to grasp the Bejiquan spear within a month. Yet, not only have you achieved proficiency, but you have also made commendable progress in Bejiquan and even advanced to the mid-stage of the wooden embryo realm in martial arts cultivation. Impressive. It seems I have underestimated your talent. All thanks to your diligent instruction, Master. Lin Yi exhaled deeply, promptly responding. While Master Ma may not be a renowned instructor, his understanding of Bejiquan and the Bejiquan spear is exceptionally profound. Under his guidance, Lin Yi refrained from mindlessly imitating Master Ma. Instead, he infused his own interpretations into the powerful and domineering essence of the Bejiquan spear. According to Master Ma, those who learn live, while those who merely imitate without their own insights lack the qualifications to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Thus, with the dual support of Master Ma and the martial arts platform, Lin Yi successfully carved out his own style within the Bejiquan spear. How could one not regard such a virtuous teacher as a true master? Do not embellish my merits. I am well aware of my own capabilities in teaching my apprentice. With a humble gesture, Ma Ming remarked, The martial skills you have acquired are already sufficient. In the coming month, I intend to prepare you for practical combat experience against the demonic beasts. As far as I know, the strongest creature in the third secret realm we will be training in is the bloodthirsty demon ape, a formidable foe at the initial stage of the fourth realm, accompanied by dozens of pseudo-fourth realm beasts. The number of beasts from the first to third realms is virtually countless. You will need to swiftly discern their weaknesses to strike decisively. Tomorrow, I will take you to the first secret realm in Qin City, where the most powerful inhabitant is a second realm beast, which will serve as excellent training for your combat experience. Following this, you should seek permission from the homeroom teacher and inform your family. We anticipate spending approximately half a month in the secret realm, so prepare yourself for hardship. Ma Ming looked at Lin Yi and added, It's merely hardship. With a spear in hand, the world is mine. Regarding Lin Yi's request for leave, it seemed the homeroom teacher was already prepared, evidently having received prior notice from Ma Ming. Although Qin Lan, the protagonist's mother, was deeply concerned, she understood that stepping onto the path of martial arts inevitably involves bloodshed. Thus, she packed a substantial supply of food and medicinal herbs into Lin Yi's bag. Though Lin Miao Miao did not voice her worries, her anxious gaze spoke volumes. The course of this life had already shifted, and while she recognized Ma Ming's formidable strength, anxiety lingered. The following day, at the school gate, Ma Ming was already waiting with the vehicle. After Lin Yi waved goodbye to Lin Miao Miao, he turned and entered the car. As he gazed out at the trees swiftly passing by, his initially excited heart gradually found tranquility. Demonic beasts, I am coming. Chapter 6. The first battle with the fiendish beasts, as the vanguard of the alien invasion on Blue Star, are characterized by their brutal nature and a penchant for devouring humans. Their encounters with humanity during the interdimensional incursion inflicted immeasurable damage. However, with the rise of martial arts in the Great Xia, it was discovered that the flesh of these beasts, when specially processed, holds significant benefits for physical refinement. Consequently, certain palatable species were subjected to rampant hunting by humankind, nearly leading them to the brink of extinction. Fortunately, timely intervention by authorities salvaged these populations. Now, after being scientifically bred, they have supplanted traditional pork, beef, and lamb, becoming one of the primary sources of meat in the Great Xia. After traversing at full speed for over an hour, the vehicle finally halted before a colossal fortress, named Fortress Iron One. This stronghold was established over a century ago by countless ancestors who valiantly fought off the alien threat, intended to prevent any resurgence. It stands as one of the oldest fortifications in Great Xia. Following a series of rigorous inspections, the duo gained entry into the fortress. To Lin Yi's surprise, the interior was bustling with activity. The grand hall was filled with at least several hundred people, with freshly hunted golden feather chickens selling for 5,000 Great Xia coins on a first-come, first-served basis. The Tiger Mercenary Corps is recruiting, only accepting those at the Wooden Embryo realm and above. What's this? Does it feel different than you imagined? Maming chuckled. Lin Yi scratched his head, admitting, it does feel rather different. It's somewhat like a marketplace. Haha, indeed. Most of these people possess average talents. Many may languish at the third stage of physical refinement until their dying day. But do not underestimate them. They have spent their lives dealing with fiendish beasts, and some possess experience that even I find lacking. Wasting no time, Ma Ming paid the 5,000 coins and led Lin Yi to a towering gate, over 10 meters high and several dozen meters wide. Let us go. Beyond this door lies the secret realm. With that, Ma Ming stepped through the entrance, vanishing in an instant. Lin Yi hurriedly followed. Is this the secret realm? Lin Yi marveled at the lush forest before him, inhaling deeply. The air quality here was vastly superior to that of the city. Our destination today is a large lake 20 kilometers away. If we encounter any fiendish beasts, feel free to unleash your abilities. We'll conduct a debriefing in the evening. Here, take this. Ma Ming extended a hand, tossing a large spear towards Lin Yi, the very one he often practiced with in the 8 Extreme Spear Technique. Wow, Master, you even have a spatial ring. Lin Yi exclaimed, gazing enviously at the silvery ring on Ma Ming's finger. Such an item is quite expensive. Even the smallest 1 cubic meter spatial ring commands a market price of 100,000 Great Xia coins. Ma Ming tossed his nonchalant bangs aside. For a master like me, possessing a spatial ring is hardly remarkable. If you place in the top 3 during your trial, I shall reward you with one. A gentleman's word is his bond. It is as hard to retract as 4 horses pulling a cart. Instantly invigorated, Lin Yi felt a surge of motivation. For the sake of the spatial ring, he was ready to charge forth. At this moment, he brandished his spear and plunged into the dense forest. That scoundrel! Ma Ming chuckled and scolded him lightly before leisurely following into the thicket. In the blink of an eye, half a month had slipped away. Lin Yi, clad in ragged attire, quietly crouched upon the fork of a towering tree, his figure completely concealed by the lush foliage. Even his breathing had diminished to the faintest whisper. Beneath the great tree, a hulking saber-toothed tiger ambled into view, raising its hind legs as if to indulge in a moment of respite before seeking a shady spot for a nap. Suddenly, its once round pupils constricted sharply. It sensed danger. However, before it could react, a spear descended from above with great force. Like a dragon emerging from the sea, the spear plunged directly into the back of the saber-toothed tiger's skull, the obsidian blade glinting with a chilling radiance. In an instant, it pierced through the creature's head, exiting with a spray of brain matter that emitted a foul odor. The saber-toothed tiger let out a furious roar, readying a paw to swat the audacious thief who had dared to ambush it. Yet, in the next moment, darkness enveloped its vision, and it collapsed, utterly devoid of strength. Lin Yi executed a graceful somersault, landing firmly on the ground as he gazed at the fallen beast, a grin spreading across his face. After lying in wait all morning, he had finally seized the opportunity when the formidable creature had let its guard down. As a pinnacle beast of the second realm, the saber-toothed tiger was among the most powerful creatures in this secret realm, responsible for the demise of countless foes. While he could potentially defeat it in a direct confrontation, such a battle would undoubtedly require considerable effort and would not guarantee a swift victory. Furthermore, the saber-toothed tiger was a treasure trove itself. Its bones, flesh, and blood were invaluable for body refining, and its whip could enhance virility. Selling it could easily yield over 50,000. With a deft shake of his spear, he split the tiger's forehead open. Habitually, he reached inside and retrieved a milky white crystal. Ding! Energy detected. The arena dual function has been activated. He was taken aback. Had a new function been unlocked? Observing the crystal in his hand, he sensed that his golden finger might still possess untapped abilities. Was this a beast crystal? Ma Ming appeared beside gazing at the crystal with astonishment. You lucky rascal. Beast crystals are typically produced by third-realm beasts. Who would have thought this foolish tiger would yield one? Quite a rarity. But what is the purpose of this beast crystal, master? Ling Yi curiously inquired. The utility of this beast crystal is immense. It can not only be used for alchemy and artifact forging, but also serves as an energy source for formations. The energy source for the teleportation portal we entered was comprised of 10 6th-tier beast crystals. However, it seems you currently have no use for this item and can only sell it. He quickly shook his head, exclaiming, No, I intend to keep it as a memento. How absurd. I still hope to unlock new functions with this beast crystal. Selling it would be a tremendous loss. Ma Ming, unfazed, noted that the fortnight had elapsed, and Lin Yi's combat experience had sufficiently developed, indicating it was time to return. Observing, Lin Yi kulat in tatteredgarb. Ma Ming sighed. After half a month of practical experience, he had advanced to the late stage of the wood embryo realm and had made significant progress with the 8 extreme spear. He decided it was not worth quibbling with a minor adversary. Fortunately, his own cultivation was commendable, and he would need over a decade more to catch up. Ma Ming consoled himself, found a pond to bathe in, and after donning fresh attire from his bag, the two turned towards the entrance of the secret realm. The bustling hall greeted them once more. Under the astonished gazes of hundreds, Ma Ming placed all the spoils, including the carcass of the ferocious toothed tiger, onto the weighing platform. After a flurry of activity from the staff, he received a staggering sum of 350,000 great Xia coins. Gazing at the lengthy string of digits on his phone, he swallowed hard. In all his years, he had never encountered such a vast amount of money. Qinlan earned over 5,000 a month, which meant he had amassed what would take her 6 years to earn in just half a month. In that moment, he experienced the allure of martial arts for the first time. At the very least, Qinlan would no longer have to toil from dawn till dusk for her earnings. Chapter 7. Confrontation with the celestial ant after more than an hour's drive. The two returned to the city. The first thing they did upon disembarking was to seek out a restaurant for a hearty meal. They feasted until they were full, reluctantly pausing only when their appetites were thoroughly satisfied. Content and picking at his teeth, reflected on the daily grilled meats consumed in the secret realm, which had been less than satisfactory and nearly made him nauseous. He resolved to learn the art of grilling, as he anticipated future excursions into the wilderness where culinary skills would be essential. The thought of the peculiar, charred creations that Ma Ming had produced sent a shiver down his spine. Such talent to transform good ingredients into abominations. After satisfying their hunger, the two parted ways. Upon arriving home, Lin Yi's voice heralded his presence before he even set foot inside. Mom, meow meow, I'm back. Qinlan, distractedly selecting vegetables in the kitchen, hurried out upon hearing his voice. Seeing her son, now slightly darker from the sun, brought tears to her eyes as she murmured, as long as you're back. That's all that matters. Lin Meow Meow, rushing down from upstairs, clung to Lin Yi's arm, not letting go. After a few moments of checking for injuries, both were finally at ease upon confirming that he was unharmed. Lin Yi then retrieved a sealed package of demon beast meat from his bag. This particular cut was from the tenderloin of a creature known as the armored bull, ideal for Qinlan to prepare a delightful stir-fry. While she cooked, Lin Meow Meow insisted that Lin Yi recount his experiences in the secret realm. He shared a brief tale, and at the most thrilling points, the girl would gasp in awe. Once dinner was concluded, Lin Yi transferred 100,000 yuan to Qin Lan's account and gifted 50,000 to Lin Miao Miao, causing both to express surprise and suspicion, as they assumed he had participated in a bank heist with Ma Ming. After several explanations, they reluctantly accepted the situation. As the clock struck 7, Lin Yi eagerly reclined on his bed. With a thought, he found himself transported to the training platform. Consuming beast crystals can activate the dual function of the training platform. Would the host like to proceed? The familiar mechanical voice inquired. Let us have an introduction to the dual function, Lin Yi replied, seeking to familiarize himself with this feature. Certainly, host. The dual function allows for the consumption of beast crystals to randomly simulate one of the most powerful factions across the realms at each level. Upon defeating them, the host may inherit one of their innate talents. Additionally, the host can simulate opponents they have faced, including themselves, but such duels will not grant any talent inheritance. Current energy allows simulation of opponents at the muddy embryo realm. Wow, what an impressive function! Lin Yi exclaimed, astonished by this remarkable ability. However, a new question arose in his mind, prompting him to inquire, I have a question. Those demon beast factions undoubtedly possess extraordinary bloodlines, with some even being fourth-tier beasts at birth. What can I possibly use to contend with them? Do not worry. The simulation platform will forcibly suppress the simulated entity to match the host's realm, encompassing physical form, innate talent, and divine abilities. However, the host's realm cannot exceed that of the simulated entity by a significant margin. This is splendid. I am quite fond of the idea of inheriting the strongest talents from myriad races. Should I inherit the gifts of the dragon or phoenix clans? It will be a dream come true. Additionally, I could engage in duels against past adversaries or even myself, which would undoubtedly enhance my martial skills. At this moment, Lin Yi no longer hesitated. I choose to activate the dual function. A chime sounded. Dual function has been activated. Would the host like to consume beast crystals to simulate an extraterrestrial entity for the duel? Yes. Simulated entity. Celestial horned ant, inherit talents. Ultimate strength, frenzy, immortality, indomitable will. What? Gazing at the extravagant interface, Lin Yi felt a surge of frustration. Was this creature even something I could contend with? Before Lin Yi could lament, the duel commenced. Before him, a golden ant, roughly the size of an adult, materialized. Its exoskeleton gleamed like dark golden divine metal, radiating a chilling metallic luster. Above its head, a pair of curved celestial horns towered like the horns of a savage dragon, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Its compound eyes glowed a deep crimson, and its 6 legs were robust and powerful, resembling colossal pillars. Its forelimbs were akin to giant pincers, their tips shimmering with a dark golden cold light, exuding a lethal threat. This was the celestial horned ant, a representation of absolute strength among the myriad races. After observing the seemingly dazed, yet menacing ant, Lin Yi assessed his own martial realm at the late stage of the wooden embryo realm. With a steely resolve, he thought, I refuse to believe that, despite being a whole realm above it, I cannot defeat it. Spear, come fort. With a wave of his hand, a spear appeared in his grasp. With a flourish, Lin Yi lunged toward the celestial horned ant, executing the technique Azure Dragon emerges from the sea, aiming the spear tip directly at what appeared to be the ant's most vulnerable spot. Yet, even when faced with Lin Yi's full-strength thrust, the celestial horned ant stood motionless. A flicker of hope sparked in Lin Yi's heart. Perhaps he had a chance. But then, with a deafening crash, Lin Yi's spear met its mark, and he stared in disbelief at the minuscule white point where the spear had struck. It did not breach its defenses. Unyielding, Lin Yi prepared to thrust again, but the ant seemed to grow impatient. A flash of golden light ensued, and Lin Yi met his end, swiftly severed in two, suffering not even a moment of pain. What a farce! Lin Yi cursed as he reassembled his form. What was the point of this? His full-strength thrust merely grazed a white point, and with a single pincer, he was sent to meet his ancestors. This simply would not do. He needed a strategy. Rubbing his chin, Lin Yi pondered deeply. Brute force was futile, he had been dispatched in an instant. He would need to outsmart it. Observing the bewildered expression of the skyhorn ant, he could not help but devise a plan. Typically, such formidable creatures possess a notable weakness in speed, which he could exploit by employing his agility to outmaneuver it. With this thought in mind, he charged toward the skyhorn ant with his firearm. Mere seconds later, he found himself back at the starting point, utterly exasperated. He had been defeated once more. However, this time there was a semblance of progress. As he had endured 2 strikes from its pincers, his reasoning was sound. Indeed, the skyhorn ant's speed was a vulnerability when juxtaposed with its immense strength. As long as he could maintain his distance, there was a glimmer of hope. He pressed on, only to find himself defeated again. Frustrated, he resolved to try once more. The following day, Lin Meow Meow observed her brother's disheartened demeanor and gently advised, "Brother, I understand that you are young and brimming with fervor, but you must exercise some restraint." Perplexed, Lin replied, "I had a nightmare last night in which I was assaulted by an ant with long horns." He clenched his teeth as he recounted, "On average, I was eliminated once every 2 seconds, totaling over 30,000 defeats throughout the night. My best record was enduring for 30 seconds, during which I managed to sever one of the skyhorn ant's antennae before being mercilessly crushed into pulp by its frenzied onslaught." Lin Meow Meow let out a laugh, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, inwardly scolding herself for indulging in such whimsical thoughts. Today marked the weekend. Initially, Lin intended to seek out Ma Ming to continue his firearms practice, but under Lin Meow Meow's relentless persuasion, he was compelled to abandon his training plans and accompany her on a shopping excursion. It became evident that even a cultivator in the late embryo stage could not withstand the rigors of shopping with a woman. Perspiring profusely, he disregarded Lin Meow Meow's playful protests and hastily sought a chair to rest, fearing that he might collapse from exhaustion if they continued. Remarkably, he had chased a shadowy pig in the secret realm for an entire afternoon without feeling this fatigued. How peculiar. Could it be that his embryo stage cultivation was somehow false? Chapter 8. Confrontation with Lin Meow Meow, regaining his composure. He noticed that not far from him stood the largest martial arts academy in Qin City, the Xintian Martial Arts Academy. This academy, established by the Daxia populace, serves as a training institution for martial arts, akin to a tutoring center. While Qin City boasts countless martial arts academies, the Xintian Martial Arts Academy has consistently held the prestigious title of the foremost institution in the region. This is not merely due to the fact that he was standing before an authentic branch of the Xintian Academy, but also because the current master of the academy, Li Guining, a formidable expert of the Tiangang realm renowned as the Heavenly Dragon Halberd, was stationed there. This esteemed elder exhibited extraordinary talent from a young age, achieving the Tiangang realm after more than a decade of diligent practice. He had previously faced a formidable adversary of the 7th realm during the counter-offensive against foreign tribes, wielding the Heavenly Dragon city-breaking halberd with remarkable prowess. Ultimately, that 7th realm expert was slain by reinforcements from Daxia, yet Li Guining paid a heavy price, resulting in his stagnation at the Tiangang realm. After the war, this venerable figure joined the Xintian Martial Arts Academy, returning to his homeland of Qin City. Lin Yi, unable to contain his excitement, pulled Lin Meow Meow into the entrance of the academy. "Wow, how impressive!" he exclaimed, utterly captivated by the grandeur of the establishment. In contrast, Lin Meow Meow remained unfazed. Having witnessed far more magnificent structures in her past life, she regarded this martial arts academy as merely a place to intimidate novices like Lin Yi. After inquiring with the front desk staff, Lin Yi discovered that the academy offered a plethora of services far exceeding what a school could provide. After all, the Xintian Martial Arts Academy had only a few branches, and the institution he attended was merely an ordinary middle school, rendering any comparison futile. The academy was divided into an inner and outer section. The inner section accommodated individuals affiliated with the Xintian Academy, geniuses who had signed agreements with the academy. They enjoyed superior equipment and constant guidance from martial arts experts. However, it is crucial to note that students who entered into agreements with the academy forfeited their eligibility for the college entrance examination. The outer section catered to those who paid for guidance from the academy, offering somewhat inferior equipment and instructors primarily at the Mercury realm. Nevertheless, even this level of service surpassed that of a typical school, as it required a significant financial investment. Though harsh, this was the reality. Schools merely provided a solid foundation for students, ensuring that all had the opportunity to pursue the path of martial arts. With a population exceeding 100 billion in Daxia, it was impossible for everyone to afford entry into a martial arts academy. Moreover, individuals outside the academy could access basic facilities for a fee of 500 Daxia coins, which included measuring instruments capable of accurately gauging a martial artist's strength, speed, and other attributes, as well as providing combat rooms for sparring and exchanges. Lingyi, with a casual flourish, paid the 500 coins, considering it a trifling sum. "Brother, I have money." The two enter a combat room, furnished quite simply with only a measuring instrument and several weapon racks. Approaching the measuring device, Lin Yi aimed at the punching target and unleashed a powerful punch. 1,745 kilograms. He exclaimed, then decided to test his left hand. 1,634 kilograms? Lin Miao Miao appeared somewhat astonished. The typical strength of one in the Mercury realm is merely around 1 ton. Yet she was surprised to discover that her brother, having only reached the wooden embryo realm, had already matched that power. "Well, that is merely the ordinary Mercury realm," Lin Yi replied, shaking his head while casting a disapproving glance at Lin Miao Miao. "I refuse to believe that your strength is less than mine. How can you be so absurd and yet remain unaware of it?" Lin Yi suspected that Lin Miao Miao had perhaps long since broken through to the Mercury realm. My realm is just slightly higher," she remarked, and, without gathering any energy, she threw a casual punch at the measuring device, registering a force of 2,034 kilograms. "See, it's not that much higher," Lin Miao Miao said, pouting. Lin Yi was at a loss for words. Even her casual punch surpassed his by several hundred kilograms. "Is this a cheat?" he thought. "Miao Miao, shall we spar?" Recalling the purpose of their visit to the martial arts hall, Lin Yi suggested, as the training platform could simulate opponents he had previously faced. After much consideration, he found that Lin Miao Miao was the most suitable choice. Moreover, he was eager to ascertain the true extent of their differences in strength. "Sure," Lin Miao Miao readily agreed, as she too was curious to gauge Lin Yi's capabilities. In her past life, Lin Yi had not possessed the strength he had now. "Do you need me to suppress my realm?" she asked, casually retrieving a long sword from the weapon rack, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. "Of course. If you don't suppress your realm, you won't be able to land a hit." Lin Yi rolled his eyes, reluctant to seek out punishment. "All right then, brother, let us begin." Observing Lin Yi assume a stance with his spear, Lin Miao Miao held her sword in her right hand while her left fingers curled slightly, calling out playfully, "Come at me, that mischievous girl, always looking for a fight." Lin Yi lunged forward, executing a technique known as the Azure Dragon emerges from the sea, aimed directly at Lin Miao Miao. A crisp sound echoed as Lin Miao Miao stood firm with her sword, effortlessly blocking Lin Yi's full-force strike. Undeterred by his initial failure, Lin Yi swiftly kicked the spear's shaft, spinning like a whirlwind, and brought the spear down with tremendous force. After 10 minutes of back and forth, they finally ceased their sparring. Lin Miao Miao had to concede that she had indeed underestimated Lin Yi. In a situation where neither used techniques from their past lives and both were in the wooden embryo realm, it seemed she was unable to gain the upper hand over him. "It appears that my brother has truly undergone a remarkable transformation," Lin Miao Miao mused silently. Lin Yi tossed aside his spear, wiping the sweat from his brow as he regarded Lin Miao Miao's composed demeanor. With a sigh, he reflected that the 8-extremity spear was inherently a technique of pure offensive power, yet despite 10 minutes of full-on assault, he had failed to breach Lin Miao Miao's defenses. Each of his strikes was effortlessly parried by her. The disparity in their abilities was evident. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Miao Miao had merely felt that she could not gain any advantage in offense, for in lower realms, the spear typically held the upper hand over short-range weapons. She had chosen to defend rather than attack, hoping to seize the moment when Lin Yi would reveal a flaw for a decisive strike. Yet, after 10 minutes, she had found no opportunity to conclude the match victoriously and could only settle for a tie. Brother, your strength is ranked solidly second in our class. Lin Miao Miao remarked with a smile. ISNT, there another person in your class who is also in the wooden embryo realm? It seems to be named Lu Chong, right? He appears to have also ascended to the Mercury realm, yet his prowess remains rather mediocre. Even with this advancement, he could not rival your brother. Lin Miao Miao, recalling that inept individual, felt a headache coming on. It is said that he once pursued you and was subsequently beaten by you. Lin Yixiao relished the misfortune. Do not even mention it. Had it not been for the fact that we are classmates and he had not committed any truly outrageous acts, merely receiving a lesson, his legs would have been broken long ago. Lin Miao Miao expressed her exasperation. Fortunately, after being taught a lesson, he began to steer clear of her, displaying a modicum of sense. As night fell, Lin Yi continued his relentless pursuit of the heavenly ant. With each demise, he grew increasingly attuned to the ant's attack rhythm, gaining valuable experience from his failures. After all, it was merely a juvenile form, weakened by the training platform, its strength not excessively monstrous. The completion of this endeavor was now within reach. Thus, half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Chapter 9. Ultimate Power in the Vast Arena. Lin Yi was engaged in a fierce battle with the celestial ant. At this moment, Lin Yi appeared remarkably tragic. His left arm had vanished, and a deep wound extended from his chest to his waist, with his internal organs faintly visible. Yet, the spear in his hand remained steadfast. The celestial ant, in comparison to Lin Yi, was equally battered. Its once robust 6 legs were reduced to 2, and one of its formidable pincers was lost. Its body was riddled with injuries, hampering its movements, while its blood-red compound eyes reflected sheer exhaustion. Lin Yi gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. The two had fought for 2 hours, and the countless deaths over the past fortnight had rendered Lin Yi intimately familiar with the ant's attack patterns, allowing him to evade its lethal strikes with remarkable precision. However, the ant's formidable physique had inflicted considerable suffering on him, as none of his powerful attacks could breach its defenses. It was only after a profound realization during a previous skirmish that Lin Yi mastered the perfected 8 extremes spear technique, enabling him to unleash a spiraling force specifically designed to penetrate armor, finally drawing blood from the celestial ant. Now he was on the cusp of success. The moment to slay the ant had arrived. Both combatants had reached their limits, and the battle now hinged on the strength of their willpower. Lin Yi took a deep breath, circling the celestial ant while fixating on its every movement, the spear trailing behind him, sparking against the ground. The ant's compound eyes remained locked on the young man who posed a significant threat, not daring to relax its guard. After a tense standoff lasting several minutes, the celestial ant stumbled due to its missing hind legs, nearly losing its balance. Now was the moment. Lin Yi tensed his muscles. The spear charged with layers of spiraling energy, poised before the ant. He bellowed as he thrust the spear forcefully into the ant's compound eye. The ant emitted a frenzied screech, colliding with Lin Yi and sending him flying. Blood erupted from his mouth as he soared several meters through the air. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have slain the celestial ant extracting talent. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the celestial ant's innate talent. Ultimate power. Ha! I have succeeded. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with elation as he prepared to rise. However, darkness suddenly enveloped him. Lin Yi calmed down, regaining composure. Lin Yi focused on his body. May I inquire if I should integrate this talent? Hold off on the integration for now. Please provide an introduction to this talent. Will there be any side effects post-integration? Lin Yi sought to understand this talent, not anticipating that the fusion would come with adverse effects, which felt unjust. The ultimate power, a hallmark of the celestial ant clan's innate gift, represented the path of strength across myriad realms. In terms of sheer might, even the true dragon clan could not rival it. Their physical strength could shatter the heavens and obliterate the universe, embodying the essence of ultimate power. Upon merging with this talent, the host would acquire the strength of the celestial ant clan. Thanks to improvements made on the training platform, the host would experience no side effects from this fusion. Could it be that even true dragons could not contend with this ultimate power? Lin Yi murmured to himself. Thus, he resolved to proceed with the fusion. Lin Yi. From this moment forth, shall embody absolute strength. However, in the next instant, a harrowing cry reverberated throughout the space. What the heck? The sudden onslaught of pain nearly caused Lin Yi to faint. He had not anticipated that fusing with a talent could be so excruciating. Nonetheless, despite the agony, Lin Yi was determined not to give up. Whether he could defy fate depended on this moment. As the talent fused, dark impurities began to seep from his pores, emanating a foul odor. Half an hour later, the fusion was complete. Lin Yi rose to survey himself, noting that beneath his sweat-soaked clothing lay muscles akin to those cast in bronze, with chiseled contours radiating an overwhelming sense of power. He unleashed a punch, and the air seemed to explode with a thunderous crack. Lin Yi felt an exhilarating strength coursing through him, as if he could single-handedly lift an entire building. Of course, this was merely an illusion stemming from his sudden surge in power, yet with the ultimate power talent now his. He sensed that the day he could indeed lift a building was not far off. However, he needed to adapt to this newfound strength. After all, he risked inadvertently creating a hole in the floor and facing a meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork. Lin Yi assumed a fighting stance and began practicing the advanced 8 extremities fist. Once he felt he could barely control the power, he focused his thoughts and left the training platform. Rising from his bed, the layer of grime enveloping him fell away, leaving him momentarily stunned. Was this a purification of body and soul? But then, a pungent odor assaulted his senses, penetrating his very soul. Unable to contain himself, Lin Yi retched. He hurriedly stumbled into the bathroom, scrubbing his body 3 times before finally ridding himself of the stench. After enduring the foul aroma, he tidied up the room, opening windows for ventilation. Gazing at the now organized space, which still bore a trace of an odd smell, Lin Yi felt exasperated. He turned and made his way to the living room. Tonight, he would be sleeping on the sofa. Awakening early, Lin Yi and Lin Miao Miao arrived at the school, where Lin Miao Miao, wielding a sheathed longsword and sporting a meticulously tied ponytail, appeared exceptionally gallant. Dressed in traditional attire, she could easily have stepped out from the pages of a novel as a female sword master, captivating countless gazes along their path. Although Lin Yi possessed a hint of charm, enhanced by his innate abilities that revealed a distinct aura, standing beside Lin Miao Miao rendered him somewhat ordinary. However, Lin Yi remained unconcerned by this. After all, even the most striking appearance would falter with a single punch from him, transforming into a pitiful figure. At that moment, Lin Yi carried a backpack containing a segmented spear, weighing 50 pounds. Though the spear felt weightless to him now, making it somewhat unwieldy, he had no choice but to make do until he could procure a superior weapon. Yet, he was uncertain about the quality of spears. Should he seek assistance from a mentor? As Lin Yi pondered, he boarded the bus designated for his class, and, after selecting a random seat, closed his eyes to rest. As the latest established secret realm in Qin City, the 3rd level was governed by a fortress known as Steel Number 3. In comparison to Steel Number 1, Steel Number 3 boasted significantly higher technological advancements, though it lacked the weathered sense of history that characterized Steel Number 1. The Educational Bureau appeared to place immense importance on this trial, even enlisting military support, as soldiers patrolled every corner. With the influx of students, the square before the fortress gradually became a cacophony of activity. Silence. Suddenly, a balding elder ascended the makeshift platform. It was Lu Jin, the director of the Qin City Educational Bureau. He tapped the microphone and began to speak, teachers and students. Half an hour later, a series of applause jolted Lin Yi, who had been dozing against the wall. Instinctively, he joined in the clapping. Next, Major Lee from the Qin City Military District was invited to announce the trial rules. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome. A robust man clad in camouflage approached the platform. I am Li Zhenghui, fully responsible for this trial in Qin City. Now, I shall declare the rules of the trial. Chapter 10. The trials commenced. This trial is a complete replication of the previous year's college entrance examination. You may view this trial as a simulation prior to the actual exam. 10 high schools, comprising a total of 107,889 senior students, will enter the third secret realm, albeit from different teleportation locations. There will be no maps or provisions. You must venture forth to explore and procure these necessities on your own. Simultaneously, you are to eliminate all visible beasts. Defeating creatures of varying ranks will yield different scores. Your smart wristwatches will keep track of your points. Additionally, each individual possesses an emergency distress signal. Activating it in the face of a lethal threat will emit electromagnetic waves to repel the beasts, prompting nearby soldiers to come to your aid. However, this also signifies your elimination, so one must act judiciously. After all, no matter how meticulously arranged, unforeseen circumstances are inevitable. A few fatalities during each trial are unavoidable. This trial will commence now and conclude in 12 hours. It seems there are no restrictions on forming teams. A student queried, perplexed. Teamwork is indeed tacitly encouraged. Even during the college entrance examination, students are urged to collaborate. However, while this may enhance safety, it will likely result in lower scores. A classmate replied, shaking his head. Hey, do you want to team up? A chubby boy beside Lin, he inquired. I think I'll pass. I'm not accustomed to teamwork. Lenny declined, aiming for a high score on his own. The chubby boy then sought out another potential teammate. Before long, 10 minutes had elapsed, and students entered the teleportation portal in an orderly manner. Soon, it was Lin Yi's class turn. Once again, he was enveloped by a familiar sensation. Within a dense forest, a flash of white light enveloped him, and Lin Yi found himself amidst the foliage. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the environment resembled that of the first secret realm. After orienting himself, he dashed into the thicket, only to be ambushed by a clawed lizard. With a swift punch, he struck the beast squarely on the head, rendering it a lifeless heap. Lin Yi examined his fist, grinning with satisfaction. It seemed that while inheriting the abilities of the heavenly horn ant, he had inadvertently enhanced his physical form as well. His corporeal strength had now surpassed the Mercury realm. In truth, Lin Yi felt that after merging his abilities, he was poised to break through to the third stage of Qi refinement. According to his understanding, the third stage was merely about cultivating a physique capable of housing spiritual energy, and with his current form, he was leagues stronger than that of the Mercury realm. After the trial, he would inquire with his master about how to advance. His current objective was clear, to claim first place in the trials. With renewed determination, Lin Yi surged forward. Ironclad explosive flame tiger, 1 punch. Crimson gold bear, 1 punch. Lin Yi Ru, akin to a formidable hero from a tale of epic proportions, effortlessly dispatched every beast, whether of the first or second tier, with a single blow. Unbeknownst to him, his remarkable display had ignited a fervor outside, where leaders from various schools congregated in a grand hall, their gazes riveted on a colossal screen nearby. This screen, partitioned into numerous smaller displays, showcased the live feed of the top 100 students, with Lin Miao Miao prominently occupying the first position. At that moment, Lin Miao Miao found herself ensnared within a narrow canyon, encircled by dozens of striped wolves, prompting a wave of anxiety among the teachers present. Her homeroom teacher, in particular, was visibly distressed as striped wolves, though generally lacking in strength, exhibited a remarkable synergy that could intimidate even third-tier beasts. Observers began to envision the imminent elimination of this prodigy, but gradually, they were astounded by the seemingly delicate girl. With each precise flick of her sword, a wolf that lunged at her fell lifelessly to the ground. The constricted terrain of the canyon amplifying her extraordinary swordsmanship. Within mere minutes, the striped wolves sustained substantial losses, and as the Wolf King lamented, it prepared to retreat with the remnants of its pack. Thinking of fleeing? Have you consulted me? Lin Miao Miao's expression hardened, resolute in her determination to prevent their escape. With a swift movement, she positioned herself at the mouth of the canyon, declaring, "You are now surrounded." The girl, once perceived as weak, now emanated an air of undeniable authority. This student must be Lin Miao Miao from Class 3, remarked Principal Su, his satisfaction evident as he turned to Director Lu Jin of the Education Bureau. It appears your school is poised for an excellent performance in this year's college entrance examination. Indeed, it is primarily due to your commendable leadership, Director Liu, and Lin Miao Miao's undeniable talent. I dare not claim any credit, Su Yunlun replied, stepping forward with humility, though his smile was impossible to suppress. Suddenly, Major Li Jinghui, overseeing the trials, interjected with curiosity, pointing to a figure on one of the corner screens. Do you recognize this student? ISNT, that Lin. He is also from our class 3, and, notably, Lin Miao Miao's elder brother, Su Yunlun responded, prompting the enlargement of his live feed. The crowd gasped collectively as they witnessed Lin Yi deliver a devastating punch to his second-tier horn fire bull, causing an uproar. Is this Ayist? That enormous bull was felled with a single blow? The sheer power he exhibited was awe-inspiring. The horned firebull was renowned for its immense strength, instilling fear even in Mercury-tier warriors. Yet, Lin Yi had faced it head-on and emerged victorious. But the astonishment did not cease there. As they observed Lin Yi effortlessly dispatching formidable beasts with singular punches, the spectators fell into an astonished silence. Principal Su, I wonder if this student Lin Yi has any interest in joining the military? Li Zhenghui gazed eagerly at Su Yunlun, believing that this student, Lin Yi, was exceptionally suited for a career in the military, which could offer ample and favorable conditions. He proposed that should Lin Yi enlist, he would personally ensure that 3 spots in the military training camp would be allocated annually for their school. Although tempted, Su Yunlun expressed his sincere apologies, stating, while I am indeed intrigued, this matter pertains to Lin Yi's martial arts journey, and I must respect his decision. Li Jinghui was about to continue persuading him when Lu Jin interjected. Major Li, I understand the excitement of encountering a promising talent, but haste makes waste. Let us wait until the trials conclude before discussing it with Lin Yi. For now, let's watch the live broadcast. Reluctantly, Li Zhenshui acquiesced. Within the mysterious realm, Lin Yi noticed that as he ventured deeper, the strength of the encountered monsters generally increased. Typically, the closer one was to the center of the realm, the more formidable the beasts became, indicating that Lin Yi was on the right path, nearing the heart of the mystery. He checked his watch, noting his score, 1534. Ranking second. Am I not in first place? Lin Yi mused in surprise, as he had thought his efficiency in slaying monsters was quite rapid, yet someone had surpassed him. He wondered who this first-place contender might be, muttering to himself. Suddenly, he thought of Lin Miao Miao. Could it truly be that girl? During their last spar, Lin Yi had distinctly sensed that Lin Miao Miao had held back considerably, even with his fusion of the Sky Horn Ant's talents. He could not confidently assert that he could easily triumph over her. Chapter 11. Sibling Rivalry on the Other Side. Lin Miao Miao found herself locked in a stalemate with a lightning leopard, a top-tier beast of the second rank. Although its offensive capabilities were not particularly remarkable, its speed, akin to a flash of lightning, allowed it to navigate this secret realm with ease. However, today, this sword-wielding girl instilled a long-forgotten sense of threat in the lightning leopard. No matter how swiftly it moved, she seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, always striking at the precise location where it would appear, as if it were inadvertently colliding with her blade. The astute leopard, recognizing the precariousness of its situation, decided to flee post-haste. Yet, in the next instant, a searing sensation enveloped its heart, rapidly igniting like a raging inferno. How does my phoenix fire seed taste? Lin Miao Miao chuckled lightly, her sword slicing through the air and severing the leopard's head. Initially, she had deemed the foolish beast unworthy of her attention, knowing that without a refined movement technique, it would be challenging to pursue the lightning leopard. However, the creature's brazen provocations, bolstered by its speed, left her no choice but to expend effort in sending it back to the cycle of reincarnation. Glancing at her score, she noted 1654 points, ranking first. It was still insufficiently secure. She needed to hasten her entry into the central area to hunt third-tier beasts. Lin Miao Miao was determined to secure the top position in this trial, for she knew that in her previous life, the first place would yield a spiritual essence known as the Phoenix Origin Fruit. For others, this fruit was merely a rare potion for body refinement, but for her, the trace of Phoenix energy it contained was the key to unlocking her immortal Phoenix body. In her previous life, She had missed the opportunity to obtain the Phoenix origin fruit due to her failure to break through the Mercury realm during the trial, only awakening her immortal Phoenix body in university, wasting precious developmental time. Moreover, the delay in returning to Qin City after her awakening had led to the tragic demise of Aunt Qin and Lin Yi. Reflecting on this, a glimmer of relief flashed in Lin Miao Miao's eyes. Fortunately, I have been granted a second chance. This time, I am resolute in securing first place. Hey kid, do you have a death wish for daring to snatch our Li Ji's spoils? One of the brash youths with yellow hair pointed at Lin Yi, exuding arrogance. Behind him, several similarly clad youths surrounded a student who resembled their leader, leering at Lin Yi. Listen, considering we are all students, I won't break your legs this time. Activate the emergency distress signal and get lost, the leader declared, adopting a tone as if Lin Yi had struck a great bargain. Who are these oddballs? Lin Yi thought to himself, bemused. He had just slain a beast, and within mere minutes, this group had appeared, accusing him of stealing their loot. Were they truly this bold? Oh, wait a moment. Lin Yi suddenly realized that they likely had not witnessed his triumph over the beast. Have you really ever broken someone else's legs? Lin Yi inquired curiously. Why do you care whether I did or not? Anyway, there is no rule against students fighting each other. So, are you going to scram or not? The impatient leader with the yellow hair grimaced as he expressed his annoyance. With a resigned shrug, Lin Yi prepared to retort, but just then, the yellow-haired subordinate's eyes widened in shock, and he was suddenly propelled backward as if struck by a truck, crashing into a thicket and losing consciousness. The remaining yellow-haired lackeys were so frightened that their eyes nearly popped out, and even the leader, neglecting his own safety, turned and ran. What about my subordinate? Just like that, he has gone? The yellow-haired leader, momentarily stunned, stared at Lin Yi, who teasingly proposed, shall I activate the distress signal for you? Or will you do it yourself? Choose wisely. With a swift motion, Lin Yi knocked him unconscious, muttering about the delays. While activating the distress signals for both the leader and the yellow-haired subordinate, he grumbled, and after a few minutes of waiting, he observed soldiers arriving and took his leave, striding towards the central zone. The central area of the secret realm is a domain accessible only to third-tier beasts, not solely due to the heightened concentration of spiritual energy, but also because it is the exclusive source of the unique spiritual herb known as the essence grass. This herb, when transformed into a potion, can enhance physical refinement efficiency by at least 1/3. Furthermore, the secrecy surrounding the third-tier realm has driven the market price of essence grass to an astonishing 30,000 daxia coins per stalk. At that moment, not far from Small Pond, approximately 30 square meters in size, three figures were peering cautiously over the water's edge at a patch of blue spiritual grass, the essence grass. Lu Yuan, are you certain that the venomous shadow python in this pond is shedding its skin? Inquired a short-haired girl, frowning at the boy beside her. Li Feng, do you think I would deceive you? My family has been harvesting essence grass here for years. I'm well aware of the python's habits. This is precisely when it sheds its skin. If I weren't so timid, I wouldn't have called you both, Lu Yuan replied. Then why doesn't your family eliminate it? Li Hong's sister, Li Qing, asked curiously. Rolling his eyes, Lu Yuan retorted, Sister, that venomous shadow python is a peak third-tier beast and a dominant force in the secret realm. Its venomous fangs could incapacitate even those in the condensation realm. Do you expect my family to confront it head-on? You are the one acting like the elder sister. Li Qing flushed with embarrassment at his words, quickly retaliating with a kick to Lu Yuan. Enough of this nonsense. Let us focus on the task at hand. Li Hong whispered, I will first throw a stone in. If that venomous shadow python emerges, we shall flee. If there is no movement, we will stealthily proceed to collect the essence herb. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest, agreed Lu Yuan and Li Qing with a nod. With a determined throw, Li Hong cast a stone into the pond, which landed with a dull thud. Following this, the pond lay eerily still, save for the ripples that danced across its surface. I told you, the intelligence from my Lu family is undoubtedly reliable, Lu Yuan exclaimed, emerging from the thicket with an air of pride. All right, you are impressive. Now quickly gather the essence herb, Li Hong replied, somewhat exasperated. The trio hastily approached the pond, and began to rapidly collect the herb. Suddenly, while engrossed in her task, Li Qing froze. She noticed a viscous, foul-smelling liquid dripping before her, reminiscent of saliva. This is not good. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Qing instinctively rolled away. In the next instant, a massive python lunged, its jaws snapping where she had just been. That was close. She exhaled, patting her chest in relief, grateful to have narrowly escaped. "Aching, Lu Yuan, run!" Li Hong suddenly shouted in alarm. Turning back, Li Qing saw yet another venomous shadow python opening its maw in her direction. "There are two of them. How is that possible?" Lu Yuan exclaimed in disbelief, recalling that there had only been one the previous year. Ignoring Lu Yuan's astonishment, Li Hong drew her bow, releasing a silver arrow aimed directly at the eye of the venomous python that threatened Li Qing. Chapter 12. The hero saves the beauty. A ferocious roar echoed as the venomous shadow python, intent solely on devouring Li Qing, was caught off guard. A third of an arrow plunged directly into its eye. However, Li Hong was also flung away by another venomous shadow python's tail, crashing against a tree. Dazed and on the verge of unconsciousness, she felt as if her entire body was broken. Despite her desperate attempts, she could not rise, helplessly watching as the python lunged towards her. "How careless I was," she thought with a bitter smile as she pressed the distress signal. In such a dire situation, even the signal would not save her. She could only pray for the military to arrive swiftly to rescue Li Qing and Lu Yuan. Just as Li Hong closed her eyes, resigned to her fate, a long spear sliced through the air from dozens of meters away, producing a piercing sonic boom. The spear hurtled towards her, glinting with a cold light, and pierced the gaping maw of the python that was charging at her. Its immense force propelling the 20-meter-long creature several meters away before pinning it to the ground. "Am I not dead?" Li Hong opened her eyes in confusion, only to behold the venomous shadow python impaled on the earth. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past her. It was Lin Yi. As he passed the spear, Lin Yi deftly maneuvered his right hand, and the 3-meter-long spear burst forth from the python's body. Grasping the spear's tail, he lunged at another venomous shadow python. To Li Hong's astonishment, she watched as the youth approached the python, swinging his arm. The spear bent into a graceful arc under the force of his movement, and in the next instant, it struck the python's vulnerable spot with a resounding crack. The python let out a terrified and agonizing roar. Li Hong's pupils constricted as she witnessed the massive creature, as thick as a barrel, being cleaved in two by this young man's spear. After a feeble struggle, the once ferocious pythons lay lifeless, each corpse more gruesome than the last. What terrifying strength! Li Hong muttered to herself, though she possessed the power of the Mercury realm, delivering a punch with over 1,500 kilograms of force. She felt as though her might was that of a mere child in the presence of this black-clad youth. "Hey, are you all right?" Lin Yi inquired with concern, noticing the girl, blood trickling from her mouth, motionless on the ground. "Huh, I'm fine. Li Hong managed to say as she struggled to her feet, gazing at the boy who had saved her life. "Hello, my name is Li Hong, a student from First High School. Thank you for saving me just now. Without you, I would have surely perished in that beast's jaws." "Not all. We're classmates after all." Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, as if it were a trivial matter. "Wow, buddy, this is absolutely incredible." Beside them, Lu Yuan and Li Qing hurried over, observing Lin Yi's less than imposing physique. Lu Yuan pondered for a long while, struggling to articulate the sheer ferocity of Lin Yi's combat style. "Thank you for saving my sister," Li Qing said, bowing deeply. "This is my sister, Li Hong, and my friend, Lu Yuan. We are all students from the same school." Li Hong introduced Lin Yi. "It was merely a trivial matter." Lin Yi replied with a nonchalant smile. "I am Lin Yi from number 3 middle school. Since you are all safe now, I shall take my leave." With that, he shouldered his large weapon and departed. Just as Li Hong was about to extend an invitation to Lin Yi for a meal to express her gratitude, his figure vanished into the dense forest. Li Qing, noticing her sister's disappointment, comforted her. "It's all right, sister. Knowing he is from number 3 middle school is enough. There will be opportunities to express your thanks in the future. Moreover, with Lin Yi's prowess, he is bound to make a remarkable impression in this trial." "I say, Li Hong, you wouldn't have feelings for him, would you? The hero saving the damsel, Lu Yuan teased. Don't be absurd, Li Hong retorted, her cheeks flushing. However, she quickly collected her thoughts and glared at him. Do you still dare to speak? If not for your unreliable information, I might have been in grave danger. When I return, I shall certainly report you to Uncle Lu. I swear I didn't deceive you, dear aunt. Please don't report me. I'll do anything you ask. Lu Yuan hastily pleaded for mercy. You better mean it, if that's the case. Meanwhile, Lin had just slain a 3-tiered twin-tailed cat with a single shot. He checked his score, 35-48, ranking first. Not bad, not bad. Finally in first place, he sighed with relief, wondering who had held the lead before him. He had slain monsters with such fervor that he nearly fell behind, but he knew he must keep striving. It wouldn't be long before someone surpassed him. On the other side, Lin Meow Meow stared at her own score, lost in thought. 34-25, ranking second. No, could my memory be flawed? I recall that in my past life, the one who ranked first had a score around 2,500. Why am I not first even though I have over 3,400 points? Lin Meow Meow pondered. Suddenly, she thought of Lin Yi. Since her rebirth, only Lin Yi's strength had diverged from her past memories. Could he truly be her brother? No, even if he were my brother, he cannot impede my claim to the top. The Phoenix Empress Lin Meow Meow, cannot be outshone. With determination, Lin Meow Meow set her course towards the core area, which was the domain of pseudo-4th tier and even 4th tier beasts. Similarly, Lin Yi also advanced towards the core area. With 5 hours remaining until the trial's conclusion, he urged his companions, brothers, put in more effort. This Iron Rock Rhino is nearly defeated. In a vast plain, a group of over a dozen individuals coordinated an assault on a towering iron rhino, standing at over 3 meters tall. This formidable creature, akin to a D-grade alloy in its armored exterior, found itself ensnared in a tight encirclement. Despite its attempts to break free, it could only emit furious roars. Ultimately, the iron rhino succumbed, collapsing in exhaustion. The commanding student, witnessing this, exhaled a sigh of relief. To slay this iron rhino, he had invested considerable resources, rallying several capable peers, employing poison and setting traps. Now, the moment of reward had arrived. He approached the fallen beast without hesitation, plunging his sword into its brain to send it to its final resting place. Now, let us see who dares to contest my claim for first place. He mused with a triumphant smile, glancing at his watch to check his score. 25-34, ranking third. What? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Guanfeng, what is the matter? Shouldn't you be elated to have secured the kill for the Iron Rhino and claim first place? Your expression seems awry. A youth approached, glancing at Guanfeng's score. How could 25-34 place you third? Isn't the first score celestial? Observing Guanfeng's dark demeanor, the boy, feeling a twinge of pity, opted not to press further, offering a reassuring pat on his shoulder before finding a spot to rest. In pursuit of the Iron Rhino, he had sustained injuries. Had it not been for the substantial rewards Guanfeng had promised, he would never have been so reckless as to target such a formidable beast. Sighing, he resigned himself to fate. What is gained is my fortune. What is lost is my life. Guanfeng exhaled deeply. Though the disappointment of not achieving first place weighed heavily on him, the rewards for third were still acceptable, at least ensuring his efforts had not been in vain. Thus, he sought solace in this consolation. Chapter 13. The Bloodthirsty Demon Ape Surely. I have reached the core area by now. After racing for several minutes, Lin Yi found his path obstructed by a colossal boulder, upon which the words core area were inscribed. As he passed the stone, an eerie aura enveloped him, causing the hairs on his arms to stand on end. Oh, this is intriguing, Lin Yi thought, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It seemed that the core area indeed harbored something significant, as even he could faintly sense a looming threat. After taking only a few steps, Lin Yi's stride came to an abrupt halt, and he thrust his firearm towards the profound darkness to his right without hesitation. Huh, did I miss? To his astonishment, his swift strike had met only emptiness. From the shadows emerged a magnificent beast, its fur as white as snow and wings sprouting from its back. The two glowing orbs that illuminated the darkness were none other than its eyes, an ice-winged tiger. Lin recognized this creature as a pseudo-fourth realm beast, the Icewing Tiger, named for its pristine white coat and winged form. A fourth realm beast. It was akin to a martial arts master at the first stage of the Qi refinement realm among humanity. A practitioner at this level could condense 36 acupoints, allowing the transformation of spiritual energy into vital energy, thus enabling long-range attacks. Such practitioners had officially stepped into the realm of the extraordinary, with lifespans extending up to 300 years. In comparison, fourth realm beasts awaken their innate divine abilities, which correlate directly with the strength of their bloodline. Generally, the more robust the bloodline, the mightier the innate ability. For instance, the Icewing Tiger before Lin, he was said to possess a trace of the White Tiger's bloodline, endowing it with formidable power. Its innate ability, frostbite radiance, honed to perfection, could even freeze space itself. A hint of gravity flickered in Lin Yi's gaze. Though labeled as a pseudo-fourth realm beast, it had already begun its initial transformation. Even the weakest of these pseudo-fourth realm beasts could effortlessly annihilate several peak third realm beasts. Not to mention, the Icewing Tiger, with its strong bloodline, was far from trivial. Despite Lin Yi's unparalleled divine strength, the outcome of a battle was not solely determined by raw power. Confidence was essential, but arrogance could lead to devastating consequences. With his firearm angled towards the ground, Lin fixed his gaze on the seemingly unguarded Icewing Tiger. The beast's eyes gleamed with cunning as it slowly retreated, sensing that this young man was not an easy opponent and appearing reluctant to engage. However, the moment Lin relaxed his guard, the Icewing Tiger flapped its massive wings gently, its colossal form suddenly appearing before him as if teleporting. The enormous paw, resembling a fan, swiped towards Lin Yi's head. "Ah, this little kitty is quite clever," Lin Yi remarked, a note of surprise escaping his lips. With his right hand gripping the gun and his left arm raised defensively above his head, he found that the force of the Icewing Tiger's strike did not cause the slightest tremor in his arm. "Now, it's my turn to strike," he declared, casting aside the firearm. With both arms, he embraced the tiger's paw. "Now lift." He gathered his strength momentarily and with a mighty heave, sent the enormous snow-winged tiger soaring into the air. Just as the terrified cries of the creature were about to escape its lips, its body was violently slammed back onto the ground, lifted again, and then crushed down repeatedly. In the core area, apart from the formidable fourth-tier, bloodthirsty demon ape, the snow-winged tiger was being ruthlessly tossed around by a mere boy as if it were a ragged sack. The once bustling monitoring room fell silent, the spectators wide-eyed, transfixed by the display of brutal elegance on the screen. Even the renowned director Lu Jin of the Education Bureau, known for his unflappable demeanor, appeared unusually flustered, his face betraying disbelief. "Let us go," Lin exclaimed as he hurled the snow-winged tiger away. Dazed and disoriented, the tiger shook its massive head, as if stars were swirling in its eyes. The once agile gaze now seemed disturbingly wise. "Oh, you silly old tiger, you made me reluctant to kill you," Lin mused, stroking his chin. Of course, it was merely a jest. The beasts permitted into the secret realm were typically man-eaters, and Lin would not show mercy simply because of its endearing appearance. The snow-winged tiger, though appearing unharmed, had all its bones shattered by Lin Yi's assault. Even if he chose not to slay it, survival was not an option. With a powerful kick to the butt of his rifle, the weapon shot forth, piercing the tiger's throat before embedding itself in the trunk of a nearby tree. The snow-winged tiger let out a whimper and collapsed, lifeless. Dusting himself off, Lin retrieved his rifle and pressed deeper into the core area. Meanwhile, Lin Miao Miao efficiently dispatched a pseudo-fourth-tier shadow serpent, not lingering for long before continuing her journey into the depths of the core region. At the heart of the core area, beside a small tree, a 2-meter-tall crimson monkey lay peacefully asleep, occasionally emitting thunderous snores. This creature was the sovereign of the third secret realm, the bloodthirsty demon ape, a fourth-tier, early-stage beast. This bloodthirsty demon ape possessed extraordinary talents and a remarkable lineage, inheriting a fragment of the bloodline power of its ancestor, the battle demon ape, and awakening the divine ability of the demon ape. Once unleashed, this power exponentially increased its strength and defense, earning it a fearsome reputation even among the demonkin. It was a mystery how such a genius beast, awakened with both bloodline and divine abilities, ended up trapped within the human secret realm. Since the bloodthirsty demon ape took residence in the third secret realm, countless overambitious high school students had attempted to challenge it during the annual trials, all inevitably meeting their demise and becoming mere bones in the dense forest. Perched on a nearby large tree, Lin Yi awaited someone. Moments latte. A graceful figure emerged from the thicket, Lin Meow Meow. With a light leap, Lin Yi landed before her, confident that the pseudo-fourth-tier beast could not impede this prodigious sister of his. You're rather slow, Meow Meow. I've waited so long that the flowers have wilted, Lin Yi teased, opening the score sheet and gesturing towards it. Look at how impressive I am. First in points. Lin Meow Meow rolled her eyes, too disinterested to engage with her boastful brother. Although she had anticipated this encounter, she was still taken aback upon seeing Lin Yi. With a smug smile, Lin Yi relished the moment, finally witnessing his brilliant sister face a setback. How delightful indeed. Noticing Lin Meow Meow's gaze drifting towards the bloodthirsty demon ape in the distance, Lin Yi curiously inquired, "Do you truly need this first place?" Lin Meow Meow nodded. Her voice barely above a whisper. The reward for securing first place holds significant meaning for me. It is something I must obtain. However, as for this bloodthirsty demon ape, she couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Despite her remarkable progress in both martial techniques and realm compared to her past life, allowing her to hold her ground against typical early-stage four-realm beasts, she found herself at a disadvantage against this particularly formidable bloodthirsty demon ape, renowned for its overwhelming bloodline and divine abilities. Chapter 14. The fierce battle with the bloodthirsty ape. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but ruffle Lin Meow Meow's hair vigorously, chiding her, "Are you foolish? What difference does it make if I go first or you do? Be polite with me, and I might just give you a good beating." Lin Yi waved his fist playfully. Lin Meow Meow could only respond with an awkward, silly smile. "So, are we going to fight this monkey or not?" Lin Yi scratched his head, pointing at the bloodthirsty ape. He felt there was no need to engage with the creature. You make a valid point. It seems we could go either way," Lin Meow Meow pondered, feeling conflicted. "What if we give it a shot?" Raising an eyebrow, Lin Yi replied, "Since we are already here, we can't leave without a purpose. Besides, I noticed how that tree is being cherished by the bloodthirsty ape. It must be something valuable. Even if we can't use it, we could sell it for a good profit." A tree? Lin Meow Meow had been focused on the bloodthirsty ape, only now realizing there was an ordinary little tree beside it. Yet, why would a simple tree be guarded by such a fearsome creature? Upon closer inspection, she noticed several glossy green fruits hanging from the branches, adorned with deep green spots. Is that the congealed aperture fruit? Lin Meow Meow recognized the fruits. Congealed aperture fruit? Why haven't I heard of it before? Lin Yi questioned, puzzled, for he knew that there were classes in high school dedicated to spiritual essence knowledge, yet he had never come across the name. The vast world is full of wonders. What we learn in class is just the tip of the iceberg, Lin Meow Meow replied nonchalantly. "Oh, it seems like a valuable item." Lin Yi nodded, then dragged his gun towards the bloodthirsty ape, walking while declaring, "Since it's something good, let's seize it." "Not good. It's in the core area. Hurry to the bloodthirsty ape and save the people." In the monitoring room, Li Jinghui saw Lin Yi charging directly at the bloodthirsty ape and quickly shouted into the intercom, "Hey, Major Li, don't be anxious. I believe Lin, if doesn't he seem like a reckless person? His daring approach signifies he has confidence in his ability to retreat unscathed, especially with Lin Meow Meow supporting him." Lu Jin comforted him. "We can only trust him now." Siga Li Zenshui. The bloodthirsty ape, stirred from its slumber, twitched its nose as an unfamiliar scent wafted into its nostrils. It opened its eyes, and its blood-red pupils reflected the figure of the boy with the gun approaching ever faster. "Monkey, take this shot." Lin Yi accelerated, eventually breaking into a full sprint. As he neared the bloodthirsty ape, he stomped down hard, leaping high into the air and, utilizing the force of his descent, thrust his gun towards the creature. Instantly alert, the bloodthirsty ape stood up and roared in response to Lin Yi's attack. Its ferocious roar echoed even beyond the core area, startling a group of individuals stealthily setting traps at the periphery. Guanfeng, taken aback by the roar, wondered, is someone challenging that bloodthirsty ape? Who would be foolish enough to provoke this beast? Could it be that first or second individual? Guanfeng stroked his chin, feeling a twinge of desire. Yet he ultimately restrained his inclination to seize an opportunity. One must consider the worth of the target. He was not yet ready to serve as fodder for that wretched monkey. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty demon ape's form surged to over 5 meters in height, its fists resembling water barrels, crashing towards Lin Yi with a howling wind, intent on transforming the intruder of its dreams into a mere pulp. The collision between man and beast was akin to a meteor striking the earth, generating ripples in the air from the tremendous force. A sound of cracking resounded as Lin Yi's pupils constricted. He realized that his spear could not withstand the immense pressure, fissures appearing along its length. On the verge of breaking, gritting his teeth, Lin Yi exerted a powerful force to repel the bloodthirsty demon ape, glancing at the nearly ruined spear. He gave a wry smile and decisively planted it into the ground. The ensuing battle would not require it. Raising a hand to halt the advancing Lin Miao Miao, Lin Yi cracked his knuckles, producing a series of crisp sounds. Although his weapon was failing, he was still adept in close combat. Extending his palm, he beckoned the bloodthirsty demon ape with a challenge. Incensed by such provocation, the beast unleashed a furious roar, leaping high with fists imbued with tremendous might aimed at Lin Yi. "Huh, come at me." Lin Yi laughed heartily, showing no intention of evasion against the overwhelming fists of the bloodthirsty demon ape. Taking a deep breath, he bent his knees slightly, clenched his right fist, and with a twist of his waist as the ape's fist neared, he unleashed a punch. 8 extremes, mountain shatter. This was a lethal technique Lin Yi had crafted after mastering the 8 extremes fist, integrating the ultimate power of the heavenly horn and S innate strength. This punch was akin to the sun plummeting to earth, its overwhelming intent capable of shattering mountains. What pure intent, Lin Miao Miao murmured. The same technique in different hands could yield vastly different results, with the disparity being rooted in one's comprehension of the art. In her previous life, she had witnessed an individual elevate an ordinary D-grade martial skill to an unparalleled realm, a single punch extinguishing all existence. Even when she was at the same level, she couldn't claim assured victory. At that moment, while Lin Yi's punch was still nascent, the overwhelming momentum of his strike was enough to draw Lin Miao Miao's attention. With a pained howl, the bloodthirsty demon ape took the full brunt of Lin Yi's mountain shatter punch, its colossal form sent flying, exclaiming, "What a formidable punch!" In the surveillance room, Lu Jin could not help but express his admiration, while Li Zhenghui's eyes sparkled with increasing enthusiasm. The more he observed the young man, the more he was enamored, wishing fervently to enlist Lin Yi into the military on the spot. Shaking his numbed fists, Lin Yi gazed at the injured, bloodthirsty demon ape before him, marveling at his own strength. Although he had only exerted 70% of his power, it still amounted to an astonishing 70,000 pounds. He had anticipated that his punch would at least fracture a bone. "Lin Yi, be cautious of the abilities it has mastered," Lin Miao Miao suddenly cautioned. As a fellow 4th-tier beast, the distinction between possessing and lacking such powers was profound. No sooner had she spoken than the bloodthirsty demon ape exhibited an alarming surge of ferocity. The crimson hue of its fur began to fade, transforming into an ebony sheen, as hard as steel. Simultaneously, its previously towering form of over 5 meters swelled further, ultimately reaching an imposing height of more than 10 meters. In comparison, Lin Yi, who had seemed diminutive before the bloodthirsty demon ape, now found himself unable even to reach its knee. Chapter 15. The trial concludes divine ability. Transformation of the demon ape. This extraordinary ability is exceedingly rare even among the demon ape clan, and those who awaken this talent are typically destined to become the bloodthirsty clan's young patriarch. This illustrates the terrifying power of the demon ape transformation. As the bloodthirsty demon ape unleashed its transformation, it became increasingly frenzied. At this moment, its strength was perilously close to that of a 5th-tier demon beast. "Brother, Hold it off for 3 minutes, Lin Meow Meow urged urgently. Understood. Lin Yi did not attempt to overestimate his capabilities. A bloodthirsty demon ape nearing 5th tier was indeed formidable. With renewed determination, he formed a fist seal and struck out. The ground beneath them shattered violently, and the force of their clash created a deep crater several meters wide. Fortunately, both combatants had strategically moved the battlefield away from the essence fruit tree. Otherwise, even a victory would have been a source of great distress. Amidst the swirling dust, a dark figure was sent flying. Lin Yi, who crashed into a tree and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. He propelled himself off the ground and charged once more at the bloodthirsty demon ape. Good monkey, receive my punch. Full strength spiral force mountain breaker. This time, it was the bloodthirsty demon ape that was sent soaring. As it regained its footing, it let out a thunderous roar and charged back again. Thus they exchanged blows, neither able to gain the upper hand. The bloodthirsty demon ape, empowered by its transformation, matched Lin Yi in strength, perhaps even surpassing him. After all, even the most potent innate abilities require the practitioner's own cultivation to be on par. If Lin Yi were currently at the condensation realm, a casual strike would suffice to vanquish the bloodthirsty demon ape. At this moment, Lin Yi had tested the limits of his transformed strength. Even in the late stages of the wood embryo realm, he was able to counter an opponent 2 major realms above him with sheer power. As the two became locked in a stalemate, a flicker of human-like urgency crossed the bloodthirsty demon ape's eyes. Although the transformation was formidable, it was not without time constraints. Sensing the imminent conclusion of its transformation, it instinctively considered retreat. Meanwhile, Lin Meow Meow formed hand seals with both hands, and a flame the size of a fingertip slowly emerged from her heart, swaying as if it could be extinguished by the slightest breeze. However, the moment the flame appeared, the surrounding temperature surged dramatically, and the lush green grass turned visibly yellow. Lin Meow Meow's complexion paled significantly, clearly indicating that summoning this flame was a considerable burden upon her. At the instant the flame manifested, a look of terror flashed in the bloodthirsty demon ape's eyes. Without hesitation, it turned to flee, sensing a life-threatening danger. Being touched by this flame would mean certain death. Ah, now you wish to escape? Too late. A faint smile appeared on Lin Meow Meow's pale face as the crimson flame surged forward, trailing a long line of fire. In an instant, it caught up to the bloodthirsty demon ape, which had sprinted several hundred meters and without obstruction entered its body, oblivious to the peril. The bloodthirsty demon ape continued to run for its life, yet it failed to notice that its speed was gradually diminishing until it finally came to a complete stop. It was dead. Beneath the seemingly unscathed exterior lies flesh and blood reduced to ashes, leaving only a hollow shell standing rigidly. The flames, oh how terrifying they are! Lin Yi gasped in shock, fully convinced that even he would meet a fate not dissimilar to that of the bloodthirsty demon ape if confronted by such inferno. In the monitoring room, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. After a long pause, Lu Jin spoke, his tone imbued with gravity. This video must be sealed immediately. Classified as top secret, no one present is permitted to divulge its contents. Those who do will be charged with treason. Was the director concerned about that group of individuals? Li Jinghui inquired. Indeed, Lu Jin affirmed. Not long ago, a prodigy with an awakened special constitution was abducted from Black City, and when found, only a layer of human skin remained. Black City was under martial law for a month, and still could not trace those responsible. I do not wish for such an occurrence to befall Qin City. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Lu Jin sighed inwardly. Hoping that these 2 young ones would mature swiftly, the war left them little time. A voice echoed throughout the secret realm. The trial has concluded. All individuals are to refrain from resistance and prepare for transportation. Within the portal, one student after another emerged, some with smiles while others appeared disheveled and disheartened. Once all students had exited the portal and gathered in the square, Lu Jin ascended the stage, surveying the youthful faces below before commencing his address. First, congratulations to all of you on your rebirth. From this moment forth, you are true warriors who have battled against monstrous beasts. Your parents, friends, and even your ancestors will take pride in you. As a senior, I wish you all flourishing martial prowess. Now, I will hand over to Major Li Jinghui to announce the top 100 students in this trial. The 100th place, Qin Lang from the 3rd High, with 895 points. The 99th place, Li Hua from the 5th High, with 900 points. The 3rd place, Guan Feng from the 1st High, with 2,534 points. What? Guan Feng only ranks 3rd? A student from the 1st High exclaimed incredulously, knowing that Guan Feng was the undisputed king among their senior class. After a brief pause, Li Jinghui continued. The 2nd place, Lin Yi from the 3rd High, with 4,568 points. How much? Everyone was in disbelief, checking their ears as if questioning their own hearing. The 1st place, Lin Miao Miao from the 3rd High, with 4,690 points. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The 1st High, which had consistently held the top position in previous years, was dethroned, losing even the 2nd place, with scores differing by over 2,000. I have heard of Lin Miao Miao, but who is this Lin Yi? Such aberration raises many questions. Although Lin Miao Miao remains low profile, she is well known among many at Sanzhong. In stark contrast, Lin Yi is nothing short of a transparent figure. Throughout his 3 years of high school, he was most commonly referred to as Lin Miao Miao's brother. Yet, this seemingly inconspicuous individual astonishingly surpassed Guan Feng, clinching 2nd place, with only a hair's breadth separating him from 1st. Now, I kindly ask all students to exit in an orderly fashion. The top 3 students, please come forward to receive your awards. I hereby declare the trial officially concluded. In a modest office, Lin Yi, Lin Miao Miao, and Guan Feng are gathered to receive their accolades. Lu Jin, with a warm smile, hands Guan Feng a vial of elixir, the reward for 3rd place, a blood-refining potion that will expedite his progress through the Mercury realm. Guan Feng, you have made your grandfather proud. You are a fine young man, Lu Jin expresses with heartfelt satisfaction. Guan Feng is the grandson of his old comrade-in-arms, whose parents perished in battle. The 2 brothers have become the embodiment of their grandfather's hopes. Now, witnessing their success brings Lu Jin immense joy. After Guan Feng departs, Lu Jin turns his gaze to Lin Yi, who appears obedient and docile, entirely devoid of the ferocity displayed during his confrontation with the bloodthirsty demon ape. Chapter 16. The mountain-breaking spear. The battle between Lin Yi and the bloodthirsty demon ape was truly an eye-opener, Lu Jin remarked. In comparison to the ferocious beasts, the physical strength and power of humanity seem to be at a disadvantage. However, nothing is absolute in this world. There exist certain unique physiques among humans that can rival the strength of these beasts. Lu Jin speculated that Lin Yi likely awakened such a physique. Regarding your reward, we have decided to make a slight adjustment. Here are a few options. Firstly, you may choose an advanced method for opening your meridians, as I estimate you are not far from achieving this. A superior technique not only ensures the solidity of your meridians, but also significantly accelerates the process of opening them. Secondly, you can select any weapon below grade C from the armory at Fortress number 3. A fine weapon is akin to a warrior's second life, and I have observed that your current weapon struggles to withstand the intensity of your combat. Lin Yi was about to express his preference for the meridian opening technique, as he felt ready to surpass the Mercury realm and directly pursue this advancement. However, Lin Miao Miao suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Turning to her, he saw her whisper, "Choose the weapon and take me along. I can help you select." Though puzzled, Lin Yi chose to unconditionally trust his sister. He promptly addressed Lu Jin. "Director Lu, I would like to choose a weapon, but may I bring my sister along? She possesses considerable knowledge about weapons." Of course, Lu Jin readily agreed to Lin Yi's request, adding, "I can even personally sponsor Lin Miao Miao with a grade D weapon, allowing you both to choose together." Lin Yi's face brightened with gratitude. "Thank you, Director Lu." Lin Miao Miao also expressed her thanks. Lu Jin then produced a small box, revealing the Feng Yuan fruit. "Miao Miao, this is your reward. I hope its effects will not disappoint you." Observing Lin Miao Miao, Lu Jin felt a surge of emotion. It was remarkable that both siblings possessed special physiques. Such fortune was truly extraordinary. Lin Meow Meow hurriedly accepted the small box. This was the opportunity she had long desired to awaken the celestial phoenix's indestructible body. Well then, let us proceed to select your weapons. Your classmates are likely eagerly awaiting. Lu Jin waved his hand, and a soldier entered to escort Lin, Yi, and Meow Meow away. As they journeyed to the armory, Lin Yi contemplated asking Lin Meow Meow about her earlier behavior, but her gaze silenced him, indicating that they could discuss it later. Thus, he suppressed his questions, inwardly muttering, "That girl has been acting strangely ever since she inexplicably cried last time." After a 2-minute walk, the soldier brought them to a silver-white chamber. You two have the privilege to select a Grade C and Grade D weapon, respectively. You may enter now. Upon entering the armory, Lin Yi was momentarily dazzled by the array of weapons: swords, spears, halberds, axes, and an assortment of armaments, including a display of firearms. Although firearms are less effective against beasts of the fourth realm and above, they still pose a significant threat to those below. He walked directly to the spear rack, where hundreds of spears were displayed, each exuding a formidable aura. Purple crystal spear, Grade C weapon, forged from millennium-old purple crystal, with a spearhead composed of Grade B alloy. Hunyuan spear, Grade C weapon, crafted entirely from Hunyuan iron. Meow Meow, weren't you supposed to help me choose? Lin Yi, overwhelmed by the selection, turned to her for assistance, feeling that each spear seemed suitable for him. Without speaking, Lin Meow Meow gently caressed the shaft of each spear, seemingly attuned to something beyond. In truth, she possessed knowledge from her previous life. There had been a legendary spear of divine caliber that emerged in Fortress No. 3, rumored to be a Grade C spear. This spear, in the hands of its former master, had unexpectedly fused with a fragment of a dragon's soul, ultimately rising from a Grade C weapon to a divine artifact of Grade A and above after years of dormancy. This event had caused quite a stir, with nearly all martial artists in the Great Xia vying for the spear. While Lin Yi was lost in thought, Lin Meow Meow pointed to one spear and turned to him, saying, "Brother, I believe this spear suits you perfectly. Would you like to give it a try?" Lin Yi approached with curiosity and observed the spear, which measured over 3 meters in length, adorned in a dark golden hue and intricately etched with dragon patterns. Upon examining the description, he learned it was the Break Mountain Spear, classified as a C-grade weapon, forged from an unknown metal. Its spiritual conductivity was average, yet its hardness rivaled that of B-grade alloys, and it bore an extraordinary weight. It appeared quite impressive. Lin Yi grasped the spear to test its heft. Weighing over 500 kilograms, it felt somewhat cumbersome for his current capabilities, but he hoped it would suit him perfectly after his breakthrough. "This shall be my weapon," he declared. Next, Lin Meow Meow selected a D-grade longsword named Crimson Flame Sword for herself. Upon exiting the armory, the soldiers regarded Lin Yi's Break Mountain Spear with a hint of surprise, though they remained silent, merely registering the weapons before allowing the two to depart. Upon returning home, Lin Yi took a refreshing shower and meticulously polished the Break Mountain Spear. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. It was Lin Meow Meow. Just as Lin Yi intended to inquire about her earlier intervention regarding his choice of the congealing aperture technique, she arrived first. Sitting on the bed, Lin Meow Meow scrutinized him with her captivating gaze, remaining silent. "What are you doing?" Lin Yi frowned, feeling a chill at her intense scrutiny. Lin Meow Meow's expression turned fierce as she spoke. "Why did you not inform me when you awakened your special physique?" "Ah, that happened just a few days ago. I suddenly felt an immense surge of strength," Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. The ultimate strength, talent indeed, resembled a special physique. Or perhaps a special physique was merely a form of talent. Curiously, he asked, "What was your purpose today?" "That?" Lin Meow Meow responded with a hint of amusement. "Do you desire the congealing aperture technique? I possess it, and it far surpasses the one you intended to choose by 1,000-fold. What do you say? Do you want it?" She smiled mischievously, resembling a cunning little fox. "Please, spare me," Lin Yi scoffed, utterly unconvinced. After living under the same roof for over a decade, how could he not know when Lin Meow Meow acquired the congealing aperture technique? "Well, how about this? Do you believe I dreamed it?" Lin Meow Meow lowered her head. Speaking softly, "No, are you serious? Just tell me if you believe it," Lin Meow Meow exclaimed, flustered. All right, I believe you, I believe you. My sister was taken by an immortal in her dreams and taught the technique, right? Lin Yi replied with a resigned expression. Humph, Lin Meow Meow pouted, suddenly recalling something. She queried, why do you wish to select the congealing aperture technique? You haven't even reached the Mercury realm. What use do you have for the congealing aperture technique? Chapter 17 Lin Yi articulated his conjecture, prompting a soft chuckle from Lin Meow Meow. What are you laughing at? Are you underestimating the wisdom of our predecessors? Lin Meow Meow retorted with an amused pout. The 9 realms of martial arts were forged through the sacrifices of countless ancestors. How could the breakthrough to a higher realm be so simple? She gazed at Lin Yi and countered, take the Mercury realm, for instance. Don't you feel that even with your awakened physique, it merely enhances your physical form while your blood remains unchanged? Indeed, Lin Yi realized he had not perceived any alterations. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Mercury realm requires the refinement of one's blood. Only when it reaches the consistency of lead and the vital energy merges as one can it be deemed complete. Otherwise, you cannot even locate the acupoint, let alone achieve a breakthrough. So, dear brother, focus on advancing through the Mercury realm instead of reaching for the stars. Lin Meow Meow teased with a playful smile before turning to leave the room. Oh, by the way, I still want to ask why you chose that Broken Mountain spear. She called out, her voice trailing away with a hint of mystery. Lin Yi's expression darkened. That mischievous girl was being enigmatic again. Later that night, Qinlan prepared an elaborate feast to celebrate the siblings' triumph in securing the top 2 positions in the trial. Lin Yi feasted to the point of near immobility. Upon returning to his room, he opened his backpack to organize the spoils from the trial. 125 Tier 3 beast crystals. While the pseudo-Tier 4 beast crystals could also be considered as Tier 3, and there was the Tier 4 beast crystal from the bloodthirsty demon ape. He also obtained 25 essence grass, which would significantly enhance the efficiency of his body refinement, proving invaluable for his training in the Mercury realm. So he had no intention of selling it. Lastly, there were 3 condensing acupoint fruits. The tree bore a total of 7, and Lin Yi took 3. His subsequent focus would be entirely on breaking through to the Mercury realm. Lin Yi reclined and soon drifted into slumber, finding himself on the training platform. A voice echoed. Beast crystals detected. Would the host like to confirm the activation of the training platform to initiate the Tier 2 duel? Let us not rush. By the way, what is your name? I keep forgetting to ask. Lin Yi inquired with curiosity. I am the spirit of the training platform. You may call me a name given by my previous master. Then I shall continue to call you Ao. Lin Yi replied casually. I'd like to know, must one be asleep to enter the training platform? This was a question Lin Yi had long pondered. If one had to rely on sleep to enter, what if insomnia struck? Once the host breaks through to the condensing acupoint realm, the spirit can exit the body at any time to enter, Ao explained. I see. Lin Yi nodded. Then let us commence the simulation of the Tier 2 beast duel. Understood, host. Beginning the extraction of simulated beasts. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the simulated entity, Tao Tai. Available talents. Devour, Tao Ye's divine wrath, Void's swallowing flame. Tao Tai? Is that the legendary creature from the Great Xia? The one with a human face and a sheep's body, with eyes protruding like armpits? Ao replied with a sense of calm. Indeed. The Tao Tai is a mythical beast among the myriad races of the heavens, symbolizing devouring. Its innate ability allows it to consume all forms of matter, transforming tangible entities into energy for absorption. The wrath of the Tao Tai can amplify battle prowess tenfold without adverse effects, while the void, devouring flame, a divine fire born alongside the Tao Tai, possesses the destructive power to annihilate worlds, albeit with a diminished version of the Tao Ye's devouring talent. My goodness, it seems rather formidable. Compared to the luxurious abilities of the celestial ant, the Tao Ye's skills are considerably fewer. However, Lin Yi does not perceive the Tao Ye's abilities as inferior to those of the celestial ant. Let the duel commence. Lin Yi initiated the confrontation, intending to probe the waters first. Before him appeared a peculiar beast, precisely as described by the ancestors of the Great Xia, a creature with the body of a sheep and the face of a human. Its eyes nestled in the hollows of its arms, Yet the most striking feature was its disproportionately large mouth. At that moment, Lin Yi pondered another question. How could the ancestors of the great Xia possess such detailed knowledge of the Tao Tai as appearance? Had they perhaps encountered Tao Tai? Just then, a series of infant-like wails snapped Lin Yi back to reality. The Tao Tai before him opened its vast maw, emitting a cacophony of sharp cries. This was troubling. Upon hearing that sound, Lin Yi felt a sudden heaviness in his head, akin to having consumed 2 gin of inferior liquor, rendering him unsteady on his feet. A rush of wind surged, and Lin Yi was unexpectedly drawn into the Tao Ye's gaping mouth, accompanied by the disturbing crunching sounds of its chewing. Could this sound truly ensnare the soul? As Lin Yi materialized, he wore a look of astonishment. He had encountered sound that could bewitch the mind before, during his trials. He had faced a fox demon attempting to confuse him with its cries. Yet at that time, he had grasped the essence of the mountain-crushing fist, rendering the fox's wails utterly ineffective, allowing him to dispatch it with a single blow. However, the Tao Tai's cries were far more beguiling than those of the fox, leaving even his mountain-crushing fist defenseless. Realizing he had no means to counter the Tao Ye's sound, Lin Yi resolved to set the Tao Tai aside momentarily, focusing instead on breaking through the mercury mirror. Lin Yi practiced the opening origin method, a technique that, while not as potent in refining the body as some specialized arts, excelled in stability and comprehensiveness. After reaching the condensation realm, one could steadily cultivate other techniques without fear of conflict. Thus, most high school students practiced the opening origin method. As he trained, Lin Yi furrowed his brow, sensing a slight increase in the density of spiritual energy on the training platform. He promptly summoned Au for clarification. Upon commencing the duel, the spiritual energy emanating from the beast crystal has intensified. Au responded, "Are you implying that the beast crystal can convert into spiritual energy for my cultivation?" Lin Yi inquired with growing excitement. "Indeed, Master," Au confirmed. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with joy. "How many beast crystals do I have left after simulating the Tao Tai?" "Only 1 4th-tier beast crystal and 10 3rd-tier beast crystals remain." Lin Yi was taken aback. Did simulating the Tao Tai truly consume so many beast crystals? Lin Yi clutched his chest, a look of profound anguish etched upon his face. The Tao Tai, a species long extinguished, demanded an energy expenditure far exceeding that of the Tianjiao ant for its recreation. Alas, he could only beseech the heavens for a more formidable talent to manifest from the Tao Tai. "Oh, if the beast crystal can expedite my cultivation, then I shall wager it all. The Tao Tai has already been simulated. There is no rush for the remaining beast crystals. It will be wiser to utilize them all for the elevation of my realm." "Understood, esteemed host." As soon as the words were spoken, the training platform shimmered with visible ripples of spiritual energy, the concentration of spiritual essence escalating at an astonishing rate. Lin Yi sensed that the spiritual density on the platform was at least 5 times that of reality. "I'm coming, Mercury Realm." He promptly settled into a lotus position, activating the opening Yuan technique. Streams of spiritual energy flowed gently through his pores into his body. Having undergone trials, Lin Yi was but a step away from perfecting the wood embryo realm. Under the extraordinary refinement of this spiritual essence, he soon announced his breakthrough. The next phase involved meticulously guiding the energy into his bloodstream, a task requiring precision. Typically, a normal individual would take 1 to 2 months to discover the method, and only after refining their entire blood supply could they truly claim to have ascended to the Mercury realm. Once his blood was as viscous as mercury and the vital energies harmonized, he would be poised to advance to the condensation realm. Chapter 18. The White Tiger's Execution of the Broken Spear after a night of exhilarating cultivation. Lin Yi felt that he needed just over a week to merge the spiritual energy into his bloodstream. In reality, given Lin Yi's innate talent, it would typically take over a month to achieve such a feat. This was the advantage of abundant spiritual energy, which directly saved him more than 2 weeks. The following day, upon entering the classroom, all eyes were fixed upon Lin Yi as he walked through the door. Their gazes were a mix of surprise, envy, gratitude, and, of course, a hint of jealousy. Usually, Lin was just an inconspicuous presence in the class. Average in appearance, mediocre in cultivation, and not particularly talkative. However, during the recent trial, he had unexpectedly shone brightly, securing an impressive second place, while Lin Miao Miao claimed the first. The school leaders were exceedingly pleased and rewarded every participating student with an additional body-refining pill. Ignoring the panda-like stares directed at him, Lin discarded his backpack and began to meditate, awaiting the start of class. Thus a week passed. Lin sat cross-legged on the martial platform, his vital energy surging as strands of spiritual energy gradually merged into his blood. As more and more spiritual energy infused him, his blood began to thicken. He had achieved the Mercury realm. With a triumphant shake of his fist, Lin beamed with astonishment, feeling his strength increase further. In a confrontation with the bloodthirsty demon ape, he felt confident that he could defeat it within 3 strikes. He couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had not rashly attempted to break through to the condensation realm. Otherwise, he might have missed the opportunity for this enhancement in the Mercury realm. He attempted to challenge the Taodai once again, but met with failure. Lin was left with a headache. The cursed creature would bellow upon seeing him, and there was no evading its fury. He could only withstand it. Yet he found himself unable to endure. After contemplating for a long while, he realized that to contend with the Tao Tai, he either needed to cultivate techniques to bolster his resistance to soul impacts or break through to the condensation realm. However, neither option could be achieved in the short term. Sighing, Lin set aside his frustrations. The feeling of being surrounded by treasures yet unable to access them was deeply disheartening. In class, the homeroom teacher continued to drone on about tedious knowledge while Lin spun a pen in boredom. Studying? What a bore. There was nothing as exhilarating as martial arts. As a lackluster student, Lin mused that if it weren't for the low academic requirements of the martial arts university, gaining admission to a prestigious institution would have been a considerable challenge. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Lin discreetly opened it to find a message from Ma Ming, requesting him to come to the office in the afternoon. He was puzzled. Hadn't Ma Ming taken a leave? When had he returned? The last time they had come back from the secret realm, Ma Ming had sent a message stating that he had some personal matters to attend to and might need a 2-month leave. To Lin Yi's surprise, he was back in just over a week. In the afternoon, Lin arrived at Ma Ming's office. Master, when did you return? Weren't you supposed to be on leave for 2 months? Ma Ming smiled and replied, I might be away for more than 2 months this time. So I returned early to teach you my unique spear techniques and also a set of the condensation techniques I have been practicing. At this point, Ma Ming looked at Lin astonished. But when did you awaken your physique? Even I was kept in the dark. Under the guise of Ma Ming, one could effortlessly access Lin Yi's live broadcast recordings. Truthfully, he was taken aback. How could this foolish disciple possess such extraordinary strength to contend with a 4th-tier demon beast? Such an act of surpassing ranks was unheard of. After much contemplation, the only plausible explanation seemed to be the awakening of a unique physique. Just a day before the trial commenced, I too was somewhat perplexed. Lin chuckled foolishly, understanding that one cannot disclose their own fortuitous advantages. You rascal. Your luck is simply remarkable, Ma Ming chided playfully, increasingly satisfied with his disciple. Enough of idle chatter. I have summoned you to impart my exclusive spear technique, known as the White Tiger Breaking Army Spear Technique. Its quality remains uncertain. Uncertain quality? What does that mean? Lin Yi inwided, puzzled. It means that I am unaware of its grade. However, after years of practicing the spear technique, I feel certain that its quality is at least above S rank. Ma Ming stated solemnly. In fact, the S rank martial skills I have encountered pale in comparison to this technique. Lin gasped in astonishment. Is it truly that formidable? Indeed, generally speaking, as a martial artist's strength increases, lower-rated martial skills often fail to keep pace. At such times, one must seek higher-ranked techniques. Yet, the White Tiger Breaking Army Spear technique is unique in that its power escalates in tandem with the martial artist level. Rather than merely a martial skill, it resembles a divine ability. I obtained this technique by chance within a relic on the battlefield of myriad races. where I swore a solemn oath to my inner demons that it could only be passed on to one true disciple. You, my dear Lin Yi, are the chosen heir, Ma Ming declared, gazing intently at Lin Yi. Moreover, you too must swear an oath to your inner demons that this technique shall only be imparted to your own true disciple. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi proclaimed, Lin Yi, hereby swear an oath to my inner demons that this technique shall never be shared beyond one true disciple. Excellent. Ma Ming clapped Lin Yi on the shoulder. Now, I shall impart to you the overarching principles of the White Tiger Breaking Army Spear technique. With his fingers aligned, Ma Ming pointed directly at Lin Yi's forehead, a beam of light following his finger and entering Lin Yi's mind. In the next instant, Lin Yi involuntarily closed his eyes as thousands of tiny characters materialized in his consciousness, revealing the White Tiger Breaking Army Spear technique. White Tiger Breaking Army Spear technique, condensing the fierce aura of the Western Xinjiang White Tiger. With a single thrust, all spirits are vanquished. This technique is not merely a martial skill. It is the ultimate fusion of star fate and the path of killing. Practitioners must remember, though the might of the White Tiger Breaking Army can shatter stone and split gold, those without the guiding influence of the purple micro will ultimately fall into the calamity of the Breaking Army's dark star. Exercise caution. Exercise caution. At the same time, the voice of Ma Ming echoed in his mind, instructing that to master the White Tiger Breaking Army Spear technique, one must first visualize the sacred image of the White Tiger in their heart. This is the essence of the entire spear technique. Subsequently, one should absorb and refine the malevolent energy of the White Tiger through this sacred image, marking the initial success of one's practice. The next step involves continuously drawing in this malevolent energy to solidify the image of the White Tiger. The 3 formidable strikes of the spear technique have also been imparted to you, but from this point forward, your training relies solely on your own efforts. As he spoke, Ma Ming sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of fulfillment in passing down this technique. Should he not return this time, it would not be too regrettable. With that, Ma Ming's figure gradually faded, leaving behind a black ring before Lin Yi. A voice, tinged with regret, echoed distantly, Alas, you rascal, I am an unworthy master. The path ahead may have to be traversed by you alone. At this moment, Lin Yi was fully focused on refining the sacred image of the White Tiger. On the visualization canvas, a magnificent white tiger stood with one paw poised in the void, resembling the snow-winged tiger he had slain, yet exuding an aura of power that was incomparable. Although the white tiger depicted was not large, its pure golden eyes radiated an unparalleled sense of majesty. Beneath it, countless demons and monsters writhed in agony. In one corner of the visualization, a few words read, White Tiger Suppressing the Underworld. So this illustration is called the White Tiger Suppressing the Underworld? Lin Yi murmured, gradually becoming entranced by the image. When he came to his senses, a jolt coursed through him. He tried to speak, but instead emitted a deep, resonant roar akin to that of a tiger. What is happening? Lin Yi gasped, realizing. I have transformed into a white tiger. Staring at his hands, now resembling tiger paws, Lin Yi voiced his confusion. Chapter 19. The Prison of White Tiger Town Yet. At the moment Lin lowered his gaze, an unsettling sensation coursed through him. Beneath his feet, a multitude of luminous points suddenly illuminated the ground, stretching infinitely into the distance. Upon closer inspection, these were not mere lights, but the myriad eyes of demons and spirits, all lusting after the white tiger form Lin had assumed. At that instant, Lin felt as though the white tiger was moving of its own accord. A voice of imposing authority echoed, I am the white tiger of the 4 symbols, ordained by heaven to oversee the matters of life and death. You, denizens of the ghost realm, defy the will of the sovereign, by the command of the celestial emperor. I shall suppress you. With that proclamation, the white tiger's paw descended with an overwhelming force, unleashing a profound wave that reverberated throughout the ghost realm, accompanied by an omnipresent, heavy pressure. The weaker spirits could not withstand it and burst apart, dissipating into the air as clouds of black mist. Yet, numerous formidable entities not only endured the strain, but bared their fangs and lunged at the white tiger. True form of the white tiger, suppress. Upon uttering these words, Lin felt his perspective elevate by an unimaginable height. Below the white tiger's feet, the demons and spirits had vanished, replaced by an entire world, a realm exuding an ominous aura. At that moment, this vast world appeared no larger than a mere toy beneath the white tiger's paw. Lin was left speechless in astonishment. How could a world be dwarfed by a single tiger paw? How colossal must the true form of the white tiger be? In the next instant, the tiger's paw crashed down. Although sound cannot propagate through the cosmos, Lin heard the lament of the entire world. For the realm that birthed countless demons and spirits was crushed to oblivion. Gasping for breath, Lin abruptly opened his eyes, his heart racing. He was merely a novice at the Mercury stage, ill-equipped to withstand such profound shock. This was a world that seemed to dwarf Blue Star by countless magnitudes. Faced with the white tiger, he found himself utterly powerless, as even the entire world succumbed to destruction. Unbeknownst to Lin, he had only witnessed the scene of the white tiger subduing the demons in the visualization of the prison diagram, without perceiving the subsequent devastation of the world. Master? Lin stood up, wishing to inquire about the imagery, but after searching for a while, he found no one. What is this? A spatial ring? Lin picked up the black ring lying at his feet. Could it possibly be a gift from his master? After a moment of hesitation, Lin immersed himself in the spatial ring. Before long, his expression darkened. The spatial ring was vast, encompassing over 50 cubic meters. A treasure beyond compare in the outside world. A trial reward gifted by Mom Ming. However, Lin found no joy in it. Coupled with Mom Ming's sudden return to teach him the white tiger breaking army spear technique, an ominous premonition began to stir within him. Sighing deeply, Lin scratched his head in frustration. He felt woefully inadequate, lacking even the right to know what his master was up to. All he could do now was devote himself to becoming stronger. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes and focused, recalling the invincible demeanor of the white tiger as it suppressed demons with a single claw dominating the world. His mind gradually emptied, and slowly, he felt as if he had transformed into a white tiger, traversing an endless void, able to suppress demons with a mere lift of his paw and cause the stars to collapse with a roar. In his mind's eye, a small illusion of a white tiger appeared. The white tiger deity successfully materialized, observing the little white tiger nestled within his consciousness, occasionally smacking its lips as if dreaming of delightful treats. Lin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Though the little white tiger appeared adorably foolish, it would surely acquire the divine power to suppress the underworld as Lin Yi's cultivation progressed. Now that the white tiger deity had been visualized, he could officially begin training in the white tiger breaking army spear technique. This technique comprised 3 formidable moves: the white tiger star shattering thrust, the white tiger army breaking strike, and the white tiger 9 heavens drop. The white tiger star shattering thrust boasted unparalleled speed and penetrating power, nearly disregarding any defenses. The white tiger army breaking strike summoned an illusion of the white tiger. With a thrust of the spear, the white tiger followed, capable of directly assaulting the opponent's soul. The final move, the white tiger 9 heavens drop, could harness the power of the white tiger star to condense a massive spear illusion, delivering a cataclysmic strike from the heavens. At this moment, Lin realized he could only practice the white tiger star shattering thrust, as the other 2 techniques required at least the condensation realm for execution. According to the spear technique's instructions, Lin began to cultivate the white tiger star shattering thrust. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Lin attended classes in the morning, trained in the afternoon, and practiced the white tiger breaking army spear technique on the training platform at night. As he honed his skills, Lin discovered that this spear technique seemed to enhance his innate talent for spear fighting. During practice, moments of inspiration struck him, illuminating many previously inscrutable issues with spear techniques. Remarkably, his mastery of the 8 Extremes Great Spear hinted at a breakthrough into perfection. At this moment, in the martial arts arena of Mom Ming's office, the space had become Lin Yi's exclusive domain since Mom Ming's departure, a privilege bestowed upon him as a direct disciple. Gripping the mountain-breaking spear, he faced a massive C-grade alloy iron block. Suddenly, Lin Yi's tightly shut eyes flung open, radiating a blinding golden light. White tiger star shattering thrust. Lin Yi let out a soft exclamation as the broken mountain spear in his hand unexpectedly unleashed a 3-foot-long golden spear light. It is known that only warriors of the condensation realm can extend spear light and sword energy from their weapons. The spear light flashed past, piercing directly into the iron pillar before him. To his astonishment, the C-grade alloy-forged pillar was penetrated effortlessly, as if it were but a mere sheet of paper. Exhaling lightly, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. He vividly recalled the moment when Ma Ming had pierced a hole in that very pillar with a single strike. Who would have thought that in such a short span of time, he too could achieve this feat? It seemed the moment had come to challenge Cao Tai. Lin Yi was now brimming with confidence in his ability to defeat Cao Tai. Previously, after successfully condensing the White Tiger Saint statue, he had challenged Cao Tai once. With the White Tiger Saint statue residing in the Naiwan Palace, Cao Ye's cries had indeed lost their effect on him. However, he still found himself unable to kill Cao Tai. His attacks were absorbed one by small whirlpools, and the bizarre black flames, once they clung to him, drained him of all his strength within mere minutes. After careful consideration, Lin Yi concluded that to kill Cao Tai, he must avoid entanglement. The longer the battle dragged on, the weaker he became, while Cao Tai only grew stronger, extinguishing any hope of victory. Therefore, he needed to employ absolute power to subdue Cao Tai in one decisive blow. Thus, Lin Yi dedicated himself to mastering the White Tiger Star shattering thrust, sensing that once he learned this deadly move, he would be able to annihilate Cao Tai once and for all. Chapter 20. The void-devouring flame. Meanwhile, at the border of the Great Xia, within a dense forest, 6 figures were quietly tending to a fire. Suddenly, a slender man turned his head and inquired with curiosity, "Ma Ming, I heard you have taken on a disciple?" As soon as the words left his lips, the others turned their attention as well. One among them teased, "Ah, how intriguing. It is indeed rare for the White Tiger Gun King to be moved by a disciple." Ma Ming took a sip of wine and chuckled lightly. "You all know the spear techniques I practice. To learn the White Tiger Breaking Army Spear, it's not merely about my consent. It requires the Spirit's approval as well." He pointed to his forehead the moment I laid eyes on him. The White Tiger's holy image seemed eager to leap from my mind palace. At that moment, I realized the true master of the White Tiger Breaking Army Spear stood before me. Is it truly so mysterious? The slender man exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, interjected a woman who was roasting a bear's paw. The 4-symbol martial arts, White Tiger Spear, Vermilion Bird Sword, Azure Dragon Blade, and Black Tortoise Hammer, have always been a matter of the law choosing the person, rather than the person choosing the law. Only with the approval of the 4-symbol spirit can one succeed in their cultivation. So how did you gain such recognition, Ma Ge? Ma Ming's lips twitched slightly, irritation evident in his tone. Why do you have so many questions? Just eat your pig leg. How could he reveal that the White Tiger Spirit had not deemed him worthy? Had it not been for the urgency to choose a successor lest the White Tiger Spirit dissipate, he would never have mastered the White Tiger Breaking Army Spear. That lad probably still remains unaware that the true White Tiger Spirit resides within his mind palace. As Ma Ming pondered this amusing thought, a smile crept across his face. On the martial arts platform, a shrill cry pierced the air, soaring towards Lin Yi. However, within Lin Yi's mind palace, the White Tiger's holy image seemed provoked, issuing a youthful roar. The overwhelming voice of the Cao Tai, once formidable, now faltered under the might of the White Tiger's roar, failing to disturb Lin Yi's focus. Witnessing this, Lin Yi burst into laughter, brandishing his breaking mountain spear. "Big mouth monster, take this shot." The spear emitted a faint dragon's roar, piercing through the void, aimed directly at the Cao Tai's head. Unwilling to yield, the Cao Tai ignited with an eerie black flame, adorned with profound runes. Lin Yi's spear, charged with full force, slowed as it approached the tainted flame. The fire clung to the spear, attempting to attach itself to Lin Yi. "TSK, this flame again," Lin Yi remarked, his tongue clicking in dismay. This black flame was exceedingly peculiar. Even with his full strength, only a fraction managed to reach the Cao Tai, as the flame devoured the rest, rendering his attack ineffective. With a few leaps to create distance, Lin Yi inhaled deeply, pointing the breaking mountain spear squarely at the Taotai. Within his mind palace, the white tiger's holy image let out a roar, and the fierce aura surrounding it surged towards the spear, bestowing it with a faint golden hue. White tiger, star-shattering thrust. In this moment, Lin Yi and his spear became one, transforming into a meteor that streaked across the earth. Before the formidable beast, Taotai, could react, a flash of golden light engulfed its sight, plunging it into darkness. Lin Yi unleashed the full force of his white tiger, shattering star thrust, creating a gaping hole in Tao Yi's body. Taotai was vanquished. Not far away, Lin Yi's body bore the scars of scorching burns. He had not anticipated that the void-devouring flame would not only possess a formidable power of consumption, but also an alarming temperature. Even his own flesh could not withstand the searing intensity. Congratulations, host, on slaying Taotai and extracting a talent. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the talent, Void-Devouring Flame. Is the Void-Devouring Flame that black fire? Lin Yi had a profound recollection of this peculiar flame, having been incinerated or drained by it numerous times before. Oh, please elucidate the Void-Devouring Flame. Certainly, host. The Void-Devouring Flame ranks 9th on the divine fire list of the heavens. It is the companion divine fire of the ferocious beast Taotai, a pitch-black flame that emanates an eerie power of consumption, elusive and intangible. It is said to have the ability to devour all things, even space itself. Is it really that potent? Lin Yi had initially believed that this black flame could merely consume power. Perhaps Taotai was still too young to fully exhibit the capabilities of the void-devouring flame. Oh, assist me in absorbing the void-devouring flame. Understood, host. Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the ground as a black flame manifested before him. At this moment, the void-devouring flame lacked its formidable consuming power and terrifying heat. Resembling a harmless little flicker, under Au's guidance, the void-devouring flame gradually merged into Lin Yi's brow, quietly burning in a corner of his dantian. The little white tiger nearby seemed to have discovered a toy, curiously approaching to poke at the void-devouring flame, which merely swayed gently, emitting ripples. This. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the void-devouring flame was expressing its grievances? Had this flame gained sentience? With an outstretched hand, Lin Yi concentrated, conjuring a sphere of black flame in his palm. He was eager to test the consuming power of the void-devouring flame, which he had long coveted. According to the description, the void-devouring flame was reputed to be a cultivation sheet, capable of devouring and converting all things into pure energy for the master to absorb. In theory, with the void-devouring flame, Lin Yi could survive purely by consuming the earth. As he activated the consuming power, small whirlpools appeared around Lin Yi's body. The previously dense spiritual energy of the training platform now seemed to rush into Lin Yi, as if being drawn in forcefully. Wow, this feels incredible. Lin Yi exclaimed it. In the past, he had to painstakingly guide spiritual energy into his body for absorption, but now it was being dominantly sucked in with an efficiency that was leagues apart. In just a few minutes, he broke through to the mid-stage of the Mercury realm. An hour later, he advanced to the late stage of the Mercury realm. By dawn, he achieved the perfection of the Mercury realm. Such efficiency, devoid of concern for superficiality. This is true cultivation. Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim. With the combined forces of the training platform and the void-devouring flame, he had elevated himself from the initial stage of the Mercury realm to its consummation in just one night of practice. With only the unification of his vital energy left to achieve, he could soon embark on the breakthrough to the condensation realm. Such rapid progress, if disclosed, would undoubtedly leave many astounded. However, Lin Yi was no fool. He knew that revealing this would invite danger and coveted theft. Hence the prudent choice to amass wealth in silence. The following day, Lin Miao Miao gazed at Lin Yi with wide-eyed astonishment. Brother, have you taken some sort of elixir? How is your progression so swift? Lin Yi scratched his head, realizing he could not keep this secret from his sister. Who would have thought that Lin Miao Miao, at her Mercury realm, possessed sharper insight than his own master? Fortunately, he had no intention of concealing his remarkable advancement from her. Noticing her curiosity, he smirked and replied with a single word, secret. Lin Miao Miao rolled her eyes. Her foolish brother still held a grudge. Nevertheless, she was not overly concerned about Lin Yi's ascension. It appeared his foundation was stable, and he did not seem to have employed any rapid success techniques. She surmised that it was likely the result of Lin Yi's inexpensive master, for such rare treasures were difficult for her to obtain at her current level, yet were easily accessible to Lin Yi's master. Chapter 21. The Method of Condensing the Heavenly Apertures. By the way, Miao Miao, what realm have you attained now? Lin Yi inquired with curiosity, as he was only aware that Lin Miao Miao was also at the Mercury realm, yet he remained oblivious to her specific subrealm. Guess. Lin Miao Miao replied with a smile playing on her lips. TCH, I have no desire to guess. Didn't you say you would present me with the method of condensing apertures? Let me have a look. As the conversation turned serious, Lin Yi adopted a more earnest demeanor. Lin Miao Miao retrieved 2 jade tokens from her pocket and handed them to Lin Yi. Here you go. The white jade token contains the method of condensing apertures, while the red jade token is a gift for you in advance for your breakthrough into the condensing aperture realm. Remember, keep this confidential, otherwise, it could lead to significant trouble. Lin Miao Miao's expression turned somewhat grave. However, at this moment, Lin Yi merely stared blankly at the jade tokens. What? Have you broken through to the condensing aperture realm? Lin Yi éclaimet in astonishment. It is known that only after breaking through to the condensing aperture realm can one imprint techniques onto the jade tokens using their divine consciousness. Originally, he thought he was catching up to Lin Miao Miao's level, only to find himself the fool. Lin Yi suddenly felt a flush of embarrassment. Hee, I'm a genius too. Lin Miao Miao chuckled innocently. All right. Lin Yi sighed, realizing that the path to catch up with Lin Miao Miao remained a long and arduous journey. After class, Lin Yi confidently entered Ma Ming's office. After executing a few forms of the 8 extremes fist and the 8 extremes spear, Lin Yi tossed the spear aside and sat down on the floor, producing the 2 jade tokens. Despite the advancements of modern technology, it could not preserve higher-level martial arts techniques, as these practices pertain to subtle meanings that technology was yet unable to convey. Pressing the jade token containing the method of condensing apertures against his forehead, a complex stream of information flooded into Lin Yi's mind. The method of condensing the heavenly apertures, visualizing the 36 constellations of the celestial sphere resonating with the human body, opening 365 divine apertures, creating a self-sustaining cycle within the body, allowing vital energy to flow endlessly. After a considerable amount of time, Lin Yi finally absorbed all the information. 365 divine apertures. Where did that girl acquire such a formidable method? Furthermore, is it not widely accepted that practitioners in the condensing aperture realm can only condense 36 apertures? With a bitter smile, Lin Yi ceased to ponder further. The tone of Lin Miao Miao indicated that this object was undoubtedly extraordinary. Since the acupoints serve as the foundation of one's vital energy, the more one can open, the better. Lin Yi closed his eyes and began to search for acupoints following the guidance of the Zhou Tian condensing acupoint method. The acupoints within the human body are deeply concealed. Yet generally, the more stable one becomes in the 3rd realm of body refinement, the easier it is to locate these acupoints. After searching for a considerable time, Lin Yi finally discovered an acupoint. The next step involved mobilizing his entire spiritual energy to gradually erode the barriers surrounding the acupoint, akin to the persistence of water wearing away stone. This step required utmost caution. Otherwise, a slight miscalculation could injure the acupoint, leading to a failed opening or, in severe cases, an explosive rupture, thus forever severing him from realms beyond the condensing acupoint stage. Lin Yi concentrated intently as he maneuvered a slender thread of spiritual power, delicately refining the acupoint. Before long, he was drenched in sweat. Wiping his brow, he exhaled deeply. Indeed, this meticulous task was far from easy. Suddenly, An idea sparked within him. He infused a strand of void, devouring flame into the thread of spiritual energy. To his astonishment, the thick barrier was devoured at a visibly accelerated pace. Yes, Lin Yi cheered, his earlier conjecture proving correct. The void-devouring flame could consume all, including the barriers of acupoints. This flame was indeed remarkably effective. At this rate, it would only take 2 days for the void-devouring flame to obliterate the barrier of this acupoint, allowing him to ascend to the condensing acupoint realm. Time trickled by, and 2 days later, on the martial arts platform, the nearly imperceptible barrier within Lin Yi finally shattered completely. A surge of spiritual energy flowed triumphantly into the acupoint. Yet, at the moment of entry, this energy was compressed into a liquid state, coalescing drop by drop within the acupoint. This was the exclusive vital energy of the condensing acupoint realm, formed from the compression of spiritual energy. After a while, the acupoint was finally filled with droplets of vital energy. Lin Yi's entire spiritual energy had transformed into vital energy, filling only one acupoint. Nevertheless, he was thoroughly satisfied, for the average person would produce merely a few drops of vital energy, while he had managed to generate at least several hundred. Thus, he had attained the condensing acupoint realm. Rising to his feet, he felt an exhilarating transformation akin to being reborn, and he could not help but let out a long, excited howl. After a moment, Lin Yi's exhilaration finally settled, and a red jade token appeared in his hand, purportedly a gift for his breakthrough into the condensing acupoint realm. Could it possibly be a technique? Lin Yi murmured to himself that once a martial artist breaks through to the condensation realm, they can choose a primary cultivation technique. This had been a source of concern for Lin Yi. Students, upon reaching the condensation realm, are allowed to select a technique from the school. Yet these techniques are merely at the Xian level. Given Lin Yi's foundational prowess, practicing such techniques will be a gross misuse of talent. Fortunately, his somewhat eccentric master had left a scroll of a technique in his spatial ring, named the Indomitable Battle Art, which is a Go-level technique that he intended to cultivate, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Delving into the jade tablet, Lin Yi quietly absorbed the information contained within. After a lengthy pause, his expression fluctuated between joy and dismay. The tablet detailed a technique called the Celestial Demon Blood Transformation Record. Although the name suggested a sinister art, it was in fact a legitimate and exceptionally domineering technique, comprising 9 tiers. Each tier allows the practitioner to refine the blood of a different alien race and seize one of their supernatural abilities for personal use. The grade of this technique is Imperial. Lin Yi had never heard of an Imperial level technique before, yet it certainly surpassed the Celestial level. In that moment, however, Lin Yi had no inclination to study the technique. His concern lay with his sister, who had grown alongside him for over a decade. Was she still truly his sister? Previously, Lin Miao Miao had inexplicably gained profound knowledge and significantly enhanced her strength, even acquiring the precious Zhou Tian condensation technique. He could deceive himself into believing it was merely luck, a rare opportunity bestowed upon her. But now she presented him with an imperial scripture. The martial arts of the great Xia had only commenced a few years prior. Where could she possibly have obtained such an invaluable text? Perhaps it was time to confront the truth. The following day, after school, Lin Yi walked ahead while Lin Miao Miao silently trailed behind. She noticed that Lin Yi had broken through to the condensation realm and recognized that the path he took was not the way home. Biting her lip, she understood that from a moment she decided to share the Zhou Tian condensation technique and the Celestial Demon Blood Transformation Record with Lin Yi, she had anticipated this day. Upon reaching an abandoned factory, Lin Yi halted. Gazing at the familiar figure of his sister, a pang of anguish struck his heart. If his sister had indeed been replaced, what was he to do? Would he have to kill her? Do you have anything to explain? Lin Yi spoke, his voice tinged with bitterness and hoarseness. Hearing this, Lin Miao Miao looked up at him and gently said, "Brother, may I share a story with you? There once was a little girl whose parents perished at the jaws of a beast. She was subsequently entrusted to the care of her father's comrade. In her new home, she acquired an older brother. However, one fateful day, her new home, along with her brother and the woman she regarded as a mother, fell victim to the same beast. leaving the little girl as the sole survivor. In the end, the girl confronted her formidable enemy, only to find herself returning to her childhood, with her brother and the aunt she cherished still alive. Everything seemed to unfold like a dream. Lin Miao Miao turned to Lin Yi and declared, "Brother, I am Lin Miao Miao, your sister." Chapter 22. The record of cultivating the celestial demon blood on the training platform. Lin Yi exhaled deeply, pausing his cultivation. 2 days had elapsed since he confronted Lin Miao Miao. Reflecting on her words from that day, he couldn't help but marvel at the notion of rebirth. Choosing to believe in Lin Miao Miao's claims, he understood that a person's habits are not easily altered in a short span. Having spent over a decade with her, he was intimately familiar with her idiosyncrasies. Thus, when she spoke of being a reincarnate, everything fell into place. She had not been usurped. Rather, fate had granted her a second chance. With the knowledge that there were merely 8 months until the demon beasts would breach Qin City, and that both he and Qinlan would perish, Lin Yi felt a surge of urgency. Although he had attained the Qi condensation realm, even a master of the earthly fiend realm would struggle to make a decisive impact amidst an overwhelming tide of demon beasts. To be candid, had this been the former Lin Yi, his first instinct would have been to flee with Qinlan at the earliest opportunity. However, now equipped with the training platform and a sister who had returned from rebirth, he yearned to contribute something meaningful to the place that had nurtured him since childhood. As for informing the higher-ups in Qin City, Lin Yi had considered it, yet he hesitated, setting aside whether they would believe him. Merely explaining the source of his information posed a dilemma. Surely, he could not betray Lin Miao Miao. Therefore, while it was essential to relay the information, the manner of doing so required careful thought. Suddenly, Lin Yi smacked his forehead, realizing the futility of overthinking the matter. Originally not one to engage in deep thought, Lin Yi considered asking Lin Miao Miao about the matter instead. Observing her calm demeanor, it was clear she must have devised a strategy long ago. With this thought, Lin Yi set aside his anxiety and retrieved the jade tablet inscribed with the celestial demon blood transformation record. Having previously focused on consolidating his realm, he was finally ready to cultivate this remarkable technique. According to the text, to practice the celestial demon blood transformation record, one must first unify their vital energy and acupoints, transforming the acupoints into blood acupoints. The more blood acupoints one converts, the swifter the cultivation progresses. For every 40 blood acupoints transformed, one can absorb a type of alien blood essence, utilizing it to enhance one's innate abilities, an exceedingly domineering process. Once all acupoints in the body are converted into blood acupoints, it signifies the full mastery of the celestial demon blood transformation record. Furthermore, one can continue to absorb alien blood essence to strengthen the blood acupoints, with more formidable alien bloodlines providing more pronounced enhancements. Alas, this is a meticulous endeavor, and one cannot resort to cheating with the void-devouring flame. How vexing! Lin Yi sighed, yet despite the headache, he was resolute in his commitment to diligent effort. He patiently directed his vital energy into the acupoints. The most critical aspect of cultivating the celestial demon blood transformation record is ensuring sufficient vital energy. Yet Lin Yi's physique rivaled that of the most elite demon beasts. His vital energy abundant, coupled with the heavenly cycle acupoint method, which could condense 365 acupoints. This technique seemed tailor-made for him. In the classroom, the homeroom teacher was passionately delivering a speech, spitting out words and excitement that splattered the front row students. Classmates, there are only 215 days until the college entrance examination. You must not become complacent. In the back row, by the window, Lin Yi was deeply asleep, oblivious to the teacher's fervor. However, Lin Yi's mind had already transcended into the training arena. Since breaking through to the acupoint consolidation realm, he could enter the arena at any time, no longer needing to retire early each night. A month had passed since he began cultivating the celestial demon blood transformation record. Now, Lin Yi had condensed 5 acupoints using the heavenly cycle acupoint method, but the first blood acupoint of the celestial demon blood transformation record remained far from transformation. It must be said, the technique created by the quasi-emperor was indeed formidable. While powerful, it was also challenging to master. Presently, Lin Yi's most pressing concern was the lack of beast crystals. His rapid breakthrough to the acupoint consolidation realm relied significantly on the vast spiritual energy derived from beast crystals. The essence he had harvested from the previous trials had been consumed by the void-devouring flame and transformed into pure energy, utilized to condense his acupoints. It seemed he needed to devise a plan to acquire more beast crystals, Lin Yi murmured. There were 3 secret realms surrounding Qin City where demon beasts could be hunted. But only the Jitian Ridge secret realm, located to the south of Qin City, offered beast crystals from 4th tier and above demon beasts. The Jitian Ridge secret realm is one of the 5 major secret realms of the Great Xia, rich in resources, filled with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It is said to lie at the boundary between the myriad clans battlefield and the Great Xia. Thus, even 5th-tier demon beasts can be found within. Lin Yi's goal was the Jitian Ridge secret realm. On his way home from school, Lin Yi informed Lin Miao Miao of his intention to visit the Jitian Ridge secret realm. To his surprise, she expressed her desire to accompany him. Lin Yi was more than willing. Having a partner was advantageous, especially one whom he could trust unconditionally. The following day, after bidding farewell to Qinlan, the two arrived at the Jitian Ridge secret realm. Unlike the previous 2 realms they had visited, this one permitted all to enter, but only martial artists below the earthly fiend realm could gain entry, as those above would be repelled. To Lin Yi's astonishment, the entrance to the Jitian Ridge secret realm was an unassuming cave, with no military presence guarding it. Despite the seemingly lax security, this was merely a facade. Within the realm, a military force was stationed, and a military base was established 3 kilometers away, ready to monitor the secret realm at any moment. A few hundred meters from the cave lay a small town, lined with tightly packed stalls. Upon seeing a 3rd-tier beast crystal priced at 50,000 Great Xia coins, Lin Yi decisively turned away. Did they take him for a fool? After purchasing some daily necessities, the 2 individuals promptly entered the secret realm, embarking on a journey to hunt mythical beasts. Unlike ordinary secret realms, the Jitian Ridge secret realm is astonishingly vast, resembling a miniature world. The distribution of mythical beasts within it is also exceedingly irregular, which led to the Great Xia suffering significant losses during its initial exploration of this realm. Taking out a map, Lin Yi diligently attempted to discern the direction. This map had cost him more than 5,000 in the town, although it was not particularly detailed. It at least marked the locations of 6th-tier mythical beasts. Stop looking at the map and follow me, Lin Miao Miao said, observing Lin Yi spinning around like a headless chicken in search of direction. Why make things difficult for yourself if you cannot read a map? Do you even know where to go? Lin Yi looked up. Didn't you ask me earlier where the beast tide in Qin City originated from? Well, follow me and you'll find out. Lin Yi inhaled sharply. Are you implying that the beast tide emerged from the Jitian Ridge secret realm? Considering that the secret realm is merely over 100 kilometers from Qin City, if the mythical beasts were to breach the realm, the distance would be too short for the city to evacuate its citizens in time. However, the secret realm is heavily guarded by the military. Even if the mythical beasts were to invade, surely some news would get out, right? Curiously, Lin Yi inquired further. In response, Lin Miao Miao replied as she walked. In my previous life, I found this very puzzling as well. After extensive investigation, I discovered the answer, which is quite simple. There are traitors among the troops stationed within the secret realm. I even know the identity of this traitor. With a light laugh, Lin Miao Miao added, I had actually planned to visit the Jitian Ridge secret realm in the coming days, but I didn't expect you to want to come here as well. Chapter 23. The Beast God Society. After years of investigation, I finally uncovered the true mastermind behind the Beast Tide, the Beast God Society. The Beast God Society? That sinister cult that venerates the demonic beasts? Lin had heard of this sect before. The origins of the Beast God Society trace back to the initial resurgence of spiritual energy. In the face of the demonic beast invasion, some rose in defiance, while others, regrettably, bowed in submission. Thus, a group of sycophants who worshipped the demonic beasts gradually coalesced into an organization known as the Beast God Society. This society originated abroad and had instigated several large-scale beast tides in foreign lands, resulting in the annihilation of a neighboring nation of the Great Xia. Later, the Beast God Society sought to extend its reach into the Great Xia, but fortuitously encountered the accomplished Tianshi of Longhushan, who obliterated hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts with thunderous might. The Beast God Society was left with no avenue of escape, ultimately leading to the death of its leader, while the remaining minions fled to the battlefield of myriad races to save their own skins. It appears that the Beast God Society is attempting to revive itself, once again extending its nefarious grasp toward Qin City. However, Lin still harbored doubts and could not help but inquire. Logically, while the Jitian Ridge secret realm is vast, it seems insufficient to incite a beast tide capable of breaching Qin City, does it not? Merely relying on the interior of the secret realm would surely be inadequate. But what about the battlefield of myriad races connected to the secret realm? A cold glimmer flashed in Lin Miao's eyes. I later captured a member of the Beast God Society, and after intense interrogation, I learned that just this month, the Beast God Society opened a spatial passage connecting to the demonic realm within the Jitian Ridge secret realm. Therefore, my intention is to eliminate those members of the Beast God Society to prevent them from activating the spatial passage. To quell Lin's concerns, Lin Miao reassured him. Do not worry. The strongest within this secret realm consists of earthly fiend realm warriors and fifth-tier demonic beasts. They're still manageable. Lin smiled nonchalantly. It is they who should be concerned. Moreover, I am eager to witness the prowess of the Beast God Society, which in your previous life led to the demise of my mother and me. His tone was calm, yet it could not conceal the profound chill beneath. Deep within the Jitian Ridge secret realm, a gathering of cloaked figures convened in a valley. One among them, presumably the leader, produced a severed horn and placed it at the center of a meticulously arranged formation. It seemed to trigger a reaction, causing the formation to expand dramatically, with numerous spatial fissures appearing around the horn. These fissures converged, gradually forming the shape of a gateway. Upon witnessing this, the leading figure smirked with satisfaction. Truly, this is a treasure obtained from the hands of the demonic lords by our leader. It is indeed effective. Once this beast tide is unleashed, I, Lu Bo, shall be hailed as a great contributor. The other cloaked figures quickly offered their flattery. Indeed. Lord Lu, you have even received praise from the demonic lords. Not only can you lead, but there is also hope for you to become the leader. Ah, do not speak so recklessly. The position of leader is beyond my aspirations. Despite such words, the expression on Lu Bo's face betrayed his satisfaction. You all remain alert around the perimeter. Do not allow any outsiders to approach. In half a month's time, this spatial passage will be formed, and when that moment arrives, you will all be esteemed contributors of the Beast God Society. A multitude of individuals clad in black dispersed, vigilantly observing the periphery of the valley. 10 days later, atop a grand tree several thousand meters away from the valley, Lin Yi and Lin Miao perched on a branch, scrutinizing the valley below. After expending nearly half a month in their endeavors, the duo had finally discerned the whereabouts of the Beast God sect, confirming that the location for their summoning of the Demon Clan was situated not far from their position in the valley. However, in order to avoid alerting the enemy, they chose to exercise patience, waiting for an opportunity to strike down the members of the Beast God sect one by one. As the black-clad figures thoroughly scattered, Lin Miao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The moment had arrived. On one side of the valley, a black-clad man squinted as he smoked, the delicate tendrils of smoke swirling around him. Lu Shan sighed contentedly. After spending decades in the battlefield of myriad races, he had nearly forgotten the taste of tobacco. Suddenly, his narrowed eyes flung wide open, fixating on a rustling in the bushes as he barked. Who goes there? Step forward. Amidst the rustling sounds, a pair of students, a boy and a girl, emerged. The boy hurriedly exclaimed, "Big brother, we are here. We are merely students passing through for some training. Please do not harm us." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Shan replied, casually, yet his gaze was firmly locked on the girl. By heaven's grace, he had never encountered such beauty in his many years. A lascivious grin spread across his face as he advanced toward her, unperturbed by the possibility of resistance from the two, who appeared to be no more than teenagers. Likely at the Mercury realm at best. Before a master of his caliber, in the mid-condensation realm, they resembled nothing more than two lambs awaiting slaughter. Just as his hand was about to brush against the girl, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and before he could process the change, Lu Shan's eyes bulged in shock. His body, as if struck by an immense force, was sent reeling backward, contorting as he soared through the air, flanked by rapidly retreating trees. In that fleeting moment, memories flashed through his mind, his classmates whom he had betrayed to the beasts as fodder, and the parents whose necks he had mercilessly snapped. With a thud, Lu Shan collided violently against the stone wall, creating a substantial dent, blood sputtering from his mouth. His bones had been shattered by that one kick, leaving him gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of death. Meanwhile, over 100 meters away, Lin Yi maintained a stance, foot poised mid-kick. Observing this, Lin Miao Miao couldn't help but shake her head in disbelief, once again marveling at Lin Yi's extraordinary strength. The ability to dispatch a mid-condensation realm warrior with a single kick was truly unfathomable. With a swift motion, a fiery line pierced the body of the cloaked figure embedded in the mountainside, reducing him to ashes in mere moments. Lin Yi clicked his tongue, reflecting on the ruthless efficiency of the resurrected empress, who executed the art of destruction with such finesse. The two changed their location, continuing their method of entrapment, resulting in one member after another of the Beast God sect experiencing the grim service of obliteration, all of whom left glowing 5-star reviews. Meanwhile, Lu Bo sat cross-legged a short distance from the magic array, patiently awaiting the formation of the spatial portal. Suddenly, his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. Rising abruptly, an ominous premonition gripped him. He retrieved a token, and upon sensing its energy, his expression darkened considerably. This token, known as the Soul Token, contained remnants of spiritual energy from each member, and now, out of the 15 energies, only 5 remained intact. This signified that, in the span of a single hour, 10 of his condensation realm subordinates had perished. Gazing at the portal that was on the verge of materializing, Lu Bo hastily summoned the remaining 5 through the Soul Token. In a brief moment, 4 of his subordinates leaped back into the valley. Upon seeing only a handful of their group return, they exchanged puzzled glances. However, upon witnessing their leader's face, which bore the intensity of impending violence, they wisely chose to remain silent. "Where is Zhang-san?" Lu Bo wondered, recalling that he was the only one among the 5 who had not yet returned. Suddenly, a harrowing scream echoed from the air above. The group looked up to see their comrade Zhang sent plummeting from the sky, flailing helplessly. Thud! Zhang Sin struck the ground head first, his neck snapping instantly, and in the blink of an eye, life departed from him, leaving behind only his wide, terrified eyes. Chapter 24. The Battlefield of Demise, Cursed Be It. Lu Bo seethed with rage as he witnessed his subordinate perish before him. It was akin to having his face ground into the dirt beneath a boot. Suddenly, a light laugh echoed through the air. "You pitiful minions of the Beast God sect, you are surrounded. I suggest you kneel and surrender promptly." The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, where 2 young figures stood at the mouth of the valley. The girl wore an expressionless visage, while the boy beamed with mirth, yet his words incited a visceral fury in Lu Bo. "You little brats, perish!" Lu Bo bellowed, brandishing his blade towards Lin Yi. He paid no heed to the disparity in their ages. For the followers of the evil cult, overpowering the weak was a commonplace affair. Those few subordinates are yours to deal with. I shall engage with this battlefield of demise. Lin Yi exchanged a brief word with Lin Miao Miao before launching himself forward, the mountain-breaking spear roaring as it aimed at Lu Bo. "Ha! You seek your own demise." Lu Bo sneered, perceiving the boy's erupting aura as merely that of a novice in the Qi condensation realm. He envisioned cleaving Lin Yi in two, but as their weapons collided, a deafening clang reverberated through the air. A moment later, they separated, Lu Bo cradling his numbed arm in astonishment. This boy possessed remarkable strength, compelling Lu Bo to regard him with newfound seriousness. Lin Yi shook off his hand, opting for silence as he unleashed a piercing thrust of the azure dragon emerges from the sea. In response, Lu Bo raised his blade to parry, then smirked. It seems you are quite the prodigy. The beast god sect revels in extinguishing talents. With that, he executed the Bloodblade Slash, an arc of crimson light soaring 10 zhong high, imbued with a formidable malevolence. This was a B-grade technique Lu Bo had honed over the years. Even those of the same realm would hesitate to confront it directly. Practitioners in the earthly fiend realm harnessed the malevolent energy from the earthly fiend itself, amplifying their martial prowess and instilling fear in their adversaries. For an ordinary chi condensation warrior, facing such malevolence was often enough to induce a state of abject terror. Yet Lin Yi was no ordinary practitioner of the chi condensation realm. At present, he was unaware of the full extent of his own strength, and before the white tiger's sacred statue, the malevolence of an earthly fiend was hardly significant. As the deadly blade of light approached, Lin Yi inhaled deeply, directing his spear towards Lu Bo's streams of white tiger malevolence surged towards the mountain-breaking spear, causing its tip to radiate a blinding golden glow. White tiger shattering stars. A beam of white light shot forth like a startled swan, and after a brief standoff, it obliterated the blade of light into nothingness. The white beam retained its vigor, traversing the distance to pierce Lu Bo's chest. Instinctively, Lu Bo raised the back of his blade to block the strike, yet the tremendous force propelled him backward. How is this possible? Lu Bo spat blood, incredulously gazing at the youth who was now withdrawing his spear. Such power from a mere chi condensation warrior? On the other side, Lin Miao Miao faced four assailants with an unperturbed expression. With a mere flick of her long sword, she effortlessly parried their relentless attacks. In contrast, the four attackers grew increasingly flustered. Zhu Ke burning heaven sword technique, flowing fire 100 strikes. Lin Miao Miao uttered a soft command, her sword transforming from 1 into 2, then 2 into 4. In an instant, hundreds of sword shadows swirled around her like a tempest. Attack! With a single command, those hundreds of sword shadows surged forth, resembling a pack of ravenous hounds, hurtling towards the four perspiring followers of the beast god sect. In that moment, the scene transformed into a veritable storm of blades, leaving the four disciples in disarray as they struggled against the overwhelming onslaught. It was not long before they were pierced through, resembling four candied hawthorns. A gentle breeze swept through, and under its caress, their bodies disintegrated into powder, scattering into the air. Truly, Lin Miao Miao was a master of annihilation. However, Lu Bo, witnessing this spectacle, felt his eyes widen in disbelief. 4 against 1, and yet they were being effortlessly turned upon. How could this be? Panic-stricken, Lu Bo was drenched in cold sweat. He realized he could not contend with this girl, let alone with another equally formidable opponent by her side. I cannot afford to fight them, he thought, as he scanned for any escape. Spotting the emerging spatial portal, his eyes brightened with hope. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards it, believing that if he could muster enough strength, the countless beasts waiting on the other side would surge through the portal and rend the two to pieces. Almost there, just a little more. As he neared the portal, he could not help but shout in excitement. "Apologies, but you shall not pass." A voice rang out, followed by a swift kick that struck him squarely. With a thunderous impact, Lu Bo was sent crashing through dozens of towering trees, collapsing to the ground, his gaze dimmed. His heart, shattered from the blow, had ceased to beat long before he hit the ground. "You are quite brutal," Lin Miao Miao remarked, clicking her tongue in mild reproach. Lin, indifferent, shrugged and surveyed the spatial portal. "Forget the trivialities. How does one close this portal?" Closing a still unstable spatial door is rather simple, as Lin demonstrated. With a casual swing of her sword, she cleaved through a corner of the magic array, creating a large breach. The incomplete array flickered twice before plunging into darkness, severing the energy source of the spatial door, which struggled briefly before dissipating helplessly. Is it really that easy? Well, it is not exactly simple. First, one must comprehend the energy flow nodes of the formation before proceeding to dismantle them. Furthermore, the spatial gateway is relatively modest in scale and lacks stability. It is likely that the beast god sect intends to first transport a few formidable beasts to solidify and expand this spatial portal. Oh, Lenny nodded, seeming to grasp part of the concept. Lin Meow Meow picked up the broken horn from the center of the formation and chuckled. The beast god sect is quite willing to invest, even producing the horn of a Rift Sky beast. No wonder they can open a spatial gateway within the secret realm. Noticing Lin Yi's unfamiliarity, Lin Meow Meow explained, the Rift Sky beast is one of the celestial demonic tribes among the demon kin, naturally adept at manipulating spatial forces, making them one of the most challenging beasts to contend with. This broken horn has come in quite conveniently. You can certainly make use of it. Are you suggesting the celestial demon blood transformation record? Indeed, within this horn, there is a high probability of extracting the essence blood of the Rift Sky beast, which you can utilize to cultivate the first layer of the celestial demon blood transformation record. With a wave of her hand, a crimson flame materialized in Lin Meow Meow's palm, enveloping the broken horn. Upon witnessing this crimson flame, the void-devouring flame within Lin stirred vigorously, a thought transmitting into his mind. Do you desire this flame? Lin was taken aback. The void-devouring flame could actually convey information? Lin Meow Meow smiled with pride, raising the flame in her hand. This is my innate divine fire. The Phoenix Flame ranked 15th among the celestial divine fires in the celestial fire rankings. Chapter 25. The Great Purge of Beast Crystals. The Phoenix Flame possesses an awe-inspiring power capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, and it can also facilitate the rebirth of its wielder at the brink of death, allowing for a resurrection from the ashes. Even among the Phoenix clan, only a select few can awaken the Phoenix Flame, underscoring its formidable nature. It proves remarkably effective for scattering ashes. Lin nodded earnestly in agreement, while Lin Meow Meow's expression stiffened, as it seemed that throughout their journey, the Phoenix Flame had indeed been primarily employed for incinerating corpses. The severed horn, a testament to its status as part of a top-tier beast, indeed took half an hour to soften under the relentless heat of the Phoenix Flame before ultimately transforming into a pool of liquid. Lin Meow Meow wiped the sweat from her brow, her complexion paling slightly. For someone of the condensation realm, sustaining the Phoenix Flame for half an hour was quite a challenge. However, fortune favored the diligent. The liquid formed from the severed horn was gently separated into a drop of silver blood and a pool of black liquid. She carefully placed the silver blood into a small jade vial and handed it to Lin Yi. This is the essence of the Rift Beast I have refined. Once you complete your training with the Celestial Transformation Blood Record, you can absorb and refine this drop of blood. Additionally, the liquid from a melted horn is also valuable. Hand me your mountain piercing spear. Lin Yi promptly retrieved the spear and passed it to Lin Meow Meow. With both hands, she formed a seal, and the black liquid gradually enveloped the mountain-piercing spear, slowly infusing itself within. The horns of the Rift Beast are exceedingly robust. An adult Rift Beast can effortlessly tear through space with them. Were they not so resilient, they would have been shredded into fragments by the violent forces of the void long ago. Before long, the mountain-piercing spear underwent its upgrade. The previously dark golden shaft transformed entirely to black, its weight increasing to over a ton while its length reduced to approximately 2.5 meters. Weighing the spear in his hands, Lin Yi immediately felt a newfound sense of mastery over it. "Let's go test the spear," he exclaimed, eagerly bounding out of the valley toward the beasts. Behind him, Lin Meow Meow, with an expression of helplessness, could only follow suit. In the ensuing days, the beasts within the secret realm faced utter devastation. Lin Yi and Lin Meow Meow traversed from east to west and north to south, leaving behind a trail of fallen beasts, each succumbing to the might of their weapons. Yet, they still found the pace of their hunt unsatisfactory, leading them to split into two groups. They agreed to reconvene at the entrance of the secret realm in a fortnight. As Lin Yi pierced a fourth-tier beast with his spear and extracted its beast crystal, he suddenly had a thought. He glanced back at the beast's corpse and mused, "Isn't the void, devouring flame, capable of consuming anything? Can it also devour the carcass of this beast?" Without hesitation, Lin Yi snapped his fingers and the void-devouring flame surged forth, enveloping the corpse of the beast before him. Within mere seconds, the creature's remains vanished entirely. As he retracted the void-devouring flame, Lin Yi's complexion flushed deeply. A torrent of vital life essence surged into his body. Instantly, he assumed a meditative position and activated the celestial demon blood transformation record, guiding this abundant life essence into his acupoints for the purpose of transforming his blood acupoints. In that moment, the blood acupoints, which had previously resisted transformation, seemed to consume a potent elixir, visibly accelerating their conversion. By the time the life essence was fully expended, 2 acupoints had successfully transformed into blood acupoints, while the third was on the brink of completion. Upon opening his eyes, the expression on Lin Yi's face was one of anguish rather than joy. The current void-devouring flame could only absorb the life essence of deceased beasts within a span of half an hour. Beyond that, such vitality would dissipate into the ether. This meant that all the countless beast corpses he had previously slain had gone to waste. Lin Yi pressed a hand against his heart, the pain rendering him breathless. After a considerable time, he managed to recover, gritting his teeth as he strode fiercely into the depths of the dense forest. The demise of the beasts within the secret realm had taken a turn for the gruesome. Their fates escalated from untimely deaths to utter obliteration, becoming the very sustenance for Lin Yi's ascent in strength. Thus, Lin Yi spent his days hunting these beasts, employing the void-devouring flame to consume them, reserving the energy for training on the martial arts platform at night. Consequently, Lin Yi's martial prowess surged forward with the speed of a train. The void-devouring flame, rightly esteemed above even the phoenix flame, revealed its extraordinary capabilities as Lin Yi gradually discovered various applications for it. After devouring a beast known as the Azure Flame Mad Lion, Lin Yi noticed a slight growth in the void-devouring flame at his brow, its power seemingly amplified. It dawned on him that the void-devouring flame could enhance itself by consuming other flames. He also grasped the reason behind its fervent reaction upon encountering the phoenix flame. It was yearning to devour it. Alas, the phoenix flame was beyond its reach, yet he could seek out other unique flames for the void-devouring flame to consume. Days passed, and by the water's edge deep within the secret realm, Lin Yi stood poised with his spear. In the center of the pond lay a crocodile over 20 meters in length, known as the dragon horn crocodile, a mid-tier 5th-grade beast possessing a trace of dragon blood, reigning supreme over hundreds of kilometers. Yet at this moment, the once fearsome dragon horn crocodile lay lifeless, its body marred by wounds. With the black flames swirling, the void-devouring flame swiftly consumed the carcass of the dragon horn crocodile, leaving nothing behind. Since discovering the proper use of the void-devouring flame, Lin Yi no longer needed to painstakingly extract beast crystals. He consumed them whole, converting them into pure energy effortlessly. Exhaling a deep breath, Lin Yi felt the exhaustion from half a month's relentless slaughter. Fortunately, diligence bore fruit. In this span, he had opened 45 meridians, with 39 blood meridians successfully transformed. Only one more blood meridian remained to meet the requirements for refining the blood essence of the void split beast as outlined in the celestial demon blood transformation. The success of this final transformation depended on the potency of the dragon horn crocodile. Settling into a cross-legged position, Lin Yi began his cultivation of the celestial demon blood transformation. As the number of transformed blood meridians increased, he sensed the difficulty of transformation escalating, with the energy required also growing. Initially, transformations took mere moments, yet now, the energy sufficient for transforming the 40th blood meridian would require over an hour. As his training progressed, the surroundings grew increasingly tranquil, save for the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by a soft breeze. The dragonhorn crocodile's domineering nature ensured that no other beasts roamed within 100 kilometers, allowing Lin Yi to cultivate without fear of ambush. An hour and a half later, his energy depleted, Lin Yi finally succeeded in transforming the 40th blood meridian. Checking the time, he noted that the meeting hour with his sister was fast approaching, and he opted not to refine the blood essence of the void split beast just yet. With that, he turned and dashed toward the exit of the secret realm. Chapter 26. The choice of prestigious universities after a month. The two finally returned home. Surprisingly, some of the spoils they gathered sold for over 600,000, indicating that as their realms advanced, money became merely a sequence of numbers. After a refreshing bath, Lin Yi reclined on his bed, deciding against cultivation for the night. After a month of relentless slaughter, neglecting proper rest could easily lead to complications. Calculating the time, he noted that there were still 6 months until the college entrance examination, and it was time to contemplate which university to attend. This necessitated a discussion about the current distribution of cities in the Great Xia, since the resurgence of spiritual energy and the rise of martial arts. Great Xia had gradually merged all its smaller cities into 5 regions: Zhou, Qin, Han, Tang, and Ming. Each region was further divided into 19 cities, with Qin City being one of the least developed in the Qin region. Unfortunately, during the invasion of demon beasts, Qin City served as a frontline stronghold and was nearly left desolate, suffering from the aftermath ever since. Currently, there are 5 prestigious universities in Great Xia: Zhenhai University in the eastern Zhou region, Longhu University in the southern Ming region, Tianwu University in the western Qin region, Chongkong University in the northern Han region, and Tianjing University located in the capital of Great Xia, Tianjing of the Tang region. Additionally, numerous smaller universities are scattered throughout Great Xia. Lin Yi's suburban area of Qin City hosts a university that is the first choice for many of his classmates, as gaining admission to the 5 top-tier universities is exceedingly challenging. The requirement of achieving a condensation realm before the age of 18 disqualifies 99% of applicants. Currently, Lin Yi and Lin Miao Miao are the only students in Qin City at the condensation realm, highlighting the difficulty of the entrance process. Of course, there are countless paths in life, and not everyone aspires to attend university. Lin Yi is aware that some students in Lin Miao Miao's class have already abandoned the college entrance exam, opting instead to join the Demon Slayer Department, an institution established in Great Xia to combat cults and rogue demon beasts. Many university graduates also join this department. The choice is daunting. Given Lin Yi's prowess, he naturally wishes to choose one of the 5 elite universities, yet he remains uncertain about which to select. Zhenhai University, blessed by the ocean, is renowned for its abundant resources, making it a wealthy institution among the 5. Admission would undoubtedly provide Lin Yi with ample resources. Longhu University is famous for its mastery of thunder techniques and alchemy, founded by the martial arts pioneer Zhang Xian, the first president of Longhu University, which Lin Yi particularly desires to attend. Tianwu University, backed by the military, possesses the greatest variety of martial techniques and is the guardian of the greatest stronghold against demon tribes, Zhenyao City. Lin Yi lacks resources from demon beasts, and with sufficient resources, he could swiftly elevate his martial arts realm. As for Chongkong University and Tianjing University, one is home to the current strongest individual in Great Xia, A.O. Chongkong, while the other boasts the finest faculty in the land, both of which are highly appealing to Lin Yi. Forget it. I will consult Miao Miao tomorrow. As the Empress, her insights would be invaluable. With that thought, Lin Yi dismissed his musings and soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. Let me ponder this. In response to Lin Yi's inquiry, Lin Miao Miao began to reflect seriously. Each of the 5 prestigious universities has its own strengths, and her previous academic performance was not particularly outstanding, having gained admission to one of the best universities outside the elite. It was only after unknowingly awakening the Phoenix immortal body during her university years that she truly began to flourish, subsequently competing against the elite and vanquishing rival races. Thus, her understanding of the top universities is somewhat limited. However, there is no doubt that the educational standards and resources at these prestigious institutions far surpass those of her own university. Even with her extraordinary Phoenix immortal body, numerous students from elite universities could match her prowess. I think I will choose Tianwu University. I suggest you do the same, Lin Miao Miao finally declared after much contemplation. Noticing Lin Yi's puzzled expression, she calmly elaborated, I currently lack cultivation experience. To become stronger, I only need ample resources. Furthermore, Tianwu University guards Zhenyao City, which is in close proximity to the myriad races battlefield. I am aware of some opportunities there, and we can explore them together. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, as his foremost desire was indeed to attend Tianwu University, aligning their choices harmoniously. With a firm decision made, Lin Yi refocused his energies on his cultivation. That night, under Lin Miao Miao's protective guidance, Lin Yi absorbed the blood essence of the Rift Beast. The process went exceedingly smoothly. Initially, Lin Miao Miao feared the presence of residual thoughts from the Rift Beast within the blood essence, planning to incinerate them with Phoenix Flame if they manifested. However, unexpectedly, the remnants remained completely dormant throughout the process. Lin Miao Miao ultimately relinquished her concerns. As Lin Yi gazed at the Rift Beast beneath the white tiger's paw on his forehead, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. This cunning creature attempted a sneak attack while he was engrossed in refining the blood essence. Fortunately, the white tiger statue swiftly subdued the remnants, and with a sweep of black flames, the whimpering Rift Beast was consumed, nourishing Lin Yi's consciousness. After 2 hours, Lin Yi finally integrated the power of the blood essence into his blood channels, simultaneously acquiring a divine ability from the Rift Beast, spatial control. Lin Miao Miao was envious, for this was the core divine ability of the Rift Beast. As the saying goes, among myriad paths, time is revered and space reigns. Any ability involving space is undeniably powerful. Lin Yi attempted the most basic technique of spatial control, teleportation, only to find that a mere 10-meter leap nearly drained him of energy. With a sigh, Lin Yi remarked, "It seems this ability will not be of much use in the short term." In the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed. Lin Yi was no longer attending class, having applied to train at home 3 months prior, with his realm surpassing that of his teachers. Continuing school seemed a waste of time. Lin Miao Miao made the same choice. During this time, the two ventured into secret realms several times, selling their spoils for over 10 million great xia coins, and purchased a grand villa in Qin City, complete with 2 martial arts rooms for their training. This decision led to some playful chiding from Qinlan about their extravagance, yet she felt a sense of pride for the two, especially upon learning they had both broken through to the condensation realm, rejuvenating her spirit and bringing a constant smile to her face. Inside the martial arts room, 2 figures, one black and one red, seemed like dazzling beams of light, colliding fiercely hundreds of times within a mere 10 seconds. Thankfully, they controlled their strength, sparing the surroundings from significant damage. After several minutes, the 2 figures separated. It was Lin Yi and Lin Miao Miao. Observing Lin Yi, who appeared calm and unfazed, Lin Miao Miao couldn't help but comment, "Brother, what kind of physique do you possess? It's utterly extraordinary." In her previous life, she had encountered formidable beings, even the mighty bull demon clan of the demon race, yet none compared to Lin Yi's extraordinary prowess. Goodness, during their initial sparring session, she carelessly received a punch that left her embedded in the wall, gasping for breath. After all, she is the Empress Lin Miao Miao. Does she not have her pride? At this moment, Lin Miao Miao empathized with the sinister cult she had encountered in the secret realm. Indeed, a mere kick from her could send even those in the late stage of the Qi condensation realm into a dizzying spiral. However, true to her identity as a reborn empress, she no longer underestimated her opponents. With a swift motion, she conjured the Flame Sun Whip, a weapon specifically designed to subdue brutes. Occasionally, she would ensnare Lin Yi and wield a small whip in retaliation, reminding him of the humiliation of being embedded in the wall. Lin Miao Miao, harbor a grudge. In response to Lin Miao Miao's complaints, Lin Yi's expression darkened. How dare she criticize him? That little girl flaunted her flashy martial arts techniques one after another. Chapter 27. Thunder and fire. Initially, one could seize certain advantages, yet within minutes, an array of peculiar martial techniques would counteract any progress, rendering one's prowess to a mere fraction of its potential. It was utterly nauseating, exceedingly so. Fortunately, Lin Yi was relieved that they were not adversaries. Lin Miao Miao's combat experience far surpassed his own by at least 3 streets. In a one-on-one duel under normal circumstances, His chances of victory against Lin Miao Miao were indeed quite slim. After downing a large bottle of ice-cold cola, Lin belched contentedly. After 5 months of arduous cultivation, he had successfully opened 120 acupoints, firmly entering the mid-stage of the acupoint condensation realm. He had transformed 109 blood acupoints, which could be considered the third tier of the celestial demon blood transformation. However, he had yet to acquire any alluring foreign bloodlines that stirred his interest. Moreover, he had recently obtained the talent for spatial manipulation. Due to his low cultivation level, he could only teleport within a 50-meter radius, and even then, he was limited to 3 instances per day, relegating it to a trump card. Lastly, there were the White Tiger breakthrough spear techniques. Lin had mastered all 3 signature moves. Coupled with the earth-shattering fist he had devised, these 4 formidable techniques would suffice for a considerable duration. After all, with Lin's strength and physique, even a casual strike equated to a grand move from warriors of the same realm. In the entirety of the Great Xia, there was likely no one quite like Lin Miao Miao. He estimated that his time in Qin City would be brief. Once again, Lin ventured into the secret realm of Jiantian Ridge, intending to harvest a final wave of beast crystals before his departure. The dueling simulations of the Mercury realm had yet to be arranged, and he sought to acquire a remarkable talent for another significant enhancement. After all, the Jiantian Ridge secret realm connected to the battlefield of myriad races. Even if a wave of demonic beasts perished, another could readily be summoned. There was little to lament. With fists and feet, he unleashed his energy upon the training platform. 2 days later, the energy was finally sufficient to initiate the Mercury realm duel. He sought refuge in a cave and dispatched a bear-like demonic beast that lunged at him with a swift kick. Awu, begin selecting opponents for the Mercury realm duel. He commanded. Affirmative, host. The selected opponent for this duel is the Sacred Spirit Clan, Thunder Emperor. The Sacred Spirit Clan? Lin furrowed his brow. This was yet another unfamiliar race. Awu had mentioned selecting the mightiest among the myriad races. Could it be that the previous Celestial Horn Ant and this Sacred Spirit Clan were not from his world? Adhering to the principle of inquisition in the face of ignorance, Lin promptly inquired, Awu, what manner of race is the Sacred Spirit Clan? Returning to the host, the Celestial Spirit Clan is a favored child of the heavens, wielding dominion over the elemental forces of the universe. Among them, the Thunder Emperor lineage reigns supreme, masters of thunder and lightning. Adult members of the Thunder Emperor clan can command the power of heavenly tribulation, symbolizing destruction itself, with innate abilities such as thunder sovereignty, divine punishment, and thunder pool. Lin clicked his tongue, recognizing yet another formidable race. Indeed, compared to these lineages, the innate talents of humanity seem rather lacking. He decisively initiated a confrontation. A humanoid being, composed entirely of lightning, floated serenely in mid-air, surrounded by swirling purple arcs of electricity, exuding an appearance as docile as obedient puppies. However, the moment Lin made his entrance, a pair of emotionless white eyes opened, locking onto him. Moments later, a voice resonated, "You are an anomaly in this world. Do you possess thought?" Lin exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, the Celestial Ant and Glutton, despite their formidable combat prowess, clearly lacked consciousness, resembling mere puppets. I am of the Thunder Emperor lineage, executing divine retribution on behalf of the heavens. Anomalies must be eradicated. The emotionless proclamation echoed as a thundercloud began to form above the Thunder Emperor, spanning a radius of 10 kilometers, with countless bolts of lightning flickering within. What else with this minuscule cloud? The Thunder Emperor, clearly bewildered, noted that his usual summoned thunderclouds typically measured in the thousands of kilometers. Seizing the opportunity, Lin discerned that although the Thunder Emperor could speak, its intellect appeared insufficient. He swiftly decided to take the offensive, instantaneously materializing before the Thunder Emperor and delivering a powerful kick. Sparks flew as the Thunder Emperor's form was momentarily dispersed. Yet, Lin Yi's expression shifted to one of gravity, as the Thunder Emperor reformed not far away. Anomaly, eradication. A voice laced with fury reverberated through the expanse. The Thunder Emperor transformed into a streak of lightning, diving into the thundercloud above. "This is troublesome," Lin mused, stroking his chin. That kick had clearly made contact, yet there was no sensation of impact. "How am I supposed to fight this?" He gazed at the towering thundercloud, a look of despair crossing his face, realizing he could not fly. The Thunder Emperor showed no hesitation. Merging completely with the lightning, it proclaimed itself as divine punishment. Silver bolts of lightning, resembling dragon-like serpents, cascaded from the cloud, striking down fiercely towards Lin Yi. He dared not confront them directly, resorting instead to evasive maneuvers. With each dodge, the ground behind him was devastated, massive craters forming as debris flew. "Damn it, I refuse to believe you can keep this up," Lin Yi muttered in resignation. "Isn't this cheating?" Half an hour later, he surveyed the remaining thundercloud, which had diminished to half its size, left in a state of profound silence. Is this thing truly capable of such endurance? For half an hour, the relentless thunder struck with astonishing speed. It was impossible for him to evade indefinitely, as he would eventually be worn down. He needed to devise a plan to endure. Lin Yi estimated that by the time the storm clouds dissipated, the Thunder Emperor would likely have exhausted most of his strength. After all, no matter how formidable the Thunder Emperor's innate abilities, being forcibly suppressed to the Mercury realm would certainly diminish his power. To unleash such a relentless barrage for so long was already extraordinary. Even a warrior of the earthly fiend realm would have been reduced to ashes countless times under such relentless assault. Perhaps he could test the potency of this thunder? Previously, confronted with a scene reminiscent of divine retribution, Lin Yi instinctively sought to flee. However, with his body tempered through countless trials, it seemed feasible to withstand this thunder directly. Resolute in his decision, Lin Yi halted his retreat. In an instant, dozens of lightning bolts struck him. To his dismay, his hair was immediately reduced to ashes, leaving his scalp as bare as a boiled egg. Terrifying fissures appeared on his body, and blood gushed forth, staining him crimson and filling the air with a rich, meaty aroma. Void, devouring flame, arise. Lin Yi roared, and an overwhelming tide of dark flames enveloped him like a thick shroud. The cataclysmic thunder crashed against this veil, merely stirring ripples. Yet the void, devouring flame proved remarkably resilient, absorbing the onslaught. Simultaneously, a surge of pure energy flowed into Lin Yi's body, mending the gruesome wounds. Astonishingly, even the heavenly tribulation could be consumed by the void, devouring flame. Elated, Lin Yi prepared for the ensuing clash between thunder and flame. Chapter 28. The examination commences as time elapsed. The clash of thunder and black flames rendered this space into a stark confrontation of white and black. Lin Yi's assaults proved futile against the Thunder Emperor, who loomed high in the heavens. Yet, the thunderbolts, resembling divine retribution, posed little threat to Lin Yi, thanks to the dual diminishment by the void-devouring flames and Lin Yi's formidable physique. Instead, under the tempering of the thunder, both Lin Yi's consciousness and corporeal form gradually advanced. The martial path is inherently a process of relentless self-refinement and potential discovery. But few can compare to the purifying effects of such celestial might as thunder. Moreover, the thunder wielded by the Thunder Emperor bore the essence of heavenly tribulation. Tribulation is a test sent forth by the heavens. Those who cannot endure are reduced to dust, while those who persevere find new opportunities for rebirth. As 2 hours passed, the frequency of the thunder's descent diminished, its potency reduced by over 50% compared to the onset. It was clear that even the Sacred Spirit clan, favored by the Tao, could not sustain such expenditure for long, especially with the Thunder Emperor's cultivation forcibly sealed by the martial platform. At last, the storm clouds dispersed, and the Thunder Emperor gradually descended, though his once resplendent eyes now appeared remarkably dim. Lin Yi rose to his feet, with black flames coalescing around him, forming a somewhat coarse black armor. Anomalies cannot be eradicated, the Thunder Emperor intoned. Without waiting for Lin Yi's response, he began to dissipate slowly. "Anomalies, we shall meet again," echoed the Thunder Emperor's emotionless voice across the martial platform. "Congratulations, host," on defeating the Thunder Emperor. "Extracting talent now," announced a voice. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Thunder Emperor's talent, Thunder Sovereign." A smile brightened Lin Yi's face. He had just experienced the overwhelming might of the thunder, realizing that even his physique could scarcely endure 10 strikes. The average individual at the condensation realm would likely succumb to a single strike. Integrate the talent. A brilliant golden thunderbolt descended from the heavens, piercing directly into Lin Yi's mind. "Thunder Sovereign, master of the thunder paths across myriad realms, all thunders shall bow before me. With thunder, I shall shatter the darkness." Lin Yi carefully contemplated the transformations brought forth by the Thunder Sovereign. In that moment, he felt as though he had become a bolt of lightning, capable of bringing devastation to the world in an instant. Yet, hidden beneath this annihilation lay the seeds of vitality. Was this indeed the profound essence of thunder? It could symbolize divine retribution from the heavens, or embody the hope of creating life. With a mere thought, and accompanied by a resounding crack that shook the heavens and the earth, a thick, silvery bolt of lightning descended from the sky. This was the most fundamental and commonly employed method of summoning lightning. Upon further introspection, Lin Yi realized that the lightning he summoned differed from that of the Thunder Emperor. While their powers were comparably formidable, the lightning summoned by the Thunder Emperor carried an imposing sense of celestial authority. Moreover, as Lin Yi's strength grew, the lightning he could summon would evolve as well, ranging from the ordinary azure lightning to the violet celestial thunder symbolizing tribulation, and even to the devastating doomed thunder that represented the end of all things. Additionally, Lin Yi's speed had finally ceased to be a weakness. Although spatial teleportation was indeed useful for traversing distances, its consumption was rather daunting. As he moved, the lightning flickered around him, and he became a blur upon the martial arts stage, his speed now akin to that of a raging tempest. As his velocity increased, it seemed as though he existed solely as a streak of lightning, or perhaps as multiple flashes of lightning scattered throughout the arena. Such swiftness had already approached the caliber of B-grade martial techniques, and yet, this was merely Lin Yi enhancing his speed with the power of thunder. With a sudden flash of lightning, Lin Yi came to a halt, unable to suppress the smile that graced his face. He named his newfound technique Thunder Flash, a skill rivaling B-grade martial arts. Thus, Lin Yi's combat system was complete, featuring the White Tiger Breaking Army Spear, 8 Extremes Fist, 8 Extremes Great Spear, Mountain Shattering, Lightning Summoning Method, and Void Devouring Flame. For short distance movement, he had Thunder Flash, while for soul defense, there was the White Tiger Holy Image, and for physical defense, the battle armor forged from the Void Devouring Flame. In that instant, Lin Yi felt akin to a formidable boss character from a game, with high attack and defense, not to mention robust health and mana bars. In the ensuing month, Lin Yi's cultivation gradually fell into a rhythm, with his focus resting primarily on the Zhou Tian condensation method and the celestial demon blood transformation. With 365 acupoints to conquer, he had yet to traverse even half of them. A long journey lay ahead. Had he pursued the more common method that allowed for the condensation of only 36 acupoints, he would have likely been poised to break through to the earthly fiend realm by now. Nevertheless, Lin Yi held no regrets. The martial path resembled a towering peak, and only an exceptionally solid foundation could support the ascent to the celestial ladder. The greater the number of condensed acupoints, the more it represented not only a faster cultivation speed and sustained combat power, but also the potential to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Those limited to the 36 acupoints would inevitably languish in the condensation realm for their entire lives, as the meager essence could scarcely support their breakthrough to the earthly fiend realm. Thus, a month later, the day of the Great Xia Unified Examination dawned. The entire Qin city felt as taut as a drawn bowstring, with schools and thoroughfares under strict surveillance, armed troops monitoring every suspicious individual. On the following day, Lin Yi and Lin Miao Miao arrived at school, where all students were to proceed to the Qin City Sports Arena, where formidable beings had already established the teleportation array. Across the entire Qin domain, over 5 million students were set to enter the Fire God Mountain secret realm for their exams. The Fire God Mountain Secret Realm was one of the 5 great inheritance realms of the Great Xia, the source of its martial arts' rapid rise. It was said to harbor countless rare treasures and numerous martial legacies awaiting discovery by future generations. The examination rules were similar to those of previous trials. Each individual would possess a scoring wristwatch and a crystal that, when shattered, would produce a protective shield. Due to the sheer number of participants, the teleportation array required multiple activations to complete the transfer. Soon, it was Lin Yi's cohort's turn. A flash of white light enveloped them, and the examination commenced. In the serene courtyard of Qin City Manor in Xianyang City, an elderly gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire reclined languidly in a rocking chair, basking in the warm sunlight. Occasionally, he would lift the teapot from the table to sip delicately. Suddenly, a sharply dressed man entered the courtyard. "Master," when he began, "the list of martial arts prodigies who have reached the condensation realm in this year's college entrance examination has been released." The elder known as Master When opened his eyes, accepting the documents handed to him by the man. After a moment of perusal, he exclaimed in astonishment, "2 prodigies from Qin City have emerged in the condensation realm? I do not recall any in previous years." The man responded with a smile, "It is said that both of them have awakened unique physiques. Lin Miao Miao ranked first in the recent trials, awakening what appears to be a fire-type physique. The other, Lin Yi, has awakened a physique that enhances physical strength, reportedly able to contend with the bloodthirsty demon ape without yielding. However, the local education bureau cannot ascertain the specifics of their physiques, as our research on special physiques in the Great Xia is rather rudimentary. Moreover, they happen to be siblings." Pleased, Master Wen remarked, "Indeed, they are promising talents." The man continued, "Additionally, there are other talent from Xianyang City, such as Ing Huang, Li Qiuji, Wang Quan, and Meng Ao, as well as Su Mengxian from Luoxia City and Ji Longjia and Zhou Ruyun from Qishan City, all of whom have reached the condensation realm." Chapter 29. The college entrance examination in progress. Old Master Wen chuckled softly, taking a delicate sip of tea. "Indeed, this year's examination surpasses those of our time significantly. It is the finest quality we have seen in the Qin region for over a decade. We must enhance our security measures." "Understood, Master Wen." Currently, 4 formidable beings from the Law Manifestation Realm have stationed themselves in the Fire God Mountain Secret Realm to thwart any disruptions from cults. Old Master Wen sighed. "Cults. Those foolish individuals. Why can they never be entirely eradicated?" In the Fire God Mountain Secret Realm, the sun shone brightly. Unlike the ambiguous transitions of day and night common in other secret realms, this place resembled a smaller, authentic world, complete with dawns, dusks, and the changing of the seasons. A flash of white light heralded Lin Yi's appearance at the edge of a vast grassland. To preserve his trump card, Lin Yi decided to reveal only his physical prowess and the technique of lightning flash, which could indeed be considered a martial skill. After all, Ma Ming had once advised him to always keep a backup plan. Better to be cautious than to face unforeseen circumstances. Surveying the expansive grassland, Lin Yi felt satisfied with his landing spot. This area was frequently frequented by herbivorous demon beasts, making it far more advantageous than aimlessly searching for them. With a swift motion, Lin Yi transformed into a bolt of lightning, dashing toward a nearby herd of cattle. The Great Horn Bull, an adult classified as a 3rd-tier demon beast, had its leader, a 4th-tier early-stage bull, grazing contentedly. Suddenly, the bull raised its head, alert and scanning its surroundings. In a flash, Lin Yi's lightning form darted through the herd, causing all the great horn bulls that were struck to foam at the mouth and collapse lifelessly to the ground, smoke rising from their heads. Before the bull leader could emit a warning sound, an immense force slammed into its abdomen, leaving the bewildered creature no choice but to fall. A distinct footprint on its stomach bearing testament to the brutal attack it had just endured. After dispatching the herd of great horn bulls, Lin Yi checked his score, 56 points. Unlike the trials, the scoring for the college entrance examination was far more detailed. Beasts below the 3rd tier earned no points, their demise being inconsequential. 3rd-tier beasts were scored based on their stages. Early, mid, late, and perfection yielded 1, 2, 3, and 4 points respectively. Fourth-tier beasts, on the other hand, garnered significantly higher scores, 10, 15, 20, and 25 points for early, mid, late, and perfection stages. The fifth-tier beasts alone offered a staggering 100 points for early stage kills, with mid and late stages yielding even more. Choosing a direction at random, Lin Yi surged forth like a streak of lightning, ready to hunt. Let the pursuit begin. As the days swiftly passed, the Fire God Mountain's secret realm was engulfed in slaughter and death. Despite the presence of life-saving crystals, numerous students fell victim to the ferocious beasts. After all, in the face of such overwhelming strength, the time it took to shatter a crystal was ample for a powerful beast to strike you down numerous times. The violence was not confined to the beasts. Conflicts also erupted among the students themselves. Shortly after the examination commenced, some students discovered that defeating their peers would grant them 10 of the defeated's points. It was evident that the authorities tacitly endorsed this competition among students. Consequently, some individuals opted to abandon the beasts altogether, forming groups solely to seize the points of others. The students who were robbed could only lament their misfortune. Lin Yi found himself in such a predicament at that moment. Why are such individuals ubiquitous? He recalled that during his last trial, there were also those who sought to rob him. Hey kid, hand over the fragrant flower and points you just acquired, or else, a burly man threatened, flexing his bicep as thick as a thigh. If you don't heed my warning, I'll break your legs. Do you believe me? Lin Yi, disinterested in engaging in dialogue with such a fool, unleashed a flash of lightning. His foot struck the burly man's chest with tremendous force. Why you? What the? The man, who had been preparing to deliver a harsh retort, was sent flying hundreds of meters away, howling in agony. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He muttered in bewilderment, voicing the 3 soul-searching questions. Lin Yi disdainfully glanced at the man's watch, clicked his tongue in disapproval, and turned to walk away, muttering, a mere 50 points, and you think you can rob others with such little skill? Why, you're my first target. The burly man gazed at Lin Yi's retreating figure, tears of grievance welling in his eyes. He had only just begun his ventures and had encountered such a formidable opponent. Checking his watch, he reviewed the points ranking. 1. Zhang Jiwei, 1680 points. 2. Ying Huang, 1650 points. 8. Lin Miao Miao, 1570 points. 11. Lin Yi, 1490 points. Indeed, one should never underestimate others. Lin Yi lamented, realizing he had not even broken into the top 10. If he wished to accumulate points, he must seek higher-level beasts. With his consciousness extending outward, he sped toward a mountain range where he sensed the presence of numerous high-level beasts. Simultaneously, above the Fire God Mountain's secret realm, a man clad in black sat cross-legged amidst thick clouds. At that moment, a voice reached his ears. Teacher Yang, cultists have appeared in the southeastern corner of the secret realm. Currently, 2 are of the celestial realm, and 5 are of the earthly realm. The black-clad man's gaze flickered. No one at the spirit realm yet. They have yet to be discovered. Nodding, he continued, leave those 2 in the celestial realm to me. As for the earthly realm ones, he pondered for a moment before stating, issue a task to all students at the Qi condensation stage. Those interested can hunt down the earthly realm beasts. Each participant will receive 1,000 points. Is that too risky? They are destined to confront cults sooner or later. It is merely a matter of time. This task advises students to form teams, as successful hunts yield a reward of 1,000 points each. Very well, I shall issue the task now. In the mountains, Lin Yi finally encountered a creature that piqued his interest, a group of them, to be precise. The Terraclaw dragon, a 5th-tier beast, is not the most formidable among its kind. Yet no 5th-tier creature dares to provoke it, for the Terraclaw dragon never hunts alone. Their cooperative instincts are exceptionally high, and their intelligence rivals that of humans. At present, Lin Yi found himself facing 3 Terraclaw dragons. A peculiar hissing sound echoed, and in a moment of inattention, one of the Terraclaw dragons lunged at Lin Yi from behind, its fearsome claw slicing through the air, aiming for his head. Ah, I've been waiting for you. Lin Yi scoffed, not bothering to look back, and unleashed a powerful punch. The ambushing Terraclaw dragon was taken aback by Lin Yi's preparedness and met his punch head-on, resulting in a resounding crash as the creature stumbled to the ground, its eyes reflecting a human-like terror. Gathering his strength, Lin Yi unleashed a bolt of lightning, declaring, "Better to sever a finger than to harm all 10." He struck down upon the fallen Terrorclaw dragon's head with tremendous force. The terrifying speed of his attack left the other Terrorclaw dragons unable to react, and they could only watch helplessly as one of their own was slain by Lin Yi's fist. Wiping the blood splattered across his face, he turned his gaze toward the two remaining Terrorclaw dragons, which continued to hiss in fear, yet dared not approach. A bloody smile crept across his face, and in the next instant, a swift flash of lightning darted through the forest, accompanied by the terrified cries of the dragons. Chapter 30. An unforeseen encounter with a soul-snatching sect in a secluded cave, far from Lin Yi. Lin Miao Miao sat cross-legged, surrounded by several small bottles filled with milky spirit liquid, exuding a delicate fragrance. Every so often, she would lift a bottle and drink its contents in one go. After an hour, a surge of vitality coursed through her, and her tightly closed eyes gradually opened. Upon sensing her surroundings, a faint smile appeared on her face, as she marveled at her fortune in encountering such a treasure as the Millennium Spirit Milk. Having advanced to the later stage of the condensation realm, it was time to seek the earthly fiend Qi. Lin Miao Miao had initially been pursuing a shadow cat, but upon entering the canyon, the creature had inexplicably vanished. Fortunately, her keen perception led her to soon discover the shadow cat's trail. The injured feline was lying by a small pool, licking the spirit liquid, indeed the Millennium Spirit Milk. This miraculous elixir not only possessed exceptional healing properties, but also enhanced a warrior's innate talent and repaired hidden injuries. Even martial artists of the celestial realm coveted the Millennium Spirit Milk. Seeing that the shadow cat had found such a boon, Lin Miao Miao decided to spare its life. After collecting all the spirit milk, she found that she had amassed 10 small bottles. She consumed 3 for herself, reserving the remaining 7 for Lin Yi and Qinlan. Lin Yi, with his formidable physique, often overlooked the existence of hidden injuries, which could significantly affect future breakthroughs over time. As for Qinlan, her talent was modest, and her martial arts practice was infrequent, leading her to remain at the level of the wooden embryo realm. However, with the Millennium Spirit Milk, she now possessed the potential to advance to the condensation realm. Having completed her cultivation, Lin Miao Miao was about to continue her quest for points when a sound caught her attention, causing her brow to furrow slightly. "Cousin, where are we headed?" inquired a somewhat Na'vi girl, curious about the route taken by the boy in front of her. "We're almost there, just ahead. It's something truly special. Your brother and I share a good relationship, which is why I brought you along," replied Zhou Ge with a hearty laugh. Unbeknownst to the girl, as Zhou Ge turned back, a cruel smile crept onto his lips. This sensation is reminiscent of the nefarious individuals from the soul-snatching sect. Lin Miao Miao gazed at the two figures receding into the distance, particularly fixating on the man exuding an aura of malevolence, as a sinister expression gradually emerged upon her countenance. The soul-snatching sect is indeed one of the malevolent cults. Their insidious technique, the soul-snatching scripture, enables them to usurp the martial prowess of others, leaving their victims in a state of despair, their lifeblood dissipating, teetering on the brink of death. Although this method only allows for the appropriation of a minuscule fraction and markedly shortens one's lifespan, the principle of gradual accumulation leading to a qualitative shift has nonetheless attracted numerous individuals of limited talent to join the sect, naively seeking to defy destiny. However, the soul-snatching sect maintains a remarkably low profile and seldom operates within the Great Xia, as the latter harbors a profound disdain for malevolent cults, swiftly quelling any hint of insurrection with merciless retribution. The previous Beast God sect, once formidable and arrogant, found themselves pursued relentlessly, much like a hunted dog, culminating in the demise of their leader by a single lightning strike, an utterly tragic fate. Consequently, the soul-snatching sect learned to be discreet, preying upon the surrounding smaller nations, secure in the knowledge that the Great Xia would turn a blind eye. Yet, unbeknownst to them, prior to Lin Miao Miao's awakening in her previous life, a brazen disciple of the soul-snatching sect dared to set their sights on her. Though that individual met a grim end, Lin Miao Miao was notorious for her vengeful nature. Upon reaching the law manifestation realm, she embarked on a relentless pursuit across nations, annihilating every member of the sect, including their leader, who was in the late stages of the law manifestation realm, extinguished by her hand. Thus, a sect that had thrived for years, embodying the principles of bullying the weak while fearing the strong, was utterly obliterated due to the audacity of a single disciple. Their leader died without ever comprehending the source of Lin Miao Miao's wrath, and she chose not to disclose it, deeming the adversary unworthy of her words. To her surprise, she encountered the soul-snatching sect once more in this lifetime. An irresistible urge stirred within her. After all, the monotony of constant cultivation had become tiresome. Perhaps it would be amusing to eradicate the soul-snatching sect once again. Lin Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurried to catch up with the two individuals walking ahead. The boy leading the way remained blissfully unaware of the presence trailing them. He was lost in the thrill of imminent success, ever since joining the spirit-snatching sect, and, with the assistance of his seniors, ambushing an unsuspecting adventurer in the wilderness to drain their essence. Zhou Lin had developed an affinity for this unearned gratification. However, adventurers were notoriously astute, making them difficult targets. Consequently, he set his sights on those closer to him, fortuitously encountering his cousin, Li Qianqian. Zhou Lin could hardly believe his luck. In such a vast secret realm, to stumble upon Li Qianqian was akin to divine providence. With exceptional talent, she was on the brink of a breakthrough to the qi condensation stage. If not for the softening powder he had procured from the black market, he would have hesitated to act, considering he himself was only at the mid-level of the mercury stage. Just ahead, in that hollow, I stumbled upon a flourishing spirit herb, guarded by a formidable late-stage, third-tier beast. I'm no match for it. But Qianqian, you're about to break through, right? Together, we can defeat that beast. And the spirit herb will surely facilitate your advancement, Zhou Lin proposed. Li Qianqian's eyes glimmered with gratitude. She was touched that her usually aloof cousin would think of her in such fortuitous circumstances. Upon entering the hollow, however, her heart sank as she found the area barren, devoid of both the spirit herb and the beast. Cousin you, before she could finish her sentence, a fragrant aroma enveloped her, causing her to faint before she could comprehend what was happening. This softening powder is remarkably effective. It was worth the 100,000 I spent on it. Zhou Lin cackled triumphantly. Yet, as he gazed at the innocent yet pitiful visage of Li Qianqian, a surge of fury ignited within him. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with lascivious intent. Since death was inevitable, he reasoned, he might as well indulge himself before the end. He reached for Li Qianqian's clothing. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, followed by Zhou Lin's agonizing scream. His hands, once reaching for Li Qianqian, were now reduced to mere stumps, charred and emitting a repugnant odor from the intense heat. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness as he writhed on the ground. Who is it? Show yourself. At this moment, Zhou Lin resembled a dog with a broken spine, frantically barking at his surroundings in a frenzy. Enough noise, be quiet. A calm feminine voice echoed through the valley. Following the sound, a streak of fire rent the air, and this time Zhou Lin finally understood what had severed his arm. The fiery line pierced through his head, effortlessly creating a gaping hole before reducing him to ashes. Lin Miao Miao observed the girl lying on the ground and rummaged through her storage ring, producing a vial of her homemade antidote. She waved it gently beneath the girl's nose, and in an instant, the girl's brow furrowed, clearly on the verge of awakening. Lin Miao Miao shook her head and swiftly departed. She had little interest in dealing with such delicate flowers who lacked even the most basic sense of caution. Had it not been for her fortunate encounter, the girl would likely have already become a lifeless body beneath the feet of the spirit-seizing sex minions. Chapter 31. The Cult Scheme. Moments later, Li Qianqian groaned softly as she gradually sat up, rubbing her dazed head. What transpired? Her memories lingered just before her fainting. Suddenly, her expression stiffened. Had she never seen a pig run before? Recalling Zhou Lin's suspicious actions and the drug powder that had approached her, Even she, with her limited intellect, realized Zhou Lin harbored ulterior motives. After a careful inspection of her body, Li Qianqian exhaled in relief. A glance at the ground revealed still fresh blood, emanating warmth. Moments later, with a countenance fluctuating between worry and determination, Li Qianqian departed. On the other side, Lin Yi was delivering blows to the head of a 3-meter-tall black wolf, effortlessly elbowing another wolf that lunged to rescue its king, sending it crashing backward, bloodied. Following that, he executed a vicious kick to the waist of yet another black wolf, which whimpered and collapsed, unable to rise. 10 minutes later, after having decisively vanquished the Wolf King, Lin Yi exhaled, a smile gracing his features as he noted the accumulation of several hundred points. Just as he contemplated venturing deeper, a soft chime resonated from the scoring device on his wrist. Upon investigation, it revealed that cult members of the Thousand Faces sect had infiltrated the examination, primarily consisting of earthly mortal realm warriors, with their location now marked. Students above the Qi condensation realm could form teams to apprehend them, earning 1,000 points for each cult member captured. Attached was a map indicating several crimson dots, one of which was astonishingly situated within the very mountain range Lin Yi occupied. Another cult? Lin Yi felt strangely connected to these nefarious groups. Having just clashed with members of the Beast God sect, it appeared he was once again destined to confront the Thousand Faces sect. He had indeed heard of this cult before. While not particularly formidable, their members excelled in the art of disguise, serving primarily to gather intelligence for other cults. He was taken aback by their audacity to infiltrate the examination. Did they not fear annihilation? Unbeknownst to him, the members of the Thousand Faces sect were equally perplexed, puzzled by their leader's reckless decision to lead elite members into what could only be described as a death trap. Had they not been constrained, they would have likely fled long ago. They were seasoned schemers, receiving no pay while being promised grand aspirations, yet expecting to gamble with their lives. Thus, upon encountering a nearby member of the Thousand Faces sect, Lin Yi wasted no time and launched an attack. After enduring a thorough beating, the member surrendered, exclaiming, "Please spare me. I am Alishan, I submit. I know what the leader intends." "Oh, pray tell," Lin Yi inquired with curiosity. "The leader has allied with the Beast God sect. Their objective in entering is to establish array foundations at various locations within the Fire God Mountain's secret realm. At that time, members of the Beast God sect will spring into action. Your goal concerns the Fire God Mountain's secret realm?" Li Shan shook his head, a sycophantic smile gracing his face. No, it's them. I have already infiltrated the city. To be precise, their target is the center of the Huoshan Mountain's secret realm. Seeing Lin Yi's confusion, Li Shan continued, "As far as I know, the Huoshan Mountain's secret realm exists solely because of Huoshan Mountain. It is said that within Huoshan Mountain lies the legacy of a great emperor. Without Huoshan Mountain, not only would the secret realm collapse, but all the students within would also be torn to shreds by the chaotic spatial currents. Wait a moment. It's not that I underestimate the Beast God sect. Such a grand scheme cannot be easily accomplished," Lin Yi pondered. "The strong of the Great Xia are not to be trifled with. They wouldn't allow a sinister cult to succeed so easily. What if I told you this plan has been in motion for decades? Every year, individuals have infiltrated to lay the groundwork. Now, only a few more pieces are needed to complete the setup. Once the Heavenly Sealing Great Array is activated, the Huoshan Mountain secret realm will be entirely disconnected from the Great Xia." At that moment, Boom Lishan gestured explosively. "I have 2 questions. First, if your plan is nearly successful, why did you so readily betray them? Second, this plan should be highly confidential. How do you know about it?" Lishan smilat shapishli. "Firstly, I fear for my life. If the secret realm explodes, not only will you perish, but I won't escape either. Secondly, our sect leader is quite the gossip. He tells everything to his wife, and I, have had an affair with her." Li Shan wore a mischievous grin, leaving Lin Yi speechless. It seemed this fellow truly was a brave soul. "You should promptly inform the higher-ups of the Great Xia. Here, crush this crystal I've given you. They will arrive shortly." Lin Yi rolled his eyes and replied, "You're more eager than I am. Of course, I could potentially avoid years in prison. I've calculated it. Since joining the Thousand Faces sect, I've neither killed nor robbed anyone, and I even slept with the sect leader's wife. This time, by providing intelligence, I might even earn merit instead of facing imprisonment. He crushed the crystal Li Shan had handed him, and soon soldiers and drones descended from the sky. Upon learning that a member of the Thousand Faces sect had defected and was aware of the sinister cult's grand plan, a flurry of noise erupted from the drones. Moments later, a shadow descended from above, landing gracefully before Lin Yi. It was the man from the skies earlier. Hello, Lin Yi. I am Yang Zi, a teacher from Tianwu University. You may call me Teacher Yang. He introduced himself. Hello, Teacher Yang, Lin Yi promptly greeted. A martial artist capable of flight must be at least of the celestial phenomenon realm. You mentioned knowing about the cult's plan? Lin Yi nudged the trembling Li Shan beside him. It's him, a member of the Thousand Faces sect. He has defected and claims to know the plan, though I'm unsure of its authenticity. Yang Ji turned his gaze towards Li Shan, his expression impassive. Li Shan, is it? Please recount your plan. Li Shan hurriedly reiterated the plan. A few minutes later, Yang Ji stroked his chin thoughtfully. The heavenly ceiling great array, is that so? He then looked at Lin Yi and smiled. Lin Yi, would you be interested in attending Tianwu University? He harbored a keen interest in Lin Yi, having heard that he was a disciple of that scoundrel, Ma Ming. Although the latter was rather miserly and foolish, with a penchant for taking advantage of others. His discerning eye was commendable. A talent like Lin Yi, under the tutelage of Ma Ming, was indeed a waste. It simply would not do. He resolved to seize him for himself. Such a promising individual deserved to be guided by none other than me. Yang Ji mused to himself. Teacher Yang, the university I have chosen is Tianwu University. Ha ha, splendid. We shall meet at Tianwu University then. As for the plans of the cult, fret not. They shall not stir up any trouble. Continue with your examinations and strive for the top position. I shall await you at Tianwu University. With that, Yang Ji clasped Li Shan's shoulder and transformed into a streak of golden light, ascending towards the heavens, accompanied by a cacophony of wails. I'm terrified of heights. On the ground, Lin Yi blinked in astonishment at the golden light that vanished in the blink of an eye and exclaimed, "Oh, truly worthy of a teacher from Tianwu University. His speed of flight is remarkable." Chapter 32. The plot of the three-headed golden lion, since the esteemed instructors of Tianwu University assured him that there was no cause for concern. Lin Yi naturally refrained from inviting unnecessary distress upon himself. He understood the importance of recognizing one's own limitations. As merely a practitioner at the initial stage of Qi refinement, he had yet to earn his place among the Titans. Although the prospect of witnessing such a rare event was undeniably enticing, the parameters set by the college entrance examination did not encompass the Fire God Mountain. While he longed to observe the clash of formidable powers, it remained a mere reverie. Continuing along his original path, Lin Yi persisted in hunting demonic beasts. Although he did not vanquish Li Shan, he nevertheless accrued an additional 1,000 points, elevating his position to 5th place in the rankings. Lin Miao Miao now occupied the 6th spot, having successfully surpassed him, and the gap between them and their competitors was closing at a discernible pace. From his understanding of Lin Miao Miao, he suspected she was indulging in her usual ruse of feigning weakness. This was merely the beginning. Should she unleash her full potential, it was likely that even the top 10 could not withstand her prowess, save for Lin Yi. Like Lin Yi, Lin Miao Miao had also received a mission to eliminate the cultists. However, she recalled that the cult's contention for Fire God Mountain had occurred during her freshman year, and there had been no mention of such an assignment during the college entrance examination. At that time, the Beast God cult had allied with a 9th-tier Beast Monarch, attempting to seize Fire God Mountain with grand designs, only to find themselves ensnared in a trap orchestrated by the upper echelons of the Great Xia. The objective was precisely that Beast Monarch, who ultimately met a tragic end under the assault of 2 9th-tier cultivators, while the cultists, surprisingly, had managed to slip away unnoticed. Even Lin Miao Miao had to commend the Beast God cult for their remarkable ability to evade capture, successfully escaping the encirclement of the Great Xia despite their years of experience in flight. Unbeknownst to Lin Miao Miao, The beast god cult had initially intended to incite a beast tide around Qin City to draw the attention of the Great Xia. However, their true aim lay within the secret realm of Fire God Mountain. This had been the course of events in her previous life, yet in this timeline, Lin Yi and Lin Miao Miao would apprehend the members of the beast god cult responsible for instigating the beast tide, compelling the cult to resort to desperate measures during the college entrance examination by leveraging the Thousand Faces sect to attract powerful cultivators from the Great Xia, while covertly proceeding to Fire God Mountain to summon the ninth-tier beasts. Regardless of the timeline, the schemes of the beast god cult were doomed to fail, for the Great Xia had long detected the foundation they had laid and chose to bide their time, intending to ensnare a significant catch. This revelation only came to Lin Miao Miao after she ascended to a high-ranking position within the Great Xia. Observing a distant red dot, Lin Miao Miao shook her head, disinterested in joining the fray, primarily due to her reluctance to travel. At that moment, she was seated in a meditative pose atop a small hill, beside a slender incense stick burning brightly. This incense, known as the beast-attracting incense, emitted a scent discernible only to demonic beasts, specifically designed to lure them in. As the fragrance wafted through the air, a chorus of beastly roars soon resonated around the hill. Remaining motionless, Lin Miao Miao delicately pointed in the direction of the roars, unleashing a barrage of fiery lines akin to a Gatling gun, targeting the restless demonic beasts with the B-grade martial technique, Heavenly Fire Finger. Having mastered this formidable technique in her previous life, it was both energy efficient and possessed impressive range and power. The beasts nearby now comprehended the true meaning of firepower suppression. In an instant, hundreds of fiery lines pierced through the demonic beasts, rendering them as sieve-like as they fell, the accompanying phoenix flames clinging to their forms like relentless maggots, reducing them to ashes within moments. Raising a finger, Lin Miao Miao gently blew, as if dispersing the smell of gunpowder from the barrel. Simultaneously, her points surged rapidly, surpassing Lin Yi within mere minutes. Thus, Lin Miao Miao moved from place to place, igniting the beast-attracting incense, pointing her delicate finger, and effortlessly accumulating several hundred points with remarkable efficiency. Within just a few hours, Lin Miao Miao astonishingly ascended to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. First place, Lin Miao Miao, 5,680 points. Fourth place, Lin Yi, 4,980 points. What a relentless little firecracker she had become. Lin Yi murmured to himself, "It's time for me to make a move." He dashed towards the heart of the mountain range, where a vast lake lay, a territory claimed by fifth-tier beasts. In order to earn points more swiftly, he needed to confront powerful monsters. Given Lin Yi's current prowess, he was invincible within the earthly fiend realm. However, unbeknownst to him, he was not the only one contemplating an encounter with the formidable beast. "Hey, Ing Huang, why are you still hesitating?" A young boy nudged his companion, encouraging him. "Didn't you boast to Su Anren that you would certainly come in first? You're currently in third place. If you manage to take down that three-headed golden lion, your points will surpass that little brat from Longhu Mountain." The robust youth known as Ing Huang rolled his eyes. "Why don't you go first then? Do you think I'm foolish? Those three-headed golden lions possess extraordinary bloodlines and are virtually unmatched among fifth-tier beasts. Even if the three of us teamed up, it would be a struggle, so why should I go first? Am I supposed to serve myself up as a meal? I'm just trying to motivate you." The boy chuckled. "Well then, if we can't defeat it, why have we come here?" Another boy scratched his head, puzzled. "Ah, Quan, you're so naive. Whether we can fight or not, we can still outsmart it. Look at this." Ing Huang opened his palm to reveal a water-blue fruit. "This is the drunken immortal fruit?" The first boy exclaimed in surprise. "Wait, isn't this the stuff your father kept for brewing? It's a treasure. How could you steal it?" "Forget about that. If I secure first place, he wouldn't dare to punish me." Ing Huang waved dismissively. "The three-headed golden lion has a penchant for the meat of the red-feathered sheep. We'll marinate the sheep meat in the water infused with the drunken immortal fruit. Once the lion consumes it, it will be so intoxicated that it won't be able to move. At that point, we can do as we please with it." How simple. No, how meticulously thought out. The other two hurriedly supported his plan. Noticing their enthusiasm, Ing Huang scoffed. You criticize my plan for being simple. Yet neither of you can come up with anything more complex. After all this time, Yu Haventy even contributed an idea, leaving it all to me. The simpler the plan, the fewer the flaws. Brother Huang, you're impressive, the trio remarked in unison and immediately began to prepare for action. Suddenly, Ing Huang furrowed his brow, halting the two. Wait, their movement. Across the lake, a streak of lightning dashed through the trees, appearing above the resting three-headed golden lion in mere moments. Not good, Brother Huang. Someone trying to steal the lion. The nearby boy exclaimed urgently. Hold on, let us assess the situation first. Anyone who can reach here possesses considerable strength. If he cannot handle it, then we can intervene. Ing Huang's gaze fixated on the lightning figure, his energy surging, prepared to act at a moment's notice. That streak of lightning was Lin Yi. The deeper he ventured into the wilderness, the stronger the beasts became. Lin Yi had been hunting monsters for over 3 hours before finally reaching his destination. Chapter 33. The Battle. The three-headed golden lion, as its name suggests, possesses 3 heads. While resting, one head can stand guard, another can keep watch, and the remaining head can rest. Thus, the three-headed golden lion is unfazed by any potential ambush. In truth, it had already noticed the 3 furtive humans in the distance, clearly hearing their every word. Initially, it intended to toy with these fools, as the mundane cycle of eating and sleeping had grown rather tedious. However, the lion was taken by surprise when someone suddenly leaped into its face, catching it off guard. This was undoubtedly a provocation. Furious, the three-headed golden lion unleashed a thunderous roar from each of its heads. Standing before it, Lin Yi, without uttering a word, twisted his waist, clenched his fist, and unleashed a devastating blow. Mountain crumble. The punch resonated through the air, infused with boundless divine power, striking the lion's chest. The lion's body was shielded by a thick layer of golden armor, which even an equally ranked earthly warrior would find challenging to penetrate. Thus, it decided to endure the hit without evasion. From the perspective of the onlookers, Lin Yi merely struck a boxing stance before casually delivering a punch. The three-headed golden lion braced itself, yet it was left reeling, spewing blood. The force of the punch created a shockwave that tore through the lion and surged toward the vast lake behind it. The mighty punch generated a colossal pit, revealing the lake's depths, while countless fish flailed helplessly in the air. Many were shredded into pieces in the wake of the fierce wind. With another spurt of blood, the three-headed golden lion was consumed by regret, realizing it had underestimated its opponent. However, it was not entirely to blame. Who could have anticipated that a mere condensation realm warrior could unleash such a terrifying strike? Following its moment of regret, an overwhelming fury surged within the lion's mind. It vowed to devour this audacious human who dared to inflict harm upon it. With a thunderous roar, the lion opened its massive jaws, channeling a terrifying energy within. Its innate divine ability, the gung metal divine light, manifested as each of its 3 mouths unleashed a beam of golden light that converged mid-air, amplifying its destructive power. As the divine light coursed through the land, it caused the earth to quake, creating a chasm several dozen meters deep that extended toward Lin Yi. The 3 onlookers were gripped by a profound tension. Not only was the speed of the divine light too swift for any rescue, but even if they could intervene, they would merely add 3 more souls to the impending carnage. Just as they believed Lin Yi was destined to meet his demise at the lion's jaws, a crack of thunder erupted. In that fleeting moment when the divine light was about to engulf him, Lin Yi transformed into a flash of lightning, appearing several dozen meters away. Trying to escape? It was but a dream. In the eyes of the three-headed golden lion flickered a menacing glint as its massive heads turned. The radiant divine light of Gung Jin closely following behind Lin Yi, embodying an unwavering determination to obliterate him. Faced with such ferocity, Lin Yi, while unafraid, deemed it unnecessary to endure the onslaught without evasion. With another flash of lightning, he adeptly dodged the divine assault once more. Thus, one pursued in a fit of rage, while the other effortlessly evaded. Yet, the three-headed golden lion remained oblivious. As time elapsed, The lightning was rapidly closing in on it. By the moment of realization, it was too late. In an instant, the lightning materialized beneath the trio of heads, and with a powerful, pent-up strike, he unleashed the 8 Extremes killing move, akin to a cannon shooting skyward. The surrounding environment was obliterated, resembling a barren wasteland plowed a dozen times. As the Gung Jin divine light fell silent, the 3-headed golden lion, clutching its enormous mouth, was sent hurtling backward, revealing shattered teeth mingling with the torrents of blood. Rising in a fit of rage, the lion roared, but its once formidable voice now bore an echo of feigned bravado. "Huh, still daring to bare your teeth? Come again." Lin Yi laughed heartily, delivering another punch. The 3-headed golden lion, now devoid of any will to fight, turned tail and fled, quickly disappearing from sight. "Humph. Though I may not best you, I'm quite adept at fleeing." Lin Yi clicked his tongue, unwilling to let the prize escape. He transformed into a streak of lightning, pursuing the lion. On the opposite side of the Great Lake, a desolate scene unfolded, with a large pit revealing a grimy head cautiously emerging. "Brother Huang, have they finished?" After peering around for a moment and sensing no further commotion, Ing Huang plopped down, exhaling a sigh of relief. "It seems they are done." The 3-headed golden lion couldn't hold its ground and has fled. "That fellow has pursued it." Beside him, Meng Ao spat out a mouthful of dirt, his face contorted with frustration. "Where on earth did this formidable dragon come from?" I cannot help but feel that even the formidable practitioners of the celestial realm seem to falter before him. Ing Huang and Wang Quan also wore expressions of dismay. Initially, the trio was engrossed in their enjoyment of the spectacle, but suddenly, a blinding beam of golden light surged toward them. Had it not been for their formidable prowess, they might have already been forced to concede defeat. Yet, even after successfully warding off the attack, the terrifying aftershocks buried them alive. Fearing another onslaught, they resolved to take refuge underground for a while, intending to emerge once the chaos subsided. However, by the time they resurfaced, the individual and his lion had long since departed, leaving behind only a vast pit in the lake and a scattered forest, evidence of the fierce battle that had transpired. Initially, the trio had aimed to befriend Lin Yi, but now they could only hope for another opportunity. This individual clearly seemed like a secret weapon cultivated by some unknown faction. A connection would certainly be beneficial. Upon hearing Meng Ao's remarks, Ing Huang shook his head and replied, "Although this fellow is indeed formidable, he still pales in comparison to the celestial realm. Practitioners of the celestial realm not only possess the ability to soar through the skies, but their inner essence also transforms into the indomitable 9 heavens celestial chi, capable of both offensive and defensive might. You might have heard tales of individuals defeating opponents of higher ranks, but have you ever heard of someone from the earthly fiend realm triumphing over a celestial realm practitioner?" Beside him, Wang Quan nodded in agreement, stating, "My elder brother, Wang Fuge, has also mentioned that the celestial realm is exceptionally unique. Even the weakest celestial realm warrior can easily vanquish dozens of earthly fiend warriors working in tandem. That is quite impressive indeed." Meng Ao rolled his eyes, remarking that whether or not one could defy the celestial realm had little bearing on their trio, as they were still incapable of overcoming it. "Haha, true enough." Ing Huang chuckled nonchalantly. "There are countless talents in the world, and it is not surprising to encounter an extraordinary genius from time to time. However, this year's examination truly reveals hidden dragons and crouching tigers." Yet, his expression soon turned troubled. "I had anticipated effortlessly securing the first position, but alas, it seems I can hardly avoid a thorough scolding from the old man now." Wang Quan raised a hand. "What about the boasting you did in front of Sister Aaron? You can't even secure 3rd place." Ing Huang scolded him playfully with a slap to the head. "Why bring that up now? Gulme, let us find another location to continue hunting ferocious beasts. If I cannot even attain 4th place, I refuse to believe I cannot claim that." Chapter 34. The Trials of the Divine Fire Sect, with merely 15 days remaining until the college entrance examination. It has been over a week since Lin Yi vanquished the 3 golden lions. It is often said that individuals can unleash tremendous potential in their final moments. In Lin, he discovered that this principle also holds true for ferocious beasts. Initially, he believed that he could effortlessly close the gap on the fleeing 3 golden lions with his speed. However, whether it was due to an unexpected surge of energy or some other phenomenon, those 3 lions managed to traverse dozens of mountain peaks without so much as a hint of fatigue. What was even more infuriating was that these wretched creatures relentlessly taunted other beasts along their path, provoking them and then fleeing, which left those beasts to vent their frustrations on Lin Yi. Of course, Lin Yi found amusement in this situation. After all, the points he garnered were simply accumulating without any effort on his part to seek them out. Eventually, the 3 golden lions could not escape his grasp, as Lin Yi, from a distance of several mountains away, pierced one of them with a well-aimed shot, chilling it to the core. Nevertheless, up until now, the 3 golden lions had indeed presented the most trouble for Lin Yi among all the beasts he encountered. To date, he had lost count of the number of beasts he had hunted, and his points had climbed to second place on the leaderboard, just behind Lin Miao Miao. Throughout the past 2 weeks, Lin Yi had encountered numerous other students. Some greeted him cordially, while others fled in silence. Naturally, there were those who attempted to ambush him, only to be met with a swift reprimand, leading them to withdraw from the examination and reflect on their life choices. Gazing down at the carcasses of the beasts beneath him, Lin Yi felt a pang of regret. If all these remains could be devoured by the void-devouring flame, he would likely have enough energy to ascend to the perfected stage of the condensation realm. Alas, it was not yet time to reveal the void-devouring flame. He would have to rely on beast crystals for now. Fortunately, these crystals, as the essence of a beast's energy, contained a considerable amount of power. After half a month of devouring and cultivation, Lin Yi successfully advanced to the later stage of the condensation realm, elevating his combat prowess to a new level. Just as he contemplated continuing his hunt for beasts, the ground beneath him began to tremble violently. Remarkably, several kilometers away, a mountain peak appeared to rise slowly from the earth. Is that mountain growing? Lin Yi vounded it. In a few agile leaps, he reached the summit of a colossal tree. From this vantage point, he observed the mountain rising like a bamboo shoot, its height increasing with the passage of time. By the time it ceased its ascent, the peak had transformed into a towering edifice, soaring thousands of meters into the sky. On the cliff face directly opposite Lin, several indistinct characters were inscribed. Divine Fire Peak. Could this be a sect inheritance? Lin Yi was astonished. He had long heard of the numerous legacies that had emerged for the sacred Fire Mountain secret realm, yet he never anticipated such an event to unfold right before his eyes. As he prepared to draw nearer, a sudden surge of intense energy erupted from the peak of the sacred fire, a golden beam of light, several dozen meters in diameter, piercing the heavens. It seemed that every student within the secret realm must have witnessed this spectacle. Lin Yi, resigned to fate, realized that his plan to monopolize the opportunity had been thwarted before it even began. Suddenly, a booming voice reverberated throughout the examination area, unmistakably that of Professor Yang from Tianwu University, announcing to all students that the location of the light beam was the trial ground of the ancient sect, the Sacred Fire Sect. All students were permitted to ascend the Sacred Fire Peak to partake in the trial. Finally, the moment had come. Lin Miao Miao gazed towards the source of the beam, a glimmer of anticipation gracing her features. In her previous life, her capabilities had fallen short during the Sacred Fire Peak assessment, yielding only a C-level martial skill as a reward. Perhaps this time, she might acquire some much-needed cultivation resources. It is worth noting that the Sacred Fire Sect was a formidable faction in ancient times, with even transcendental beings residing within its ranks. Although this trial was merely one among countless assessments in the Sacred Fire Sect, it still promised valuable rewards. Lin Miao Miao was aware that her signature technique, the Heavenly Fire Finger, originated from the Sacred Fire Sect. With this thought in mind, Lin Miao Miao hastened towards the location of the beam, joining a throng of eager students, each adorned with uncontainable smiles. Lin Yi was among the first to reach the Sacred Fire Peak. Yet within mere minutes, a vast crowd had already gathered at its base. "My goodness, there's so many people," he exclaimed. Nearby, Ying Huang and his companions were equally astonished, noting that within just a few minutes, The crowd had swelled to tens of thousands, with many more still streaming towards the sacred fire peak. Suddenly, an elder in a robe slowly appeared at the summit of the sacred fire peak. His ethereal form indicated that he was clearly not of human origin. With a stoic expression and a voice as monotonous as a machine, the elder proclaimed, "I am the supervising elder of the sacred fire peak trial. The content of this trial is as follows: the heavenly ladder. The ladder consists of 1,000 steps. Ascending 500 steps will grant participation rewards. 600 steps will elevate one to an outer disciple, 700 steps to an inner disciple, 800 steps to a true disciple, 900 steps to a candidate for the son of the sect, and reaching the summit designates one as the son of the sacred fire sect. The trial begins now." As the words fell, a fiery red mirror spiraled from the elder's hand into the sky, casting a broad luminescent barrier. As the barrier enveloped him, Lin Yi felt a sudden darkness before he found himself in a crimson space devoid of anything but a solitary staircase extending into the void. The smooth steps, seemingly carved from warm jade, emanated a gentle warmth. Tentatively, Lin Yi stepped onto the first step, and in an instant he felt his body sink. To his astonishment, a milky white flame inexplicably erupted around him. Concurrently, the elder's voice resonated. "Ascending the staircase tests the strength of the body and assesses the talent for flames. Trialists, strive to ascend the staircase with all your might." Realization dawned upon Lin Yi, and he relaxed his defenses. With a sudden surge of energy, he shot forth like a cheetah, swiftly ascending dozens of steps in a blink. As he climbed higher, the gravity and temperature of the flames intensified, yet their impact on him remained negligible. In stark contrast to Lin Yi's ease, the majority of others could barely manage a mere 10 steps before tumbling down. Some even crying out in agony from the searing heat, promptly declared failures by the elder and sent away. Lin Miao Miao appeared remarkably unfazed, her body shielded by the phoenix flame. The temperatures that would incinerate an ordinary person felt merely like a warm bath to her. Moreover, with her awakened immortal phoenix body, Lin Miao Miao possessed extraordinary physical strength, surpassing even those adept in body refinement among the earthly fiends. It was only in the presence of Lin Yi, this anomaly, that she found her prowess somewhat eclipsed. Otherwise, she could have easily played the role of a brute capable of shattering all obstacles. Thus, her speed in ascending the staircase was not in the slightest inferior to Lin Yi's. 5 minutes later, Lin Yi effortlessly surpassed 500 steps, at which point he was bearing a gravitational force of approximately 50 tons, still trivial for him. As for the flames, the void-devouring flame exclaimed, "A substantial boon. Bring forth more." Chapter 35. The Hall of Inheritance having ascended 500 steps, Lin Yi had finally attained the status of an outer sect disciple. As for the rewards, the heavenly ladder presented 3 choices: a spiritual herb, a weapon, or a martial technique. After careful consideration, Lin Yi dismissed the weapon option, for he had no need of it. His current weapon, the demolishing mountain spear, served him well. Regarding martial techniques, he doubted the quality of rewards available to outer disciples. Thus he chose the spiritual herb. A sprig of spiritual grass materialized in his hand, its information flooding into his mind. The purple heart herb, useful for opening meridians. Perfect. It would come in handy. He stored the herb in his spatial ring and continued his ascent. Since he had climbed the 500 steps, the gravitational force intensified significantly with each subsequent step and the temperature, while Lin Yi felt nothing amiss. An hour later, at the 600th step, the rewards could no longer be chosen freely. Ultimately, he received the martial technique, Crimson Flame Palm. 5 hours later, at the 700th step, he acquired the extraordinary treasure, the Lotus Heart Fire Seed. 10 hours later, at the 800th step, he obtained the cultivation technique, Heart-Burning Decision. By the time he reached the 800th step, the gravitational pressure had exceeded 500 tons, and even Lin Yi was drenched in sweat. Fortunately, this was not yet his limit. A day later, at the 900th step, he obtained the Divine Seed Technique, the great handprint of Qi Ming Nine Heavens. Exhaling deeply, Lin Yi gazed at the remaining 50 steps leading to the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder, where a solitary, imposing golden throne stood. Onward. He urged himself with a fierce growl, as if his legs were laden with lead. Yet he lifted them again, slowly yet resolutely placing one foot after the other on the steps. At this moment, the physical body held little significance. It was now a battlefield of willpower. The trial of the heavenly ladder of the divine fire sect ostensibly tested the endurance of body and flame, but what it truly valued was the indomitable spirit. Meanwhile, Lin Miao Miao was silently ascending the ladder, just like Lin Yi, sweat cascading down her exquisite features like water, only to be evaporated in an instant. However, as the Empress of the Phoenix Heaven, who had once suppressed an era, her willpower had been tempered to a hardness akin to ancient cold iron. Even the mightiest of the divine fire sect's celestial masters would bow before her feet. The gravity, 1,000-fold or more, was indeed terrifying. Yet how could it possibly hinder me? The Empress of Phoenix Heaven, Lin Miao Miao, was enveloped in the blazing flames of the phoenix, which coalesced into the shape of the mythical bird, emitting a resounding cry that reverberated through the skies. Thus, in two disparate realms, on the same celestial staircase, a man and a woman resolutely advanced towards the throne that symbolized the position of the Holy Sun. In the outside world, some individuals regained consciousness, hastily departing with their rewards, while others returned empty-handed, venting their frustrations vocally. Meanwhile, within the shadowy expanse, Ing Huang could no longer endure, succumbing to the oppressive gravity that forced him to kneel, ultimately halting at the 680th step. His close companions, Wang Quan and Meng Ao, also faltered at the 613th and 605th steps, respectively. This trial is exceedingly arduous. After all, I am the pinnacle talent of the Qin domain, yet I can barely qualify as an inner disciple of the sacred fire sect, Meng Ao lamented. Ing Huang, however, remained unperturbed. It is merely a trial for inheritance. To gain is fortunate, to lose is fate. Besides, our own legacy is not inferior to that of the Sacred Fire sect, he articulated in response to Meng Ao's complaints. In fact, it is quite reasonable. The spiritual energy during the era of these ancient sects was immeasurably more abundant than it is now, so a higher standard is to be expected. As he spoke, Ing Huang recalled a previous acquaintance and remarked, "I wonder how far that brother has ascended. He should have surpassed 700 steps by now." Wang Quan nodded in agreement. "He is likely beyond that. I observed that he could directly contend with 3 golden lions. His physique must be even more formidable than yours, Brother Huang, who has cultivated the indestructible body of the heavenly dragon. 700 steps should pose no challenge for him." While the trio speculated, a sudden stir arose from the sacred fire peak, where golden characters gradually materialized above it, announcing, "Holy Sun, Holy Maiden." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, as all who had ascended the staircase gazed in disbelief at the words, their eyes wide with shock. "Is this the summit? How is that possible?" High above the heavens, Yang Ji gazed silently at the grand characters below, feeling a twinge of astonishment. The Gaokao trials of the Divine Flame sect had indeed occurred several times before, yet the highest achievement had merely reached the 900th step. Yang Ji himself had ascended to the 720th step during his own trials, and thus he understood the formidable challenge and intrinsic value of reaching the summit. To his surprise, 2 individuals had managed to reach the pinnacle simultaneously. Although their names were concealed, Yang Ji harbored a suspicion in his heart. The student who had captured the disciples of the thousand-faced sect, Lin Yi, was likely the one who had awakened his physical prowess. If anyone were to ascend to the top, it would certainly be him. As for the saintess, Yang Ji had yet to conceive of her potential in this regard. Meanwhile, as the outside world buzzed with speculation about which 2 deities had achieved the summit, within a grand hall, Lin Yi and Lin Miao Miao exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting mutual recognition. Immediately upon taking their seats on the throne after their ascent, they were transported to this magnificent hall, where they encountered the familiar figure they had known for over a decade. "Haha, I knew you could make it, Miao Miao," Lin Yi exclaimed joyfully, his earlier moment of shock dissipating. Lin Miao Miao, too, wore a smile. Although she had anticipated this moment, she was still somewhat astonished upon seeing Lin Yi. Despite his formidable physical strength, he had not seemingly exhibited any talent in the realm of flames. However, Lin Miao Miao had no intention of delving deeper into this. It was entirely natural for her brother to possess fortuitous opportunities. Moreover, as the potential empress, she herself was Lin Yi's greatest stroke of fortune. Casting her gaze around, Lin Miao Miao's attention was drawn to a faint golden flame flickering atop the lotus pedestal in the center of the hall. She could not help but exclaim, "Is that the golden emperor's flame of destruction?" With a hearty laugh, the saintess remarked upon the keen perception of the elder. The old man, who had unexpectedly appeared in the grand hall, smiled as he stroked his beard upon noticing the two gazing at the golden flames. "I am Yin Tianzheng. You may address me as Elder Yin. This is the hall of inheritance of our divine fire sect. The Golden Emperor's celestial flame is a sacred fire passed down through our lineage, ranking 14th in the sacred fire hierarchy. This flame possesses the power to incinerate all things in existence, even the very fabric of space itself. Although this particular flame is merely a fraction of the Golden Emperor's celestial flame, it has matured into a primordial fire seed over countless years. As the first saint's son and saint is born from the ashes of our sect's great destruction, one of you may receive this sacred fire seed as your life as flame, while the other shall inherit all the cultivation techniques and martial arts of our sect." Lin Yi and Lin Miao Miao exchanged a knowing glance. "Okay, I understand. I wish to inherit the techniques." Lin Miao Miao raised her hand. "Then I shall claim the sacred fire seed." Lin Yi responded with a smile. "Though the void-devouring flame may not possess the greatest power, it holds infinite potential unlike any other sacred fire. It can devour other flames, accelerating its growth while retaining their unique characteristics, and can be shaped at will." Seeing that the two had not quarreled, the elder smiled with satisfaction, reflecting on how harmonious this generation of saint-son and saintess was, unlike previous headstrong individuals who were a constant source of headache. "Haha, remember, as you accept the inheritance of our sect, you also embrace its consequences. We have vanquished many alien races in the past, and should they learn of your acquisition of our inheritance and sacred fire, many old foes may become restless." Lenny chuckled lightly. "Let them come. Our human race is destined to rise against those alien beings." Chapter 36. The Fiery Wrath of the Golden Emperor. What lofty aspirations! I trust you shall not diminish the illustrious reputation of the Golden Emperor's fiery wrath. Elder Yin chuckled, extending his hand as the ember of the Golden Emperor's fiery wrath obediently floated into his palm. Gazing at the ember he had safeguarded for millennia, Elder Yin's eyes brimmed with affection as he gently placed it into Lin Yi's hand. With this, his mission was accomplished. Turning to Lin Yi, he remarked, in its prime, "The Golden Emperor's fiery wrath could only be refined by those beyond the spirit transformation realm. Yet now, it is merely an ember. And for you, Holy Son, in the condensation stage, it is quite suitable." Elder Yin then began to instruct Lin Yi on how to refine the Golden Emperor's fiery wrath. Although Lin Yi had previously refined the void-devouring flame that had been facilitated by the martial platform, and he was still somewhat uncertain about the specifics of refinement. Thus, he listened intently. Following the elder's guidance, Lin Yi gradually extended his consciousness into the ember. With a sudden pop, a fragment of his consciousness was instantly reduced to nothingness. Undeterred, Lin Yi continued to gently probe the ember, projecting signals of goodwill, perhaps sensing his benevolence. The ember refrained from incinerating that fragment of consciousness and instead approached with curiosity. An hour later, the tiny ember finally acknowledged Lin Yi, following the guidance of his consciousness and entering Lin Yi's dantian. Observing Lin Yi's successful initiation into refining the ember, Elder Yin turned to Lin Miao Miao. "Holy Maiden, you have waited long," he said, opening his palm to reveal a fiery red jade tablet that appeared in his grasp. This tablet contains the entirety of our sect's teachings: 3 volumes of Celestial Realm techniques, 10 volumes of Dharma aspect techniques, 30 volumes of Divine Soul techniques, as well as 10 sets of martial skills for each realm from Celestial to Condensation. Additionally, there are 3 secret divine abilities of our Sacred Fire sect, all entrusted to you, Holy Maiden. As he spoke, A flicker of hesitation flashed in Elder Yin's eyes, but he still bowed and said, I have a humble request to make of the Holy Maiden. After receiving the jade tablet, Lin Miao Miao promptly assisted Elder Yin to his feet. Speak freely, Elder. I shall do my utmost to assist, she replied. Elder Yin sighed. As the saying goes, dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. The Sacred Fire sect has long since become but a memory. Yet, I cannot bear to see a sect I have protected for millennia fade into oblivion. I can see that both the Holy Maiden and the Holy Son are individuals unwilling to be constrained. Therefore, I humbly request, should you grow strong in the future, would you consider choosing a worthy successor to carry on the legacy of our Sacred Fire sect? Elder Yin once again bowed deeply. Very well, I shall grant your request. Lin Miao Miao replied solemnly. She had indeed intended to pass on the legacy of the Divine Fire sect, as her fate was intertwined with it in both of her lifetimes. It was only fitting that she continue its heritage. Old Man expresses his gratitude to the Saintess. Moreover, I find a saint's son quite agreeable. Saintess, would you permit me to bestow a portion of the legacy upon him? Of course, merely a small part, the elder added, a hint of embarrassment evident on his face. Lin Miao Miao couldn't help but smile at his words, replying, Elder Yin, are you not aware that he and I are siblings? The legacy was always meant to be shared with him. Elder Yin was taken aback, then burst into laughter. I truly am getting old and muddled to have overlooked that. Suddenly, Elder Yin glanced at his hand, which had once appeared ethereal but was now nearly indistinguishable. Other parts of him were visibly dissipating at an alarming rate. Ah, the time has come, he sighed, looking at the young man and woman before him, a smile warming his eyes. Gradually, his figure transformed into countless shimmering specks of light, slowly fading away, leaving only his relieved voice echoing in the grand hall. Master, I have fulfilled the promise made to you. The Divine Fire sect shall carry on through me. Lin Miao Miao silently observed the place where Elder Yin had vanished. After a moment, she slowly bent her waist, a gesture of reverence. The once unyielding Empress Huang Tian, who had never bowed to heaven or earth, now found herself bending before a lingering soul. Miao Miao bids farewell to Elder Yin. Within the Niden Palace, Lin Yi inscribed his soul mark upon the seed of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, thus achieving successful refinement. Glancing at the void-eating flame beside him, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Since he was already there, he decided to inscribe his soul mark upon the seed of the void-eating flame as well. Observing the two flames, one black and one gold, side by side, Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. Previously, he had worried that the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame and the void-eating flame would clash, for it was widely acknowledged that divine flames could not coexist within a single vessel. However, to his surprise, neither flame exhibited any animosity. Instead, the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame radiated an emotion akin to affection when close to the void-eating flame. Lin Miao Miao, however, had a different experience. The moment the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame approached her, it became agitated. Lin tentatively brought the two flames closer together, and the void-eating flame transformed into a profound vortex. After a moment's hesitation, the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame slowly drifted into the vortex. Instantly, a surge of pure energy was released from the void-eating flame, enveloping the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame within. It was as if the flame had savored a refreshing sip of ice-cold cola on a summer's day, exuding a joyful aura, its color becoming even more resplendent. Ah! Lin Miao Miao exclaimed in surprise. I did not expect you to resonate so harmoniously with the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, brother. Lin, he opened his palm, and streams of golden flame wrapped around it like flowing gold, warm and exceedingly pleasant. I never anticipated that by taking an exam, I would gain such a significant reward. Casting a glance around, Lin Yi questioned, where is Elder Yin? Is he not here? I wish to express my gratitude to him as well. Lin Miao Miao softly replied, Elder Yin dissipated while you were refining the fire seed. He has guarded the inheritance for over 10,000 years and is weary. Lin Yi silently bowed towards the empty hall, paying his respects. I bid farewell to Elder Yin. a few hundred kilometers outside the sacred fire peak. Lin Yi and Lin Miao Miao gradually materialized. Upon checking the time, they were astonished to discover that 4 days had elapsed since the commencement of the inheritance trial, with only 10 days remaining until the end of the college entrance examination. Despite the 4-day delay, their scores had not significantly diminished. Lin Miao Miao ranked third, while Lin Yi stood fifth. Lin Miao Miao handed Lin Yi a red jade tablet, the very essence of the sacred fire sect's inheritance. Here, this encompasses all the teachings of the sacred fire sect. I have inscribed everything I could, and for what I could not, I have committed it to memory. It is entrusted to you. Elder Yin also requested that I pass a copy of the inheritance to you. Lin Yi graciously accepted the jade tablet. There's no need for you to study the techniques within. However, you may select a few martial skills and divine abilities to learn. I suggest you focus solely on the Heavenly Fire Finger and the Red Radiance 9 Heavens Great Hand Seal for now. They will suffice until you reach the Celestial Gang Realm. Rest assured, Lin Yi waved his hand, understanding the wisdom in moderation. Let's part ways then. Good luck, brother. Do not settle for second place again, Lin Miao Miao chuckled. Yet, what appeared to others as a sincere smile seemed rather insincere to Lin Yi. Get lost. Lin Yi playfully tapped Lin Miao Miao on the head, displaying his impatience. This troublesome girl just loves to annoy me. Chapter 37. Record-breaking experiencing his own cultivation. Lin Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile. After refining the Golden Emperor's flame of devastation, he discovered that it could also temper his vital energy. At that moment, within Lin Yi's body, the immense vital energy, under the refinement of the golden flames, radiated with specks of golden light. The originally formless and colorless vital energy gradually took on a hint of gold, as if undergoing a metamorphosis. After bidding farewell to Lin Miao Miao, Lin Yi resumed his quest to hunt demons. The students in the secret realm of Fire God Mountain were left in awe as they witnessed the terrifying speed at which Lin Yi and Lin Miao Miao unleashed their full potential. In just a single day, they reclaimed the top 2 positions, with Lin Yi now in first place and Lin Miao Miao in second. The reason for this shift lay in the divine technique Lin Yi had acquired, the Crimson Radiance 9 Heavens Palm. Divine techniques, unlike martial arts, transcend the realm of conventional skills. Lin Yi's white tiger-breaking army spear technique had evolved into a divine technique, representing immense power. Unlike martial arts that require a practitioner to channel spiritual energy along specific pathways, such as in the 8 Extremities Fist or the Heavenly Fire Finger, divine techniques directly invoke the laws of the universe. The Crimson Radiance 9 Heavens Palm, which Lin Yi mastered, established direct communication with the laws of fire, creating a colossal palm print. By infusing the Golden Emperor's flame of devastation into this technique, the power was exponentially increased. When he unleashed this palm strike, it was as if the very heavens and earth were collapsing. Previously, Lin Yi had utilized a massive palm imprint from the sky to obliterate a small demon clan led by 2 fifth-tier beasts, instantly earning over 900 points. Such formidable might, of course, demanded a significant expenditure of vital energy. Lin Yi's vast reservoir of vital energy allowed him to execute only 2 of these powerful palm strikes. However, fortunate for him, he possessed the void, devouring flame. While an ordinary person might require a full day of meditation to replenish their energy, Lin Yi needed only half an hour. After this brief respite, Lin Yi emerged once again as a formidable force. It must be said that the void-devouring flame truly deserves its place among the top 10 divine fires on the divine fire rankings. It bestows upon Lin Yi an unparalleled endurance and tenacity. Acquiring the void-devouring flame is akin to Liu Bang gaining the support of Xiao He. Over the next few days, Lin Yi became utterly enamored with this sensation, while the surrounding mountains bore the brunt of his newfound power. Periodically, colossal golden handprints, each spanning several tens of feet, would descend from the heavens with a thunderous crash, resulting in the demise of numerous ferocious beasts beneath their weight, leaving behind massive impressions filled with molten rock. This indicated that the beasts did not perish due to natural disasters, but rather due to human folly. The legend of the Palm Demon began to circulate among the students. prompting many to steer clear of Lin Yi's vicinity. Lin Yi, reveling in the solitude, found joy in not having to worry about collateral damage, allowing him to practice his divine abilities without restraint. With each successive practice, Lin Yi gradually mastered this technique, and he was now able to compress the handprints to a more manageable size, significantly reducing the energy expenditure, thus rendering it a reliable method for future use. Otherwise, in a sparring match, a single large handprint could obliterate his opponent, leading to potential legal troubles. Furthermore, Lin Yi dedicated an entire day to mastering the heavenly fire finger, as suggested by Lin Miao. With a series of swift motions, several golden beams shot forth, obliterating a massive boulder several meters away into dust. Observing his fingers, Lin Yi wore a peculiar expression, and after a moment of contemplation, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this just the Six Meridians' divine sword? Do they truly believe I haven't read the old master's writings?" Aside from the fact that its power has increased exponentially, this is essentially the fantastical version of the Six Pulses Divine Sword, abbreviated as Six Pulses Divine Sword Max. However, it does not entirely resemble the original. The Heavenly Fire Finger, upon reaching its pinnacle, can amalgamate all its radiant points into one, forming the true Heavenly Fire Finger. Furthermore, the Inheritance Jade Tablet contains two formidable abilities, the Annihilation Divine Light and the Crimson Sun Divine Eye. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement, but regrettably, mastering an additional ability would require a considerable expenditure of his energy. The reason Lin Yi could swiftly grasp the Crimson Nine Heavens Great Hand Seal was primarily due to its direct transmission from the Celestial Ladder. Nevertheless, even so, Lin Yi had failed numerous times before successfully wielding it. He sighed, deciding to postpone further study until after reaching the earthly fiend realm, resolutely placing the Jade Tablet into his spatial ring. At this moment, Lin Yi's score had soared to 9,500, closely followed by Lin Miao at 9,300, while the third contestant lagged behind with only a little over 7,000 points. Lin Yi and Lin Miao had established a significant lead. It is noteworthy that since the implementation of the college entrance examination policy, the highest score recorded had been a perfect 10,000. With just one day remaining until the examination concluded, Lin Yi and Lin Miao were merely a step away from shattering this record. All students and teachers realized they were on the cusp of witnessing the birth of a new miracle. The previous record holder, Ao Chong Kong, now the most formidable entity in the Great Xia, was on the verge of being surpassed by the two. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the fluctuating numbers of the scoreboard. 9,650, 9,700, 9,800, 9,900, 10,000. It was tied. It was tied. It felt as though a new era was dawning. The principal of Qinxing No. 3 Middle School, Su Yunluan, slumped helplessly in his chair. After a moment, he removed his glasses and gently wiped away tears from the corner of his eyes. Since assuming the role of principal at his alma mater, he had tirelessly devoted himself to its success. Although he had anticipated that Lin Yi and Lin Miao would achieve commendable results, the magnitude of this surprise was overwhelming. "Well done," Su Yunluan silently remarked. Suddenly, an excited voice drew everyone's attention. "Look, Lin Miao's score is about to exceed 10,000. Lin Miao, 985 points. A wave of astonishment spread. Moments ago, everyone had been fixated on the top score, unaware that Lin Miao was closely trailing Lin Yi. An hour later, Lin Miao's score reached 11,300, while Lin Yi's score stood at 13,800. The record set by Ao Chong Kong had now been surpassed by the two, with 3 hours remaining until the college entrance examination concluded. This record could still be elevated further. Within the secret realm, Lin Yi and Lin Miao liberated themselves from all constraints. Lin Miao was enveloped in a surging flame of the phoenix, transforming into a magnificent firebird. The phoenix let out a piercing cry, and countless feathers swept through the air like a tempest, descending upon a horde of demonic beasts. In an instant, the beasts were pierced through by a myriad of arrows. The flames mercilessly reaped lives. Even fifth-tier demonic beasts could only succumb helplessly to the inferno. Meanwhile, Lin Yi unleashed his own onslaught. Unlike Lin Miao Miao's dazzling display, his techniques were remarkably straightforward. With a single palm strike, a massive handprint over 50 meters wide, imbued with flowing fire, crashed into the midst of the beast horde. Should any beasts escape, the heavenly fire finger awaited them. Although lacking the elaborate effects of Lin Miao Miao's abilities, Lin Yi's efficiency in slaying beasts was undeniably formidable. As time slipped away, all examinees pushed forward in a final sprint. Every beast they defeated could potentially elevate their ranks above thousands of fellow students. As the time expired, all candidates ceased their attacks, remaining still in place, awaiting transport. A voice resonated throughout the entire examination area, and it was observed that the crystal stones of all individuals shattered spontaneously, forming a protective barrier. A flash of white light enveloped the students within the barrier, and they vanished from sight. Thus, the examination concluded officially. Chapter 38. The recruitment of talents by universities as the blinding light faded. Lin Yi opened his eyes to find himself back in the stadium. "Wow, Lin, how are you so amazing?" exclaimed a boy nearby, his face alight with excitement as he brandished a pen. "Lin, could you give me your autograph? I've been your fan for 10 years. Lin Yi's lips twitched at the absurdity of the situation. This fellow resembled those fervent fans one often encounters. A voice rang out. "Lin and sister are incredible." Gradually, the sporadic shouts began to synchronize, and soon all the students joined in, chanting, "Lin is unparalleled. Sister S beauty is unmatched." Not far from the crowd, the teachers observed the enthusiastic students without intervention, instead wearing smiles, with some younger instructors even joining the chorus. After many years, Qin City had finally seen students break into the top 10 of the Qin domain, even claiming the first and second spots. Although their final scores remained unknown, those ranks were undoubtedly secure. As the clamor subsided, Lu Jin, the director of the Qin City Education Bureau, cheerfully addressed the students. "Please remain calm, everyone. You will need to wait 2 more days for the results to be announced, after which you can choose your preferred university. I wish all of you success in your studies and flourishing martial arts." Back at home, Lin Yi and Lin Miao Miao collapsed onto the sofa, the table adorned with fruit that Qin Lan had already prepared. "How did you two do? Will you get into a top university?" Qin Lan inquired with eager anticipation. The two exchanged glances, and Lin Miao Miao nudged her chin toward Lin Yi, signaling him to respond. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Oh, Mom, don't you believe in our abilities? We're definitely getting into a top university, but we'll have to wait for the official results in 2 days." "Ha ha ha. As long as you get in, I'll be at ease." Qin Lan sighed with relief, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. After she went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, Lin Miao Miao turned to Lin Yi and asked, "After we choose our preferences, there's still 2 months before school starts. What do you plan to do?" Lin Yi took a sip of his cold soda and waved his hand dismissively. "I'll just practice at home and occasionally visit the secret realms. I know a great place. Would you like to go?" Lin Miao Miao said with an air of mystery. "You're probably nearing the earthly fiend realm, right? Do you know what is most crucial for breaking through that realm?" Lin Yi pondered for a moment. "The essence of the earthly fiend? Bingo." Lin Miao Miao snapped her fingers, observing Lin Yi's lack of comprehension. She patiently elucidated. "The so-called earthly malevolence realm involves harnessing the malevolent energy from the earth and infusing it into one's essence. However, it is crucial to understand that malevolent energy comes in various grades. Earthly malevolence is categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. The ordinary malevolence, classified as yellow, manifests in places of Yin malevolence, which can at most afflict an ordinary person, causing ailments and the like. Mysterious malevolence is often artificially refined by martial artists through unique methods, such as the sinister cults that condense the ghostly malevolence by slaughtering innocents. Capable of conjuring a spectral illusion with considerable power, albeit at the risk of being easily vanquished by others. The earthly malevolence is notably more formidable, typically formed from the convergence of malevolent energies within the Earth's veins, such as the blood-weeping malevolence from ancient battlefields, which can even summon ghostly armies, exhibiting tremendous potency. Finally, we have the most prestigious level, the heavenly malevolence, which encompasses various forms, including those naturally occurring, such as the Nine Heavens Thunder Malevolence or the Starfall Malevolence, as well as those birthed from the demise of esteemed predecessors, like the Four Symbols Malevolence. By the way, the place I wish to visit possesses the Four Symbols Malevolence. Would you care to join me? Lin Meow Meow raised an eyebrow. Without hesitation, Lin Yi grasped Lin Meow Meow's hand earnestly. Meow Meow, as you know, I am indifferent to the malevolence. My primary concern is your safety as a young lady venturing out alone. Therefore, please ensure you take me along. Lin Meow Meow stiffened slightly, discreetly withdrawing her hand, and replied coolly, of course, I will take you. Just refrain from being too handsy. Once I finalize my choices, I will take you there. With that, she turned and ascended the stairs, her face instantly flushing crimson, akin to a ripe apple. The sight of her, with her gaze lowered and feet concealed, was nothing short of breathtaking. Unfortunately, Lin was oblivious to this enchanting moment. Ding, ding, ding. Who is it? The following morning, a knock resounded at the door. Qianlong peered through the peephole and saw a very unfamiliar man and woman. Thus, she cautiously inquired through the door. Is this the residence of Lin Yi and Lin Meow Meow's classmate? I am from the admissions office of Tianwu University. May I come in to discuss? Huh? Tianwu University? Qianlong hastily opened the door, apologizing profusely. The bespectacled gentleman quickly extended his hand for a handshake with Qianlong, casually introducing the two. This must be Ms. Qianlong. I am Li Yuming, the director of the admissions office at Tianwu University, and this is my assistant, Su Yuyu. Hello, Director Li. Hello, Miss Su. Qianlong replied, before dashing upstairs to fetch the two still indulging in slumber. Moments later, Lin Yi and Lin Meow Meow, sporting their wild hairstyles, faced Li Yuming. Li, being well-versed and seasoned, appeared unfazed by their eccentric looks. However, Su Yu clearly struggled with her composure, her lips twitching slightly, betraying her discomfort. Ahem! Li Yuming cleared his throat, prompting Su Yu to adopt a serious demeanor immediately. Classmates Lin Yi and Lin Meow Meow, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Li Yuming, the director of the admissions office at Tianwu University, and this is my assistant and student, Su Yuyu. Hello, Director Li. Hello, Senior Su, they greeted. Just as Li Yuming was about to speak further, another series of knocks interrupted. A few minutes later, upon seeing the newcomer, Li Yuming chuckled. Is there no one left at Tianjin University this year? Why has Zhang Matzi sent you to recruit? An air of tension filled the room as the visitor, clearly not in a congenial mood, retorted with a scoff. If you of all people can come, why can't I? And I'm not alone. There are others behind me. Li Yuming paused, and indeed, a throng of individuals followed, crowding into the spacious living room of the villa, which fortunately could accommodate them all. Before long, the room was filled to capacity. It was astonishing that 5 top-tier universities had converged to vie for the two students. Li Yuming, observing the scene, remarked with a smile. Since everyone is so eager to secure Lin Yi and Lin Meow Meow, let us be direct. Please, state the sincerity you can offer. The man who had been sparring verbally with Li Yuming interjected, I represent Tianjin University. If the two students enroll, they will receive complimentary guidance from all the esteemed mentors, and resources necessary to reach the Yuanshan realm will be available at half price, along with a reward of 5,000 points for each. A representative from Zhenhai University scoffed dismissively, adding, at Zhenhai University, we shall enhance Tianjin University's offer. All resources required for reaching the Yuanshan realm will be provided free of charge. You're being overly presumptuous. Get lost, you pauper. As tensions flared and it seemed an argument was about to erupt, Li Yuming promptly intervened. Please, let us maintain decorum. Allow others to finish their proposals before we engage in disputes. Chapter 39. Journey to the Chilean Mountains as the two individuals settled into a tranquil silence. The venerable Taoist from Longhu University, who had come to recruit, stroked his beard with a smile. Our Longhu University may not possess the financial might of the previous two institutions, but we offer two enticing propositions. First, upon enrollment, you will become direct disciples of the celestial masters of Longhu Mountain, with unrestricted access to all our teachings, including the esteemed 5 Thunders technique and the Golden Elixir secret records. You will also have the freedom to explore our various mystical realms. The man, who had been quietly sipping tea, interjected, as for Chong Kong University, we have but one offer. The esteemed Dean Chong Kong himself will personally mentor you, guaranteeing your advancement into the law manifestation realm. And perhaps even the celestial being realm is not beyond reach. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Li Yuming cautiously inquired, could it be that Dean Chong Kong is poised to take that monumental step? The man remained silent, merely nodding gently. Ha ha! Heaven bless our great Xia! Everyone erupted in jubilant exclamations, and the old Taoist from Longhu Mountain even wiped away tears of joy. After a moment of reflection, the crowd gradually regained their composure. Li Yuming offered an apologetic smile to Lin Yi and Lin Miao Miao, saying, I beg your pardon, I became a bit too exhilarated. Truly, the legendary Chong Kong martial saint lives up to his reputation. Old Li, quickly tell us what benefits your Tianwu University offers. Someone urged eagerly. Very well, he replied. If you both choose to enroll in Tianwu University, we will unconditionally grant you access to the Tsangyuan Cave Heaven once. Furthermore, you will receive complimentary guidance from all our esteemed instructors, with all teachings available for your perusal at no charge. Tsangyuan Cave Heaven? You are quite audacious, remarked Li Yuming, raising his hands in resignation. There was little he could do. The principal had issued a strict mandate that compelled him to recruit them. Understanding that Lin Yi and Lin Miao Miao were likely unaware of the Tsangyuan Cave, he thoughtfully elucidated. Tsangyuan Cave is a small world discovered by the first principal of Tianwu University on the battlefield of myriad races. Subsequently, he brought this miniature realm to our great Xia and named it Tsangyuan Cave. The cave can only be accessed once every 100 years due to the immense energy required for its activation, with only 5 slots available each time. It is said that each individual who enters the Tsangyuan Cave possesses the potential to transcend into the realm of celestial beings. Even the esteemed Lord Aya Changkong has benefited greatly from his experience therein. A young man from Chong Kong University scoffed lightly, yet chose not to elaborate further, clearly acknowledging the truth in Li Yuming's words. Lin Yi glanced at Lin Miao Miao, who nodded gently, prompting him to rise and declare, I'm profoundly grateful for the favor shown by all the esteemed teachers. I've decided to choose Tianwu University. Despite the alluring offers from other institutions, they were not necessities for Lin Yi. With Lin Miao Miao, a living encyclopedia, to guide him and the complete heritage of the Divine Fire sect at his disposal, he resolved to select a university closer to home. Everyone turned their attention to Lin Miao Miao, who raised her hand to indicate, wherever my brother goes, I shall follow. Li Yuming chuckled heartily, apologizing, I must beg your pardon. Esteemed colleagues, trust me, Tianwu University shall not disappoint you. Disappointment flickered across the faces of others, yet they refrained from protest. Each harbored their aspirations, and one cannot force matters. After the others departed, Li Yuming presented the two with 2 cards, stating, this is a modest gift for you both. Each card holds 50 million Great Xia coins. We shall meet again in 2 months. 2 days later, Lin Yi accessed the website to check his scores while Lin Miao Miao prepared to do the same on her computer. Behind them, Qin Lan was a bundle of nerves, her palms clammy with sweat, glancing anxiously from side to side. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the results were published. Lin Yi, total score 15,800. Ranking, first in the Qin region. Lin Miao Miao, total score 13,500. Ranking, second in the Qin region. Ah, my score seems to be slightly higher than anticipated, Lin Yi remarked in surprise. Without looking up, Lin Miao Miao replied, did you not capture a cult member? That must have added to your score. Realization dawned upon Lin, as he almost forgot that detail. Upon confirming their results, the Qin region erupted in fervor due to Lin Yi and Lin Miao Miao. Qin City gained renown because of them, attracting countless admirers. As a result, Qin City No. 3 High School received substantial support from the Education Bureau, successfully surpassing No. 1 High School to become the leading institution in Qin City. It was rumored that the former principal of Qin City No. 1 harbored a deep-seated resentment, cursing Su Yunlin at night for his lack of integrity in bullying the elderly. Yet, Lin Yi and Lin Miao Miao, now the center of public attention, had already departed from Qin City, boarding the high-speed train. The G1869 train to Jincheng was approaching its final destination. Passengers were advised to gather their belongings and prepare to disembark. Jincheng, a border city in the far west of Great Xia, is characterized by its arid climate, perpetually shrouded in wind and sand. Consequently, the wilderness beyond Jincheng is rife with a unique breed of demon beast known as the sand demon. Unlike ordinary demon beasts, the sand demon is composed entirely of sand. Although its offensive capabilities are modest, it is exceedingly troublesome, unless one possesses the sheer strength to obliterate its core. It will incessantly absorb sand to mend itself. The heavenly-level earthly evil Qi, mentioned by Lin Miao Miao, is located in the Chilean Mountains in the western region of Great Xia. While the Chilean Mountains are not situated within the core territory of the sand demons, they do host several sand demon clans. After savoring a few bowls of the local specialty beef noodles in Jincheng, the two wasted no time and promptly rented a car to head straight for the Chilean Mountains. Fortunately, Lin had previously obtained his driver's license, though he had not driven in some time. The control a martial artist has over their body made driving a straightforward task. As they boldly navigated the demon-infested wilderness, the demon beasts could hardly tolerate such arrogance. How dare they be so brazen? Attack! Before the beast could pounce, a crimson ray of light effortlessly pierced through its head, simultaneously seizing its beast crystal. Lin Miao Miao sat in the passenger seat, her fingers delicately curling, as the radiant light obediently hovered at her fingertip, transforming into a small sword approximately 3 inches in length. Though diminutive, the sword's earlier penetrating power could easily breach even the flesh of a 4th-tier beast. While Lin was aware of Lin Miao Miao's numerous capabilities, he was nonetheless astonished by this display. "What kind of technique is this? It appears quite formidable," he remarked. Lin Miao Miao smiled with pride, and in an instant, the small sword darted forth with the swiftness of lightning, so rapid that even Lin could barely discern its motion. The sword transformed into a crimson arc, vanishing into the horizon. Moments later, it returned to Lin Miao Miao's hand, bearing a beast crystal. After securing the crystal, she teased, "Have you ever heard of the Celestial Clan?" I haven't, but it sounds like a type of alien race," Linny replied. "To be precise, the Celestial Clan is one of the most powerful races across the realms. Their numbers are exceedingly few, yet their innate talents are remarkable. Nearly every member achieves the law manifestation realm upon maturity. This technique I possess was learned from the Celestial Clan in my previous life, known as sword control art. The Celestial Clan is renowned not only for their longevity, but also for the formidable prowess of their sword cultivators. In my past life, I engaged in combat with a sword cultivator of the Celestial Realm on several occasions. Although he was defeated, his life-bound flying swords were indeed powerful, and I subsequently acquired a portion of his sword cultivation legacy. Noticing the captivated expression on Lin Yi's face, Lin Miao Miao teased, "Do you wish to learn it?" Lin nodded earnestly, "I do. It's incredibly impressive, isn't it? It resembles the legendary sword immortals of the Great Xia." Chapter 40. The Yuan Yang sword technique. Upon hearing this, Lin Miao Miao's expression became rather peculiar. Our Great Xia also possesses sword control techniques, whether it be a Mei, Wudong, or Mount Shu. Each has its own methods. However, it seems their legacies have somewhat faltered, lacking certain elements. As evening approached, and they prepared to rest, Lin Miao Miao handed Lin a jade tablet. "This is the Yuan Yang sword technique that I exchanged. It also includes the missing nurturing method for the innate flying sword from the Great Xia sword techniques. However, nurturing an innate flying sword is no simple task, and I cannot assist you with that." Lin accepted the jade tablet and casually inquired, "Is that flying sword you used on the way your innate flying sword?" Lin Miao Miao shook her head. "It's merely something I crafted in my spare time. It suffices for dealing with low-tier monsters, but against higher-level ones, it would be futile." "All right," Lin nodded, pressing the jade tablet to his forehead. Initially, he felt a bit shy about Lin Miao Miao's generosity, but as time passed, he found it rather delightful. The Yuan Yang sword technique was concise, and before long, Lin had finished reading it. To elaborate, the Yuan-Yang sword technique is divided into several methods. The first and most crucial is the sword nurturing method, which requires the integration of the 5 elemental materials into the 5 organs, subsequently merging them with the soul through the sword nurturing technique to give birth to the innate flying sword. Thus, the quality of the elemental materials often determines the grade of the innate flying sword. Next is the sword maintenance method. Birthing an innate flying sword is not the ultimate skill. How to properly maintain it is what truly matters. In simple terms, it involves tempering the sword, using the myriad elements of heaven and earth to refine the sword's intent. Those powerful cultivators whose sword intent has reached great heights can truly unleash a sword that shatters myriad laws. Lastly, there is the sword control method, encompassing various techniques such as transforming sword energy into threads, sword energy thunder, and the unity of man and sword. These are essential skills for any competent sword practitioner. Lacking them renders one merely an amateur wielding a sword. Observing this, Lin Yi turned to Lin Miao Miao. Previously, when she wielded her sword, it seemed to emit a rumbling sound. At the time, he had dismissed it, thinking it was thunder. In retrospect, it likely was the sword energy thunder from the sword technique. Seeing that Lin Yi had finished reading, Lin Miao Miao tossed him a small sword. Here, I forged an extra one while crafting before. You can use this for now. Lin Yi immediately bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Sister Miao Miao. You are truly generous. Lin Miao Miao chuckled, her dimples becoming more pronounced. Following the teachings of the sword technique, Lin Yi began to refine the small sword, placing it on the ground and forming a sword gesture with his hand. Rise. The sword remained motionless. Lin Yi changed his angle. Rise. This time, the small sword seemed to respond to Lin Yi's call, tremblingly rising into the air. Lin Yi's heart filled with joy, but alas, the small sword once again fell helplessly to the ground. Lin Miao Miao, munching on a chicken leg nearby, advised as a novice in sword control, one must maintain a calm demeanor, learning first to regulate one's emotions so they do not affect the flying sword. With a deep breath, Lin Yi's heart became devoid of both sorrow and joy. Controlling emotions was merely a simple task. This time, the small sword ascended with remarkable ease. As Lin Yi deftly adjusted his grip, the small sword began to accelerate gracefully in the air. Gradually, he became increasingly skilled in wielding the flying sword, which traced elegant arcs in the sky, sometimes flicking its tail, at other times drifting smoothly. Lin Yi reveled in the delight of this newfound toy, playing with it joyously until his mental energy was nearly exhausted. Yet he stopped reluctantly, realizing once again that the sword immortal was indeed the most magnificent. In the future, Lin Yi would engage in combat from a distance, employing his flying sword to serve him. Once his opponent finally drew near, he would reveal himself as an unparalleled warrior, possessing immense strength. One could only imagine the expressions on their faces at that moment. After a night's rest, they officially entered the Chilean mountains the following day. Ever since the resurgence of spiritual energy, not only had flora and fauna undergone mutations, but the very natural environment had transformed as well. The area had expanded over 100-fold compared to before, with the expanse of the Great Xia now comparable to the entire territory of Blue Star prior to the revival of spiritual energy. The mountains had risen higher and larger, now densely populated by countless beasts, rendering them a forbidden zone for humanity. As a renowned mountain range of the Great Xia, the height and vastness of the Chilean mountains were beyond question. Upon entering the mountains, Lin Yi felt a sudden chill, goosebumps erupting all over his skin. Hush! Do not speak. Follow my lead, Lin Miao Miao instructed, her hands forming intricate seals. A mystical aura enveloped both of them like a gossamer garment, instantly dispelling the eerie atmosphere around them, as if the beasts could no longer perceive their presence. Lin Yi closely followed in Lin Miao Miao's footsteps. After several hours of travel, she finally came to a halt, revealing a vast valley before them. We have arrived, Lin Miao Miao sighed with relief. This is the place I discovered in my previous life, where the 4 symbols malevolent energy resides. I named it Song Sha Valley. When I first found it, I was already at the Dharma aspect realm. Considering the time elapsed, The malevolent energy of the four symbols should still be quite weak, which works to our advantage. Now, remember to follow my lead closely. Do not stray. There's a naturally formed killing array within Songsha Valley. One misstep could lead to obliteration, Lin Miao Miao said with a serious expression. Rest assured, Linny assured her, understanding the gravity of the situation concerning his own life. Upon entering the valley, Lin Miao Miao muttered incantations, her hands continuously shifting through various seals. Her direction was erratic, veering left and right, and at times even retreating. After several hours of navigating through the array, they finally emerged. Lin Yi felt immense relief. Had he been alone, he would have likely become nothing more than a skeleton within the deadly formation. With a deep sigh, he mused, indeed, having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure. Though Lin Miao Miao did not turn to face him, she deftly twisted her hand around Lin Yi's waist. Caught off guard, Lin Yi winced in pain, realizing that she had used her vital energy to pinch him. Upon exiting the killing array, what lay before Lin, it was an ordinary little valley, far less expansive than the outside world. In this small valley stood four massive stone pillars, each intricately carved with lifelike statues representing the four symbols: the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Lin Miao Miao pointed at the carvings on the pillars, saying, "These engravings on the four pillars represent the malevolent energy I mentioned earlier. Would you like to absorb it now, or store it for later?" "Let us set aside for now," Lin Yi replied. "The malevolent aura is the ultimate filth of the heavens and the earth, capable of corrupting all things. However, pure jade can perfectly contain this malevolence." Thus, the two effortlessly placed the four orbs of malevolent aura into the jade box, leaving behind four solitary stone pillars standing. Could these pillars also be treasures? Lin Yi inquired as he ran his fingers along the stone. Lin Miao Miao, with a resigned gesture, replied, "I have examined them long ago. They are merely four ordinary stone pillars. If you wish to take them, feel free." Lin Yi, disheartened, clicked his tongue, knowing such fortunate finds were too good to be true. Chapter 41. The Sword Comes. Upon observing Lin Miao Miao seated on the ground, exuding an aura of concentration indicative of her intent to cultivate, Lin Yi inquired with a hint of confusion, "What are you, attempting to break through to the earthly fiend realm?" "I could have broken through long ago," Lin Miao Miao replied, "but I simply hadn't encountered the desired fiendish energy. The abundance of spiritual energy here, coupled with protective formations, makes this an opportune moment for a breakthrough." Lin Yi pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Impressive." He was at a loss regarding the intricacies of her cultivation. He diligently practiced day in and day out, and while he had already condensed over 300 of the 365 acupoints, his progress with the celestial demon blood record was remarkably smooth, having transformed all his acupoints into blood acupoints. With an estimated month remaining, he anticipated reaching the pinnacle of the acupoint condensation realm, especially with the aid of the void-devouring flame as a cultivation accelerator. It was likely that an ordinary individual would require an eternity to achieve such progress. Lin Miao Miao chuckled lightly. "Our cultivation techniques differ. I am merely a step ahead at this moment." She produced a sphere of vermilion bird fiendish energy, which coalesced into the form of a phoenix, soaring upwards with a resounding cry. As she gazed at this manifestation, a glimmer of joy danced in her eyes. In her previous life, the fiendish energy she had utilized to break through the earthly fiend realm was merely of a terrestrial grade. Now, possessing the pinnacle of heavenly grade, vermilion bird fiendish energy, she believed she could establish a martial foundation far superior to that of her past existence. Perhaps even take a definitive step forward. Lin Yi observed Lin Miao Miao's breakthrough process intently, accumulating experience for his own impending advancement. He watched as the sphere of fiendish energy slowly floated before her, gradually permeating her entire being as she circulated her cultivation technique. As the energy entered her body, her form flushed crimson, and a pained expression manifested on her face. It was well known that fiendish energy is the essence of earthly impurities, and countless individuals had lost their sanity upon its entry during their attempts to break through the earthly fiend realm, becoming mere shells of their former selves. The higher the grade of fiendish energy, the more arduous the process of subjugation and refinement. In this instance, Lin Miao Miao was refining the vermilion bird fiendish energy. And to do so, she first needed to subdue the spirit of the vermilion bird within. As one of the 4 divine spirits of heaven, even the slightest trace of the vermilion bird's essence was not something everyone could hope to refine. Yet, Lin Miao Miao was evidently no ordinary individual. Surprisingly, the anguish etched on her face dissipated within mere minutes, indicating that she had successfully subdued the vermilion bird spirit and had officially commenced the refinement process. Seeing this, Lin Yi's concerns eased. He retrieved several beast crystals, and with a wave of the black flame, they transformed into pure energy, which he began to refine, gradually progressing towards the pinnacle of acupoint condensation. What Lin Yi did not anticipate was that Lin Miao Miao's breakthrough to the earthly fiend realm would take an entire day. As the fluctuations of spiritual energy around her began to stabilize, her breakthrough neared its conclusion. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the air. Lin Yi's expression changed, realizing that this commotion signaled the intrusion of a ferocious beast. Observing Lin Miao Miao, who was still adjusting her breath, Lin Yi stepped out of the small valley. Before him lay an area riddled with deadly formations, from which fissures appeared out of thin air, emanating an extraordinarily violent aura. A 6th-tier demon beast. Lin's expression turned grave. Although he believed he could confront a perfected 5th-tier beast, a 6th-tier creature rivaled the formidable warriors of the celestial realm. He knew he had to confront it, for it must not be allowed to enter. With unwavering determination, Lin Yi summoned the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, initiating the grand handprint of the radiant sky. With a resounding crack, the formation shattered completely, revealing a colossal beast outside the valley, a primary 6th-tier mountain-moving giant ape. As Lin Yi beheld the towering creature, over 100 meters high, he could not help but swallow hard. Its sheer size alone was intimidating, and the ferocious pressure it exerted caused Lin Yi's energy to momentarily stagnate. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to strike, but a slightly cool hand grasped his palm, halting him. Turning around, he saw Lin Miao Miao's somewhat pale visage. Perhaps due to her recent breakthrough, she appeared fragile, yet her aura surged like the tumultuous sea. "Allow me," she said, shielding Lin Yi behind her and facing the mountain-moving giant ape head-on. "Human, relinquish what you possess in the valley," the ape bellowed, its voice reverberating like thunder throughout the gorge. Lin Miao Miao shook her head. "If you desire it, come take it." Seeking death, the mountain-moving giant ape, losing patience, opted for a direct assault, aiming to crush the 2 humans into a pulp. Its fist, as immense as a small mountain, descended upon them, rendering Lin Yi and Lin Miao Miao as insignificant as ants beneath its shadow. The violent gust from the descending fist whipped Lin Miao Miao's martial attire, causing it to flutter wildly. Faced with this seemingly cataclysmic assault, Lin Miao Miao gently closed her eyes and murmured, "Sword, come forth." Though the sound was faint, it resonated throughout the vast expanse of the sky. Before the words could fully escape, a magnificent divine intent enveloped Lin Miao Miao. In an instant, this grandeur traversed the entire heavens. The mountain-moving giant ape found its fist suspended mid-air, for a towering sword shadow had, unbeknownst to it, sliced through the clouds. Poised high above, its tip aimed directly at the ape's head. It seemed that should the ape's fist descend even a fraction more, that celestial sword would cleave it asunder. Despite the mountain-moving giant ape's formidable physique, renowned for its strength akin to divine iron and its ability to shift mountains, it was gripped by an unfamiliar sense of peril in the presence of the sword radiating overwhelming sword intent. It understood that this blade could effortlessly breach its proud body and even bring about its demise. After a moment of hesitation, the ape ultimately regained its composure. While it sensed treasures hidden within the valley, the specifics remained elusive, and it pondered whether they would be of any use to itself. To risk everything for such an unknown was unworthy. Retracting its fist, it cast a deep glance at the human before gently tossing aside 2 fruits and turning to depart. This young girl, capable of nurturing such astonishing sword intent at her age, undoubtedly possessed an immense future. Since it could not guarantee her defeat, it was wise to avoid provoking her. The demon clan of the Chilean mountains coexists with the human race under a mutual agreement with the human elite. The humans would not expel them from the Chilean mountains. In return, they were to regulate the demon clans west of Jincheng. As the mountain-moving giant ape vanished into the depths of the mountains, Lin Miao Miao exhaled in relief, and the sword shadow that hung in the sky gradually dissipated. Their objectives in the Chilean mountains had been achieved, and the two promptly departed. Although they had repelled the mountain-moving giant ape, it was essential to recognize that an agreement with the human race was far beyond the qualifications of a mere six-tier demon beast. The Chilean mountain range was vast, and it could not be secured by a single six-tier mountain-moving giant ape. Within those endless depths, untold formidable demon clans lay hidden. Chapter 42. The Demon Suppression City. On the journey back, Lin Yi suggested that Lin Miao Miao proceed ahead. Understanding that Lin Yi harbored his own secrets, Lin Miao Miao did not linger and made her way back to Jincheng, eager to explore for a few days. In her previous life, she had been solely focused on exterminating demons and had missed out on too much. In this lifetime, she intended to traverse the vast expanse of Daxia and indulge in its culinary delights. Her first destination, Jincheng. Lin Yi was taken aback by Lin Miao Miao's immediate dash towards the gastronomic pleasures upon their separation. At that moment, he was immersed in the exhilarating sensation brought about by his soaring cultivation level. The void-devouring flame had completely relinquished its restraints, surging toward the encountered demon beasts like an unstoppable tide. In this unrestrained consumption, Lin Yi attained the pinnacle of the qi condensation realm within a single day. After 2 additional days of consolidating his foundation, he commenced his breakthrough into the earthly fiend realm. Lin Miao Miao had already elucidated the various precautions for the breakthrough process with great clarity. Finding a safe cave, Lin Yi retrieved the white tiger fiend. To his astonishment, the fiend offered no resistance as he refined it. The fiend's growl, which had been poised to erupt, abruptly transformed into a mule after Lin Yi invoked the white tiger saint's power, nearly eliciting a laugh from Lin Yi during his breakthrough. The process proceeded with an expected ease, marking the moment Lin Yi officially became a warrior of the earthly fiend realm. After a frenzied spree of slaughter lasting another 2 days, Lin Yi returned to Jincheng and soon spotted Lin Miao Miao, who was voraciously devouring an entire roasted lamb. They exchanged glances for a moment, and Lin Miao Miao, with an air of nonchalance, wiped the grease from her face and reached for a beer on the table, attempting to steady her nerves. Yet, her hand trembled uncontrollably, as if afflicted by Parkinson's, rendering her unable to bring it to her lips. "Oh dear, why are you so nervous?" "I won't tell anyone," Lin Yi remarked, stepping over to snatch a leg of lamb, savoring a mouthful of tender meat. "Delicious." Another sip of chilled beer followed, filling him with a profound sense of satisfaction. Thus, he decided to order a whole roasted lamb. The current roast was prepared using a first-tier demon beast, the mountain goat, known for its tender and firm meat. A single roasted lamb fetched over 10,000 great xia coins. Upon witnessing this, Lin Miao Miao chuckled and continued to focus all her attention on the lamb leg before her. In this manner, on the bustling streets, the young couple each held a lamb leg, savoring it as if nothing else could captivate their interest. After several days of unrestrained revelry, having nearly explored the entirety of Jincheng, they reluctantly returned to Qinyu, bringing along a plethora of gifts for Qinlan. Each delicacy was prepared in duplicate, safely stored within their spatial rings, unhindered by concerns of spoilage. Lin Yi understood that his mother, in her youth, had also been quite the Epicurean, but after his birth, she devoted all her energy to him. Moreover, Lin Miao Miao had also examined the 2 fruits discarded by the mountain-moving giant ape before their departure. One of them was the body transformation fruit, which had the remarkable effect of cleansing marrow and unblocking meridians, perfectly suited for Qinlan's use. After spending another fortnight at home, the admission letter was personally delivered by Su Yuyu. Following the use of the body transformation fruit, Qinlan successfully broke through to a minor realm, now merely a step away from the condensation realm. The 2 of them carefully deliberated and chose a method of condensation that was neither too abundant nor scarce, alongside a regimen for health maintenance. With only a month left before the new term commenced, he found himself feeling somewhat bored. Observing this, Lin Meow Meow proposed, "Shall we venture to Demon Town and hunt some demons? It is precisely in that place where you can refine your swordsmanship." He readily agreed. As the final barrier between the myriad races of the battlefield and the Great Xia, the Demon Suppression City is renowned as the foremost city of Blue Star. Since its establishment, the Great Xia has not suffered from the chaos caused by the demon race invading its heartland. It was at that time that the Great Xia regained its long-lost tranquility. However, beneath the walls of the Demon Suppression City, countless formidable warriors from both human and demon races have perished, including more than one ninth-tier demon. Each year, innumerable martial artists venture forth to the Demon Suppression City to slay demons. Some return laden with honor, while others meet their demise far from home. Lin Meow Meow's parents, as well as Lin Yi's father, lost their lives at the Demon Suppression City. Lin Yi can never forget the sparkle in his father's eyes when he recounted his experiences in the city while still alive. Therefore, when it came time to choose a university, Lin Yi's first thought was to attend Tianwu University. He yearned to witness the city for which his father sacrificed his life. Lin Meow Meow shared this sentiment. In her previous life, after graduating from university, she made a beeline for the Demon Suppression City, where she subsequently broke through to the Celestial Phenomenon Realm, followed by the Soul Realm, the Law Manifestation Realm, and the Celestial Being Realm. Her parents perished there, and thus she devoted her life to guarding that place. After agreeing to set off the day after tomorrow, Lin Yi entered the training platform. This time, the objective was to confront the most powerful alien race simulated in the condensation realm. As his realm increased, the energy required for simulations grew exponentially. Additionally, Lin Yi needed beast crystals for his cultivation. It was only after breaking through to the earthly fiend realm and engaging in a massacre that he managed to gather sufficient beast crystals. Ding! The simulated target drawn this time is 9-leaf swordgrass. The 9-leaf swordgrass is one of the 10 fiends, renowned alongside the heavenly horn ant and the thunder emperor. Its innate divine ability, the grass character sword art, symbolizes unparalleled lethality, capable of severing time and space and cleaving through the cosmos. A great power has remarked, a single blade of grass can slay the sun, moon, and stars. The drawn talent is grass character sword art. Is that truly the only talent? Lin Yi expressed his bewilderment, having never encountered others with such extravagant talents. Yet here stood one with a singular gift. As the duel commenced, a diminutive grass with merely 2 leaves materialized in the arena, its leaves resembling blades, adorned with intricate and complex runes that danced across their surfaces. Although it was dubbed the sword grass, Lin Yi discerned no trace of sword energy surrounding it, yet he dared not underestimate it. With a flicker of thought, dark storm clouds gathered above the 9-leaf swordgrass. He raised a hand and summoned a cataclysmic bolt of lightning, akin to a spear capable of rending the heavens and the earth, which struck down upon the 9-leaf swordgrass in an instant. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment as the overwhelming thunderbolt collided with the grass, leaving it utterly unscathed. Upon closer inspection, he realized the runes on its leaves glimmered softly, as delicate streams of sword energy coalesced upon the leaves, effortlessly slicing through the oncoming lightning. Before Lin Yi could conjure another strike, a terrifying sword energy erupted from the 9-leaf swordgrass. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the very fabric of the universe was being torn apart, as the initially minuscule sword energy surged forth, expanding to an unfathomable magnitude. Instantly, the realm appeared suffused with an overwhelming intent to cleave heaven and earth. Lin Yi stood transfixed, blood streaming from his body, the result of the errant sword energy that had inadvertently grazed him. Yet he felt no pain. His gaze was fixated on the sword energy that sliced through the storm clouds, disappearing into the abyss. Could this be the sword technique of the grass character? Lin Yi remained rooted in place, initially believing that Lin Meow Meow's earlier strike, suspended in the heavens, was a marvel in itself. However, witnessing the might of the 9-leaf swordgrass, he realized that even the reborn Lin Meow Meow would appear as nothing more than a novice swordsman in comparison to this formidable strike. Chapter 43. The grass character sword technique. However, Lin Yi discerned that while the nine-leaf sword grass exhibited formidable strength, it bore a glaring weakness. It was immobile. Furthermore, the nine-leaf sword grass was merely at the condensation realm. Although that previous strike was terrifying, its consumption was beyond what the condensation realm could endure. Lin Yi was not convinced that such a strike could be unleashed indefinitely. As Lin Yi's vital energy surged chaotically around him, he shifted his hand seals, drawing the ambient spiritual energy in the darkened space together, manifesting the Red Ming, Nine Heavens Great Hand Seal. Above the nine-leaf sword grass, a colossal hand engulfed in flames of black and gold emerged. "Be subdued," Lin Yi bellowed, as the immense hand descended with overwhelming pressure. The nine-leaf sword grass seemed to sense the impending threat. The runes on its leaves danced frantically, and streams of sword aura coalesced into a torrent, slashing toward the hand. In an instant, the gigantic palm was marred with cracks, yet the vast spiritual energy swiftly sealed the gaps. Lin Yi's expression brightened at this sight. Although this move was indeed powerful, it posed far less threat to him compared to the initial strike. This indicated that the previous sword attack was a trump card for the nine-leaf sword grass. Through several rounds of confrontation, Lin Yi had also observed that the simulated opponents on the martial stage, despite their formidable strength, seemed mismatched against their prodigious talents. The root of this discrepancy lay in their realms being too low. Talent, after all, is merely potential. Until that potential is transformed into strength, it remains empty talk. The nine-leaf sword grass possessed a sword intent that reached the heavens, yet its realm restricted its ability to unleash its true power. That unparalleled sword strike had effectively drained its essence, leaving it to struggle in its last throes. With this realization, Lin Yi pressed his palm downwards, accelerating the descent of the fissured colossal hand, which swiftly struck the nine-leaf sword grass. The nine-leaf sword grass attempted to resist further, weaving strands of sword aura around itself to form a protective barrier, firmly bracing against the hand. Finding himself in a stalemate, Lin Yi summoned the mountain-breaking spear, directing its tip toward the root of the nine-leaf sword grass. Having ascended to the earthly fiend realm, the White Tiger Breaking Army Spear technique, having undergone the baptism of the White Tiger's wrath, seemed to have undergone a transformation. Not only had the White Tiger emblem on his forehead expanded, but the spear technique's power had also undergone a profound change. The White Tiger's Star Shatter. To counter such a barrier, he naturally employed the most penetrating killing move from his spear techniques. A golden spear light pierced through the darkness, transforming into a meteor streaking across the sky, howling as it struck the protective shield of the nine-leaf sword grass. With a brief pause, accompanied by a cracking sound, the barrier was shattered into fragments by the spear light. Unabated, the residual force of the spear, imbued with overwhelming malevolence, surged directly towards the root of the nine-leaf sword grass. The collision of sword aura and spear light resembled a contest between the sharpest of needles and the hardest of grains, with neither party willing to yield. The standoff persisted for an indeterminate duration, but ultimately, the nine-leaf sword grass suffered from its lower realm. As the stalemate prolonged, its sword aura could no longer be sustained. The runes on its leaves faded, and the once verdant foliage began to wither. Congratulations, host, on defeating the nine-leaf sword grass. Would you like to merge with the talent? Grass character, sword technique? Lin Yi naturally chose to merge, for the sword intent that seemed capable of severing the heavens and the earth was irresistible. As the fusion commenced, the withered body of the nine-leaf sword grass emitted a faint glow, and a series of runes appeared upon its leaves. Subsequently, as if summoned by an unknown force, they burrowed into Lin Yi's dantian. His heart tightened. The dantian was the gathering place of a warrior's vital energy, and any lapse was unacceptable. With a single thought, Lin Yi turned his focus inward, only to discover that the dense runes had coalesced into a small blade of grass within his dantian, floating gently. As the grass took shape, a complex stream of information flooded Lin Yi's mind. It was the grass character's sword technique. Uncontrollably, Lin Yi became immersed in this sword technique. a profound aura gradually manifesting around him. In his eyes, sword intent converged, and various phenomena materialized above his head. In that moment, he seemed to witness the pinnacle of the sword path. He beheld, amidst the dark starry sky, how the small leaves of the nine-leaf swordgrass, with just a gentle sway, unleashed beams of sword light that surged forth like a swift current, leaving nothing in their wake unscathed. As they traversed through space, the void shattered like paper, and even the majestic stars crumbled to dust beneath the onslaught of the sword's energy. This was indeed the grass character sword technique, renowned for its ability to slice through the sun, moon, and stars. As he comprehended this technique, the Yuan-Yang sword technique taught by Lin Miao Miao surfaced in his mind. In the light of this newfound understanding, what once seemed obscure now appeared remarkably simple. The sword energy flowed like silk, resonating with thunder, and the sword light diversified. The unity of man and sword was mastered by Lin Yi in an instant. The sword strike that had once seemed breathtaking to Lin Yi now felt within his grasp. He was confident he could perfectly replicate that strike, perhaps even surpassing Lin Miao Miao's original execution. Such was the transformation the grass character sword technique bestowed upon Lin Yi. Rather than being merely a transmission of sword techniques, it was a conveyance of sword intent. It lacked specific forms, or rather, it required no forms at all. One sword connects, and 1,000 swords resonate. As Lin Yi delved deeper into his comprehension, the small blade of grass in his dantian seemed to have absorbed nourishment, its leaves turning a vibrant green, with mysterious runes swirling upon them. Moments later, 2 fresh leaves sprouted from the grass's stem, gradually growing to the size of the original leaves before ceasing their growth. Lin Yi, too, halted his introspection, and the extraordinary phenomenon above his head began to dissipate. Rubbing his temples, he felt as though his head might explode. This was a manifestation of the depletion of a martial artist's spiritual consciousness. Returning to reality, Lin Yi could no longer endure and collapsed onto his bed, slipping into a deep slumber. To his surprise, he remained asleep for an entire 2 days. Fortunately, Lin Miao Miao discerned that Lin Yi had succumbed to exhaustion of his spiritual consciousness and spent a considerable sum to procure a calming herb for him, allowing him to awaken. Otherwise, given the extent of his spiritual depletion, he would have required at least a week to fully recover. Upon awakening, Lin Yi felt a tinge of trepidation. At that moment, his mind had been solely focused on the overwhelming sword intent. Unknowingly, he had fallen into a state of epiphany. Within this revelation, the sword intent gradually unfurled before him, akin to peeling layers from a cocoon, entrancing him to the point where he was oblivious to the consumption of his spiritual energy. Yet, the rewards he reaped from the sacrifices he made were profoundly significant. At this moment, within Lin Yi's dantian, the sword grass with its 3 leaves was stretching its foliage, contentedly rooting itself within the dantian. The grass character sword technique comprises 9 layers, with each layer comprehended. A leaf would grow from the sword grass in the dantian. Lin Yi opened his palm, and a sword-shaped leaf manifested in his hand, representing the embodiment of the grass character sword intent. While it appeared unremarkable and devoid of power, Lin Yi was confident that should he unleash this sword strike, even the formidable, mountain-moving giant ape of the Heavenly Gang realm would be reduced to nothingness beneath its might. With Lin Yi's awakening, the duo officially embarked on their journey to the Demon Suppression City. Unlike other cities, the location of Demon Suppression City is not in the present world, but rather at the juncture between the Great Xia and the Myriad Races battlefield. This place serves as the largest passage between the battlefield of Myriad Races and Blue Star. In the past, dozens of alien races, including demon tribes, surged through this passage into Blue Star. At that time, martial arts had only flourished in Blue Star for a mere century, rendering it incapable of countering such an onslaught, resulting in continuous retreats. It was not until Master Zhang Xian broke through to the law manifestation realm that humanity could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Under Master Zhang Xian's guidance, one martial artist after another advanced to the law manifestation realm, completely reversing the situation. As the 9th-tier alien races could no longer enter the passage, The eighth-tier powerhouses of the alien races gradually succumbed to the relentless assaults of human martial artists, ultimately fleeing in disarray. Humanity achieved a resounding victory, leading to the mobilization of national resources to construct Demon Suppression City at the passage, mandating that all great Xia martial artists who reach the condensation realm must garrison there for a year. After a day of high-speed travel, they finally arrived at Demon Suppression City. Chapter 44. Entering the Demon Suppression City. The Demon Suppression City is divided into two parts, the outer city and the inner city. The outer city is perched upon the lofty Kunlun Plateau in the southwestern corner of the Great Xia, a place rarely trodden by human feet. Yet, due to the significance of the Demon Suppression City, a modern metropolis ranking among the world's finest has been established in this desolate expanse. The outer city serves as the only route leading to the inner city. Lin Miao Miao expertly guided Lin Yi into a towering structure within the city. A staff member greeted them with a smile and politely inquired, "May I ask what services you require?" Registering as demon suppressors, Lin Miao Miao replied. Registration as a demon suppressor requires one to be at least at the nascent realm. The staff member's expression reflected disbelief at their capabilities. Before long, both emerged from the building, each clutching a black card. On their way, before Lin Yi could ask, Lin Miao Miao adeptly explained. Demon suppressors are considered external personnel of the Great Xia Demon Suppression Agency. While they do not enjoy the internal benefits, they consequently possess greater freedom. Her tone darkened as she continued. In her previous life, she had joined the Demon Suppression Agency, but soon found herself unable to endure the intricate rules and thus withdrew. Over time, the agency had become rife with factions and self-serving alliances, leading Lin Miao Miao to view it through a critical lens. Despite her disdain, she could not deny the quality of resources available within the agency. The role of a demon suppressor is unique to the Demon Suppression City. It grants priority access to the agency's storeroom items while freeing them from the nagging of higher-ups. However, acquiring such an identity is not a simple feat in mere moments. Their breakfast had been thoroughly scrutinized. The top 2 scores from a Qin Region's college entrance examination were certainly sought after to join the ranks of demon suppressors. Upon finalizing their identities, the two made their way directly to the city center, where a pillar of light pierced the heavens, emanating a formidable energy. This was the passage leading to the inner city. "Hey, Lin Yi, is that you? You've come to the Demon Suppression City as well?" Suddenly, a voice boomed, and Lin Yi turned in confusion to see the trio of Ying Huang, who had just shouted, "Who are you?" Lin Yi scratched his head, not recognizing the 3 individuals. At this critical moment, Ying Huang stepped in to clarify. "Hello, Lin Yi. I am Ying Huang, and these are Meng Ao and Wang Quan. We were observing when you pursued the 3-headed golden lion last time, and have been eager for a chance to meet you. Who would have thought we would encounter you here in the Demon Suppression City?" Lin Yi recalled sensing the presence of others nearby during that chase, though he had not paid it much mind. Now he smiled and replied, "It truly is fate. By the way, this is my sister Lin Miao Miao. You should be familiar with her as the Fire Phoenix Fairy, who is quite renowned." Meng Ao winked playfully. "What Fire Phoenix Fairy?" "That's a nickname given to her by students who witnessed your hunt of the beasts, and it has spread widely since," Lin Yi explained. "Do I have one too?" Lin Yi inquired with astonishment. "Of course there is. You are the top scholar of the Qin domain," Meng Ao replied. Nearby, Wang Quan eagerly raised his hand. "I know this. The Caped Baldy and the God of Martial Combat. Those are the 2 nicknames." "What absurd nicknames." Lin Yi's composure began to falter. Although he often dispatched monstrous beasts with a single punch or slap, these monikers felt far removed from that of the Phoenix Fairy. At that moment, Ying Huang curiously asked, "Lin Yi, did you both choose Tianwu University?" Setting aside the matter of nicknames, Lin Yi responded, "Indeed, we both selected Tianwu University. How about you?" Ying Huang smiled. "We too have chosen Tianwu University. It seems we will have plenty of opportunities to meet in the future." After a brief conversation, Lin Yi exchanged contact information with the 3 of them, feeling quite favorable toward them and welcoming the prospect of new friendships. Once the trio departed, Lin Miao Miao gazed thoughtfully at their retreating figures. Noticing this, Lin Yi inquired, "What is wrong? Do you have concerns about them?" Shaking her head, Lin Miao Miao replied, I have a vague recollection of someone named Ing Huang. He later became the lord of Zhenyao City, but during the demon tribe's assault, he single-handedly battled 3 8th-tier demon beasts, ultimately sacrificing himself in a self-detonation of his law manifestation. After a moment of silence, Lin Yi gently smiled. It seems my judgment is sound. He is indeed someone worth befriending. Lin Miao Miao silently nodded in agreement. After a brief wait of several minutes, the two finally entered the inner city. Upon exiting the teleportation array, a surge of majestic spiritual energy enveloped them. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. The concentration of spiritual energy was astonishing, exceeding that of Qin City by more than 5-fold, nearly rivaling that of his training grounds. Lin Miao Miao looked at Lin, a smile gracing her face. Welcome to Zhenyao City. Welcome to the battlefield of myriad clans. Lin Yi stared blankly into the distance, where a dark, towering city wall captured his complete attention. The wall soared to a height of 1,000 meters, stretching beyond the horizon on either side. On the wall were advanced artillery pieces, and mystical runes danced across its surface, indicating the presence of formidable formations. This was the pride of Zhenyao City, the martial arts Great Wall, extending over 300 kilometers, a perfect fusion of human martial prowess and technology. Beneath the wall lay a bustling metropolis, the lively scene evoking a striking sense of contrast within Lin Yi. Is this truly Zhenyao City? In the place where my father sacrificed himself, Lin Yi murmured to herself, gazing at the distant dark city walls. In an instant, Lin Yi felt as though the somber hue of those walls was stained with blood, emanating an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Tianhui University is located in the southwest corner of the inner city. However, as they had no intention of heading to the school just yet, the two of them booked a hotel. After resting for a night, the following day, Lin Miao Miao took Lin Yi to a tall building. This was the task hall for demon slayers, directly overseen by the Lord of Zhenyao City, where all demon slayers accepted missions to earn points, which could then be exchanged for martial resources. Lin Miao Miao planned to accompany Lin Yi in undertaking several tasks for a few days, allowing her to acclimatize to the myriad battlefields before they parted ways, each harboring their own secrets. Their continuous companionship was indeed somewhat inconvenient. After much deliberation, Lin Miao Miao selected a task to investigate a mine, though the task itself was not particularly challenging and offered minimal points. Lin Miao Miao was aware that the depths of the mine held hidden wonders. In her previous life, someone had discovered several pieces of Gungjin essence deep within that mine, leading to an immense fortune. Lin Miao Miao's objective was precisely those pieces of Gungjin essence, as the cultivation of her innate flying sword required materials from the 5 elements. And the Gungjin essence was among the finest resources within the metal element. A flying sword nurtured with Gungjin essence would possess an unparalleled sharpness, compelling even divine weapons to retreat in its presence, lest they be cleaved in two with a mere misstep. Such a precious item was not something Lin Miao Miao would allow to slip through her fingers. Thus, the two of them made their way directly to their destination. Chapter 45. The essence of metal to enter and exit the demon suppression city. The sole passageway is through the gates of the martial arts Great Wall, which are perpetually guarded by no fewer than 2 formidable beings of the Dharma realm. Under the unabashed fluctuations of their divine consciousness, no one dares to create disturbances. They merely pass through the gates with utmost decorum. Once, a woman, emboldened by her powerful connections, attempted to sabotage the detection formation at the gate, only to be swiftly dealt with, her life extinguished by a single strike. Her powerful backing was subsequently implicated, leading to a demotion that stripped her of all authority. Since then, no one has dared to engage in mischief at the gates, for such ruthless measures are indeed taken. Across the boundless wilderness, 2 figures raced with remarkable speed. Due to the treacherous terrain, they were unable to drive and were forced to rely solely on their legs. Fortunately, the mine was not too far away, merely over 100 kilometers, and with their pace, they would arrive in just over 2 hours. Along the journey, Lin Yi curiously observed his surroundings. The concept of the myriad races battlefield had been discussed by teachers during his high school years. Essentially, the myriad races battlefield is an independent and vast world, strikingly unique in that it possesses no native inhabitants. This world resembles a magnet, continuously attracting other realms until they ultimately merge into one. The various factions within the myriad races battlefield are those that have been drawn from these other worlds. Upon discovering the myriad races battlefield, these worlds swarm toward it like wolves descending upon a vulnerable lamb. Before the Great Xia encountered the myriad races battlefield, it had already been the site of countless earth-shattering conflicts. The reason for this is that, as a completely uncharted large world, it embodies boundless resources. More importantly, the myriad races battlefield has the potential to give rise to new imperial realms. While the cultivation systems of the myriad races differ in methodology, they ultimately converge towards the same destination. The singular aspiration shared by all cultivation paths is the attainment of the Emperor. Heaven is difficult to bury. Earth is hard to extinguish. The supreme path of all is the ruler of heaven and earth. This is the Emperor. Unlike the blue star, the battlefield of myriad races is illuminated by twin suns during the day and accompanied by dual moons at night. The temperature remains neither excessively high nor low, thus attracting many to settle directly in the demon suppression city under the allure of the Great Xia's expansion policies. Although the battlefield is fraught with peril, it is often within such crises that rare opportunities arise. After a frantic 2-hour run, the two finally arrived at their destination, a vast pit roughly 1 kilometer in diameter. It was evident that this was a mining cave once exploited by an unknown race, with scattered mining tools left behind in haste, appearing almost rusted with age, suggesting that a considerable time had passed. Lin Yi retrieved a palm-sized drone, a small reconnaissance device he had specially purchased to prevent unforeseen accidents. Not only was it quiet and equipped with high-resolution imaging, but it also housed a self-detonation array, making it exceedingly popular in the demon suppression city. Although the mine was not large, its interior remained a mystery. Should the two recklessly enter, the cave might suddenly collapse. While it would not prove fatal, it would certainly result in a messy predicament. Under Lin Yi's deft control, the drone gracefully flew into the mine, its built-in scanning apparatus transmitting all relevant information back to the terminal in Lin Yi's hand. The cavernous interior was remarkably spacious and structurally stable, effectively ruling out the possibility of a collapse. The mine extended downward in a gyroscopic fashion, and the drone flew for quite some time before reaching the very bottom. There, it discovered a commonplace flat area, but Lin Miao Miao suddenly expressed surprise, snatching the remote control to guide the drone to another level surface. Moments later, her furrowed brow relaxed, and she smiled, declaring, "Here a small array is likely concealed, exceedingly sophisticated, which is why those who came before failed to detect it. What we seek should lie just beyond this array." The two immediately set off into the mine, arriving before the array half an hour later. Lin Miao Miao clenched her fist, her 10 delicate fingers swiftly forming seals as ethereal runes emerged at her fingertips, gradually embedding themselves into the ground. After a considerable time, she ceased her incantation, and the ground emitted a cracking sound, revealing a spiraling staircase descending before them. Lin Yi, enveloped in the golden emperor's flame, boldly descended the staircase, determined to safeguard their output with his resilient physique. They discovered a chamber approximately the size of a basketball court, furnished in an exceedingly austere manner. One might even say it was bare. Besides a cushion and a stone bed, there was nothing else present. Upon the stone bed lay a corpse, silently resting. Lin Miao Miao approached, surveying it with a sigh. "If I'm not mistaken, this individual appears to be a reclusive cultivator of the celestial race, having exhausted their lifespan and perished here." She then picked up a small black-gray pouch beside the remains, weighing in her hand. "This is a storage bag favored by the celestial race, akin to our spatial rings, though its storage space lacks the stability of a spatial ring. Should the bag be damaged, its contents would be swept away by spatial turbulence." With a mere thought, items began to emerge from the storage bag, scattering across the ground. Lin Yi observed that most were vials of medicinal pills, unfortunately rendered into waste. Additionally, there were several small tomes documenting the celestial race's spells, which could be exchanged for points. Meanwhile, Lin Miao Miao picked up 3 unremarkable black stones, her face betraying an unmistakable delight. These are the essence of gung metal. We require only 2 pieces to nurture our life-bound flying sword, while the remaining piece can be infused into your mountain-breaking spear. At that point, the spear's spirit should awaken, transforming it into a divine weapon. Do you not desire a weapon? The essence of this refined metal should indeed forge a weapon for you, Lin Yi pondered. Lin Miao Miao replied with a hint of exasperation. I primarily rely on martial skills and divine abilities. I hardly use weapons. Even if one were to be forged, it would simply gather dust in my spatial ring. Upon reflection, Lin Yi realized that ever since her breakthrough to the condensation realm, Lin Miao Miao's combat style had undergone a transformation. She fought like a living artillery, unleashing martial skills with reckless abandon, as if they were of no cost. It truly resonated with the old adage, when impoverished, one strikes precisely; when affluent, one saturates with firepower. Thus, Lin Yi ceased to dwell on the matter, retrieving the shattering mountain spear and handing it to Lin Miao Miao. She rolled her eyes, thinking her brother had become utterly oblivious to the concept of courtesy. With a sigh, she accepted the shattering mountain spear, and the phoenix flame enveloped the essence of the refined metal, gradually igniting it. Since her ascension to the earthly fiend realm, the phoenix flame had also undergone a metamorphosis, significantly enhancing its potency. Before long, the refined metal began to soften, and the black impurities were nearly incinerated, revealing its resplendent golden core. An hour later, a mass of golden liquid hovered in the air, and in accordance with the previous process, the liquid slowly merged into the shattering mountain spear. Suddenly, the spear trembled, and a vague consciousness emerged within it. Brother, quickly drop your blood to acknowledge ownership. Lin Yi promptly squeezed out a drop of his essence blood, letting it fall upon the dark shaft of the spear. Instantly, a sensation of bloodline connection surged within Lin Yi's heart, and his gaze toward the shattering mountain spear transformed, imbued with a warmth akin to that of a parent gazing upon their child. Chapter 46. The Task Maniac, or perhaps 2. Divine weapons are the uncrowned kings among the armaments wielded by martial artists. Generally speaking, only warriors of the upper 3 realms can master these extraordinary weapons. However, not all such warriors possess a divine weapon. In fact, many formidable beings of the law manifestation realm do not own a divine weapon, which underscores their rarity. The primary reason for this scarcity lies in the late emergence of martial arts in the Great Xia dynasty. Most of the existing divine weapons are plundered from alien races. Although these weapons are immensely powerful, the differences in cultivation systems render them somewhat cumbersome to wield. Unlike ordinary weapons, which are mere inanimate objects, divine weapons possess a spirit, allowing them to resonate with their users' intentions and perfectly harness every ounce of power during combat. Researchers have discovered that divine weapons exhibit nearly 100% efficacy in conducting spiritual energy, flowing as smoothly as if imbibed with the finest chocolate. Moreover, due to their sentience, divine weapons can only unleash their true potential in the hands of those they acknowledge. Some highly intelligent divine weapons are capable of autonomously engaging in battle without a master as command. The shattering mountain spear, having undergone a transformation, reverted to its previous dark golden hue, with the spearhead gleaming brilliantly in gold, indicating that most of the essence of metal had been integrated into it. At this moment, the spear floated lightly before Lin Yi, pulsating with spiritual energy as if it were breathing. Lin Yi extended his hand, gently grasping the spear's shaft. With a mere thought, the weight of the shattering mountain spear adjusted itself to the most suitable heft for Lin Yi, while its length and thickness also adapted accordingly. This is the marvel of divine weapons. At this juncture, the sentience of the shattering mountain spear was still in its infancy, akin to a newborn among divine weapons, only able to convey vague messages to Lin Yi. However, upon sensing its intent, Lin Yi's expression turned slightly peculiar. Noticing Lin Miao Miao's curiosity, Lin Yi could not help but chuckle. It found its original name too mundane and requested a more pleasing one. Lin Miao Miao stifled a laugh, surprised that the first desire of the spear's nascent intelligence was to change its name. Indeed, she also thought the name Shattering Mountain Spear was rather unappealing and had even suggested Lin Yi rename it, though with Lin Yi's taste, he could hardly come up with a name better than that. With the dragon patterns swirling around the spear's body, Lin Miao Miao proposed. Why not call it the Dragon Pattern Spear? Although it isn't particularly melodious, it certainly sounds better than Shattering Mountain Spear. The spear emitted a low hum in response. Lin Yi cleared his throat. All right, it's just a name. For now, you shall be called the Dragon Pattern Spear. Later, when you become more intelligent, you can think of a more appealing name. Lin Miao Miao huffed lightly, clearly aware that the spear was dissatisfied with the name Dragon Pattern Spear. As the Dragon Pattern Spear ascended to the status of a divine weapon, their task was successfully completed. Before departing, Lin Yi flicked his finger, causing a wisp of golden emperor flame to fall upon the stone bed, gradually incinerating the bones and the bed itself, returning them to dust. After exiting, Lin Yi captured a few photographs as evidence of their mission. Although the points earned were minimal, even the smallest of gains were worthwhile. Initially, Lin Yi had expected his first mission to be a thrilling adventure, yet he was surprised by its smoothness, leaving him with a sense of wistfulness. Upon returning to the inner city, Lin Yi submitted the photographs to the task hall staff, and they each earned 20 points. Opening his recently acquired smart terminal, he accessed the app designed for monster slayers, where all resources could be purchased. After scrolling through, Lin Yi identified his targets. Millennium Thunderstruck Wood Core, A-grade resource. 3,500 points, Profound Dark Water, A-grade resource. For 1,000 points, Profound Heavy Rock, A-grade resource. 4,200 points. These were the materials Lin Miao Miao had selected as most suitable for nurturing his flying sword. Each individual's constitution varies, and the materials needed for sword nurturing differ accordingly. Choosing the most appropriate elemental combinations is the first challenge that every novice aspiring to become a sword cultivator must face. Those with the guidance of seniors fare better, as even if they take a few detours, they do not stray too far. The most unfortunate are those newcomers without guidance, who often expend considerable effort gathering elemental materials, only to find their efforts in vain. Lin Yi glanced at his points, currently 20. His lips twitched. After all his hard work, he returned still impoverished. Eager for his destined flying sword to manifest, Lin Yi and Lin Miao Miao fully transformed into task hunters. Once Lin Yi became familiar with his surroundings, they began to undertake tasks independently. C-grade task, harvesting flame fruit, accepted. In the realm of B-grade tasks, the request for 20 iron-toothed wolf molars was accepted. For the A-grade mission, the assassination of the obstructive members of the Golden Blood clan was also embraced. Having taken on dozens of tasks in succession, Lin Yi strode out of the inner city, leaving behind the staff in a state of bewilderment, gazing at his retreating figure. Meanwhile, Lin Miao Miao was equally determined, hastily accepting a multitude of tasks before departing. Are these two mad? Someone murmured, disbelief evident in their voice. Who in their right mind takes on such a multitude of tasks? Were they unaware that failing to complete them would result in a deduction of points? Ironically, Lin Yi was indeed oblivious, while Lin Miao Miao either forgot or had faith in Lin Yi's capabilities, neglecting to mention the repercussions of failing the tasks. Consequently, a throng of onlookers abandoned their own tasks, eager to witness the downfall of these two. Tasks can be accepted at any time, yet the opportunity for amusement is not so easily encountered. It was not until a week later that Lin Miao Miao returned to the mission hall, submitting all her task certificates amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd, only to sweep away dozens more tasks before leaving once again. Could the youth actually complete them all? Someone speculated. A day later, Lin Yi too had accomplished all his tasks. This marked his first independent undertaking. He had taken a few detours, thus consuming a bit more time. Yet he proceeded to accept dozens more tasks before departing. Someone could not help but voice their thoughts. What do you think? If there were no restrictions on the number of tasks one could accept, would these two prodigies manage to take on every single one? It is difficult to say. Could these two be graduates of Tianwu University? Otherwise, how could they possibly possess such formidable strength? Moreover, if I recall correctly, A-level missions are typically reserved for those at the late stage of the earthly fiend realm. Yet these two have undertaken and completed over a dozen A-level tasks without a hint of struggle. There is little amusement to be found here, and soon a throng of people scattered like birds and beasts. As a seasoned veteran who has navigated the myriad battlefields for over a decade, they have encountered everything imaginable. Now, only points and entertainment can pique their interest. A month swiftly passed, and Lin Yi returned to the mission hall once more. Should he acquire the points from this task, he would be able to exchange them for all the elemental treasures. Upon seeing Lin Yi, the young lady in uniform adeptly took his identification card. The first time she witnessed Lin Yi's remarkable feats, she was left speechless. However, after 3 consecutive occasions, she had grown accustomed to it and even began to jest. "Oh, Lin Yi, this time you've only taken on 25 tasks. It appears your prowess has waned." Lin Yi retorted, somewhat annoyed. "You could have been clearer about the tasks. That thunder crystal beast was incredibly swift. It nearly left me with a sprained leg." The staff member playfully stuck out her tongue and replied apologetically, "Oh, please don't be upset. It was indeed our oversight. The higher-ups have added an additional 300 points to that task. Now that seems more reasonable," Lin Yi said with a satisfied smile. Before long, the tasks were tallied, and he received a total of 4,050 points, bringing his overall score to 12,400 when combined with previous task points. Upon returning to his hotel, Lin Yi promptly activated his terminal in exchange for several long-desired elemental treasures. Chapter 47. Celestial Laws and Earthly Distances with an Unhurried Demeanor. Lin Miao Miao exemplified her past life as a local power in Demon Town, executing tasks with an efficiency that far surpassed Lin Yi's. Even a week prior, she had already exchanged for all necessary items and successfully nurtured her destined flying sword, aptly named Nirvana. The specific abilities of this sword remained unasked by Lin Yi, for he knew he would eventually witness them. His immediate concern lay in nurturing his own fated flying sword. Following the teachings of sword nurturing, Lin Yi meticulously refined the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame, the essence of gung metal, a millennium's worth of thunderstruck wood heart, the mysterious heavy water, and mysterious heavy rock. These 5 elemental materials corresponded to the 5 internal organs. As the refining reached completion, the materials gradually melded into the 5 organs. The next step necessitated the fusion of the 5 elemental materials with his soul. The 5 elements are the foundation of the universe. Only with their completeness can life emerge. By integrating these elements with his soul, a trace of their essence would infuse his spirit. Thus, from nothingness, he could nurture his destined flying sword. Time elapsed slowly as Lin Yi sat in tranquil meditation, his expression neutral, reflecting neither joy nor sorrow. The fusion process was inherently gradual and could not be rushed. 3 days swiftly passed, and Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of divine light igniting within them. His destined flying sword had come to fruition. However, an unexpected turn unfolded. Observing 2 swords frolicking within his mind's palace, confusion washed over Lin Yi's face. Hadn't Lin and Miao Miao mentioned that each individual could only nurture a single destined flying sword? What was the situation now? Yet, it did not seem to be a misfortune. Stroking his stubbled chin, he pondered. The 2 swords, one large and one small, presented themselves distinctly. The smaller sword, resembling a delicate hairpin, was named Celestial Laws, while the larger sword, approximately 3 feet in length, exuded an ancient and weighty presence, known as Earthly Distances. Celestial Laws could unleash unparalleled speed, darting like a shadow, leaving no trace in its wake. Earthly Distances, in contrast, commanded an air of dominance, its might overwhelming, capable of cleaving through the heavens as if the sun itself were toppling. When united, they could forge a realm of swords under Lin Yi's dominion, within which he alone could wield control over all elemental forces. As Lin Yi's strength grew, he could even temporarily alter the rules within this sword realm or resonate with the heavenly principles, evolving it into a complete miniature world. A sharp intake of breath escaped Lin Yi's lips. These 2 little entities were indeed formidable, capable of manifesting a small world. Did that not imply that the entirety of existence could be governed by him? Astonished, he realized he possessed the potential to become the sovereign of heaven and earth. As a thought flickered, the earthly distance appeared in his grasp, while the heavenly regulations spiraled around Lin E like playful fish. Vital energy surged, and a beam of sword light manifested around the earthly distance. In an instant, one transformed into two, two into four. Before long, the room was filled with hundreds of sword lights. This phenomenon, known as sword light differentiation, is renowned in the swordsmanship realm, particularly at the Shushan Academy in the southwest of the Great Xia. Its ultimate technique, 10,000 swords returning to the sect, epitomizes the art of sword light differentiation, where one sword leads countless others, a force formidable enough to vanquish both gods and demons alike. The first headmaster of the Shushan Academy once wielded this power to decisively slay several 8th-tier experts of the Azura clan, earning him the revered title of Sword Saint. However, Lin Yi's understanding of the grass character sword technique transcended mere swordplay. It aimed directly at the essence of swordsmanship, crushing opponents with an unparalleled sword intent, embodying sheer dominance. A day later, as Tianwu University commenced its academic year, Lin E and Lin Miao Miao found their hotel conveniently close to the university. It did not take long for them to arrive at the entrance. Lin E, expecting Tianwu University, one of the 5 premier institutions, to boast an impressive FAA, was taken aback. Rather than a grand entrance, he was met with a colossal dragon head. Tilting his head towards Lin Miao Miao, he asked, "This is a dragon's head, right?" Lin Miao Miao nodded earnestly in affirmation. "Haven't you looked it up? This black dragon, after betraying its kin, joined the demon clan and was slain by the first principal of Tianwu University during the siege of Demon Suppression City. Its head was later fashioned into the university's entrance." While the notion of using a severed head as a gateway may seem peculiar to humans, it serves as a significant deterrent to other races and bolsters the morale of the human populace. Despite the passage of time, the black dragon's overwhelming aura still unsettled many, though Lin E felt little discomfort. Beside him, Lin Miao Miao appeared unfazed as well. After all, such a 9th-tier dragon would have had to kneel before him in his past life. However, not everyone could remain indifferent to the oppressive presence of a 9th-tier dragon. Nearby, a golden-haired girl clutched her chest, her complexion pale, as if on the verge of collapsing. As a responsible youth of the new era, Lin E stepped forward to support her. Thank you. Thank you," the girl stammered in a voice barely above a whisper, so faint that Lin E nearly missed it. "Hey, aren't you one of the human race?" Lin gazed at the girl's pointed ears, his expression one of surprise. Ever since the human race triumphed over the invasion of the demon clan, their standing in the myriad realms of the battlefield has risen correspondingly. In light of the potential exhibited by humanity, several factions have chosen to ally themselves with humans, even dispatching young members to study in the Great Xia. However, this was Lin's first encounter with a living member of another race. "Hello, I am Naya, a foreign exchange student sent by the Elven clan." The girl lifted her gaze to meet Lin's. Her mother had advised her to maintain eye contact while conversing with humans, as it signified respect. The Elven clan, being one of the powerful races, possesses an innate affinity for nature and remarkable strength. Yet they cherish peace and maintain one of the most amicable relationships with the Great Xia. As Lin observed the girl's eyes, which shimmered like clear springs, he scratched his head and replied, "Hello, I am Lin, and this is my sister, Lin Miao Miao." He introduced his sister, who was rolling her eyes dramatically. Noticing the solitary nature of the elven girl, Lin curiously inquired, "Did the Elven clan send only you for this exchange?" Naya lowered her head shyly. "There were too many people. I got lost." Lin Miao Miao could not suppress a laugh and, realizing her gaffe, quickly composed herself, adopting a stoic demeanor. "Why don't you accompany us for now? Which academy are you from?" The Heavenly Martial University comprises 5 academies: the Academy of Techniques, the Academy of Physical Arts, the Academy of Alchemy, the Academy of Formation, and the Academy of Refining. In truth, these 5 prestigious institutions represent the core of the university, each emphasizing different specialties. For instance, the Heavenly Martial University is tasked with guarding the demon suppression city and frequently engages in conflicts with other races, making the Academy of Techniques particularly crucial and the most sought after among students. After pondering for a moment, Naya uncertainly responded, "I believe I am from the Academy of Techniques." "Very well," Lin said with a resigned shake of his head, observing the somewhat dazed and seemingly naive expression of the elven girl named Naya. He decided it would be best to escort her to Li Yuming. Chapter 48. The University in Progress. Tianwu University, with its vast expanse, took the three of them over an hour to reach the dormitory area. As they gazed upon row after row of opulent villas, he was truly witnessing the grandeur that defines a top-tier university. Each of these villas was likely valued at over 10 million daxia coins. And as far as Lin Yi's eyes could see, they were predominantly of such luxurious design. This sight inevitably reminded him of the rural new villages he had seen on videotapes prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy. How curiously similar. Initially, Lin Yi guided the two in search of their respective dormitories, but coincidentally, Naya and Lin Miao Miao turned out to be roommates. What a small world it is. Then, leisurely walking into his expansive villa next door. Yes, Lin Yi's dormitory was indeed adjacent. One could understand his exclamation about the world being so small. Noticing that his roommate had yet to arrive, he chose the upper floor as his own quarters. Moments later, a boy with a buzz cut entered. Pardon me. Hello, classmate. I am Ji Kong, and I presume you are my roommate. I look forward to your guidance. Lin Yi observed the glaring 9-ring scars adorning Ji Kong's head and promptly returned the greeting. No need for such formality. Just call me Lin Yi. Ji Kong's face flushed with embarrassment. You misunderstood. I have already renounced my vows. I merely misspoke earlier. Seeing Ji Kong's flustered demeanor, Lin Yi decided against teasing him further and assisted in bringing his luggage inside. Logically, having gained admission to Tianwu University, Ji Kong should have possessed at least a spatial ring, yet he lacked even that. Curiously, Lin Yi inquired, "How come you don't have a spatial ring?" Ji Kong sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "This is my first time descending the mountain, and I have no money." Lin Yi found this response rather compelling. Indeed, it was true that financial constraints could thwart even the most valiant of heroes. He soon discovered that not only was Ji Kong unfamiliar with smart devices, but he did not even own a mobile phone. When Lin Yi asked how he managed to travel, Ji Kong clumsily fumbled in his pocket and presented a wad of cash as if showcasing a prized possession. Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder from which remote corner this naive young monk had emerged, though Ji Kong seemed reluctant to divulge, stating that his master forbade him from speaking about it. Lin Yi chose to let the matter rest. Fortunately, as a student of Tianwu University, the benefits were plentiful. He relayed this situation to Li Yuming, and within minutes, someone delivered the latest model of a smart device. Ji Kong eagerly explored the smart device, resembling a child who had just received a new toy. Observing this, Lin Yi decided not to intervene further and returned to his room to begin his training. The following day, Lin Miao Miao and Naya approached proposing a stroll. Lin Yi, intrigued to witness the wonders of a prestigious university, readily agreed. Naya had contacted her relatives the day prior. However, for reasons unknown, she seemed quite averse to spending time with them, opting instead to bond with Lin Miao Miao. As the well-informed Lin Miao Miao took on the role of a guide, she shared insights about Tianwu University, despite never having visited it in her previous life. Nevertheless, she was acquainted with numerous students from the institution and gleaned much knowledge about it through their conversations. Tianwu University, renowned as a top-tier institution, lived up to its reputation. It boasted a grand formation known as the Taishu Illusion Array, enabling students to link their student IDs and create an illusory body that could simulate up to 99% of their actual strength. Within this illusion, students could spar without fear of injury, and the Taishu illusion could even match different individuals for duels, akin to a gaming matchmaking system. Consequently, students of Tianwu University were infamous for their extensive combat experience. It was rumored that the higher echelons of the Daxiao Empire intended to extend the Taishu Illusion Array throughout the entire realm, which would significantly enhance the advancement of martial arts. The university also housed a refinement intent tower, where martial artists would enter and have all their powers sealed. Within its confines were inscribed the intents of countless ancestors, including sword intent and fist intent. The martial artists would have to rely solely on their own intent to contend against the legacies of their forebears as they ascended the tower. The three secret realms, Jingji's secret realm, Qiji's secret realm, and Shinji's secret realm, corresponded to the essence, energy, and spirit of the human body, respectively. Lin Miao Miao was unsure of their specific effects, suggesting they would have to explore them personally. Lastly, the most enigmatic aspect of Tianwu University was the Cangyuan Cave Heaven, which was described sparingly by outsiders, yet irresistibly attracted anyone privy to its existence. Currently, only a handful had entered the Cangyuan Cave Heaven, and, astonishingly, excluding those who had perished, the lowest realm achieved by those who entered was the Law Manifestation realm, which essentially meant that entry into the cave guaranteed a direct ascent to that level. Who would be captivated by such an opportunity? However, it seemed that the privilege bestowed upon Lin, Yi, and Miao Miao by Tianwu University might indeed be the Cangyuan Cave Heaven itself. Lin Yi stroked his chin, pondering that he must inquire about it on another occasion. After walking for half an hour, a towering stone tower, standing at a height of 100 meters, came into view before the three of them. This was the Refinement Tower. Lin Yi felt an overwhelming urge to enter and explore, but alas, his student card had yet to be issued, rendering entry impossible. The trio could only gaze longingly from the outside. They subsequently wandered through other areas, and Lin Yi once again experienced the feeling of being at the mercy of a girl while shopping. He felt exhausted and longed to return to his slumber. The 3-day orientation for new students swiftly came to a close, and Lin Yi finally received his student card. The glaring 3,000 points emblazoned upon it was striking. While Ji Kong glanced at his modest 300 points, a large question mark materializing above his head. As a freshman, the first semester would consist of uniformly scheduled classes, with mentors assigned in the second semester based on student performance. Naturally, exceptional students might attract the attention of mentors seeking them out. As the inaugural class for university students commenced, Lin Yi was determined to pay close attention. At that moment, a bald old man was leisurely delivering a lecture at the podium. He was also Lin Yi's homeroom teacher. Despite his unassuming appearance, it was worth noting that at Tianwu University, to serve as a homeroom teacher, one had to be a distinguished individual at the spirit realm, capable of managing a diverse group of spirited students from all corners of the world. The old man's name was Wen Tianyang, and he was discussing a detailed explanation of the races on the battlefield of 10,000 clans. As a student of Tianwu University, interaction with foreign races was inevitable, making the understanding of these races the first task for new students. Unlike high school, martial arts universities held only one class per week, with the remaining time designated for free activities. However, if one failed to pass the final assessment, they would face immediate expulsion. Dear students, in 1 week, the Academy will hold a grand competition for new students within the illusory void formation. The specifics have already been shared in the class group, so prepare diligently. Let me reveal to you that the rewards for this competition are so enticing that even I, the old man, am tempted. When Tianyang declared before strolling out of the classroom, some were astonished, exclaiming, "Wow, the grand competition for new students will be a free-for-all? How wild! I love it." Immediately, someone doused his enthusiasm with cold water, stating, "Don't get too excited. I've heard that this year's new students are said to be the strongest in history." The top scholar from Mingyu, Zhu Ziming, the top scholar from Qinyu, Lin Yi, the second-place Lin Miao Miao, and the top scholar from Tongyu, Li Chenggan, have all come to Tianwu University. This grand competition for new students is essentially their stage. We are merely supporting characters, understand? Chapter 49. The Newborn Overlord Before Long. A week had passed, and the grand competition for newcomers had arrived. Lin Yi infused a sliver of his spiritual essence into the student card, and an irresistible force enveloped him. In an instant, Lin Yi felt as if he were soaring into the heavens, arriving at an expansive arena that stretched infinitely. The platform was already teeming with people at that moment. Lin Yi pinched his arm, confirming that it felt as real as life itself. as if even the divine flames had been replicated within this realm. As curiosity peaked among the participants, a resounding voice echoed throughout the arena. Esteemed newcomers, I am a spirit of the illusory realm, tasked with overseeing this competition. You are undoubtedly aware of the rules. Without further ado, let the contest begin. No sooner had the proclamation been made than someone launched an attack, sweeping through the crowd with a blade, eager to eliminate a few competitors at the outset. Yet, who among those admitted to Tianwu University could be considered foolish? At the very least, they possessed a modicum of vigilance. "Ha, you fool. I was prepared for you." Someone nearby laughed heartily, countering with a thrust of their sword. The once quiet arena erupted into chaos, filled with the sounds of clashing steel and tumult. Standing at one corner of the stage, Lin Miao Miao remained poised, refraining from rash actions. Although she was confident that few in attendance could rival her, confidence should not be mistaken for arrogance. If swarmed by multiple opponents, her survival would be far from guaranteed. She was not the indomitable Lin Yi, after all, but rather a fragile being. Thinking of Lin Yi, Lin Miao Miao quickly scanned the arena, knowing his temperament would not permit him to wait until the end to make his move. Minutes later, she spotted Lin Yi 100 meters away. As expected, he had already engaged in battle. At that moment, Lin Yi, relying on his formidable physique, charged through the throng like a tank, swatting aside anyone who dared to obstruct his path. Those who were struck either flew through the air or faced dire consequences. The once dreary atmosphere of the arena transformed into a scene of uproarious chaos, accentuated by the cries of those sent tumbling. However, Lin Yi's brazen tactics soon drew the ire of the crowd. "Who is this brutish fool? Let us unite and take him down." In an instant, a dozen individuals surrounding Lin Yi brandished their weapons and charged at him. They were not foolish. Upon seeing Lin Yi, they recognized that his strength surpassed theirs significantly. If they did not eliminate him together first, they would have little chance of succeeding in their subsequent endeavors. However, Lin Yi remained undaunted. With a swift motion, he seized a long staff from one of the attackers and executed a sweeping strike, sending both the person and the weapon flying. The immense force obliterated 3 unfortunate souls who were unable to evade in time, reducing them to mere wisps of vapor. Immediately following this, a young man, clad in extravagant attire and bearing a fierce countenance, found himself on the receiving end of a powerful kick. The impact was thunderous, propelling him several hundred meters across the arena, leaving a deep gouge in his wake and likely claiming the lives of many innocent bystanders along the way. To Lin Yi's surprise, the young man managed to stand, albeit unsteadily, indicating that his strength was formidable and likely ranked among the top of the newcomers. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence to Lin Yi, for it was this very individual who had incited the others to attack him. Lin Yi sensed a profound malice directed towards him emanating from the young man, but he could not be bothered to probe further into the reasons behind it. To him, this was merely a clown, easily crushed. With a decisive kick, a spear near his foot traced a graceful arc, impaling the unsteady young man to the ground before he was transformed into vapor and eliminated. "Damn it, you shall pay for this." In a villa within Tianwu University, a young man awoke with a start, his eyes ablaze with an inextinguishable fury. After a prolonged period of impotent rage, he finally regained his composure and retrieved a blood-red array disc, placing it upon the ground. With a few delicate taps, a hazy apparition materialized on the disc. "Ningyu, is that you? Did I not assign you to Tianwu University to monitor those 2 pests who disrupted my grand plan? Why are you contacting me so soon? Do you not comprehend the difficulty of transmitting a message through the demon suppression pass?" As he spoke, the apparition clearly grew agitated, displaying a sense of distress. The young man named Ningyu hastily replied, "Master, I beseech you to calm your anger. I have vital intelligence regarding those 2 to report. I have thoroughly investigated, and in the images transmitted by the dying Protector Du, the boy is named Lin Yi, and the other is his sister, Lin Miao Miao. Furthermore, I have already crossed paths with this Lin Yi." "Oh, did you emerge victorious?" The young man twitched at the corners of his mouth and murmured a narrow defeat. The shadow figure replied, "If you weren't my disciple, I might have believed your nonsense. Given the circumstances, let us refrain from any mischief. Simply lay low and remember to exchange resources from Tianwu University for your cultivation. Recently, our resources have been scarce, and I may not be able to provide you with much support. Once the shadow figure vanished, a dark glimmer flashed in the young man's eyes. That old codger. He is clearly hoarding all the cultivation resources for the little junior sister, yet claims there's a shortage. Huh. Recalling Lin Yi's powerful kick, he couldn't help but curse. Lin Yi, that son of a dog. How dare you kick your elder? Just wait. I will return the favor. At that moment, the room was filled with a cacophony of sounds. On the arena, Lin Yi sneezed heavily, narrowly evading a sword aimed at him from behind, and retaliated with a punch that sent the assailant careening backward, spewing blood. He rubbed his nose, puzzled, and muttered, "Why do I feel like someone is cursing at me?" At this moment on the arena, what had once been a gathering of hundreds had dwindled to just over 10 individuals scattered around, each wearing a vigilant expression. Those who remained in this perilous setting were all exceptional first-year students, the least among them being at the late stage of the Qi condensation realm. Among them, Lin Yi recognized a few familiar faces. Ying Huang stood at the edge of the arena, waving at Lin Yi, who returned the gesture, surprised to find that this little brother possessed considerable strength. However, the two companions accompanying him were absent, likely eliminated. The most unexpected sight for Lin Yi was a golden-haired girl, appearing somewhat foolish, resembling a silly roe deer, Naya from the Elven clan. Has this dimwit become so formidable? Lin Yi wondered, having previously assessed her as weak. Ultimately, he had to concede that he had misjudged her. After all, being sent abroad as a representative of the powerful elven race could not mean she was a defenseless girl. Nearby, the seemingly honest Jicombe also caught Lin Yi's attention. These two truly hide their capabilities well. Although he was less familiar with the others, he recognized some of the most prominent figures, including Zhu Ziming, the champion of Mingyu, and Li Chuangang, the champion of Tongyu. Zhu Ziming, donned in red light armor, was a muscular brute with arms thicker than Lin Yi's legs, currently gazing at Lin Yi with excitement. Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine and quickly shifted his gaze to Lin Miao Miao, who was refreshing to behold. Indeed, his sister was the fairest of them all. Li Chuangang appeared more composed, dressed in a green ancient robe, his lips adorned with a calm smile that exuded elegance. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but compliment him. "Brother, you truly have a remarkable demeanor." Chapter 50. The great brawl. Li Chuangang caressed the hilt of his sword, casting a glance around before chuckling softly. "What do you all think? The rewards are rather meager, and with so many of us, it is scarcely sufficient to share." A man with a buzz cut eyed Lin Yi with ill intent and exclaimed, "That's simple enough. We should send out the strongest among us first." Two prodigies from the Qin region, known for breaking examination records, had garnered considerable fame. In a one-on-one match, Lin Yi would surely claim the title in the freshman competition. Yet the chaos of the brawl was another matter entirely. An ant could indeed bring down a lion in numbers. Moreover, the buzz-cut man had already conspired with a few others to feign conflict among themselves, intending to eliminate Lin Yi when he was unguarded. Li Chuangan nuda non kumitari, choosing to remain silent, while the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense. At last, someone could no longer restrain themselves and made the first move. Zhu Ziming. Stepping forward, he addressed Lin Yi. "I hear you have awakened a physical constitution. I am Zhu Ziming, and I have awakened the Tiangang dominance body. I've long wished to spar with you. Shall we have a match?" Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Having perceived Zhu Ziming's gaze as that of a pervert, he now realized he was merely an ardent martial artist, and thus could afford to be a tad gentler. "If you wish to fight, I am always ready." The surrounding crowd hastily retreated, fearing entanglement in the fray. At that moment, Li Chuangang gestured towards Lin Miao Miao, inviting her to showcase her skills. "Lin Miao Miao, would you care to enlighten us?" Unfazed, Lin Miao Miao immediately raised her hand, unleashing the heavenly fire finger. Instantly, dozens of crimson finger marks enveloped Li Chuangang like a torrent of sword energy. Li Chuangang remained unperturbed, pointing forth, and a brilliant sword light flashed, slicing through the heavenly fire finger with ease. "Oh, a flying sword?" Lin Miao Miao mused, slightly surprised. She recognized Li Chuangang from her previous life and considered him a friend. His innate flying sword, Lushan Shui, was renowned, and his sword technique, Heaven's Gate, had once felled a nine-realm beast, securing his reputation throughout the Great Xia. However, it appeared that Li Chuangang had yet to fully nurture Lushan Shui. Despite his impressive sword intent, it posed no threat to her. As Li Chuangang drew his sword, Lin Miao Miao felt intrigued. It had been quite some time since she had sparred with this young brother, and her hands were itching for a challenge. Thus, a fiery sword light surged forth, piercing towards Li Chuangang like a galloping steed. Meanwhile, Zhu Ziming let out a furious roar. His already towering figure of 2 meters soaring to over 3, resembling a small giant. His aura grew oppressive. Lin Yi, take this punch. His fist, larger than Lin Yi's head, swung down with tremendous force, creating a gale that sent the buzz-cut man and his companions staggering backward. Expressions of astonishment graced their faces as one remarked, "Is this the power of the Ming domain champion? I feel as though that punch could crush me." Someone covertly glanced at the buzz-cut man, asking Luo, "Are you certain you wish to ambush Lin Yi? Zhu Ziming has already displayed such prowess." One can only imagine the formidable strength of Lin Yi, who is poised to shatter the Gaokao record. The crew-cut man wore a grim expression, realizing he had underestimated the weight of the top scholar's achievements. Yet, he was too proud to concede. As he struggled with his thoughts, his gaze suddenly landed on Ji Kong and Naya, standing at the edge of the arena. A spark of delight crossed his face as he murmured, "There are 2 easy targets over there. Let's first send them packing." "Good." The others echoed in unison, as the only stipulation was to avoid confronting Lin Yi. Although the conditions presented by the crew-cut man were tempting, they were not worth incurring Lin Yi's wrath. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, the conspiratorial plans of the group were already in motion. When confronted with Zhu Ziming's punch, he neither dodged nor evaded, lightly extending his fist. Boom! The collision of their fists unleashed a shockwave that radiated violently from the point of impact. Those who were feigning combat, yet inching closer to Ji Kong, were caught off guard by the force, resembling startled fowl that had just felt the fire beneath them. They abandoned their ruse and fled in haste. Damn it, they thought, narrowly escaping the aftermath, which nearly incapacitated them. The expressions of the 2 combatants varied considerably. Zhu Ziming was flushed, veins bulging from his skin like small, purple serpents, while Lin Yi appeared utterly relaxed. Of course, the accolades surrounding the unparalleled strength of the Tianjiao ant were no exaggeration. At this moment, Lin Yi had yet to exert even a fraction of his power. With his recent breakthrough in realm, he was uncertain of the extent of his pure physical strength. A glance at the suspicious figures lurking at the edge of the arena prompted Lin Yi to exert a slight force with his fist. Zhu Ziming's countenance shifted dramatically as he was sent flying several dozen meters by the sudden surge of power. "Enough of this pretense. Unleash your full strength." Zhu Ziming let out a muffled grunt. Though he had not sustained serious injuries from the earlier exchange, Lin Yi's words struck him like a dagger to the heart. "Did you think I was merely testing the waters? That punch I threw was my full strength, employing even my most adept A-grade technique, albeit without vocalizing it. Why would you assume I had not given my all? Fine, fine. So this is how you wish to belittle me?" Zhu Ziming seethed with rage. He resolved to employ the Zhu family's ancestral minor divine ability. Although his grasp of it was imperfect, risking injury from its execution seemed trivial in this ethereal realm. "Lin Yi, brace yourself for another punch. Let us settle this with one decisive blow." Zhu Ziming's energy surged as he formed a peculiar fist seal, a mysterious aura gradually emerging. Lin Yi was taken aback. This was a divine ability? No, it lacked the intensity of a true divine ability. Could it be a minor divine ability? A minor divine ability is a simplified version of a true divine ability. Although its power is considerably diminished, it still surpasses most martial techniques, and its training difficulty is significantly lower, making it highly sought after. This is the Zhu family's minor divine ability, Prince Dragon Fist. Be cautious. With that, he unleashed the fist seal, transforming it into a colossal golden dragon that roared as it charged toward Lin Yi. Faced with this divine ability, a mini-divine ability, Lin Yi would not dare to underestimate it. Stepping into the two-element stance, he formed the crushing mountain fist seal and delivered a powerful strike. Crush the mountain. As this fist was unleashed, a formidable force surged forth akin to a mighty river in full flow, reminiscent of the sun at its zenith, striking upward with tremendous might. The collision of the fist's imprint resonated like the beat of a celestial drum. In an instant, a golden dragon was shattered by this blow, dispersing into a cascade of golden light. The overwhelming intent of the punch did not wane, engulfing the stunned Zhu Ziming in its wake. Zhu Ziming had fallen. In the distance, Lin Miao Miao idly played with her cherished flying sword, while Li Chugang had long since vanished from sight. Lin flicked his wrist and surveyed his surroundings, noting the presence of Lin Miao Miao, Naya, and Jikong, individuals he was well acquainted with. A glance at Jikong reminded him of a few figures he had observed lurking, seemingly plotting against Jikong. Yet, judging by the outcome, those individuals had mistaken their target for a malleable fruit, when in reality, they were dealing with a prickly durian. Alas, it was a troublesome predicament. Knowing them made the situation all the more complex. He shook his head in frustration. Chapter 51. The Celestial Titan Brother Lin. I shall refrain from joining the fray. I am quite content with my fourth place. Jikong chuckled, and before Lin could respond, he transformed into a wisp of white mist and vanished. Naya glanced around nervously, shrinking her neck as she wished to avoid any confrontation. After softly bidding farewell, she too departed from the illusory void array, leaving only Lin Yi and Lin Miao Miao to exchange glances. Lin Yi grinned mischievously. Well, it seems we are left with just the two of us. How about a game of rock, paper, scissors? Whoever wins claims the top spot. What do you say? Lin Miao Miao raised an eyebrow. Bring it on. With your luck, defeat is assured. Meanwhile, in a certain corner of the illusory void array, the spirit of the formation observed their antics and could not help but chuckle. How amusing. This is the first time I have encountered a freshman competition determined by a game of chance. Nevertheless, these two do indeed possess superior strength compared to the others. Though it deviated from the established norms, the spirit of the formation had no intention of intervening. After all, if one were to indulge, they must do so with a certain flair. Meddling would hardly be in the spirit of relaxation. In a best-of-3 series, after a fierce contest, Lin Miao Miao narrowly triumphed over Lin Yi, securing the first place in the freshman competition. The rewards arrived in their hands the following day, and it was safe to say the prestige of Tianwu University was well-deserved, truly extravagant. Jikong acquired an A-grade weapon, the Shan Can, a staff that is quite fitting for a monk, especially since Jikong was without any weapon prior to this. He is now fully equipped. Naya received a seed, rumored to be from a peculiar plant known as the Chi-Chi vine. The sheer joy on Naya's face revealed her fondness for this reward, as the elven race greatly values the summoning of plants to aid in combat. A powerful plant can significantly enhance the combat capabilities of the elven kin. Lin Yi's reward was a blood-red crystal, named Dragon Blood Crystal, said to be formed from the blood of a black dragon that fell to the ground after its slaying. This crystal can markedly enhance physical strength. Initially, Lin Yi anticipated that it would contain the dragon's essence, as he was in need of beastly blood for his cultivation of the celestial demon transformation. Alas, Lin Miao Miao informed him that although the dragon blood crystal indeed originates from the black dragon's blood, it is far from the essence he sought. Nonetheless, this implies that there is a substantial possibility of the existence of black dragon essence within Tianwu University. Lacking the black dragon essence, Lin Yi's interest in the dragon blood crystal diminished significantly. Regarding its ability to enhance physical strength, it was of little use to him given his current strength. It appears the school did not foresee that the reward they meticulously selected for Lin Yi would hold no value for him. However, it isn't entirely useless. It could be exchanged with others. There are many students yearning for the dragon blood crystal, so Lin Yi was unconcerned about not fetching a good price. Realizing this, he smiled and stored away, planning to discreetly sell it after some time. To Lin Yi's surprise, Lin Miao Miao, as the champion of the competition, received a mere piece of withered wood, the kind one can find anywhere. Yet, she displayed an unusually excited demeanor. She briefly explained to Lin Yi that this was a branch from the Phoenix Wudong tree, where the Phoenix clan resides. With it, she could further awaken the indestructible Phoenix body and even grasp the profound divine abilities exclusive to it. At that point, even the late stages of the Celestial Gang realm, she would not falter. Lin Yi, puzzled, inquired whether the school had discerned her unique constitution. Considering she had mentioned its rarity, Lin Miao shook her head, stating that rarity does not imply it has never been encountered. Tianwu University is quite renowned even in the myriad races battlegrounds, so it is quite normal for someone to recognize her constitution. Moreover, it is also related to her not having deliberately concealed it. Sometimes, revealing a portion of one's potential is necessary for others to invest in you. As she spoke, Lin Miao cast a peculiar glance at Lin Yi and remarked with mild irritation. Unlike certain individuals who keep everything under wraps, even distrusting their own sister, Lin Yi understood her implication. Others believed he had awakened a unique constitution, appearing frighteningly powerful, but those close to him knew the truth. He possessed no special constitution, merely the innate talent of the celestial ant. However, keeping it hidden was not a viable strategy. Lin Yi decided to openly embrace it, later attributing any newfound abilities gained through the martial arts platform to the further awakening of his constitution. Perfect. Thus, Lin Yi earnestly declared, I suspect that my awakened physique is unprecedented. You have likely never heard of it. Lin Miao, skeptical, retorted, what is its name? I, the illustrious empress of the Phoenix Heaven, have encountered countless formidable physiques. Lin Yi cleared his throat and replied, listen well, my physique is called the Celestial Dominance Body. Once I master it, I shall strike the Demon Emperor with my fists, kick the Immortal Emperor with my feet, and capture a saintess from the celestial race to be your sister-in-law. So, tell me, is that not impressive? Lin Miao paid no heed to Lin Yi's boastful claims. She pondered whether she had ever encountered the Celestial Dominance Body. After considerable reflection, she could not recall any physique by that name among the myriad races. However, the name seemed fitting for Lin Yi's demeanor. If it bore the name of the heavens, it should not be weaker than her own indestructible phoenix body. What abilities does this celestial dominance body possess? Lin Miao inquired curiously. Firstly, it grants me immense physical strength. According to the feedback from my physique, the celestial dominance body is reputed to possess unparalleled power throughout the realms. True dragons and phoenixes must yield in strength. Lin Yi continued before Lin Miao could express her astonishment. Additionally, this physique is accompanied by divine fire. Lin Yi opened his palm, and the void-devouring flame elegantly coiled around it. You can refine 2 divine fires? Lin Miao's pupils constricted in sheer amazement. Not only because Lin Yi had shattered the ironclad rule that one could not refine 2 divine fires, but also due to the fact that her own accompanying divine fire, the phoenix flame, felt intimidated in the presence of this black flame. Lin Yi waved his hand, dissipating the black flame. This fire is called the void-devouring flame. It can consume all things in the universe and convert them into pure energy for my absorption. It also has the ability to fuse with other divine fires, which is why I can refine multiple divine fires without fear of backlash. Observing Lin Miao's wide-eyed astonishment, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Since the revelation would eventually come to light, he decided to divulge everything. But that is not all. When I broke through to the earthly fiend realm, the celestial dominance body further awakened, granting me control over thunder and lightning. As lightning crackled around him, Lin Yi continued, it is indeed reasonable for one bearing the name of the heavens to wield the power of thunder. Lin Miao nodded absent-mindedly, attempting to numb herself, yet her heart was already filled with incredulous thoughts. Reasonable, my foot. What kind of physique bestows so many gifts upon its bearer, each more formidable than the last? My indestructible phoenix body is among the elite on the battlefield of myriad races, yet so far, the only awakened abilities I possess, aside from a somewhat monstrous recovery rate, is the phoenix flame. Indeed, it seems that in the comparison of individuals and physiques, one must ruefully concede their inferiority. Lin Miao suddenly felt disillusioned with her own indestructible phoenix body. Chapter 52. The divine light of thunder and flame, seeing Lin Miao Miao trust his explanation. Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing Lin Miao Miao's astonished expression, he couldn't help but chuckle softly, grateful for his quick wit. Otherwise, he would have struggled to maintain the facade. However, the celestial overlord body was a unique constitution that belonged solely to him, Lin Yi. After bidding farewell to Lin Miao Miao, Lin Yi reclined on his bed, scrolling through his intelligent terminal. He was exploring the martial arts repository of Tianwu University. As a specially recruited student, Li Yuming had granted him considerable privileges, allowing access to all martial arts and techniques. This time, Lin Yi intended to select a martial art related to thunder, as he had possessed the Thunder Emperor's talent for quite some time. However, his development of this talent remained rather rudimentary. Although Thunder Flash was effective, it had yet to unleash the true potential of his Thunder Emperor abilities. Clicking on the category of thunder-related martial arts, a lengthy list unfolded before him, with the lowest-ranked thunder techniques being classified as C-grade. Thunderbolt Fist, a C-grade technique, 9 Slashes of Thunder, a B-grade technique, and the 9 Heavens Thunder Movement, an A-grade technique. Flipping to the last pages, he discovered several divine abilities. 2 of these abilities particularly captivated Lin Yi: Thunder Shadow, a minor divine ability that allowed one to transform into lightning, moving with the swiftness of traversing the void, rendering the user undetectable while in use. The cultivation of this ability demanded a high affinity for thunder-based spiritual energy and exceptional physical attributes. The divine light of thunder and flame, a divine ability that converged the powers of thunder and fire into a world-destroying radiance. This ability had yet to be successfully cultivated by anyone, and it was suspected to be untrainable, hence the need for careful consideration before selection. The first ability, Thunder Shadow, was akin to an advanced version of his self-created Thunder Flash, and given its rigorous cultivation requirements, it seemed tailor-made for Lin Yi. As for the second, the divine light of thunder and flame, well, Lin Yi found it utterly inconceivable to pass it up. Shortly after confirming his choice, a sealed password box was delivered to him. This specially designed box was intended for storing the jade slips of martial arts techniques, impervious to mental intrusion, and could only be opened using a student's mental energy in conjunction with their student card. Even if someone attempted to forcibly open it, the box would automatically self-destruct upon failure, ensuring utmost security. Lin Yi opened the box and retrieved 2 jade slips. With a thought, he arrived at the training platform, intending to first practice Thunder Shadow. After a while, Lin Yi opened his eyes in confusion. It was not that he encountered difficulties in cultivation, but rather the process was remarkably smooth, almost effortless. He felt he could easily execute Thunder Shadow. In a flash of lightning, Lin Yi vanished from his spot and reappeared 100 meters away. This speed was several times swifter than Thunder Flash, and the ability to remain undetectable proved extraordinarily advantageous in combat. Halting his movement, Lin Yi suddenly comprehended why his cultivation had been so seamless. It appeared that the Thunder Emperor's talent not only granted him mastery over thunder, but also maximized his inherent gifts in the realm of thunder techniques. In that moment, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming sense of empowerment. The heavens did not give birth to anyone like Lin Dalong. In the realm of thunder, I am eternal as the night. Lin Yi promptly retrieved the jade slip inscribed with the divine art of thunder flame and eagerly began his contemplation. In stark contrast to the diminished minor divine abilities, the comprehension of thunder flame surged in complexity 100-fold. Lin Yi felt a wave of gratitude for his fortuitous luck during the trials of the divine fire sect. Otherwise, how could he have possibly mastered the formidable crimson radiance of the 9 heavens in such a brief period? Nevertheless, he sensed a hierarchy among divine arts. The crimson radiance of the 9 heavens resembled a mere gatekeeper, belonging to the weakest tier, while thunder flame stood at the pinnacle of divine powers. It remained uncertain which was superior, thunder flame or the 5 thunder techniques of Longhu Mountain. When one speaks of thunder-based divine arts, the first name that springs to mind is undoubtedly the 5 thunder techniques of Longhu Mountain. For countless years, the human race and the demon tribe have been at odds, and the notorious temper of the practitioners from Longhu Mountain is well known. often descending upon the battlefield to strike at the demon clan with thunder, justifying their actions as a means to hone their thunder techniques. Consequently, the formidable might of the five thunder techniques has gained notoriety alongside their tempestuous reputation. Shaking his head, Lin Yi dismissed such errant thoughts. He had yet to succeed in his cultivation. Dwelling on irrelevant matters was foolish. The challenges of mastering Thunder Flame were twofold. Firstly, it involved the intricate fusion of the explosive energies of thunder and flame, not through brute force, as that would lead to catastrophic explosions. Lin Yi was not the first to attempt the Thunder Flame, as the Jade Slip chronicled several predecessors who had forcefully merged the two powers. Though they had initially emerged unscathed, they ultimately suffered grievous injuries when the energies erupted at critical moments. Contemplating the fusion process, Lin Yi recalled the void-devouring flame, capable of consuming all and blending with divine fire. He wondered if it could serve as a mediator between thunder and flame. With determination, Lin Yi gathered the silvery power of thunder and the subtly dark golden flame energy before him, forming two luminous orbs. The next step was fusion. After countless attempts, where he had initially tried to merge the thunder power with the Golden Emperor's inferno only to face explosions, and later with the void-devouring flame, resulting in the same disastrous outcome, he found that the divine fire energy was overwhelmingly potent. Despite his efforts to suppress it, the thunder power remained hesitant to merge. In desperation, Lin Yi resorted to ordinary flame energy and, after numerous trials, finally discovered the optimal ratio for fusion. Now, success hinged on this singular moment. The two luminous orbs gradually approached one another, and upon contact, they erupted in chaos, emitting a faint explosive sound akin to boiling water. Just as they seemed poised to detonate, Lin Yi concentrated, channeling a strand of void-devouring flame to separate the two orbs. Thanks to the influence of the flame energy on the other side, the thunder power did not resist the void-devouring flame. Under Lin Yi's guidance, the void-devouring flame acted as a converter, gradually allowing the thunder power and the flame energy to be conveyed into each other's realms. This was a strategy Lin Yi had devised after much contemplation, and witnessing the two orbs gradually merge into one filled him with hope. Lin Yi became increasingly focused, cautiously manipulating the void-devouring flame with utmost precision, leaving no room for error. After 5 long hours, he finally succeeded in the fusion. Before him floated a silvery gray orb, the fruit of his labor. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he exhaled deeply, overwhelmed by an undeniable sense of accomplishment. The once thought unattainable divine ability had been mastered by his own hands. A surge of pride welled within him, which was perfectly natural. However, the journey was far from over. With his hands forming intricate seals, a complex array materialized before him. He gently pushed the orb toward the array, and in the next moment, a beam of divine silver light, as thick as an arm, shot forth from the center of the array. It lacked any semblance of thunderous or fiery explosion. Yet Lin Yi was astounded. It was perplexing, for he had merely utilized the ordinary powers of thunder and flame, which, when used separately, could barely harm a mere earthly-level opponent. Yet, the combined might of the thunder-fire divine light, released through the array, emanated a palpable sense of threat, even to Lin Yi himself. What if he were to substitute the flames with the more potent Golden Emperor's devouring flame? As for the concern of merging ordinary thunder with divine fire, Lin Yi remained unperturbed. He possessed the ability to summon thunder that could rival divine fire. Moreover, the thunder fire divine light, as a supreme divine ability, was not to be taken lightly. In this world, where divine fire existed, divine thunder was also a reality, albeit in much rarer quantities. The thunder fire divine light inherently carried a trace of divine thunder, a notion that spontaneously emerged in Lin Yi's mind after his successful cultivation. It was evident that the creator of this divine ability believed that only those who had mastered the thunder fire divine light were worthy of wielding divine thunder. Chapter 53. The Pretentious ascends, however, this map. Lin gazed at the chaotic lines resembling a tangled mess, astonished. Could it be that this elder was an abstract painter? Thankfully, the map bore a small inscription in the universal language of the myriad races, Lei Huang Island. Ching, Song Mountain. Well, I've never heard of them. I'll have to inquire with Lin Miao Miao. But this matter isn't urgent. The name Lei Huang Island clearly indicates its location in the eastern part of the battlefield of the myriad races, as only there exists an ocean. Lin's position lies in the northern region of the battlefield, and given such a vast distance, even a warrior of the Tiangang realm would require decades of relentless flight to reach it. Having completed the training of 2 divine abilities, Lin stepped out of his room. At that moment, Ji Kong, brimming with excitement, was engrossed in fiddling with his phone, oblivious to Lin's approach. Glancing over, Lin discovered that this little monk was playing a game called Baby Glory, which had apparently been quite popular some time ago. Unfortunately, the game had ultimately been replaced by newer ones after exploiting its players. To Lin's surprise, it hadn't yet been shut down. He couldn't help but sigh in dismay. Just a few days ago, Ji Kong had been a wise, well-behaved child, and now, in such a short span, he had transformed into a gaming addict. Indeed, games can lead to ruin. Thus, Lin decided to download Baby Glory as well, sending a message to Lin Miao Miao and Naya to join him. The 4 of them formed a squad. Although they were all novices, their martial prowess was not to be underestimated. Once they grasped the rules, they quickly dominated the battlefield, leaving their opponents in tears. After 2 hours of play, Lin, feeling satisfied, uninstalled the game. A brief respite was acceptable, but he couldn't afford to be distracted from his goals. Suddenly, Lin recalled the Tai Su illusion array, which seemed to possess a matchmaking feature. Having just learned 2 new divine abilities, he thought it would be a perfect opportunity to test their potency. Returning to his room, he entered the Tai Su illusion array. With a flicker of thought, a translucent screen materialized before him, displaying sections for matchmaking and rankings. Real men engage in ranked matches. Upon selecting the ranked option, Lin found himself presented with choices for solo or team play. Choosing solo, he soon entered a grand arena where a casually dressed young man appeared opposite him. A newcomer? The young man's demeanor shifted to one of excitement upon seeing Lin. How did you know? Lin queried, puzzled. If you beat me, I'll tell you. Get ready to be my points fodder, The young man cackled as he charged at Lin, brandishing a long knife, the immense blade slicing through the air toward him. Lin shook his head resignedly. As expected, one must first deliver a beating before reason can prevail. With a few casual punches, he shattered the blade's light. What appeared to be a formidable attack left no mark on Lin's fists. The young man's expression froze in shock. It seemed he had encountered a formidable opponent. Yet, with his blade already drawn, he could not withdraw it easily. Channeling his energy, he unleashed his most adept martial technique, the shattered elemental slash. With a sense of determination, Lin acknowledged the power of the move, nodding slightly. Given the opponent's seriousness, it was only fitting that he reciprocate with respect. Lightning shadow. In an instant, as the blade's aura approached, Lin's figure shattered like glass, leaving behind an ethereal afterimage. The young man was momentarily taken aback, but suddenly, a calm voice resonated from behind him. Instantly, his body was gripped by a cold shiver. Before he could turn, a tremendous force surged from below, and in that fleeting moment, he imagined his dearly departed great-grandmother beckoning to him. As he soared into the sky, Lin retracted his kicking leg and muttered, I seem to be a bit out of practice. It appears I need to train more. After more than 30 seconds, with a resounding thud, the young man landed, sprawled on the ground, teetering between life and death. Lin poked him with a finger and remarked, Stop feigning death. Can you answer my question now? If you remain silent, I'll send you flying once more. Do you believe me? No. No. You concede. The young man exclaimed, hastily rising. But how did you know I was a newcomer? He inquired thoughtfully. Perhaps you should check your interface, Lin suggested. Lin was momentarily taken aback, as if struck by a sudden realization. Upon opening the panel, she discovered that the information was indeed clearly displayed. Beihai Guangdao, Bronze Tier 5. Matches, 50 wins, 25 draws, 5 losses, 20 points. 5 win rate. 50. Black Iron. Matches. 1 wins, 0 draws, 0 losses, 0 points, 0 win rate. 0, the young man explained. Every player in matchmaking or ranked games must assign themselves a codename. Winning a match earns 1 point, while losing deducts 1 point. A draw neither adds nor subtracts points. At the end of each month, every point can be exchanged for 500 Academy points. Linny thought, this setting feels so familiar. Goodness. Isn't this just akin to baby glory? With a hint of sarcasm, she noted the rules, prompting the young man to concede defeat and hastily withdraw. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi casually clicked a few options, and the panel transformed instantly. Show off, let you soar. True Monarch matches, 1 wins, 1 draws, 0 losses, 0 points, 1 win rate. 100 now, this looks much better. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Let us do this again. She promptly chose to enter ranked play. Moments later, a big-eyed, adorable girl appeared. Brother, please don't hit my face. Bronze tier 6. Lin Yi frowned. Another bronze? Based on my experience with Baby Glory, one can only match with players of similar or lower tiers. If I wish to duel against masters, I must elevate my ranks swiftly. Li Yuan, delighted to have matched up against a novice, planned to showcase her prowess and perhaps offer some guidance to the younger player. However, the meaningful smile from the opposing newcomer startled her, causing her right eyelid to twitch uncontrollably. Before Li Yuan could utter a word, the newcomer suddenly transformed into a flash of lightning and vanished. Apologies, was all Li Yuan heard before darkness enveloped her. At Tianjin University, Li Yuan abruptly opened her eyes, gasping for breath. Not far away, her best friend inquired, Yuan, didn't you go for rank play? Why are you back so soon? Still shaken, Li Yuan patted her chest and stammered, I think. I was eliminated in an instant by a freshman. Her friend retorted, what a novice. She delivered her critique without mercy, prompting Li Yuan to erupt in indignation as she rushed forward to frantically tickle her friend's armpits. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was engaged in an exhilarating ascent, achieving a remarkable winning streak, with no opponent able to withstand even a single blow from him. In no time, he secured 30 consecutive victories, elevating his rank to gold. The adversaries at this level were predominantly late-stage practitioners of the condensation realm, yet they still proved no match for the sheer power of Lin Yi's ordinary punches. Such astonishing prowess naturally drew considerable attention. Since Lin Yi had not disabled the spectator mode, many came to observe, including several of those who had fallen victim to his devastating blows. In the arena, Lin Yi unleashed a powerful strike, prompting the young opponent across from him to hastily establish layers of defense, encasing himself like a fortress. However, under Lin Yi's focused assault, that intricate defense was effortlessly torn apart, akin to tattered cloth. Ultimately, the young man had no choice but to concede defeat. Lamenting the futility of his efforts as his painstakingly constructed defenses crumbled beneath a single blow. What a farce! The crowd of onlookers erupted in astonishment, with one exclaiming, wow, I recognize that individual. Hong Kong from Tianwu University, a skilled practitioner in the early stages of the earthly fiend realm. His defensive techniques could not be breached even by late-stage practitioners in a short span, yet this, so-called exaggerated classmate has managed to dispatch him with a single punch. Are the new students truly this extraordinary? Chapter 54. The task of the demon ceiling list. Lin Yi opened his interface. Pretentiousness elevates you to a celestial being. Platinum 5 stars. 45 matches, 45 victories. 0 draws, 0 defeats. Points, 45. Win rate, 100. Not too shabby. Lin Yi mused with a satisfied smile. Those 45 points are indeed quite pleasing. Given that the illusory void array is established in all universities across the Great Xia, the prowess of individuals within the same realm can occasionally appear vastly disparate. However, at the platinum level, Lin Yi found himself primarily matched against formidable experts of the earthly fiend realm, prompting him to take the competition more seriously. Lin Yi intended to continue his rankings, but was met with the disheartening news that each individual is limited to a maximum of 45 ranked matches per month. Stunned, he pondered, why is there a restriction on the number of ranked matches? With no choice but to exit, Lin Yi resigned himself to the impossibility of further matches. Upon leaving the illusory void array, his intelligent terminal alerted him to a new message. To his surprise, it was from Zhu Ziming. Lin Yi, have you joined a team yet? If not, My cousin is forming the Begang team and is still in need of one more member. Would you consider it? My cousin is a formidable warrior of the celestial realm, a master ranked among the elite on the genius list. Surely he could elevate our endeavors. However, after some contemplation, Lin Yi politely declined the invitation. The prestigious universities of the Great Xia do not cultivate their students as fragile blossoms. On the contrary, every student is required to complete a task from the demon ceiling list each month, starting from their freshman year. This list is a bounty board established by the 5 top-tier universities, where every entry consists of notorious and vicious executioners. It encompasses not only cultists and outlaws within the borders of Great Xia, but also foreign entities from the battlefield of myriad races. The demon ceiling list is categorized into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and humanity, corresponding to the realms of celestial, earthly fiends, and chi condensation. To ensure student safety, the schools mandate the formation of teams for task completion, with a maximum of 5 members per team. Thus, the scene of Zhu Ziming inviting Lin Yi unfolded. Zhu Ziming was aware of Lin Yi's prowess. He himself had reached full mastery in the chi condensation realm, and with his celestial body, he could easily triumph over typical earthly fiends. However, battling Lin Yi felt akin to a father sparring with his son. If he were to join his cousin's team, he would undoubtedly add a formidable asset. Nevertheless, Lin Yi harbored little interest. He held too many secrets and trusted no one aside from Lin Miao Miao and Xin Luan. Furthermore, Lin Yi knew that some individuals prefer to tackle tasks solo, earning the title of lone wolf. These individuals were all exceptionally confident in their own abilities. Lin Yi aspired to this path. Yet becoming a lone wolf required specific qualifications. One must possess strength above the earthly fiend realm and hold a diamond rank in the void ranking, with a win rate exceeding 80. These 2 criteria eliminated 9 of the candidates. Fortunately for Lin Yi, these requirements were not insurmountable. The only vexing aspect was the number of ranking cards needed, implying that he would have to wait until next month to undertake missions independently. Alas, it seemed he would have to team up with Lin Miao Miao and the little monk. As for who Zhikong would partner with next month, that could be decided later. Lin Yi was unconcerned about the little monk lacking a team. From his observations, the little monk's strength likely surpassed Zhu Ziming's, although the exact extent remained unclear, mainly due to the boy's seemingly harmless demeanor, making it difficult for Lin Yi to broach the topic of sparring. Thus, Lin Yi sent a message to Lin Miao Miao, who quickly agreed, albeit with the addition of Naya to their ranks. To Lin Yi's surprise, the little monk declined the invitation, saying, "Brother Lin, it's not that I don't wish to join you. It's just that my master insists I complete the tasks on the demon ceiling list alone." Lin Yi felt no anger, merely astonishment as he remarked, "Isn't there a criterion for becoming a lone wolf? If you don't meet the requirements, how can you claim that title?" Zhikong expressed his own confusion, stating, "My master mentioned he had spoken with the school, allowing me to directly register as a lone wolf without further obligations. I was just in the process of registering, and while it's done," Lin Yi pondered, "By the way, just who is your master? Is he perhaps a hidden grandmaster?" Zhikong quietly remarked that his master was a boisterous monk who relished wine and tended to the village's widows. After speaking, he furtively glanced around, as if his master were lurking nearby, eavesdropping. Indeed, he was a reclusive master. Lin Yi helplessly shrugged. In novels, such carefree individuals are either rogues or formidable figures. Given Zhikong's master's formidable connections, he undoubtedly belonged to the latter category. However, Lin Yi lacked such alliances and could only team up with Lin Miao Miao and Naya. The 3 of them formed a small group and, after much deliberation, selected a nearby task, a regional-level mission involving the presence of demon spies near Jinyao City, suspected to possess late-stage 5th realm strength. Each successful completion would yield 2,000 points. Generally, tasks with ambiguous intel are seldom undertaken due to the high risk of failure. But Lin Yi and his companions were no ordinary individuals. They were undaunted even by 6th realm foes and ready to proceed. As for 7th realm demon beasts, Jinyao City was well protected. Any creature exuding 6th realm energy within 1,000 miles would trigger a devastating counterstrike from the city's defenses. A day later, the trio set out. After 6 hours, they arrived at a valley the last known location of the demon spies, according to their intel. Their next task was to track their whereabouts. He was not skilled in tracking techniques, so he looked to Lin Miao Miao. However, Naya volunteered, confidently asserting she could handle it. With a few hand seals, a soothing aura enveloped her, causing flowers and grasses to sprout from the ground beneath her. Lin Miao Miao gasped in surprise. I didn't realize she could even perform the spirit of the forest technique. The spirit of the forest? This was a unique ability of the elven race, greatly enhancing their sensitivity to plants, transforming the surrounding flora into their eyes. Indeed, quite useful in this context. Before long, Naya opened her eyes and pointed southward, in that direction, approximately 10 kilometers away. However, it seems they are engaged in combat. Let us go eliminate them. Without delay, the three set off at full speed. Ha ha ha, little human brats, don't resist. Be good and become your Grandpa Pig's dinner. A dozen demon beasts encircled a group of 5 battered youths. Though fear gripped them, the weapons in their hands remained steadfast, their eyes reflecting a resolve to fight to the bitter end. Captain, we'll hold these beasts off while you go for help. You must inform Jinyao City of the Demon and Azura alliance as planned to ambush. One young man urged a long-haired woman, his voice filled with determination. The woman, strikingly beautiful and clad in fitted battle armor that accentuated her form, bore an expression as cold as ice. Shaking her head at her companion's pleas, she declared, I will hold them off. You must go for help. With your strength, you cannot delay them for long. Seeing that they were about to protest further, she raised her Fong Tianhua Ji, unleashing an overwhelming aura. Secret technique, primordial spirit explosion. The woman's cultivation level surged dramatically from the mid-earthly fiend realm to the perfected earthly fiend realm, where it ultimately came to a halt. With all her might, she swung her halberd in a sweeping arc, unleashing a ring of crimson halberd light that enveloped all the surrounding demonic creatures. In a fierce roar, she urged, Flee at once. Do not let my sacrifice be in vain. Chapter 55. You are as ridiculous as your divine powers, with tears brimming in their eyes. A few individuals cast a final glance at the woman before resolutely turning away, racing towards the direction of the demon suppression city. Only by hastening their return could they harbor any hope for their captain's survival. As the group fled, the leading pig demon displayed no sign of urgency. Instead, his eyes gleamed with mockery, showing indifference to their escape, for it had been a deliberate act of release. How could such a significant ambush on the demon suppression city by the demon race be easily detected by a few feeble humans? The pig demon, known as Zhu Sanpao, pondered the motives behind the higher-ups allowing him to reveal such crucial information. It was likely just a matter of factional rivalry, since the news had already been disseminated. He would not hesitate to relish the delicacy before him. Reminiscing about the human infants he had devoured in the past, Zhu Sanpao found himself salivating. Though the human before him was somewhat aged, he was still a formidable earthly martial artist, a rare treat indeed. Observing the unabashed hunger in the leading pig demon's eyes, Shenhani's gaze hardened with determination. Young ones, charge forth. Remember, do not ruin the integrity of the ingredients. At the pig demon's command, a dozen surrounding beastly creatures hesitated momentarily before roaring and lunging towards Shenhani. With a cold glint in his eyes, Shenhani wielded his 8 Desolation halberd, executing a magnificent arc that unleashed tremendous force, reducing the leading wolf demon to mere pulp. A-class martial skill, ghostly dance of the deities. Each strike of Shenhani's halberd resonated with the power of thunder. The heavy weapon's might combined with his innate strength allowed the A-class technique to be displayed to its fullest potential. It was a dance of death, brush against it, and one would be harmed, make contact, and one would perish. With another crushing blow, the last beast fell, its brain matter splattering upon impact. Leaning against his halberd, Shenhani struggled to remain upright. Although he had eliminated the dozen 5th-tier demon beasts, the secret technique's duration had elapsed, and he had reverted to the mid-stage of the earthly realm. More critically, his energy was depleted, and he was utterly exhausted, unable to continue the fight. Though he understood that survival was unlikely, Shenhani's eyes remained fiercely resolute. As warriors, we fear not death. Taking a deep breath, he lifted the 8 Desolation halberd, trembling as he pointed it towards the leisurely pig demon. Beast, come forth and fight. Zhu Sanpao extended his trotters, seemingly attempting to applaud. Yet his corpulent form rendered his efforts futile, and he reluctantly lowered his limbs. He felt no sorrow for the subordinates who had perished, for they were not his true followers. Their demise was of little consequence. However, the woman before him piqued his interest. Those acquainted with Zhu Sanpao knew he was insatiably gluttonous and lecherous, having pursued any female demon under his command. Although this human did not align with his aesthetic preferences, Zhu Sanpao thought to himself, in the dark, it all appears the same. The perverse gaze of Zhu Sanpao ignited a fierce anger within Shenhani. With all her might, she thrust her spear one last time, but before the blade could make contact, it was deflected, sending her hurtling backward to the ground. She crashed down violently, blood surging from her mouth, despair flashing in her eyes. "Farewell, master," she murmured. Drawing forth a pill, she prepared to consume the blood-corroding pill, which would swiftly turn her body into putrid blood through excruciating poison, a fate akin to enduring 1,000 tortures, yet preferable to being humiliated by a swine. Just as she was about to ingest the pill, a crimson vine ensnared her hand, and a clear voice resonated around her. "Pig demon, what skill is it to bully a girl? Shall we engage in a little sport?" Zhu Sanpao turned towards the source of the voice, scoffing. "Who dares to meddle in the affairs of your esteemed Zhu?" His laughter echoed, "Huh? Dead pig, take a punch from your grandfather." A booming laugh filled the air as a shadow descended from the heavens, crackling with lightning. In an instant, it landed a punch squarely upon Zhu Sanpao's large visage. Despite the mocking smile still gracing his face, the immense bulk of Zhu Sanpao was driven into the ground, creating a massive pit several meters deep. Shenhani gulped, watching as the figure that had struck the pig demon turned to reveal a youthful face, none other than Lin Yi. He approached her and helped her to her feet. Introducing himself, "Tianwu Lin Yi, how shall I address you? Senior?" Shenhani felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks as she softly replied, "I'm also from Tianwu University, a sophomore named Shenhani." Stealing a glance at Lin Yi, her mind raced with confusion. When had such a formidable figure emerged from Tianwu University, referring to her as senior? Could he possibly be a freshman? But that seemed improbable. Lin Yi clenched his fist and declared, "Senior, please stand aside for a moment. I shall deal with this dead pig and escort you back to Jinyao City." Shenhani urged, "Do not act recklessly. That pig demon is a 6th-tier beast. Only a Tiangang realm warrior can contend with it." To her, although that punch had been astonishing, it would hardly harm a 6th-tier beast. She feared the youth before her was unaware of the peril posed by such a creature and might meet an untimely end. Turning back, Lin Yi offered her a gentle smile. "Senior, just watch closely." Shenhani was taken aback, her brow furrowing in curiosity. What should I be watching? As a blade-like leaf materialized at his fingertip, he softly stated, "Observe well. This strike of mine will be quite impressive." As the voice fell, a blade flew forth, upon which a silvery sword light descended, akin to a galaxy cascading from the heavens. Its sharpness and dominance reached an unparalleled zenith, and the overwhelming sword intent seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of reality asunder. Not far away, Lin Miao Miao abruptly halted her steps, gazing at the terrifying sword light that exuded an aura of dread. A look of profound astonishment graced her countenance. What manner of sword intent is this? Why does my own sword intent appear to tremble in fear? As a quasi-emperor powerhouse, Lin Miao Miao had encountered countless sword path prodigies, yet she had never before witnessed such a formidable sword intent. Those who had yet to comprehend sword intent remained oblivious, but those who had would discover that, in the presence of this strike, they could scarcely invoke their own sword intent. A saying resonated deeply within her. If you do not cultivate sword intent, seeing me is akin to a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon. If you do cultivate sword intent, seeing me is like a mayfly beholding the vast sky. At this moment, Lin Miao Miao felt as if she were indeed a mayfly glimpsing the azure expanse. As she turned her gaze towards the direction of the sword light, her expression morphed into one of perplexity. It seemed that Lin Yi had already rushed ahead in that very direction. Could it be that this strike was wielded by him? Meanwhile, Lin Yi directed the sword light, imbued with the intent of soaring blades, towards the pig demon. The creature's instincts went into a frenzy, and the previously enraged pig demon instantly regained clarity. Staring at the divine-like sword light descending upon it, gritting its teeth, the pig demon unleashed its innate divine ability. 1,000 peaks of a swine armor. With a furious roar, the pig demon's body coalesced into a formidable golden scale armor, resembling mountain ranges in its heft. Runes encircled the scales, layering upon one another to envelop the pig demon like a heavily armored tank. This was the innate divine ability of Zhu Sanpao, not only boasting exceptional defensive capabilities, but also capable of rebounding enemy attacks with formidable might. Chapter 56. Shunhani upon unleashing his innate divine abilities. Zhu Sanpao instantaneously felt enveloped in a sense of security, resolved to withstand the grass character sword technique wielded by Lin Yi. He was skeptical that the brilliance of the sword could possibly vanquish him in an instant. To this, Lin Yi could only respond with disdain. You and your divine powers are equally laughable. As the sword light approached, Zhu Sanpao's once proud innate abilities appeared as fragile as mere paper before the radiant blade, shattering effortlessly and reducing him to nothing more than dust. With a resounding crash, Lin Yi, in his inaugural use of the grass character sword technique, miscalculated the intensity, causing the sword light to persist beyond the obliteration of the pig demon. It cleaved through a dozen mountains behind him before finally dissipating into silvery sparkles. The grass character sword technique, how terrifying it is! Shunhani found the scene before him to be utterly alien, a confusion born from the shattering of previously held beliefs. Was that pig demon not a sixth-tier beast? How could it have been dispatched so swiftly? Why was it that this youth, whose realm was not superior to his own, could unleash such a formidable strike? No one would address her doubts. Lin Yi hurried to the place where the pig demon had perished, his face filled with regret. Just moments ago, he had been consumed by joy. After all, it was a sixth-tier demon beast. Had the void, devouring flame consumed it, he could have ascended to the mid-stage of the earthly fiend realm. Alas, it was a pity that the pig demon's remains had been utterly obliterated, leaving not even a shard of its beast crystal. What a waste, Lin Yi thought, wishing he could slap himself. Clearly, he needed to exercise more caution next time. However, Lin Yi was exceedingly pleased with the power of the grass character sword technique. As his realm advanced, his means of attack grew increasingly diverse. Yet the grass character sword technique remained undeniably the most formidable offensive method at his disposal, without exception. Meanwhile, Lin Miao Miao and Naya finally arrived. Gazing at the massive crater before Lin Yi and the numerous mountains that had been cleaved in two, rendered speechless. Lin Miao Miao cast a deep glance at Lin Yi. Instead of inquiring when he had comprehended sword intent, she realized, upon reflection, that she seemed unable to best Lin Yi anymore, though it felt somewhat embarrassing for her. A reincarnated empress, to be outmatched by an ordinary university student, Lin Miao Miao was not one to be easily disheartened. In her previous life, she had encountered many opponents of equal standing who surpassed her in combat prowess. Yet she alone ascended to the position of a quasi-emperor. When she laid eyes on Shunhani, her expression transformed dramatically. Though she lacked the icy demeanor she once possessed, she recognized that familiar figure, even if reduced to ashes. The ghostly god halberd, Shunhani, a woman shrouded in legend, awakened her tiny divine body during an unforeseen incident, setting forth a tide of unstoppable power. Later, in the global university tournament, Shunhani displayed her might, shattering the aspirations of countless talented individuals with a single halberd. As for why Lin Miao Miao held such a profound impression of her, do not inquire. It suffices to say that Lin Miao Miao had once been bested by Shunhani. She would never forget the fierce determination she had during her hard-fought ascent to the finals, only to draw the misfortune of facing Shunhani. Lin Miao Miao, with her stubborn temperament, refused to concede defeat, only to be relentlessly struck down by Shunhani's halberd, as if she were a mere carrot being uprooted. Ultimately, Lin Miao Miao succumbed to unconsciousness. In the ensuing decade and more, it was the era of Shun Hani. Countless prodigies were suppressed beneath her might, under the luminous moonlit phenomenon. No matter the lineage of the young talents, they could not bear to gaze upon her brilliance. However, Shun Hani's rapid and steady rise incited envy among the demon clans, leading to an ambush during an exploration of a secret realm. Despite being at the Dharma aspect stage, Shun Hani was beset by 3 ninth-tier demon beings, who disregarded their dignity and forcefully shattered the secret realm. From that moment on, Shun Hani vanished without a trace. In retrospect, had Shun Hani survived, she would undoubtedly have ascended to the status of a quasi-emperor. In truth, even if Lin Yi had not come to her aid, she would have merely faced hardships and would not have met with calamity, for Shun Hani's master was the enigmatic principal of Tianwu University, an unparalleled powerhouse at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. How could the disciple of such an extraordinary figure easily perish at the hands of mere 6th-tier demon beasts? Based on Lin Miao Miao's understanding of that whimsically malevolent old man, he was likely lurking somewhere, enjoying the spectacle. Achoo! Above the clouds, amidst the overlapping layers of space, an elderly figure resembling the turtle hermit let out a resounding sneeze. Who on earth is invoking my name? After regaining composure, his gaze fell upon the scene before him, where Lin Yi and his companions were displayed in the void. It remained uncertain whether this level of provocation would suffice. Although the plan was somewhat rudimentary, it was unlikely that my foolish disciple would grasp it immediately. That wretched tiny divine body demands that Han Yi undergo profound joy and sorrow before awakening, compelling me to devise intricate strategies. However, the young man who rescued Han Yi possesses a certain intrigue. The essence of his sword intent is so profound that even I cannot penetrate its depths. I wonder which fortunate lineage has produced such an extraordinary descendant. Alas, if awakening remains elusive, we shall have to rely on the whims of fate. With a deep sigh, the old man vanished into thin air. As Shun Han Yi recounted the events, Lin Yi and the others gradually pieced together the truth. It turned out that Shun Han Yi had initially embarked on a mission with several junior colleagues. The task was not particularly arduous, and they completed it swiftly. However, they inadvertently stumbled upon a conspiracy among the demon clan, overhearing plans for a surprise attack on the demon suppression city. Determined to return and report the information, they accidentally caught the attention of a pig demon while attempting to flee, leading to a relentless chase. This ultimately resulted in Lin Yi's act of heroism. Upon hearing the story, not only did Lin Yi and his companions exchange glances filled with suspicion, but even Shun Han Yi began to stammer as he spoke. The coincidences were striking, bordering on the surreal. Setting aside the magnitude of the demon clan's conspiracy, one must wonder how a group of mere earthly fiend realm warriors managed to eavesdrop on such critical information. Furthermore, the pig demon, clearly capable of dispatching them with ease, hesitated for an inexplicable length of time. Could it be that even a pig demon possesses a sense of compassion? As Shun Han, he regained his composure and conducted a brief analysis. He too recognized the multitude of anomalies. Only Lin Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with insight. It was indeed the old man's handiwork. With his prowess, ensnaring a few 6th-tier demon beings would be as simple as breathing. He must be striving to facilitate Shun Han Yi's awakening of the tiny divine body. In her previous life, she had successfully awakened, and now, with our intervention, it was uncertain whether she could achieve the same outcome. In truth, Lin Miao Miao harbored hopes for Shun Han Yi's successful awakening, for no other reason than the desire for vengeance. In her former life, she had lived prudently, yet it was Shun Han Yi who nearly shattered her Tao heart. Such a profound enmity must be avenged. Having accomplished their mission and saved the person in peril, the group prepared a journey back to the demon town. Along the way, Shun Han Yi trailed behind, furtively stealing glances at Lin Yi's silhouette. Although the trope of a hero rescuing a damsel is indeed a cliché, it is undeniably one of the most memorable ways for a girl to etch a moment in her memory. While Shun Han Yi did not yet harbor any profound feelings for Lin Yi, a sense of curiosity towards her junior inevitably blossomed. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, who remained oblivious to Shun Hani's covert observations, Lin Miao Miao, however, had her keen focus trained on Shun Hani. Observing her occasionally breaking into a silly smile while gazing at her brother's figure, Lin Miao Miao devised a plan. Despite Shun Hani's apparent clumsiness, her striking beauty was undeniable. And should she successfully awaken the Taiyin divine body, her strength would also be formidable. Thus, the prospect of her becoming a sister-in-law seemed somewhat acceptable. With this thought in mind, Lin Miao Miao quietly approached, extending a piece of paper to Shun Hani. Chapter 57. The lunar divine body here. My brother is still single. This is his contact information. The opportunity is yours, so seize it. Lin Miao Miao chuckled mischievously and hurried away, leaving Shun Hani stunned in place. "I." Shun Hani extended her hand, hesitating to speak. After a moment, she sighed and tucked the note into her pocket. "It's merely adding a friend. It's quite normal." "Shun Hani, do not be afraid." As if a thought had crossed her mind, a faint blush appeared on Shun Hani's cool countenance. Nevertheless, he is indeed quite handsome. Upon returning to Demon Suppression City, a group of youthful students, brimming with excitement, surrounded Shun Hani. "Wonderful. Captain, you are truly unharmed. That elder did not deceive us." The group had exerted themselves to reach Demon Suppression City to report the situation to the school. Soon after, an elderly man approached with news that Shun Hani had been rescued. Initially, they were skeptical until the elder casually conjured an image of Shun Hani and the others returning, confirming the truth of his words. They promptly rushed to the city gates to welcome Shun Hani. Listening to their accounting, a visage of a white-bearded elder materialized in Shun Hani's mind. He was her teacher, albeit somewhat unreliable, yet he had rescued her from despair during her most helpless moments. She could never forget the day her parents were brutally slain and she was on the brink of being captured by a sinister cult. It was this elder, like a divine being, who effortlessly dispatched the formidable cultist with a single strike and then knelt before her, sporting a somewhat comical smile. "Little girl, would you like to become my disciple?" Afterwards, at the tender age of 10, with the elder's assistance, Shun Hani laid her parents to rest. She then entered Tianwu University and remained there until now. After bidding farewell to the group, Shun Hani made her way to a small courtyard deep within the academy. This was the place where she had grown up, residing there until she turned 18 and gained admission to Tianwu University through her own merit, at which point she moved into the academy's dormitory. She knocked gently on the door and softly called, "Master, are you there?" "Cough, Han Yi, your master is here." A voice, frail to the point of fragility, emanated from within the small dwelling. Shun Yi gently pushed open the door, revealing an exceedingly aged man, who appeared as though he might depart this world at any moment, reclining against the headboard of the bed. Shun Hani took a seat at the foot of the bed and, after a moment of silence, spoke softly, "Master, there is no need for those inexplicable trials any longer. I have begun to awaken the Taiyin divine body." She had long sensed that she was often beset by inexplicable dangers, yet somehow managed to avert calamity at the last moment. Particularly during this latest crisis, she had almost believed she would perish at the hands of a pig demon. However, as she traversed the path, she felt a strange yet familiar power stirring within her. Shun Yi finally comprehended everything. She was merely slow to react, not foolish. The Taiyin divine body, a symbol of the utmost power of heaven and earth, was on the verge of awakening within her. Anticipating that the scene during her awakening would be somewhat spectacular, she sought her master's assistance in concealing it. The old man, feigning illness while lying in bed, perked up at her words, no longer appearing sickly. "Is it truly time for your awakening?" "Ha ha! It seems my efforts were not in vain." Realizing he had almost spoken too much, he hastily fell silent. Shun Yi's eyes twitched. Indeed, it was this old rascal's doing. "You mischievous old man," she thought. "I sense that the awakening will create quite a commotion, so I wish to request your cover, master." The old man waved his hand nonchalantly, assuring her, "Fear not, it is but a trifling matter. Focus on your awakening. Do you require any assistance?" Shun Yi shook her head. As night fell, Shun Yi sat cross-legged in the small courtyard, radiating a hazy white light. As the luminous aura ascended, The bright moon high above seemed to come alive, casting beams of moonlight that gradually converged upon her, illuminating her like a celestial maiden. As time passed, the old man, guarding not far away, furrowed his brow and rubbed his hands together, feeling a chill in the air. Instinctively, he glanced upward, nearly wide-eyed in shock, involuntarily exclaiming, "What in the world?" Above the courtyard, another full moon had appeared, and even the craters for meteor impacts were clearly visible. "You impudent girl, is this what you meant by a bit of commotion?" He mused. "No, it's not that the moon has fallen. It is merely a projection of the moon." The old man swiftly waved his hand, causing the space surrounding the courtyard to tremble and ripple as he sliced the area into a spatial layer, preventing any repercussions in the mortal realm. Achoo! 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 As Lin Yi practiced diligently, he suddenly found himself overwhelmed by a fit of inspiration. Instinctively, he stepped onto the balcony and gazed upward, exclaiming in awe at the magnificent moon that graced the night sky. Its grandeur and roundness stirred within him an irresistible urge to compose a poem. Alas, his limited talent left him feeling disheartened as he retreated to his room, regretting not having devoted himself more to his studies. After much contemplation, all he could muster was the simple phrase, "What a stunning moon." Meanwhile, Lin Miao Miao noticed this unusual occurrence. Unlike Lin Yi, she was well-informed and astute. "Ah, it is indeed the manifestation of the Tying divine body. What a significant disturbance." Even affecting the moon, her anticipation grew. She felt remarkably powerful in this lifetime and hoped that Shunhani would not be too weak, lest she find it all rather unchallenging. In the courtyard, Shunhani's form began to rise, gradually merging with the moon's reflection, his aura stabilizing. The elder finally felt at ease, recognizing that Shunhani had essentially awakened the Tying divine body, now merely nurturing it within the ethereal moonlight. As days turned into weeks, Lin Yi's university life found its rhythm. By the beginning of the second month, he effortlessly attained the status of a lone wanderer, which emboldened him to take an extended leave and venture into the battlefield of myriad races. His sole purpose for this expedition was clear: to stir up trouble. On the demon sealing list of Tianwu Academy lay a long-standing mission known as the Extermination Order, offering substantial rewards for the annihilation of any race that had ever harmed humanity. The singular goal of this task was to eradicate their kind. This aligned perfectly with Lin Yi's aspirations. He was not one to pursue a tranquil path of cultivation within the confines of academia. With the void-devouring flame at his disposal, he was destined to thrive through battle. His first destination was, of course, the ancient adversary of humankind, the demon race. The battlefield of myriad races was vast and boundless, witnessing the birth and demise of countless species daily. Yet, for millennia, the top 10 races remained steadfast in their dominion over this realm. Whether it be the celestial race, ranked first, or the angel race, ranked 10th, they shared a common trait. Each possessed quasi-emperor level powers. The demon race, holding the 9th position, had nearly brought humanity to its knees during the human-demon wars, had it not been for other races diverting the attention of their quasi-emperor. Fortunately, Lin Yi was aware that humanity would soon give rise to its own quasi-emperor. When that day arrived, blood would be met with blood, and an eye for an eye. The demon race had bullied humanity for centuries. Such a blood feud could never be forgotten. Chapter 58. The Annihilation of a Clan. After a relentless journey spanning half a month, Lin Yi finally arrived at his first destination, the White-Eyed Wolf Clan. Among the 12 royal clans of the demon race, the White-Eyed Wolves serve as a subordinate lineage to the Howling Moon Skywolf clan. Although the strength of the White-Eyed Wolves is generally lacking, they are notorious for their brutality and bloodlust. During the Human-Demon War, they often launched sneak attacks on human territories, mercilessly slaughtering ordinary humans. Despite their mightiest member being merely a 5th-tier white-eyed wolf, even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. When quality is insufficient, one must rely on quantity. Tonight, Lin Yi must break through to the mid-stage of the earthly fiend realm. Taking out several small flags, Lin Yi discreetly planted them around the tribe. Once 6 flags were set, a formation encircling the entire clan was established. This formation, known as the Six Harmonies bewildering array, had cost Lin Yi over 10,000 points to acquire, primarily designed to prevent the demon clan from fleeing. Upon completing the array, Lin Yi boldly strode into the tribe. As he entered, a wave of foul odor assaulted his senses. A few white-eyed wolves, engaged in a fierce competition for food, initially froze upon seeing Lin Yi, but quickly regained their composure. With drool dripping from their mouths, they howled and lunged at him. However, enveloped in black flames, Lin Yi was shielded from the stench. The charging wolves met the black flames, instantly reduced to ashes, their essence converted into Lin Yi's vitality. Emboldened, Lin Yi unleashed his vitality, causing the entire tribe to erupt in chaos. A commanding wolf howl echoed through the air as countless white-eyed wolves surged from their dens. Whether elder or pup, they all charged at Lin Yi, seemingly devoid of reason. Ah, quite a number indeed. Lin Yi mused, noticing at least 400 to 500 of them. The void-swallowing flames around him surged, forming a black lotus that enveloped him. The less intelligent white-eyed wolves, unaware of the peril posed by the void-swallowing flames, lunged forward without hesitation. A series of muffled thuds resonated as the attacking wolves were swiftly reduced to ash, dozens losing their lives in the blink of an eye. The more intelligent wolves, witnessing this carnage, were struck with terror, their furs standing on end as they skidded to a halt. Another howl rang out, and although the frightened wolves hesitated, they ultimately charged into the black flames with a howl. Huh? Trying to deplete my vitality, are we? Lin Yi quickly discerned the intention behind the howl. He promptly retrieved a stone seat and pretended to struggle, secretly channeling the celestial demon blood transformation technique to refine energy. Indeed, the howls resumed, this time laced with arrogance. Half an hour later, only a little over 100 white-eyed wolves remained in the clan. Yet Lin Yi maintained a pale complexion, appearing as though he were on the brink of exhaustion. A larger white-eyed wolf, notably bigger than the others, slowly approached. Upon seeing Lin Yi, the fury within its eyes could no longer be contained. "Human, do you dare mock this king?" Lin Yi, still feigning weakness, chuckled. "Oh, you saw through my act. But you, a king? Aren't you afraid your master will flay you alive?" In the realm of the demon clan, the titles of king, emperor, and saint are reserved solely for the formidable beings of the upper 3 realms. Who would dare to misuse them? The consequences will be dire. You lot, tear him apart. In an instant, the remaining pack of wolves lunged forward. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yi naturally did not hold back. The void, devouring flame enveloped all the wolves, including their king, as if it were a dark shroud. "I have other matters to attend to, so I shan't play with you any longer." Lin Yi clenched his palm, and the void, devouring flame transformed into a colossal fire lotus. Within mere seconds, the ordinary white-eyed wolves were refined to ashes, leaving only the Wolf King, who continued to frantically assault the fire lotus. However, the Wolf King could not endure for long. The void-devouring flame was inescapable. A few minutes later, the mid-stage 5th-tier Wolf King succumbed to the same fate as the others. "Ah, such immense energy should suffice for my breakthrough," Lin Yi mused. Although he had cultivated the celestial demon blood record, granting him boundless vitality, the consequence was that the energy required for his breakthrough was astronomical. The energy he had consumed since ascending to the earthly fiend realm would have propelled any other to the late stage of that realm. Yet he had barely reached the mid-stage. Thus, 3 hours later, he stood up, retrieved his formation flag, and activated his smart terminal. "Let me see where the next tribe is located." The Ironblood Wolf tribe. Off we go. Employing the same method, the Ironblood Wolf tribe was annihilated, followed by the Broken Blade Wolf tribe in this manner. Within a mere 2 months, Lin Yi had obliterated over a dozen small wolf tribes. Do not inquire why they were all wolf tribes. It was simply that this territory belonged to the Howling Moon Wolf clan, where wolves predominantly thrived. Such significant events soon reached the ears of the Howling Moon Wolf clan. Within a magnificent palace, a strikingly handsome young man sat upon the throne, propping his head with his left hand while rhythmically tapping the armrest with his right. Beside him, a beautiful bee-steered maiden occasionally fed him spirit fruits. "You mean to tell me, a mere human has slaughtered over a dozen of my wolf tribes?" The youth's demeanor remained tranquil, devoid of any visible emotion. Yet the kneeling members of the demon race prostrated themselves in palpable fear. "Your Highness," they stammered, "the human is exceedingly enigmatic. None of the Wolf Clan warriors who encountered him managed to escape. I stumbled upon him purely by a stroke of our clan's unique talent." The young man ceased to speak, and an overwhelming silence enveloped the vast hall. After an indeterminate period, he descended from the throne and approached the prostrated Wolf Clan members. "Lead the way," he commanded, "for I find myself exceedingly bored and wish to meet this human." It seems they believe themselves worthy to challenge the Howling Moon Skywolf Clan. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, his whereabouts had been revealed. At that moment, he sat astride a colossal wolf, munching on a spiritual fruit, while a beautiful maiden knelt tremblingly before him, holding a platter of fruit. After a hearty belch, Lin Yi dismounted from the giant wolf, clapped his hands, and addressed the wolf and the maiden. "Having feasted well, let us hasten. Our next destination shall be the Dwancone Wolf Clan, with whom you harbor grievances." The maiden's eyes sparkled with delight. "Thank you, my lord. My brother and I shall dedicate ourselves to your service." Lin Yi nodded gently. He had fortuitously rescued the two demons from a dungeon, and upon their salvation, they had immediately pledged their allegiance. Noticing that they belonged to the rare, non-bloodthirsty Houndwolf clan, he accepted their submission without protest. After all, he was in search of a steed, and here they were, along with a lovely beast-eared maiden to attend to his needs. The two demons felt they had encountered fortuitous luck. Originally captured by their enemies, they awaited death in silence. To their astonishment, a human descended from the heavens, effortlessly vanquishing the formidable Blood Moon Wolf clan. In a desperate bid for survival, the siblings hastily declared their fealty. Though the brother would serve as a mount and the sister as a handmaiden, such a fate was infinitely preferable to death. Just as Lin was about to mount his steed, he abruptly paused. "You two go ahead. I shall follow shortly." The demons, momentarily taken aback, obediently complied and departed. Lin gazed into the distance, where an overwhelming aura of malevolence surged towards him without restraint. Intriguing. A sixth-tier demon possesses such presence. Could it be the Howling Moon Skywolf clan? With the enemy having locked on his position, Lin resolved to remain where he was. Before long, a strikingly handsome youth descended from the sky, gracefully landing before Lin. The youth looked down upon him, slowly speaking. "I'm the third king of the Howling Moon Skywolf clan, Xiao Qingtsong. Despicable human, are you prepared to meet your demise?" Chapter 59. The Great Battle of Xiao Qingtsong. Upon hearing the words, Lin raised an eyebrow, questioning the audacity of this young wolf cub. Had he not been tempered by the harsh realities of the world? Without hesitation, Lin retorted, Come, descend and attempt to slay me. If you cannot, then you're indeed my progeny. You wretched creature of the human race, seeking your own demise." Xiao Qingtsong, with a cold reprimand, conjured a silver spear in his hand and thrust it towards Lin Yi. "I may speak with civility, but alas, you are unworthy of such discourse." Lin Yi seized the spear and, with a powerful counter, sent it hurtling back. The spear whistled through the air, and Xiao Qingtsong, initially intending to dismiss it effortlessly, was taken aback by Lin Yi's formidable strength. Instead of deflecting the spear, he was forced to retreat several steps, his composure slightly shaken. Stabilizing himself in midair, Xiao Qingtsong's expression hardened further. With a swift motion, he conjured a brilliant silver lance, now fully committed to the confrontation. Though the human before him possessed a lower realm, he had earned Xiao Qingtsong's earnest attention. Xiao Hunter breaks. Xiao Qingtsong unleashed a flurry of thrusts with his lance, unleashing countless silver beams that pierced the void. Playing with spears? You still have much to learn. Lin Yi, wielding the dragon-patterned spear, propelled himself from the ground, the immense force creating a substantial crater beneath him. Like a cannonball, he soared into the sky, simultaneously issuing a thunderous command, "Get down." As the silver beams surged toward him, Lin Yi danced with his spear, a fluid motion reminiscent of a swimming dragon, shattering wave after wave of the incoming attacks. In an instant, he leaped above Xiao Qingtsong, who, taken aback, tore the air with a single hand. Heavenly Wolf, Rending Claw. A colossal claw print, glinting with a chilling radiance, lunged toward Lin Yi. With all his might, Lin Yi struck down with his spear, sending shockwaves through the space around them. The claw print disintegrated in an instant, and the lance continued its relentless assault towards Xiao Song. Realizing he could not evade, Xiao Song gritted his teeth and retaliated with his own weapon. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, the clash of their might echoing around them. There was no room for flamboyance. It was a pure contest of strength. Xiao Song grew increasingly alarmed. For the Xiaoya Heavenly Wolf clan was renowned not only for their mystical abilities, but also for their preeminence in physical prowess among the demon races. Typically, Xiao Song would dominate opponents with sheer physical force before delivering the finishing blow with his skills. Yet now, a mere human was managing to suppress him in strength. Was this truly the same human race that had been ruthlessly slaughtered by the demon army, left powerless across 30,000 miles? Xiao Song was consumed by an inferno of rage, his silver spear quickening by an additional measure. A deafening roar erupted as their weapons clashed, sending shockwaves that obliterated everything within a 10-mile radius. As the tumult subsided, Lin Yi gracefully descended, his dragon-patterned spear humming softly. In the next heartbeat, lightning crackled forth, transforming Lin Yi into a harbinger of thunder. Wielding his spear like a lethal axe, he struck down with ferocity. Xiao Song, still gasping for breath from the forceful blow, could only brace himself for another onslaught. In the realm of martial combat, exchanges are seldom equal. Victory or defeat often hinges on a fleeting thought. The moment Xiao Song resolved to contend with Lin Yi, the seeds of his impending suppression were sown. A single misstep led to a cascade of errors. With another grueling impact from Lin Yi's spear, Xiao Song coughed up blood, his bones lamenting in agony. His eyes brimmed with disbelief. How could such a seemingly insignificant human possess such divine strength? It was crucial to note that even the peculiar dragonkin had not exerted such pressure upon him. Grinding his teeth in humiliation, Xiao Song felt his body tense, as Lin Yi raised his spear once more. With a resounding crash akin to a meteor striking the earth, Xiao Song's arms shattered, his entire form driven into the depths of the rocky ground, lying still at the bottom of the pit. Standing at the edge of the crater, Lin Yi smirked, bemused by the display of bravado that had culminated in such a pitiful outcome. Just as Lin Yi contemplated retrieving Xiao Song's body, after all, the Xiaoya Tianlang was one of the 12 royal families of the demon race, and Xiao Song was likely of considerable pedigree. An enraged voice pierced the air. Despicable human. Do not harm my lord. The demon who had previously guided Xiao Song to Lin Yi transformed into its true form, revealing itself as a formidable wolf. At last, Lin Yi comprehended how his presence had been betrayed. Although the Jimal wolf possessed limited combat prowess, its innate ability, the 1,000-mile eye, proved exceedingly useful. His movements had inadvertently been detected, leading to this rushed confrontation. Witnessing the downfall of its lord, the Jimal wolf did not flee, driven instead by a fierce loyalty that propelled it towards Lin Yi, only to be sent sprawling several meters away by a swift kick, struggling to rise. Meanwhile, Xiao Song, seemingly lifeless in the pit, began to stir, his eyes now an abyssal black, as if reflecting a bottomless chasm. Around him, the luminous power of moonlight coalesced, gently lifting him into the air. Remarkably, he had not succumbed to death. Lin Yi gazed in astonishment at Xiao Song, who, despite having lost all breath, still exhibited signs of vitality. Nevertheless, he thought, 1, 2, 3, 4, let's do this again. Ha ha ha, you're doomed. The prince shall unleash the unparalleled divine powers of my Howling Moon Skywolf clan. Your end is nigh. The severely beaten Extreme Vision Wolf laughed maniacally, eyes gleaming with delight, as if the invocation of this divine power would ensure Lin Yi's demise. With a mere flick of his wrist, Lin Yi pierced the laughing Extreme Vision Wolf with a spear, silencing him like a bothersome fly. As the power of moonlight coalesced, a full moon materialized in the sky. At that moment, Xiao Song transformed into an extraordinarily majestic Howling Moon Skywolf, with a resounding howl that echoed through the heavens. The howling moon skywolf opened its maw wide and devoured the radiant moon, invoking the supreme divine art of our clan, moon-devouring wolf. Humanity, I acknowledge your might. Once you have perished, I shall keep your skull as a trophy, preserved for eternity. With the immense moonlight energy absorbed, Xiao Qingtsong experienced a rapid surge in power. His confidence swiftly restored after being humbled by Lin Yi. As he unleashed his divine art, he felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him, as if he were reborn. The colossal wolf gathered moonlit divine light in its mouth, and terrifying waves of energy began to emanate outward. Lin Yi sneered, "Are you bragging, little brother? Weren't you just half dead a moment ago? Now that you're casting a divine art, you think you're invincible? It's merely a divine art. I can wield one too." Lin Yi's entire being surged with boundless energy as endless powers of thunder and flame converged before him, while black flames danced, perfectly merging the forces of thunder and fire into a blazing divine light. Simultaneously, Xiao Qingtsong completed his charge, unleashing a torrent of moonlit divine light from his mouth. The collision of silver gray and moonlit divine light plunged the surroundings into darkness. A massive wave of energy disrupted the spiritual essence within a 100-mile radius, transforming the previously serene mountains and rivers into a scene of devastation akin to a catastrophic earthquake, with countless terrifying fissures appearing. All nearby beasts, overwhelmed by the terrifying energy, fled in panic, fearing that a moment's delay would lead them into the battlefield, leaving them utterly destroyed. Seeing that his divine art still could not overcome Lin Yi, Xiao Qingtsong grew frantic. With a roar, bloodlust clouded his eyes, and strands of his vital essence seeped into the moonlit energy, causing the once moonlit divine light to turn crimson, exponentially amplifying its power. Chapter 60. The Golden Belt of Murder and Arsenum. The divine ability is quite formidable. Lin Yikong mused, stroking his chin with his right hand. The power of this divine ability nearly rivals that of the Thunder Flame divine light. Yet, despite your lofty demeanor, employing divine abilities and demanding my head, why do you seem to bear less pressure than Lim Yao Miao? Observing Lin Yi's effortless demeanor, Xiao Qingtsong's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Come on, my friend. I am utterly exhausted, and you still have the leisure to entertain other thoughts? Frustrated and on the verge of a mental breakdown, Xiao Qingtsong contemplated a desperate move. In all his years, he had never endured such humiliation, especially from a race he held in contempt. After a standoff lasting several minutes, Xiao Qingtsong's divine ability reluctantly dissipated, leaving him in a state of debilitation. The energy required for the heavenly wolf-devouring moon technique was immense, having drained him entirely. It seems you possess no stronger means," Lin Yi remarked with a slight smile, his complexion somewhat pale. Xiao Qingtsong's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on Lin Yi as if it could ignite flames. "Cursed human race, today I have been defeated, but I shall remember this grievance. Prepare for my relentless vengeance." With that, Xiao Qingtsong produced a silver talisman, a treasured artifact of the celestial race, the 10,000 miles escape talisman. Capable of randomly teleporting thousands of miles away, it was exceedingly precious. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Qingtsong tore the talisman, and the powers of space began to stir, causing his figure to blur. Lin Yi's expression shifted. Attempting to flee, he reached out with an outstretched hand, invoking his long-studied yet seldom used talent for spatial control. Suddenly, a rift in the spatial forces appeared around the escaping Xiao Qingtsong. Quick as lightning, Lin Yi unleashed a strand of sword energy, which elicited a piercing scream from Xiao Qingtsong. "On my arm, despicable human, you shall pay for this." In the next moment, Xiao Qingtsong vanished completely, leaving behind only a severed arm. Lin Yi stepped forward, joy illuminating his face as he picked up the severed limb. Indeed, it was adorned with a storage ring, which appeared exquisitely crafted, encrusted with countless fine crystals that suggested it was of considerable value. Upon probing the ring with his consciousness, Lin Yi discovered a complex array of prohibitions. His knowledge on how to dismantle such barriers was limited, as this was a specialty of the celestial race. However, Lin, he had a swifter method for breaking the prohibitions. The void-devouring flame could consume all, rendering even the simplest barriers effortlessly dismantled. Sure enough, under the pervasive erosion of the void-devouring flame, the prohibitions were swiftly undone. Wow, how immense! Lin, he exclaimed as he extended his consciousness into the storage ring. His own storage ring possessed merely 15 cubic units, while this hand ring boasted over 1,000 cubic units, a veritable treasure in the Great Xia, likely to entice even those of the highest realms. Additionally, the ring contained countless rare treasures and resources. Lin Yi gleefully began to tally his spoils, and it was not until over an hour later that he completed his inventory, culminating in an exuberant grin. What does it mean to become suddenly wealthy? This is precisely it. Removing half of the unfamiliar entities, what remains includes over 500 B-grade spiritual plants, more than 300 A-grade spiritual plants, and over 50 S-grade spiritual plants. Additionally, there are 200,000 Xianling crystals, over 50,000 Diling crystals, and more than 1,000 Tianling crystals. Each Xianling crystal holds a value of 50 million Daxia coins, and the demand far exceeds the supply. As Lin Yi understands, a typical tutor at Tianwu University earns merely 30 Xianling crystals per month. These spiritual crystals are formed from the purest essence of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. The stronger the being, the greater their reliance on these crystals. Thus, over 90% of the conflicts in the myriad races' battlegrounds arise from the competition for spiritual crystal mines. This illustrates the immense fortune Lin Yi has acquired. Moreover, the bracelet contains various martial arts secrets. Although humans cannot directly cultivate them, the human martial arts system is derived from the myriad races cultivation framework. After suitable modifications, these techniques can be utilized by humans. Lin Yi intends to transcribe all the martial arts secrets for his own use, while donating the rest to Tianwu University. This will not only benefit humanity, but also earn him a considerable amount of credits, a win-win situation. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, this bracelet is, in fact, a tribute collected by Xiao Qingsong on behalf of the Xiaoya Tianlang clan in this region, essentially a protection fee. Unfortunately, it has inadvertently fallen into Lin Yi's hands. Meanwhile, a great distance away, in a desolate area, a shadow suddenly crashed to the ground. It was Xiao Qingsong, already severely injured and with one arm severed. He could no longer endure the impact and fainted. However, before losing consciousness, he vaguely perceived two enormous paws appearing before him. The lustful ape, a notorious beast known solely for its singular obsession, mating without regard for gender or race. In this manner, Xiao Qingsong's frail body was seized by a lustful ape, which hurried toward a nearby mountain. Dimly visible atop that peak, under the bright sky, countless lustful apes engaged in their lascivious activities. Tears glimmered at the corners of Xiao Qingsong's eyes. Simultaneously, after a prolonged silence, Shunhani finally stirred. The bright moon gradually dissipated, and she, who had curled up within, gently descended to the ground. Having successfully awakened her tiny divine body, Shunhani opened her eyes. At this moment, adorned in a flowing white gown, she resembled a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace, her serene demeanor radiating an aura of sanctity and inviolability. Just as Shunhani was about to speak, a powerful suction force suddenly erupted around her, drawing in the dissipating lunar energy along with an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy akin to rivers converging into the sea. Entering her body, was she on the verge of a breakthrough? Shunhani immediately settled into a meditative posture, wholeheartedly refining the energy surging into her body. In no time, she breached the barriers of the late earthly fiend stage. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The torrent of energy propelled her to the pinnacle of the earthly fiend realm before it finally subsided. The elder, who was safeguarding her, furrowed his brow. Such a rapid ascension in cultivation was hardly a good omen. Should her foundation remain unsteady, the future endeavor to surpass the third realm could become an arduous, protracted struggle. Just then, he recalled that he had an available slot to that esteemed place, which would be perfect for Hani. It seemed that two new students had also qualified for the opportunity. The three could keep each other company. Observing Shunhani, who was still in the midst of her recuperation, the elder let out a deep sigh. Alas, while the tiny divine body was indeed formidable, possessing such a physique was not without its drawbacks. After accounting for his gains, Lin Yi sought out the concealed duo of the Heisei wolf siblings. During their previous conversation, Lin Yi had inquired about their names. The elder brother was named Hada and the younger sister Haier. Lin Yi, feeling somewhat discontented, noted that the demon clan did not place much value on education. Hence their names were chosen for ease of remembrance. However, Lin Yi decided to rename them after inscribing enslavement symbols on the two demons. The elder brother was rechristened as Wang Kai, and the sister was given the name Shui Yi, simple yet profound. Thus, the trio continued their journey together. Before long, a month had passed, marking over 3 months since Lin Yi departed from Tianwu University. It is often said that reading thousands of books is no substitute for traveling thousands of miles. In these 3 months, Lin Yi encountered numerous experiences not covered in his studies. He had once pursued and vanquished a 6-tier demon known for preying on humans, reducing it to ashes. He had also indulged in monkey wine with the Jin Yin monkey clan, getting intoxicated and dancing joyously with the Monkey King. Moreover, he stealthily infiltrated the territory of the Bai Yin Fox clan to witness their princess dance, although he was subsequently pursued for several days by her followers. Lin Yi deemed the experience worthwhile. The Bai Yin Fox clan, renowned for their beauty, had a princess whose allure could only be rivaled by Lin Miao Miao and Shun Hani. The little girl, however, was a tad shy, having merely been playfully touched on the tail by Lin Yi, resulting in a shriek reminiscent of an air raid siren, which startled Lin Yi so much that his newly acquired disguise technique faltered. Left with no other option, Lin Yi rode atop Wang Kai, who galloped away in a frenzy, barely managing to escape the rabid throng of admirers. Nonetheless, he recalled that someone at the banquet had mentioned the opening of a secret realm. Leaning against Wang Kai, Lin Yi patted his head, realizing that he had been too engrossed in watching the little fox dance to pay attention to the conversations around him. "Big brother, I know." The beast-eared girl, Shui Yi, exclaimed eagerly, raising her hand high. Chapter 61. Xiling they were engaged in a discussion about the imminent opening of a place known as the Qing Tian Secret Realm, and I listened intently. The Qing Tian Secret Realm? Lin Yi scratched his head, glancing at the two creatures. "I have not heard of it. Do either of you possess any information regarding this secret realm?" Wang Kai responded uncertainly. "I believe I once heard my elders speak of it. The Qing Tian Secret Realm is said to be a medicinal garden left behind by a powerful being. It is rumored to house a spiritual plant known as the Beast Origin Fruit Tree, whose fruits can enhance the bloodline potency of the demon race. Consequently, whenever the Qing Tian Secret Realm opens, it attracts countless demons vying for its treasures." Lin Yi stroked his chin. "Enhancing the bloodline of the demon race? That seems of little benefit to me." He then turned around to find the two creatures gazing at him expectantly. "Well, perhaps it is still useful," he conceded. The two creatures were now allies of sorts. Even if they had not contributed significantly, their efforts were not without merit. A few beast origin fruits were hardly a daunting task to procure. However, given the grand nature of this event, it was certain that formidable demons from the upper 3 realms would attend. Given my mediocre disguise skills, it seemed unrealistic to think I could evade detection by such powerful beings. As Lin Yi pondered how to infiltrate the gathering, a small fox suddenly emerged from the underbrush nearby. With a few disdainful sounds, the fox spat out a leaf it had mistakenly swallowed, transforming into a girl clad in a purple dress. "What the? You caught up so quickly?" Lin Yi instinctively thought of fleeing. For this little fox was none other than the sapphire-eyed fox princess he had once touched the tail of. Now that the owner had come seeking him, Lin Yi naturally felt a pang of guilt. Upon noticing his reaction, the girl hastily called out, "Hey, human boy, don't run. I'm not here to harm you." "Cough, cough. You could have mentioned that sooner," Lin Yi replied, leaping down from the wolf's back. The girl's brows arched playfully, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she teased. "Why were you so bold when you touched my tail? Why are you scared now?" Lin Yi guri majit. "Scared? Had it not been for the fact that the sapphire-eyed fox clan is not on the extermination list, I would have dealt with you long ago. Em Xiling." What is your name, human? I am Lin Tianba, but you may call me Baba. Xiling rolled her eyes, somewhat exasperated. Could you please take this seriously? I've come to assist you in entering the Qing Tian secret realm. Really? But why would you be so altruistic? Linyi inwudet skeptically. Xiling smiled sheepishly, extending her 5 slender fingers. Of course, there is a price. In return, you must help me seize at least 5 beast origin fruits. Why not seek assistance from other demons? Why rely on a foreigner like me? Aren't you afraid I might skin you alive? Xiling shrank back slightly, her bravado clearly faltering. Our sapphire-eyed fox clan is currently lacking in strong successors. I am the mightiest of my generation, yet my power is insufficient to claim 5 beast origin fruits on my own. Moreover, I can discern the intentions of others toward me. When I dance, only your gaze is free from those distasteful thoughts. Your strength is formidable. I am willing to take a gamble. Wait a minute. How do you know I am strong when I haven't even made a move? Lin inquired as Xiling produced a portrait. Although it was rather rudimentary, the likeness unmistakably resembled Lin himself. The news of your triumph over Shaoqing Song has spread, and a pack of rabid hounds is now frantically searching for you. I never anticipated your audacity in daring to strike against the 3 kings of the Xiao Yu Tianlang clan. Xiling expressed with admiration, not only for Lin Yi's prowess, but also for his bravery. In comparison, Lin Yi's earlier concerns regarding his own tale seemed trivial. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Yi remarked, "You dare to collaborate with me despite my being on the wanted list? You possess quite the nerve." Xiling pouted, responding, "The Xiao Yu Tianlang clan is formidable. Yet the Qingqiu Fox clan, which stands behind me, is also one of the 12 royal clans. We fear them not." After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yi agreed to the partnership. "I accept your proposal, but you must ensure that I can enter the secret realm without being detected by the demon clans of the upper 3 realms." Upon hearing Lin Yi's agreement, Xiling joyfully twirled her tail. Lin Yi felt an irresistible urge to stroke it again. "Rest assured, I possess a treasure that can disguise your aura as that of a demon, ensuring that even 8th-tier demons cannot discern your true identity." Noticing Lin Yi's gaze fixated on her tail, the little fox blushed and shyly stammered, "If you manage to acquire the beast essence fruit, I will permit you to touch my tail once more." "It's a deal." Lin Yi decisively agreed. The beast essence fruit was as good as secured. Even the demon emperor could not intervene. It was settled. After finalizing their agreement, they followed Xiling back to the Baiyin Fox clan. Lin Yi touched his face, which was covered by a somewhat pale mask, the treasure that Xiling had bestowed upon him. The mask of fox thought. What a marvelous item. How I longed to possess it. Yet the little fox had merely lent it to him. It seemed rather unseemly to keep it. Lin Yi felt an internal struggle. Soon, the group returned to the Baiyin Fox clan, and as they entered, several oddly shaped demons approached them. One demon with a pig's head looked at Lin Yi with evident confusion. "Sister Xiling, you have finally returned. Could these be the friends you were seeking? They appear rather unfamiliar. Do you know all my friends? We are not that acquainted, are we?" In stark contrast to her seemingly submissive demeanor around Lin Yi, Xiling was evidently less enthusiastic towards these individuals and spoke without courtesy. A youth beside her, looking rather feeble, fanned himself with a folding fan and quickly explained, "Haha, Brother He is merely concerned about you, Sister Xiling being deceived. Besides, we cannot assure that this person and you can safely enter the Qing Tian secret realm." "Oh, what must be done for you to feel assured?" Lin Yi spoke. "It is simple." The young man snapped his folding fan shut with a malicious grin. "Brother, if you can demonstrate the strength that would convince us, then all is well. Otherwise, it would be prudent for you to return whence you came. Lin, brother, do not acquiesce to them. My choice is not subject to their scrutiny." Noticing the grim expressions on the faces of the demonic beings, Lin Yi chuckled softly. "Rest assured, it will not require much effort. Besides, one must allow others to see that your judgment is indeed commendable." Xiling pursed her lips and cautioned, "Do take care." Before long, the group arrived at an expansive clearing, and upon hearing of a duel, numerous curious demonic creatures gathered around. "Isn't that the young lords of the Black Rock Boar? White brocade crane, purple gold eagle, and azure tail scorpion. Did they not intend to accompany the young lady to the Qing Tian's secret realm? Why are they fighting? Are you blind? Can't you see they are pitted against one? Good heavens, how utterly devoid of martial ethics. In the center, the young lord of the white brocade crane, the one known as the frail youth, addressed Lin Yi. Are you certain you wish to disregard the final opportunity we present? Do bear in mind that duels can lead to unforeseen consequences. Lin Yi yawned, expressing his impatience. Will you fight or not? Spare me your prattle. Do not squander my time. Come to me all at once. Ah, you insolent brat, you seek death. The young lord of the Black Rock boar bellowed in fury, unable to contain his pent-up rage any longer, and immediately brandished a colossal axe, striking towards Lin Yi Dai. Chapter 62. He is actually a sword cultivator. The Black Rock Pig clan is innately powerful, with tough skin and thick flesh. At this moment, a mountain-splitting axe wielded by one of them moved with the grace of an extension of his arm, striking towards Lin Yi with the force akin to splitting Mount Hua. The other demons did not rush into the fray, but rather observed the battle leisurely. Although Black Hunter was not the sharpest tool in the shed, his strength ranked among the top, making him quite formidable. It was just right for him to test this inexperienced youth. The gigantic axe cleaved through the air, creating a whirlwind as it descended upon Lin Yi. Did it hit? A gasp arose from the onlookers. No, it was merely an afterimage. Caution, Black Hunter. Too late. Lin Yi, having narrowly evaded the axe blade, appeared behind Black Hunter and unleashed a powerful kick. The enormous body of Black Hunter was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into a small hill with a resounding thud. The three observing demons exchanged glances and instantly reached a consensus. It was time to join forces. They transformed into their original forms, surrounding Lin Yi in a formation reminiscent of the Trinity. The white crane and the golden eagle soared into the skies, while the green-tailed scorpion brandished its venomous stinger, fixating its gaze on Lin Yi. Meanwhile, Black Rock Pig shook its groggy head and also transformed, entering the battlefield. The white crane transmitted a message secretly. Black Hunter, green-tailed scorpion. You two hold him off directly while the golden eagle and I look for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Black Hunter roared, his bristles standing on end, with two tusks resembling curved knives. He opened his massive jaws and lunged at Lin Yi, a foul odor wafting towards him. Lin Yi quickly covered his mouth and nose. On the opposite side, the green-tailed scorpion swung its enormous tail, its green venomous stinger darting out like lightning. As it casually flicked its tail, the dragon-patterned spear appeared in Lin Yi's grasp. While he could afford to ignore the rampaging Black Hunter, he remained vigilant against the green-tailed scorpion's venomous stinger. A visible arrow is easy to evade, but a hidden one is far more difficult to guard against. Not only the green-tailed scorpion, but also the circling white crane and golden eagle were subjects of Lin Yi's constant attention. The green-tailed scorpion was several times faster than the cumbersome Black Rock Pig, and in the blink of an eye, it was before Lin Yi, launching dozens of rapid stabs with its stinger. Lin Yi dared not take the venomous stinger head-on, instead maneuvering with agility within a confined space. Though swift, the stinger only struck Lin Yi's afterimages. A wisp of sword energy manifested in Lin Yi's hand. He was not one to simply endure without retaliating. To avoid being struck by hidden arrows, the best course of action was to break them. As the venomous stinger lunged again, Lin Yi flicked his finger, and the sharp sword energy summoned by the grass character sword technique cleaved the green-tailed scorpion stinger in two. Before the green-tailed scorpion could let out a cry of agony, Lin Yi seized its massive tail and swung it fiercely, sending the scorpion crashing into the unsuspecting Black Rock Pig. The two colossal beings collided with a thunderous crash, once again slamming into the small hill. Lin Yi clapped his hands and looked at the white crane and golden eagle still soaring above, a playful smile gracing his lips. Having flown up there for so long, would you care to come down for a rest? The white crane, incensed by his words, retorted, You arrogant boy, I acknowledge your formidable strength. But up here in the skies, what can you possibly do to us? The onlooking demons could not help but burst into fits of mocking laughter. To employ such tactics in a 4-to-1 situation was akin to using a piece of cloth to wipe oneself, an absurd display. The face of the black-faced golden eagle flushed with embarrassment. Unlike the other three who were adamant about confronting Lin Yi, he had merely been dragged along by the white crane to join the fray. Yet, such ridicule was unbearable for any demon. For pride is as essential to a demon as bark is to a tree. If one were to shrink back in such a manner, what face would one have to mingle among their kin? Brother Bai, I can't take this anymore. I must confront him, exclaimed the golden eagle, preparing to dive down. Wait. Calm down, Brother Jean. The white crane quickly interjected. I am merely provoking him. You can see for yourself that we are certainly no match for him in a direct confrontation. The only way to have a chance at defeating this fellow is to exhaust his stamina. Deception is a valid tactic. The white crane spoke with earnest conviction. Upon hearing this, the golden eagle hesitated, realizing the wisdom in the crane's words. After all, I am a bird. Why should I engage him on the ground? That would be foolish. All right, I shall heed your advice. Thus, the two demons sealed their ears, choosing to disregard the jeers. As long as I cannot hear them, no one can mock me. Very well. Is this how you wish to play? Lin Yi thought, nearly amused by the antics of the two demons. It was they who had threatened to fight, yet now they hovered above, too afraid to descend. They believed they could bully Lin Yi simply because he could not fly? Good. Do not think your ability to soar will protect you, Lin Yi mused. With a mere thought, the flying sword gifted to him by Lin Yao shot forth. You enjoy flying, do you? Then let me grant you a taste of it. With a deft gesture, Lin Yi summoned the sword, which soared through the sky like a radiant rainbow. Moments later, a thunderous sound resonated. Is that the sound of sword energy? He is a sword cultivator. The two timid souls are in for a rude awakening. The flying sword of a sword cultivator is swifter than either of them could imagine. The observing Xilin's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Unknown to Lin Yi, Xiling possessed the ability to faintly perceive the fortune of others. Among all those she had observed, the most potent aura belonged to a divine prince of the celestial clan, his golden fortune exuding a majesty akin to a sacred mountain. Merely casting a glance at him had caused her to bleed from her orifices. However, after catching sight of Lin Yi, she instinctively desired to assess his fortune as well. Yet, just as she was about to activate her ability, her spiritual sense erupted into a frenzied alert, far more intense than when she had observed the divine prince. Her intuition warned her that a mere glance could lead to her demise. Xiling immediately chose to follow her heart. Although she dared not look directly, there was no doubt that Lin Yi was the most fortunate individual she had ever encountered, without exception. Thus, she stealthily trailed behind him, partly out of a genuine desire to collaborate and partly to get to know him. As a high achiever who had studied at the Qingqiu Fox clan, Xiling inherited their penchant for befriending geniuses, which seldom led her astray. However, she was unprepared for the revelation that Lin Yi was not only immensely powerful and adept with the spear, but also a sword cultivator hailed as the most formidable killer in the realm. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Such a prodigy, with a commendable character and a lack of lecherous tendencies, was certainly worthy of Xiling's deepening friendship. The astonishment of the onlookers outside was of little consequence to the Bai He and Zijin Diao. The sudden appearance of a streaking rainbow-like sword terrified the two demons, causing cold sweat to cascade down their brows. They immediately unleashed their innate abilities in an attempt to intercept the flying sword. Bai He's Qianling thrust and Zidian Diao's sky-rending claw combined against Lin Yi's assault. Yet, with a mere alteration of his sword gesture, the speed of the flying sword surged. A sharp sound echoed as the sky-rending claw was pierced through, leaving a gaping hole. In an instant, an eruption of sword qi emanated from the sword, obliterating the mark of the claw entirely. With their technique shattered, Zijin Diao let out a pained wail, blood spilling from its mouth. The residual might of the sword, accompanied by the ethereal sword qi akin to a celestial river, collided with Bai He's divine ability. Struggling to maintain his stance, Bai He saw that Lin Yi was wholly engrossed in controlling his sword. Seizing the moment, he hastily communicated with the seemingly lifeless He Yanzhu and Bai Weixie, who lay among the rubble. You two, stop pretending to be dead. I'll do my utmost to hold off his flying sword. You should sneak up and ambush that lad. His focus is entirely on the sword now, and he won't be on guard against you. Whether we can drive him away and secure Xiling is up to you." Upon hearing this, He Yinju and Bai Wei Xie reluctantly opened their eyes. The previous encounter had indeed instilled fear in them. They contemplated that rather than facing humiliation by emerging, it would be wiser to feign death for a while longer and sneak away once the battle concluded. However, now that Bai He had exposed their ruse, they silently cursed but slowly crawled out from the debris. They had no choice. Bai He's clan was significantly more powerful than that of the He Yinju and Bai Wei Xie. Ignoring Bai He's directive and continuing to feign death might allow them to evade a severe beating, but it would surely earn their clan Bai He's resentment. To avoid offending Bai He's lineage, the two demons could only comply and stealthily approach Lin Yi from behind. Chapter 63. I possess a sword. The two demons, inherently lacking in stealth, were detected before they could approach Lin Yi. Realizing that a surprise attack was futile, they opted for a direct assault. Talent ability, Mountain Crash. Talent ability, Toxic Realm of the Azure Scorpion. The black rock boar swelled in size, resembling a small mountain as it charged towards Lin Yi, while the azure-tailed scorpion exuded a virulent green gas, coalescing into a toxic domain around Lin Yi. Meanwhile, the white crane and the recovering golden eagle desperately entangled themselves with his flying sword. A sword cultivator without their sword is akin to a fisherman bereft of their rod. In an instant, Lin Yi found himself in a predicament, like a lone fist against four hands. Even Xiling could not help but feel anxious for him. Lin Yi exhaled softly. Although he found himself deep within the territory of the demon clan and was being pursued by the Howling Moon Wolf tribe, he had no desire to reveal too many of his abilities. However, given the current circumstances, failing to exhibit some genuine prowess would be rather reckless. Fortunately, Lin Yi possessed a multitude of skills. Even Lin Miao Miao was unaware of the full extent of his hidden cards. Revealing a fraction would not be detrimental. Since you claim I am a sword cultivator, allow me to demonstrate what a true sword cultivator is, Lin Yi declared as he withdrew his flying sword. The sword, of mediocre material, had endured an arduous battle against the white crane and the golden eagle, and was now on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, it would soon be unnecessary. His innate flying sword, nurtured for so long, was now ready to unveil its brilliance. Seeing Lin Yi retract his flying sword, the white crane and the golden eagle breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the black rock boar and the azure-tailed scorpion were launching their full offensive. Seizing the moment, they immediately dove towards Lin Yi. At that moment, Lin Yi gently closed his eyes, aligning his middle and index fingers together, lightly pressing them against his brow. Earthly distance. Emerge, assist me in slaying these demons. A thread of dark golden light gradually seeped from Lin Yi's mind, and in an instant, a deep, resonant hum echoed through the heavens and earth. The light swirled and coalesced into a 3-foot-long, 3-finger-wide, dark golden flying sword. In the next moment, the attacks of the four demons struck Lin Yi simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that shattered the ground beneath. Onlookers scattered in fear, yet several unfortunate souls were on the brink of being caught in the ensuing shockwave. "Fear not, everyone. I am here." With the sound of an aged voice, a white-robed elder appeared out of thin air. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a verdant barrier enveloped the area, containing the tumultuous energy within. "Excellent. The Grand Elder has intervened," Xiling exclaimed upon seeing the elder's arrival, rushing towards him. "Grandfather, what brings you here?" The white-robed elder replied tersely, "If I had not come, were you all planning to dismantle our clan?" Xiling sheepishly stuck out her tongue. I anticipated their clash would be so loud. "By the way, grandfather, who is winning?" The elder stroked his beard with a look of satisfaction, saying, "I never anticipated that this young girl would be acquainted with such an extraordinary talent. This young man's innate abilities are unmatched, even among the elite of the Qingqiu lineage." Though he did not provide a direct answer, the implication was clear. As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding golden light erupted in the arena. No, it was not mere gold. It was a dense, thread-like aura of sword energy. The combined assault of the four demons was firmly countered by the cascading layers of sword energy, which Lin Yi had not even summoned himself, but emanated naturally from his own being. Esteemed guests, allow me to present you with a sword. Lin Yi's melodious voice resonated through the heavens. In the next instant, a dark golden sword energy soared into the sky, warping the very fabric of space as it effortlessly cleaved through the attacks of the four demons, sending them reeling backward, bloodied and gasping. Remarkably, the sword energy sustained no diminishment, easily shattering barriers as it ascended into the heights, parting the clouds for miles before gradually dissipating. Remarkable! What a prodigious swordsman! The elder nearly tugged his beard off in astonishment. This young man was not merely a genius among the Qingxiu. He would surely be cherished, even among the tyrannical sword enthusiasts of the celestial tribes. The elder's eyes gleamed with cunning as he began to concoct a scheme. If such a talent could forge a bond with the Bai Fox clan, it would bring his own aspirations within reach. Xiling Yu. The elder was about to discuss his plans with Xiling when, to his surprise, she, possessing foresight, preemptively rejected him before he could finish. Currently, I am merely friends with him, Grandpa. Please do not complicate matters. Although Xiling acknowledged that her motives for befriending Lin Yi were not entirely innocent, it did not imply that she would become dependent on him. While her current strength may not match her ambitions, so what? In her lifetime, Xiling vowed to never be inferior to others. Meanwhile, Lin Yi retracted his sword energy and approached the four demons lying side by side. My esteemed opponents, are you now reassured of Lin's capabilities? As the leading figure, Bai he struggled to rise and remarked, Brother Lin, your strength is admirable. We accept our defeat, but we must also express our gratitude for your restraint at the crucial moment. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a contest of pride, not worth sacrificing lives over. Indeed, he had held back out of consideration, not out of compassion, for the several clans maintained a friendly disposition toward humanity. Upon further investigation, Lin Yi discovered that in the northern plains, only the faction of the demon clan, including the Howling Moon Wolf tribe, was resolutely opposed to the human race. In fact, due to the proactive cooperation of the Great Xia, many other demon tribes were quite amicable toward humans. Naturally, Lin Yi had no desire to make enemies indiscriminately. Aside from the Howling Moon Wolf faction, he adopted a policy of they do not offend me, and I do not offend them with other demon tribes he encountered along the way. Once the four demons were taken away by attendants for healing, Lin Yi approached Ziling. Upon his arrival, Ziling smiled faintly. It seems I have underestimated you, Brother Lin. I presume you did not use your full strength against that person. Lin Yi recognized she referred to the matter with Shaoqing Song and merely smiled slightly. He then turned to the elderly man in white beside Ziling, sensing a considerable pressure emanating from him. I forgot to introduce you. This is my grandfather, the esteemed elder of the Blue-Eyed Fox clan. Lin Yi clasped his fists. I am Lin Dong, honored to meet the elder. Ziling interjected. Aren't you called Lin Tianba? You deceitful man. Not a word of truth escapes your lips, a quintessential glutton. Lin Yi paid no heed to Ziling's ramblings. In his mind, it was merely a name, and since they both bore the surname Lin, the authenticity was of no consequence. The elderly man, with a face beaming with laughter, said, Ha! I am known as Zixian. Young Lin's sword just now was truly astonishing. Even I cannot afford to overlook its might. Lin Yi similed Genti. Recognizing it as mere flattery, those who took it to heart were fools. Ah, grandfather, don't you need to enter seclusion? Please do so quickly. I can entertain Brother Lin. Ziling urged impatiently, pushing the elder away. You little brat, I shall leave. Why push me? After Zixian departed, Ziling cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yi. This Lin Dong, also known as Lin Tianba, please follow me. Lin Yi responded with silence. Ziling chuckled. Haha, I was just teasing you. Safety first when one is out and about, but I hope that when you fully trust me, you will reveal your true name. Come with me. I have something wonderful to show you that will surely delight you, she said. And with that, Ziling skipped ahead with her hands clasped behind her back, the small bells on her wrist jingling melodiously. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile wryly, hastening to catch up with the spirited girl. Chapter 64. Enlightenment before long. Xiling led Lin Yi to a quaint courtyard imbued with an ancient charm. You shall reside here for the next few days. Should you require anything, simply call for the servants, she instructed. Curiously, Lin Yi inquired, did you not mention possessing something extraordinary? What is it? Allow me a glimpse. Patience, Xiling playfully chided, revealing a small wooden box and a delicate tea set from her bosom. Are you preparing to brew tea? Lin Yi asked. Indeed. Is it not true that your kind enjoys tea as well? She replied, expertly preparing the brew. To his surprise, Xiling's tea-making skills were quite impressive, each movement radiating an elegant grace. Have you ever heard of enlightenment tea from the Celestial clan? This is a box gifted to my grandfather by a friend from the Celestial realm. Although it is derived from the sub-tea tree, its effects are remarkable, she elaborated. Not only have I heard of it, but it resonates like thunder in my ears. The Celestial clan, being one of the foremost powers in the myriad races, exerts a significant influence on others. Their lifestyle resembles that of the ancient Huaxia, prompting other formidable races to adopt similar habits. The Celestial clan's affinity for tea has led others to follow suit. The Enlightenment tea tree is a spiritual root of heaven and earth, its leaves enabling one to effortlessly enter a state of sudden comprehension. Even the leaves from the sub-tea tree are treasures coveted by all races. Soon, Xiling had brewed the Enlightenment tea and presented it to Lin Yi with both hands. Brother Lin, please enjoy. Lin Yi, slightly taken aback by her formality, replied, You needn't be so formal. I am not accustomed to such courtesy. Apologies, it is a habit instilled during my training, she confessed. Lin Yi lifted the teacup, scrutinizing the renowned Enlightenment tea. The emerald liquid bore a striking resemblance to ordinary tea, perhaps even paler in flavor. Since he had no intention of savoring it, he boldly drank it in one gulp. As the tea slid down his throat, Lin Yi felt an ethereal sensation enveloping his mind, as if he were on the verge of transcending to the celestial realm. Observing Lin Yi's dazed state, Xiling was momentarily taken aback. So soon? She mused. Having also partaken of the Enlightenment tea, she understood the feeling well. The effects varied from person to person. Some might attain an unparalleled divine ability, while others may merely break through a minor realm, often leading to frustration. Generally, the quicker one enters a state of enlightenment, the greater their innate understanding and the more precious their insights. Ah, it seems I must wait a moment longer, she added with a smile. I can brew another cup for a taste. The little fox took a sip of the tea. Delightful. Lin Yi felt as though he had drifted through a void for centuries, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself kneeling atop a stone platform on a high mountain, surrounded by swirling mists, akin to a celestial realm. Before him, an elderly man clad in black spoke softly, Disciple, do you know what it means to wield martial prowess? Are you asking me? A crisp sound echoed as Lin Yi clutched his head, grimacing in pain. The elder in black leisurely set down the ruler in his hand and posed the question once more, What is martial arts? This time, Lin Yi had learned his lesson and promptly recited the textbook definition. In my understanding, martial arts is a cultivation system formed by humankind imitating the myriad wonders of heaven and earth. Before you answer next time, address me as Master, the elder interjected. Lin Yi replied. Very well, very well. Master, in my understanding, martial arts is a cultivation system formed by humankind imitating the myriad wonders of heaven and earth. The elder nodded gently, then slowly shook his head. Correct, yet also not entirely so. With a mere flick of his hand, the scene around them transformed instantaneously. They found themselves amidst a throng of wild men, wielding rudimentary spears in a fierce battle against a colossal black bear. The bear, ferocious and powerful, could easily strike down a wild man with a single swat. Yet none of the wild men showed any fear or retreated. The elder pointed at them. To fight to the death for survival. This is martial arts. The scene shifted again, transporting them atop a massive city wall, where countless humans launched attacks against a tide of beasts surging below. Occasionally, individuals leapt from the wall, detonating themselves amidst the beastly horde. The elder gestured towards the countless lights flickering behind the city wall, to fight for the protection of one's homeland. This too is martial arts. With another change of scenery, they ascended to the heavens, where a man radiating power held a sword aloft, seemingly provoking the wrath of the heavens. Countless bolts of lightning descended upon him. The elders sighed softly. The ways of heaven are unjust. Then let us sever this sky. This, too, is martial arts. Returning to the stone platform, Lin Yi lowered his head, deep in thought. What is martial arts? Or rather, why pursue martial arts? For glory and riches? For noble titles and power? Lin Yi felt these were not his answers. It seemed he had engaged in martial arts purely for the sake of it, never contemplating its true significance. Suddenly, he thought of Lin Miao Miao, recalling her seemingly glorious yet tragically filled life in her past existence. What had been her reason for practicing martial arts? The more Lin Yi pondered, the more restless he became. Disciple, calm your mind. Follow your true heart. The elder's tranquil voice resonated in Lin Yi's mind like a mighty bell, restoring his serenity. Yes, when Lin Miao Miao mentioned that I and my mother perished at the hands of the demon clan in my previous life, what was I thinking? After much contemplation, he realized my initial reaction was fear. Had I not had the martial arts platform, I would still be that mediocre high school student. Even if Miao Miao were to be reborn, my mother and I could still fall victim to the demon clan. What was my relentless struggle against the celestial ant for? Was it not to conquer it and gain its extraordinary talent, to rewrite my fate, to grow rapidly and eliminate all threats to my mother, Miao Miao, and myself beforehand? Indeed, my sole purpose in practicing martial arts was to acquire sufficient strength, ensuring that the tragedies of my past life would not befall me again. Nothing more. Lin raised his head, his eyes sparkling. Master, I understand. For me, martial arts is a weapon to protect those I hold dear. He chuckled lightly, of course, if possible. I would like to gaze upon the pinnacle of martial arts. The elder smiled faintly and spoke softly. In ancient times, the art of refining qi was prevalent. Yet those with the innate talent for it were ultimately few. Thus, the original martial arts emerged. Martial arts were born as a path of slaughter for survival. To journey far in martial arts, mere strength is insufficient. Your heart must possess a guiding light, illuminating the reason for your struggle. Lin was taken aback. So martial arts have existed since ancient times? The elder laughed heartily. Not quite, not quite. The martial arts you practice differ from those I speak of, yet their origins are fundamentally the same, and their principles are interconnected. With that, he raised his hand and pointed to Lin's brow. A torrent of vast information flooded into Lin's mind. My disciple, we shall conclude here for today. As you depart, I bestow upon you a small gift. Now, you may retreat. Lin looked up at the elder and inquired, Master, may I ask your name? The figure clad in black slowly turned, gradually dissipating, leaving behind only a voice that drifted with the wind. Chapter 65. The 8 Gates of Escape, the 9 Stars of the Tao Palace. I am called Qiyu. Lin Yi murmured to himself, Qiyu, Qiyu. Could it be that I am referring to the illustrious ancestor of the great Xia, the martial lord Qiyu? Before Lin Yi could delve deeper into his thoughts, darkness suddenly enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the small courtyard, where Ziling lay sprawled over the tea table, fast asleep, occasionally murmuring softly. Lin Yi continued to ponder the implications of having been imparted wisdom by the legendary ancestor Qiyu. Was he not merely a figure of myth? If Qiyu were indeed real, what of the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor? Could they too be authentic? Lin Yi felt as though the annals of Great Xia's history had descended into a shroud of mystery. However, such inquiries were of little utility to him at present. Even if he wished to investigate, he would find it impossible, as all ancient texts of Great Xia had been strictly controlled by the authorities. Even as a student of Tianwu University, he lacked the privilege to access them. With a focused mind, Lin Yi redirected his attention to the knowledge bestowed upon him by Qiyu. The 8 Gates of Escape, the 9 Stars of the Tao Palace? With Lin Yi's mental acuity, he swiftly comprehended all the information. It revealed itself to be the body-refining techniques of the ancient martial artist race. Unlike modern martial arts, which embark on the path of refining qi and spirit after bodily refinement, ultimately seeking unity with the heavens, the ancient martial way was solely a relentless pursuit of bodily refinement. They believed the secrets of the human body were boundless, rather than seeking strength from the cosmos. It was more advantageous to introspect, honing the physical form to a state akin to divine metal, achieving the ultimate realm of immortality amidst the decay of the universe. Lin Yi was uncertain which martial path was superior or inferior, nor did he intend to abandon the modern way for the ancient. However, he found merit in drawing upon its wisdom. What Qiyu imparted to Lin Yi were the ultimate secret techniques of body refinement from these two ancient martial traditions, embodying the pinnacle of ancient martial arts, the 8 gates of escape and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The 8 gates of escape consist of the rest gate, the do gate, the alarm gate, the injury gate, the opening gate, the scene gate, the birth gate, and the death gate. Opening the 8 gates of escape allows one to draw upon the primordial energy of the universe to refine the flesh, with the pathways for this energy residing within these 8 gates of the body. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace are divided into the Tao Palace and the 9 stars. The Tao Palace comprises the Purple Mansion Tao Palace, the Heavenly Punishment Tao Palace, the Duality Tao Palace, the Heavenly I Tao Palace, the Fate Embryo Tao Palace, the Imperial Martial Tao Palace, the Twin Stars Tao Palace, the Illuminating Tao Palace, and the Hidden Origin Tao Palace. The 9 stars include the Break Army, the Greedy Wolf, the Giant Gate, the Fortune Keeper, the Literary Star, the Just Star, the Martial Star, the Left Assistant, and the Right Assistant. The Tao Palace of the 9 stars unfolds progressively according to the order of the 9 stars, subsequently strengthening the 9 great palaces and inscribing the laws within the flesh of the martial artist. This grants the corporeal warriors of humanity the capacity to wield the powers of the heavenly Tao. The cultivation of the 8 gates and the Tao Palace of the 9 stars follows a sequential path. Only by aligning with the Bagua positions corresponding to the celestial phenomena of the 9 stars can one unlock the 8 gates within their body, thereby surmounting the limitations of corporeal strength and striving for higher realms. Lin Yi possesses the divine power of the heavenly horned ant. Yet it is important to note that not every heavenly horned ant can attain the ultimate might of transcendence. However, with the aid of the 8 gates and the Tao Palace of the 9 stars, one might indeed replicate the ancient human feat of overcoming myriad laws with sheer strength. Nevertheless, the present moment is evidently not opportune for cultivation. While the Beijing Fox clan harbors evident goodwill towards him, a necessary degree of vigilance must still be maintained. You've concluded your epiphany. It took quite a while, Ziling remarked, rubbing her drowsy eyes, without inquiring about Lin Yi's insights. She waved her hand, indicating her intention to depart. Since your enlightenment has ended, I shall take my leave now. I'm utterly exhausted. If I don't sleep soon, I might become unattractive. Lin Yi chuckled softly, escorting her to the door. In the ensuing days, Lin Yi remained sequestered within the small courtyard, diligently studying the 8 gates. The first gate to open was the rest gate, located at the clavicle and deeply concealed. After a prolonged search, Lin Yi finally discovered the rest gate, proceeding to refine it using a unique method of circulating his vital energy, which bore similarities to the cultivation techniques employed during the condensation realm. Subsequently, Lin Yi focused his mind on locating the other 7 gates, a quest that spanned 5 days. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yi reflected on his recent experiences, lamenting that after 5 days of searching, he had only found the door of dusk and the door of alarm, with no trace of the remaining 5 gates. It is no wonder that few succeeded in cultivating the 8 gates in ancient times. The mere act of locating all 8 gates can confound countless individuals. Brother Lin, we are ready to embark. A voice from outside the courtyard called, and Lin Yi stepped out to find Elder Zixian and Ziling waiting at the entrance. Elder Zixian stroked his beard and said, "Let us be off. This time, I shall personally escort you both." With a flourish of his sleeve, a flying boat materialized before them. Lin Yi followed the two aboard, and under Elder Zixian's command, the vessel ascended into the sky, soaring into the clouds. The intense sensation of weightlessness caused Lin Yi's pupils to contract, his toes gripping the ground. It was his first experience of flight, and he felt somewhat unsteady. Fortunately, it did not take long for him to acclimate to the sensation. Gazing at the clouds within arm's reach, his yearning for the celestial realm intensified. Unlike the celestial beings who can fly with their unique artifacts at the four realms, human martial artists can only transcend gravity upon reaching the celestial realm. Thus, below that level, martial artists must rely on lightweight techniques to skim through the low skies, or to depend solely on their robust physiques to leap upon the ground. While their speed is not lacking, it is undeniably less graceful. Martial artists also aspire to elegance. The Qingtian secret realm is not far from the Beijing Fox clan. After flying for 7 or 8 hours, the vessel came to rest before a towering mountain range, the Qingtian secret realm. At this moment, the secret realm had yet to be opened, its peaks shrouded in dense mist, yet the area before the mountains was already teeming with a multitude of demon clans. Old Ghost Z, what prompted you to allow your precious granddaughter to venture out this time? Are you not concerned about her safety within? A voice laced with sarcasm echoed through the air, prompting Lin Yi to turn and behold an elderly man with a sharp nose, his face adorned with a mocking expression. Behind him, a group of young individuals wore similarly amused looks. Zixuan, unfazed, remarked, "Our clan has but a sparse population, thus we must exercise caution and protection. Unlike your Howling Moon Wolf clan, which is affluent and grand. By the way, it seems that Shaoqing Tong has yet to be located. Do you truly have the luxury to contend for the beast essence fruit?" With this remark striking a nerve, the others snorted disdainfully and maneuvered their flying vessel away. There was no recourse. It was simply too embarrassing. Zixuan huffed, "A wretched bunch. You two must remain vigilant against the Howling Moon Wolf clan. Given their disposition, they will undoubtedly rally other demon clans to hunt you down. Although you, my young friend Lin, are exceptionally formidable, do not let her guard down." Lin clasped his fists respectfully. "Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall remain vigilant." After several hours of waiting, the mist finally began to shift. It appeared as though an unseen force had forcefully parted the layers of fog, revealing a grand portal leading into the depths of the mountains. Zixuan skillfully maneuvered the small vessel to a halt before the entrance, while the surrounding demon clans hastily retreated. None who possessed a flying vessel were to be trifled with, as they were all-powerful beings. "The secret realm has been unveiled. You two may enter," Zixuan instructed. "I shall await your return outside." The two immediately leapt from the vessel and ventured through the portal. Chapter 66. The fox and the dog gathered before the mountains. The number was no less than 100,000. Yet, upon entering the mountain range, they vanished as silently as a cow sinking into the sea, leaving not a ripple. Xiling introduced to Lin Yi. This mountain range was originally known as the Wanren Mountains, the largest in the Qingling domain. However, after being claimed by a formidable being, it was renamed the Qingtian Mountains. Following the ascension of that great being, he established this medicinal garden as a secret realm, bestowing blessings upon future generations. Truly, such a being is of noble character, Lin Yi marveled. The reveres the law of the jungle, with the strong preying upon the weak commonplace. Witnessing such mentorship of unfamiliar juniors was a first for Lin Yi since entering the. "May I inquire the name of this esteemed elder?" Xiling's eyes sparkled with reverence. "He is an ordinary medicinal herb known as banlangen, which transformed into a spirit upon achieving enlightenment, thereafter calling himself Elder Qingtian. It is said that Elder Qingtian possesses immense strength, being just a step away from the Quasi-Emperor realm. Alas, the title of Quasi-Emperor is not so easily attained, and, ultimately, he had no choice but to sit in resignation within the mountains. Banlangen. Lin nearly lost his composure upon hearing the name. He was well acquainted with it from his youth. It is indeed a vast world full of wonders. Even a humble herb can attain spiritual enlightenment. Xiling, oblivious to Lin Yi's reaction, continued with the introduction. The Qingtian Mountains are primarily characterized by 3 main peaks, each adorned with a variety of spiritual plants. Many of these plants, long extinct in the outside world, can still be found within the Qingtian Mountains. This is why even the weaker are drawn here in droves. However, for us, our main objective lies solely in the final peak, Qingtian Peak, as the spiritual plants of the other 2 peaks hold little significance. The precious spiritual plants, including the beast origin fruit trees, are all located at Qingtian Peak. There lies the true battlefield. Meanwhile, 3 members of the Xiaoye Sky Wolf clan were engaged in a conspiratorial discussion. One of them addressed the others. Eldest brother, second brother, I have gathered 21 5th tier and 3 6th tier from our clan's 12 subordinate clans. Next, we need only to deploy the array to set up the Wolf Massacre array swiftly during their scramble for the Beast Origin fruit, ensuring that all with intentions to seize it find themselves with no escape. Well, the 2 from the Bai Fox clan, as they had yet to locate it, they decided to cease their search and consolidate their forces, for their sole objective was clear: the Beast Origin fruit. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals they were concerned about were hastening towards Qingtian Mountain. Along their path, they encountered a plethora of exotic flora, yet their interest remained piqued by nothing, as the spiritual plants ahead lacked exceptional value. Lin Yi, needless to say, had ample resources acquired from Shao Qingcong to sustain him for a considerable duration. As for Ziling, her prowess in commerce was well-renowned, particularly within the Bai Fox clan, known for their exceptional business acumen. It was no wonder that members of the Celestial clan would bestow upon Zi Xian the invaluable Enlightenment Tea, despite the Celestial clan's notorious disdain for the Beast clans, viewing them as mere lowly creatures. The ability to forge such connections speaks volumes of the Bai Fox clan's commercial talent. Both individuals were financially secure. Thus they reached the still misty Qingtian Peak without delay. The lowest tier of demon beasts present here was of at least the 5th rank, and by the time they arrived, over a dozen demon beasts were already awaiting their arrival. Ziling discreetly nudged Lin Yi and gestured toward the figure not far off. Do you see that man wielding a staff? That's Niubo from the Mighty Bull Demon Clan, a 6th-rank demon beast, whose immense strength even commands respect from Shao Qingcong. Alongside him are Runya from the Gold Mining Mouse Clan and Jinzun from the Golden Lighthound Clan, all formidable warriors. It appears that these clans are placing significant importance on the Beast Origin fruit. Lin Yi surveyed the surroundings, puzzled. Where are those individuals from the Howling Moon Wolf Clan? Why have they not yet arrived? Ziling, too, was at a loss, unaware of the absence of the Howling Moon Wolf Clan and its affiliated groups. Lin Yi stroked his chin, sensing that the pack of wolves harbored ill intentions. After several hours, more than a dozen formidable figures appeared before Qingtian Peak. Look, the mist is dissipating, someone exclaimed, pointing ahead. The crowd turned their gaze towards Qingtian Peak, and indeed, the fog gradually lifted, revealing the true visage of the mountain. As the mist receded, a unique aroma wafted through the air, causing the eyes of all demon beasts to brighten upon inhaling it. Undoubtedly, this was the divine fruit capable of enhancing their bloodlines. Merely the scent hinted at the potential for their bloodlines to ascend. Consuming one would surely lead to a direct ancestral awakening of their bloodlines. The atmosphere, which had previously been calm, suddenly turned tense. After all, there were only 42 beast origin fruits available, and who among those present did not yearn to acquire several, elevating their bloodlines to greater heights? At the moment the scent of the beast origin fruit reached him, Lin Yi's expression shifted. The adorable white tiger statue on his forehead suddenly stirred with excitement, yearning. Yearning to eat. Lin Yi. I initially wondered what was amiss, only to realize it was a matter of craving. It seems the beast element fruit is truly deserving of its reputation, for it is the first thing to captivate the white tiger statue. As the fog finally dissipated, a demon from the clan eagerly soared into the sky. However, before he could ascend even a few dozen meters, he plummeted back to the ground with a resounding thud, landing in a state of utter disarray. Ha! Where did this bumpkin come from? Does he not know that Qingtian Peak forbids flying? The demon's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as he picked himself up and dashed toward the peak, covering his face. Others quickly followed suit, racing toward the summit. Qingtian Peak is not particularly high. Rather, it resembles a sinuous dragon. Scattered across the summit are patches of medicinal gardens, filled with rare, spiritual plants, species long extinct in the outside world. Occasionally, one might glimpse a demon or two, their faces alight with excitement as they excavate these spiritual plants, clearly drawn to them as much as to the beast element fruit. After all, Whether one can seize the fruit remains uncertain. But these excavated plants are guaranteed to be one's own. Lin Yi felt a surge of eagerness, although they were not immediately needed. Who could say what the future held? Thus, he urged Xiling to join the gathering of planters. Xiling gazed at the boy, who was enthusiastically wielding a jade hoe, his rear end protruding comically with a sense of exasperation. Who would have thought that this seemingly foolish boy was both an exceptionally gifted swordsman and the formidable figure who had subdued the Howling Moon Wolf clan's 3 kings? In any case, the beast element fruit was not yet ripe, so a delay was inconsequential, Xiling mused, only to be pulled by Lin Yi into the fray, exclaiming that such beautiful hands would surely excel at harvesting spiritual plants. It was not until they had nearly finished excavating the plants that Lin Yi finally came to a contented halt. Beside him, Xiling, her face smeared with black mud, angrily strode straight toward the direction of the beast element fruit tree, muttering, "Scoundrel, scoundrel, if I concern myself with you, I am but a dog." "Xiling," Lin Yi called out from behind. She instinctively responded, "Emma filleted." Lin Yi observed the little fox, whose expression soured immediately after her reply, and he was left utterly perplexed. "What's wrong? I merely called to ask you to wait for me. Why the anger?" "Sigh, it seems the internet was right. Whether they be girls or female demons, their thoughts are more elusive than divine powers." Chapter 67. Has the fruit tree become sentient? Before long, the two arrived at the location of the beast origin fruit tree. Upon gazing at the tree, Lin Yi exclaimed with surprise, "Is this the beast origin fruit tree?" His astonishment was warranted, for the appearance of the tree was indeed unexpected. To describe it, the term unsightly seemed the most fitting. Its trunk was crooked and grew in a haphazard manner, with branches resembling bizarre, twisted forms. Occasionally, large gnarled lumps sprouted, though the red fruits adorning the top were at least acceptable, not as grotesque as its progenitor. Xiling cast Lin Yi a disapproving glance, saying, "Why do you look down upon it? Though its appearance may be, somewhat uninviting, it is immensely popular among the demon clan, surpassing even the renowned Enlightenment tea." "All right, I concede. I was judging the tree by its looks," Lin Yi silently acknowledged. In stark contrast to their light-hearted banter, a faction of demons rushing towards the beast origin fruit tree had already engaged in fierce combat. The scene was chaotic beyond description. One could see a mighty bull demon, Niubo, relentlessly elbowing his opponent atop a thunder-patterned lion, while a golden roaring demon, Jin Zun, chased after 3 adversaries with wild abandon. Such primal conflict left Lin Yi and Xiling profoundly shaken. These beings, who were pillars of their respective clans in the outside world, had now transformed into ruffians, some resorting to below-the-belt tactics that incited expletives from their opponents. This bizarre spectacle rendered the two momentarily speechless. Suddenly, Xiling gasped, "Oh no, I can't channel my demon power." Lin Yi, sensing a shift, realized his own vitality had also plunged into silence. "Has this happened in previous years?" Xiling questioned, her eyes filled with uncertainty. "No, never before," she replied. "No wonder they are fighting without their powers, relying solely on brute strength." Turning to glance behind them, Lin Yi discovered that the path they had entered through had vanished. With such an eerie occurrence, the two dared not act rashly and sought refuge in a corner. Many others, like them, also chose to conceal themselves. As for the brawling demons, they were simply too hot-headed or perhaps had long-standing grudges, opting to settle scores before considering anything else. After a while, the fray among the demons gradually subsided as the beast origin fruit had ripened. The peculiar scent emanating from it intensified to a nearly suffocating degree. All attention was riveted on the fruit, yet unbeknownst to them, as they inhaled the aroma, their eyes began to turn blood red and their breaths became increasingly frantic. "The beast origin fruit is mine. Those who stand in my way shall perish." As someone could no longer resist the allure of the beast essence fruit tree, their eyes gleamed with uncontainable joy, seemingly on the verge of grasping the coveted fruit. However, in the next instant, a flurry of violent attacks descended upon them, overwhelming them in an instant. Although the use of demonic power was restricted and the collective strength of the crowd diminished, the demon race was renowned for its formidable physical prowess. Such an onslaught was beyond the capacity of a single individual to withstand. Within mere seconds, they were reduced to nothing more than a pulpy mass, their life extinguished. Yet, no one noticed the blood pooling on the ground, gradually seeping into the earth, while the beast essence fruit grew ever more crimson. With one life extinguished, instead of regaining composure, the remaining individuals were incited by the bloodshed, their eyes glinting with fervor. In an instant, a multitude of figures surged towards the beast essence fruit tree. Chaos ensued. Amidst the escalating turmoil, Lin, Yi, and Zi-Ling found themselves in dire circumstances. Lin Yi fared somewhat better. A gentle roar from the sacred image of the white tiger at his brow restored his steadiness. However, Zi-Ling was unable to recover, teetering on the brink of losing her sanity like the others. With a decisive strike, Lin Yi delivered a swift blow, causing Zi-Ling to roll her eyes back in a faint, her body collapsing limply. Alas, what a burden it was to have to carry a liability in the midst of battle. Yet, was the beast essence fruit tree truly so enigmatic? It appeared that these individuals had temporarily lost their minds, devolving into beasts. Lin Yi sighed softly, hoisting Zi-Ling onto his back. As the battle intensified, a frenzied figure charged towards Lin Yi. With a kick akin to sending a soccer ball flying, he sent the assailant sprawling back. For a fleeting moment, clarity returned to the assailant's gaze, only to be swiftly shrouded once more in bloodlust as they scrambled to their feet, roaring at others. "You wretched scum of the azure-eyed fox clan, perish!" Just as one adversary was dispatched, three more menacing figures approached Lin Yi, revealing themselves to be members of the Howling Moon Wolf clan, having entered unnoticed. What unfortunate luck it was for them. Their initial plans had been disrupted by the changes surrounding the beast essence fruit tree, rendering their demonic powers useless and thwarting any attempt to set up formations. It wasn't too long before the three lost their sanity. Lin, he found himself curious as to why these three had not turned on each other, yet still retained their enmity towards the azure-eyed fox clan even in their derangement. Just how deep was their hatred? As the three advanced, Lin Yi secured Zi-Ling with his left hand and propelled a massive boulder towards them with a kick. The Howling Moon Wolves, known for their robust physiques, thrived in an environment where demonic energy was sealed, making it difficult for other demon races to gain the upper hand against them. However, in comparison to Lin Yi, they were but saplings against a towering tree. Just as the trio managed to shatter the boulder, they were met head-on with Lin Yi's full-force punch. Mountain Shatter. This place may have been able to restrict elemental power, but the intent honed through Lin Yi's battles against demons could not be restrained. Once my fist was unleashed, it soared like the midday sun. The trio stood no chance of resistance, crumbling into fragments of a fallen hero with a single strike. What was this? Lin, he suddenly noticed the phenomenon of their blood being absorbed. The only entity capable of such a feat in the vicinity was none other than the beast essence fruit tree. Indeed, it appears that all of this is the doing of the beast origin fruit tree. Could it be that it seeks to offer a blood sacrifice to fulfill some dark purpose? Yet, even if Lin Yi has uncovered this sinister plot, it is too late. The beast origin fruit tree seems to have feasted sufficiently on blood. Not only have the fruits turned a deep crimson akin to blood, but even its branches and leaves appear stained, exuding a pungent scent of iron. What has transpired here? Why are they all dead? The few remaining survivors have finally regained their senses, staring in bewilderment at the gruesome scene of severed limbs around them. Their memories remain suspended at the moment the beast origin fruit reached maturity. The dazed Zi-Ling, who had been struck unconscious by Lin Yi, awakens, rubbing her neck in discomfort. "What happened, Lin brother? Why do I feel so disoriented? My neck hurts terribly." Lin Yi remains composed, responding. "The beast origin fruit tree likely intended to sacrifice everyone. You were momentarily enchanted by it and attacked, but fortunately, I saved you." "Oh, is that so? Thank you, Lin brother," Zi-Ling replies with a foolish smile. "Alas, why could you not have obediently accepted your fate and perished? It would have spared you some suffering. What joy could there be in this?" A voice, ancient and frail, emanates from the beast origin fruit tree. It is as if the gnarled bark of the tumor-ridden trunk has sculpted an aged visage. Has the beast origin fruit tree attain sentience? Chapter 68. Three fists shatter the dream of resurrection. Commander, I am one of your own. To everyone's astonishment, the Golden Sovereign of the Golden Light Roar clan was indeed still alive. Throughout the ordeal, he had been relentless, attacking anyone in sight. Even after losing his sanity, he had been subdued and pummeled by 4 or 5 individuals. Yet, observing his current vigorous demeanor, it seemed he had sustained little harm. The other 2, identified as the Purple Lotus, were unfamiliar faces, likely foreign demon tribes. At this moment, the Golden Sovereign, recovering from his stupor, erupted in rage, pointing at the beast origin fruit tree and cursing. Which old scoundrel dares to conspire against your esteemed grandfather Gene? Do you think a few useless fools could possibly defeat me? The ancient visage of the beast origin fruit tree fell silent for a moment before responding. I merely clouded your senses, but your being besieged was not orchestrated by me. The punishment you received is purely your own doing. I will not take the blame. As for my name, you may address me as Elder Qingtian. Impossible. Elder Qingtian has long since passed into eternal rest thousands of years ago. How could you be this monster? The aged face broke into a bitter smile. It has indeed been thousands of years. I have been in slumber for so long. I am indeed Elder Qingtian, or rather, a fragment of him. I intended to break through to the quasi-emperor realm before my life ended. But if it were so simple, there would not only be 10 individuals who have accomplished such a feat over the countless years. Predictably, I failed. However, at the moment of my demise, a remnant of my consciousness unexpectedly fused with this beast origin fruit tree, awakening only a few years ago. After saying this, he chuckled softly. I toiled for nearly 1,000 years, only to find that in my final moments, I could not decipher the word death. Since this remnant of mine has not been worn away by time, it appears that the heavens have granted me another chance to begin anew. One of the unfamiliar demon tribesmen spoke. Even if you are granted a second life, the outside world still awaits our elders. Your doubts have been resolved, so prepare for your journey ahead. With that, intricate and massive formations suddenly emerged from the ground, enveloping the 5 remaining individuals within the array. Bloodlight flickered in the void, and when someone accidentally brushed against it, the flesh on their arm melted away as if it were wax, prompting them to leap back in terror. This is the blood-refining spirit transformation array. He intends to refine us. Purple Lotus exclaimed, her face a mask of uncontainable fear. It should have been anticipated, sealing spirits to transform blood, refining souls into forms. He aimed to convert us into nourishment for his new body. Lin, he inquired in a grave tone, how do we break the array? Xiling shook her head, stating that she had merely heard of this formation, which a powerful being from the Azura clan once used to refine the essence of a small world, intending to transcend boundaries. However, this endeavor was thwarted by a formidable being from the Celestial clan, resulting in the demise of the Azura and the subsequent loss of the formation's knowledge. It was unexpected that Elder Qingtian possessed such an array. A glint of insight sparked in Lin Yi's eyes. Perhaps the opportunity to dismantle the formation lay before us. Xiling followed Lin Yi's gaze, which fell upon the blood-red beast yuan fruit tree. If Lin, he could deduce this. The others were not foolish and soon considered the direct approach of attacking the beast yuan fruit tree to disrupt the formation, swiftly putting their plan into action. Elder Qingtian chuckled, watching with amusement as several individuals lunged forward. Yet, the formidable attacks capable of effortlessly annihilating 6-tier powerhouses did not reach the beast yuan fruit tree. Instead, they were effortlessly repelled by a thin, crimson membrane. The terrifying force merely created rippling waves across the surface of the membrane. Do not waste your efforts. Without the power to rival the 7th tier, you shall not shatter this barrier, Elder Qingtian remarked with a smile. Damn it, I feel increasingly feeble, one of the 3, aside from Lin, Yi, and Xiling, lamented, having already been weakened by successive battles and further drained by the formation's consumption of flesh and blood. Even the once boastful Jin Zun of the Golden Light Huang clan had lost his bravado. Noticing that Lin, Yi, and Xiling still retained their combat strength, someone spoke up. Friends of the Azure-eyed Fox clan, we are all in this together. Should one of us perish, this old demon will undoubtedly succeed in his resurrection. Do you possess the confidence to confront him? Naturally not, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head. He continued, I have the means to shatter the barrier. But I have a condition. We agree. Jin Zun responded eagerly. Lin Yi paused. Aren't you going to inquire about the condition? With a wry smile, Jin Zun replied, It is merely the beast yuan fruit. If you can break the formation, you may take all the fruits you desire. Brother Jin is magnanimous. I admire that, Lin Yi expressed, now viewing the golden-haired youth with newfound respect. Rest assured, I shall only take half. Anything more would be of little use to me. Seeing the others acquiesce, Lin Yi stepped boldly toward the beast yuan fruit tree, preparing to strike. Ha! You certainly have a way with words, Elder Qing Tian chuckled, evidently dismissing Lin Yi's claims. Lin Yi formed a fist imprint and smiled slightly at him. Old Deng, have you ever witnessed absolute power? Without waiting for a response, Lin Yi unleashed a long-prepared punch, exclaiming, Mountain Shatter. This punch represents Lin Yi's unreserved unleashing of all his power. In previous battles, he had never fully manifested the true extent of the heavenly ant's formidable strength, not due to inability, but rather due to circumstance. Lin Yi's physical form had been merely enhanced once while inheriting the talents of the heavenly ant. However, during the subsequent inheritances of the talents of the gluttonous, the Thunder Emperor and the nine-leaf swordgrass, his body had not undergone further enhancement. This discrepancy meant that, although his physicality was already sufficiently robust, Lin Yi had always refrained from unleashing his full might for fear of bodily collapse. Until now, he had not encountered an opponent formidable enough to compel him to unleash his entire strength, rendering his previous urgency for physical enhancement rather subdued. It seemed that injury was now unavoidable. Regrettably, he had yet to master the 8 gates of Duanjia, which might have spared him this fate. Despite his inner lament, Lin Yi's fist did not waver. Beneath the overwhelming intent of his punch lay an unmatched, transcendent power. As he struck, a fissure appeared in the blood-red membrane, reminiscent of a splotch of ink on pristine paper, dazzling and striking. How is this possible? Elder Qing Tian murmured, his heart laden with unease. It was not over. Receive another punch from me. Lin Yi's right arm ruptured, blood gushing forth. But in return, he unleashed an immeasurable force, exponentially stronger than his previous strike. Crack after crack echoed, the sounds of shattering becoming increasingly frequent until the final cacophony resembled a symphony. With another punch, the astonishingly resilient shield shattered completely. As the intent of his punch permeated the air, the beast origin fruit tree was likewise obliterated. Just as Lin Yi exhaled a sigh of relief, a shadow darted out from the trunk. Be careful, Xiling exclaimed, but the shadow moved with such swiftness that even Lin Yi could not react in time, vanishing into his brow in the blink of an eye. Ah, such powerful strength! Young friend, your body shall be mine. The shadow halted within Lin Yi's sea of consciousness, transforming into an elder clad in green robes, the lingering remnant of Elder Qing Tian. He surveyed Lin Yi's sea of consciousness with satisfaction, having almost missed this true treasure while contemplating the crafting of his own physical body. Such a divine form surpassed anything he could create by 100-fold. Should he successfully seize it, the path to becoming a true emperor would be assured. Not far away, Lin Yi's figure emerged near the elder. You intend to seize my body? Lin Yi regarded him with a peculiar gaze. Elder Qing Tian laughed heartily. Ah, young friend, do not struggle. It is futile. Lin Yi shook his head. I never said I would resist, but elder, would you care to look behind you? Chapter 69. The white tiger devours the soul. The elderly Qing Tian was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing over his shoulder. To his astonishment, a charming little white tiger sat obediently on the ground, its head tilted in curious fascination. Ah, a white cat, he thought, as he beheld the suddenly towering tattooed beast, reaching heights of several dozen feet. He swallowed hard. A white tiger? He exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Yi snapped his fingers. Congratulations. You've answered correctly. However, there is no reward. Young friend, I believe there may be a misunderstanding between us, the elderly Qing Tian said, his face adorned with a servile smile. Ha ha ha, I shan't listen. Go tell my white tiger. Lin Yi laughed heartily. The white tiger immediately opened its wide mouth and, with a resounding roar, devoured the elderly Qing Tian whole. The little white tiger smacked its lips, displaying a look of distaste. As a beast of the tiger lineage, it excelled in devouring souls. The elderly Qing Tian, possessing the white tiger saint's image residing in the Niwen Palace of Lin Yi, was akin to a young cow boarding an airplane, truly extraordinary. The little white tiger approached Lin Yi and emitted a light orb from its mouth, gently nudging it towards him, signaling him to absorb it. Was this the remaining memory of the elderly Qing Tian? Upon absorbing the orb, vivid scenes of the elderly man's experiences flickered in Lin Yi's mind. Yet, due to the fragmentary nature of the memory, it was rather limited, with over 90% of the content pertaining to alchemy. After perusing all the memories, Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "I never imagined this old man was a ninth-tier alchemist." The profession of alchemist was not foreign to Lin Yi. Many prestigious universities in the Great Xia had alchemy departments, and sacred sites such as Longhu Mountain and Wudong Mountain were renowned for their alchemical practices. Even many powerful clans from the myriad races battlefield sought out alchemical expertise. Unfortunately, Lin Yi held little interest in alchemy, even if he were inclined. He had better candidates for the task: his versatile sister, Lin Miaomiao. According to her, she had been a ninth-tier alchemist in her previous life and was mere moments away from achieving the status of a Dan sage. With such an impressive sister, Lin Yi felt no desire to engage in alchemy himself. He was content to focus on combat. Thinking of Lin Miaomiao brought a smile to his face. It had been a while since he last saw her, and he found himself missing her. Well, he mused, having indulged enough in the outside world, it was time to return to school. In the outside world, Zi Ling stood fiercely protective before Lin Yi, her face displaying a rare ferocity. "You ungrateful wretches! Were it not for Brother Lin shattering the formation, you would have already perished in a pool of filth. How dare you repay kindness with enmity? Take another step forward, and I shall show no mercy." A malevolent smile crept across the face of a demon as he remarked, "Ah, dear sister, this brother has already fallen prey to the old demon's possession. Once he awakens, we shall all meet our doom. You would do well to step aside. Once we have dispatched him, I assure you, a generous share of the beast essence fruit will be yours." Xiling remained silent, her lips pressed tightly together, gripping a black orb with unwavering determination. The two assailants felt a throbbing headache. Had it not been for their fear of the magical thunder orb in her possession, capable of obliterating even a seventh-tier powerhouse, they would have eliminated her without hesitation. Cursed be the foolish member of the Golden Howl clan. Had he not meddled, they would have already secured the beast essence fruit and made their escape. Their eyes were fixed on the golden-haired youth sprawled beneath the beast essence tree, teetering on the brink of life and death, their frustration palpable. The imbecile from the Golden Howl clan, in his naivete, had truly honored his promise, opting to endure grievous injuries from their ambush rather than allow them to seize the fruit. He had sealed the tree with a secret method, awaiting the boy's awakening. Impatiently, one of them declared, "We can no longer delay. I will use a secret technique to instill fear in that wretched fox's spirit. You take the opportunity to snatch the magical thunder orb. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest." Xiling's heart raced with trepidation. She was uncertain whether Lin Yi would awaken as his former self or if the elder Qing Tian had taken control of his body. She realized that if she did not thwart their intentions, not only would Lin Yi perish, but her own escape would be futile. For now, she could only buy time, dragging it out for as long as possible. With a quiet sigh, Xiling braced herself. Suddenly, her mind was assailed by an agonizing onslaught. As if countless needles were piercing through her consciousness, the excruciating pain forcing her into a pained cry. Quickly, seize the magical thunder orb, relying on her dwindling consciousness. Xiling shattered the thunder pearl. If it was to be this way, then let us perish together. Yet, she never anticipated that this would be her final moment. As her vision darkened, she collapsed, but just before succumbing, she faintly sensed a warm embrace cradling her gently. A soothing voice whispered in her ear, "Thank you. Now, rest easy, for I shall take it from here." Lin Yi supported Xiling with his left hand, and upon realizing that she had merely fainted from mental exhaustion, he let out a sigh of relief. In the face of the destructive thunder, he offered no resistance, yet the bolts seemed to possess a will of their own, veering away from the two of them as if guided by an unseen force. Time slipped away, and eventually the thunder began to wane, leaving only Lin, Yi, and Xiling in the vast expanse, alongside the Golden Sovereign, whose body was buried except for his head. The two had been reduced to mere dust beneath the tempest. Consider yourselves fortunate. Your deaths were far too swift. Lin Yi scoffed as he approached the beast origin fruit tree, which had been shattered to pieces by his earlier strike, leaving only a stump and scattered fruits on the ground. Fortunately, the barrier set by the Golden Sovereign had safeguarded both himself and the beast origin fruits. Otherwise, after such a loss of life, they might have emerged with nothing, a thought that would have driven even Lin Yi to frustration. After a brief assessment, Lin Yi discovered that the Golden Sovereign was merely severely drained of energy and would likely awaken soon. Thus, he decided to arrange the beast origin fruits while awaiting the revival of the two. Before long, both Xiling and the Golden Sovereign regained consciousness. Upon realizing she was unharmed, Xiling nearly leaped for joy, thinking she would become a faithful partner with Lin Yi. Yet, living was certainly preferable. Now it was time to relish the fruits of victory. 42 beast origin fruits, perfectly divisible among the three of them. Initially, the Golden Sovereign intended to decline, but Lin Yi insisted, forcefully placing the fruits into his embrace. The Golden Sovereign then presented Lin Yi with a jade token, signifying that he was an esteemed guest of the Golden Roar clan. Whoever holds this token is regarded as an elder, he proclaimed. Lin Yi graciously accepted, recognizing that friendships could pave the way for future endeavors. Alas, so many prodigies from various clans have perished. Those outside must be in a frenzy, Xiling sighed. No worries. Can they truly blame us? The Golden Sovereign's voice trailed off as he spoke. Xiling, feeling a headache coming on, remarked the other beast clans might be manageable. Even if they doubt us, they cannot hold us accountable. However, the Howling Moonwolf clan will undoubtedly seek retribution. Linyi chucked it lightly. Let's not dwell on such matters. It is simply a case of meeting force with force and challenges with resilience. We must step outside. We cannot evade what we must confront. Outside the secret realm, most of the beast clans had departed, leaving only a few dozen figures quietly awaiting the return of their descendants, elders of those prodigies who had entered the Qing Tian Peak, hoping for news of triumph or demise. Old Ghost Xiling, why would your blue-eyed fox clan send their most gifted young princess into the secret realm? It is likely that this has now become a mere patch of yellow earth within the secret realm. Zixian cast a sidelong glance at the cloaked elder of the Howling Moon Wolf clan, sneering dismissively. He could hardly be bothered to converse with such a foolish cur. Look, they have emerged. The crowd eagerly turned their gaze towards the entrance of the secret realm, where three figures gradually stepped forth, unmistakably Lin Yi and his companions. Chapter 70. Tu Shan Hong Hong. Indeed, the prodigious talent of my Golden Radiant Hound clan is remarkable. Azun, come here quickly. Your uncle will take you back to the clan. A burly man with golden hair laughed heartily, embracing Jin Zun with a smug glance around. All are worthless trash. Lin Yi and Zi Ling approached Zixian, who, stroking his beard, chuckled. An elder from the Howling Moon Skywolf clan exclaimed in disbelief. How can this be? How could three of our clan's prodigies perish within? Zixian, Jin Feng, you two clans must give me an explanation. The burly man retorted angrily. What a joke. Who do you think you are? Do you truly believe my Golden Radiant Hound clan is a soft target? You brought it upon yourselves by underestimating your own capabilities. Yet you seek to blame us. Zixian responded with a chuckle. Old Howler, why did you send those three into the secret realm in the first place? Now, they have become mere fertilizer within. Such a pity. You are too much. The elder from the Howling Moon Skywolf clan nearly choked on Zixian's words. Previously, he had used this very notion to mock others, but karma has a way of returning. The dart he had cast barely minutes ago had now struck him squarely between the brows. At this moment, Jin Zun stepped forward and declared, Elder Shao Qing, this secret realm is unlike any other. The beast origin fruit tree harbors the remnant soul of Elder Qingtian, surrounded by a blood-refining spirit formation. Even the three prodigies from your noble clan were ensnared, leading them to turn against one another. We three were merely fortunate to survive until the end. It was only through a desperate struggle with Brother Lin that we managed to create a small opening in the formation. Miss Zi Ling seized the opportunity to extract the black magic thunder, extinguishing Elder Qingtian's lingering essence. The beast origin fruit tree was reduced to ashes in the process, and we returned empty-handed. As he spoke, a trace of dread flickered across Jin Zun's face. This was the narrative they had concocted on the way, rife with inconsistencies. Yet they could afford no further contemplation. What? Elder Qingtian is still alive? The blood-refining spirit formation? Could it be the nefarious array created by the blood-refining demon sovereign? That explains it. Once activated, this formation seals off the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and possesses the ability to confuse the mind. How could these youngsters possibly withstand it? I do not believe you. Unless you allow me to search your souls. A sinister expression surfaced on Shaoqing's face. You seek death. The burly man from the Golden Radiant Hound clan roared in fury, throwing a punch. He had endured the insolence of this old fool for far too long. Today, even if he could not win, he intended to strip that old wretch of some skin. Today, none of you shall escape. As Shaoqing dodged a blow, he produced a jade token and crushed it, forming a towering spatial passage. A handsome young man stepped forth. Upon seeing the youth, the elder from the Howling Moon clan knelt. I, Shaoqing, pay my respects to your majesty. It was he, Shaoqing Tian, the king of the Howling Moon Skywolf clan, the second prodigy of the clan. He had actually arrived. Shaoqing stood, quickly recounting the events to Shaoqing Tian. Oh, such an extraordinary occurrence left the expression on Shaoqing Tian's face unchanged, still adorned with a subtle smile. He cast a glance at Lin Yi and his companions, softly declaring, Now, I command you to surrender those three for my soul search. My patience is limited, so do not compel me to repeat myself. Understand? The two members of the Golden Lighthound clan exchanged solemn glances, their faces etched with gravity. If necessary, they would have to resort to measures for an escape. Resistance was never contemplated, for Shaoqing Tian was a formidable 8th-tier demon, rivaling their clan leader in might. Lin Yi's expression darkened as he felt the heavy pressure of Shaoqing Tian's imposing aura nearly suffocating him. Just as he prepared to seize a chance to utilize the 10,000-mile escape talisman to flee with Xiling, she gently squeezed his hand and whispered, Do not worry. We shall be fine. I have also found assistance. Indeed, as soon as Xiling's words faded, a languid voice pierced the air, forcefully countering Shaoqing Tian's oppressive presence. Shaoqing Tian, you truly are regressing with each passing day, relentlessly bullying the young. If you wish to spar, allow me to join you. As Lin Yi beheld the descending figure of the woman in red, Shaoqing Tian's calm demeanor gradually morphed into one of displeasure. He enunciated each word with precision. Tushan Hong Hong, how is it that you are also here? Tushan Hong Hong, tall and elegant, possessed exquisite features and waist-length golden-orange hair that shone like the blazing sun. She stood barefoot in the void, the golden bells on her anklets ringing with a melodious chime. Though her lips remained unmoving, her voice resonated clearly. I was merely visiting the Bi-Eyed Fox clan, yet fortuitously did not depart. Otherwise, I would have missed this splendid spectacle. Shaoqing Tian's cold voice pierced the air. Tushan Hong Hong, are you certain you wish to wage war against my Shao Moonwolf clan for the sake of 3 insignificant ants? Tushan Hong Hong tilted her head, her eyes flashing with a crimson hue. They are under my protection, understand? At this, Shaoqing Tian erupted into wild laughter. Aha, splendid. A commendable Tushan Hong Hong. A remarkable Qingxiu Fox clan. He commanded, Qing, gather our people and capture them, regardless of their fate. With that, Shaoqing Tian drew a long spear from the void, aiming it at Tushan Hong Hong. It is said you possess the talent of a demon emperor. I, Shaoqing Tian, shall witness just how formidable your renowned insulated claws truly are. Tushan Hong Hong sighed lightly. Why seek death when one is living well? As Shaoqing Tian charged towards her, She extended her jade hand and gently flicked it. The overwhelming demonic energy emanating from the spear dissipated instantaneously. The insulated claws, impervious to fire and water, invulnerable to blades and spears, could disregard all attacks mediated by spiritual power. With the emergence of the insulated claws, Xiaoqing Tian found himself reduced to a mere 50% of his strength, leaving him feeling stifled and on the verge of spitting blood. What kind of absurdity is this? How am I to continue? Fortunately, the claws of insulation cannot entirely disregard the power of the physical form. Zaya Qingshan can still endure under the formidable presence of Tu Shan Hong Hong for a while longer, as long as he can hold out until Xiaoqing captures those three individuals. All efforts will prove worthwhile. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing has encircled the members of the Golden Lighthound clan and the Azure-Eyed Fox clan with 3 7th-tier demon beasts from the affiliated tribe. Old Ghost C, I advise you to hand them over promptly. Otherwise, today shall mark the end of your life, he declares ominously. Once you perish, your Azure-Eyed Fox clan will become the most despicable servants of my clan. Huh, is it merely you? Zisuan Skos, Elichitink Xiaoqing's Fury. Charge at them, regardless of the cost. As the 4 adversaries advance, Zixian urgently instructs the 2 from the Golden Lighthound clan. I will handle the 2 at mid-7th tier. Jinfeng, you take on the 2 at early 7th tier. You 3 should find a place to hide and refrain from wandering about. In the blink of an eye, only Lin, Yi, and the 3 others remain, exchanging glances filled with apprehension. As a late 7th tier, Zixian has little difficulty confronting the 2 at mid-7th tier. But Jinfeng, having recently broken through to 7th tier, faces daunting odds against seasoned opponents. Jinfeng grits his teeth, ready to assist his uncle, but is immediately halted by Lin Yi. Let me handle this. You 2 find a safe spot to hide. Jinfeng opens his mouth to protest, but Lin Yi shoots him a glance. Can you defeat me? Defeated, he shakes his head and walks away, realizing that his proximity would only complicate matters. Ziling gazes at Lin Yi with concern, yet he understands that although Tu Shan Hong Hong is immensely powerful, Zaya Qingshan is no pushover. Even if he could be vanquished, it would consume considerable time for Tu Shan Hong Hong. The only one capable of breaking the stalemate now is Lin Yi. With a determined nod, Lin Yi heads in the direction of Jinfeng, resolute in his mission to slay a 7th-tier demon beast today. Chapter 71. The sword cuts through the 7th-tier Jinfeng. Cease your futile struggles. It is merely a nephew of yours, not your own son. What is the point of risking your life? The 2 adversaries faced Jinfeng from a distance. Although they held the advantage of numbers, they were wary of his desperate retaliatory instincts, fearing he might drag them down into oblivion. Thus, they tirelessly implored him to relent. Jinfeng tore away the tattered remnants of his attire, revealing a physique adorned with scars, each contour a testament to his resilience. He cracked his neck and declared, "There is no need for further persuasion. I of the Jingguang Hound clan possess an unyielding spirit that cannot kneel. Jin Zun is the esteemed young leader of my clan. If you wish to take him, you shall pay with your lives. Alas, if you insist on such obstinacy, do not blame us for abandoning the principles of martial ethics." In an instant, both opponents unleashed their full demonic power. One, relying on his formidable physicality, launched a devastating punch that conjured a tempest, while the other, employing arcane arts, sent forth a crimson blade of energy slicing through the void towards Jinfeng. Confronted with such peril, Jinfeng dared not underestimate them. He transformed into his true form, a colossal golden beast towering 100 meters above, its scales ablaze with swirling flames. The very atmosphere around him felt akin to an inferno, scorched by the intense heat. The Jingguang Hound clan boasted a lineage of exceptional blood, rumored to carry a trace of Qilin heritage. Jin Zun was the most potent bearer of this bloodline in a millennium. The desire of the Xiao Yutian Lang clan to seize Jin Zun was tantamount to seeking their demise. Although Jinfeng had recently ascended to the 7th tier, he stood undaunted against 2 seasoned 7th-tier warriors. He opened his mighty jaws, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Invoking the ancestral technique of the Jingguang Hound clan, the wrath of the golden deity, This is a rare manifestation of sound wave magical powers in the world, known for its formidable strength and difficulty in defense, making it exceedingly sought after. The Jin Shinyu, a legacy technique of the Jin Guangho clan, stands as a paragon among sound wave powers. With a single roar, one may be rendered an imbecile or, in more severe cases, have their soul shattered. Jin Feng, aware that he could not withstand the combined assault of the two for long, resolved to strike while they were complacent, unleashing his most potent technique to catch them off guard. The formless sound waves, upon their passage, caused the heavens to shatter and the earth to tremble, silencing all existence. Even the fabric of space bore cracks from the force. The attacks from the two adversaries met the overwhelming sound waves, fracturing into countless minute fissures. Yet, like relentless tidal waves, the sound surged onward, shattering both the fist imprints and sword energies. As the sound waves approached, one of the assailants waved his sleeve, conjuring a massive shield to protect both of them. The sound waves collided fiercely with the shield, producing a deep, resonating hum. At that moment, Lin Yi arrived. His martial prowess had only recently breached the late phase of the earthly fiend realm, though he possessed a variety of techniques. The grass character sword technique held the greatest lethality. Hiding in the shadows, the nine-leaf sword grass at his brow whirled violently, channeling countless sword energies into the heavenly rule, sword poised in his palm. The heavenly rule, light and agile, complemented the heavy nature of the earthly principle, making it suitable for such a stealthy strike. Moreover, the heavenly rule exhibited remarkable concealment. Though it spun in Lin Yi's hand, his divine awareness perceived nothing but emptiness, as if it were a sword born solely for assassination. Behind the shield, the two figures, though slightly pale, wore smiles. They sensed that, despite the sound wave's potency, they were gradually waning. Jin Feng, your Jin Shinyu is indeed powerful, but it must also be quite exhausting. You are now at your limit. Why not surrender? The Xiaoya Wolf clan holds great regard for the Jin Guangho clan, one taunted. Ah, my dear brother Jin Feng, he speaks the truth. Another began, but his words were abruptly cut short as a fine hole appeared in the back of his head, unbeknownst to him. The hole pierced through his skull, and before his soul could react, he was reduced to nothing but powder by a flurry of sword energies. The perpetrator had already vanished without a trace. Wah! When? Confusion clouded his eyes, and in the next moment, darkness enveloped him, his body transforming into a 3-meter-tall rat that fell to the ground. Who goes there? Show yourself. The remaining individual, now stricken with panic, wondered how the person who had stood before him moments ago had simply vanished. Jin Feng could hardly let such a splendid opportunity slip away. He ignited his vital essence, and the previously feeble sound waves surged with newfound vigor, shattering the shield as if it had consumed a potent elixir. Today, someone assists you. I shall spare you this time. We shall meet again amidst the mountains and rivers. Observing the unfavorable turn of events, the individual, fearing he might share the fate of his fallen comrades, swiftly transformed into a wisp of black smoke and fled. Coughing, Jin Feng reverted to his human form, feeling a searing pain in his throat. He hastily retrieved a medicinal pill and swallowed it, the burning sensation easing slightly. He cast a puzzled glance at the colossal rat lying on the ground and clasped his fist toward the empty air, saying, I am Jin Feng of the Jin Guanghuang clan. I express my gratitude for your assistance today, esteemed elder. Should you wish to visit in the future, my clan shall welcome you with open arms. Having spoken, he sighed softly upon receiving no response and turned to depart. After a considerable time, Lin Yi appeared beside the corpse of the giant rat, his eyes brimming with excitement. As a 7th-tier demon, even its lifeless body emanated a faint aura of authority. Does it not possess any storage items? Lin Yi stood atop the giant rat, searching fruitlessly for a storage ring or similar artifacts. What a pity. The resources of a 7th-tier demon are undoubtedly vast. Nonetheless, this corpse should suffice for me to break through to the pinnacle of the earthly fiend realm, perhaps even to the celestial gang realm. With a satisfied grin, Lin Yi stowed the body into his storage ring and turned to leave. He had no intention of returning to the Bai Yin Fox clan, as the woman named Tu Shan Hong Hong was far too formidable. Should she harbor ill intentions, he would stand no chance of resistance. Moreover, after such prolonged delays, it was high time to return to the Great Xia. Shortly after Lin Yi's departure, a figure materialized at the spot where he had stood, none other than Jin Feng. He had initially reunited with Jin Zun, but had returned upon learning that Lin Yi came to assist him. It dawned upon him that the one who had slain the 7th-tier demon was not a passing elder, but rather a mere 5th-tier youth. He hurried back, only to find that Lin Yi had already left. Jin Feng pinched the sand and soil beneath his fingers, inhaling gently. Ah, so it is of the human race. No wonder the Bai Yin Fox clan would not possess such a prodigy. He mused, to slay a 7th tier with a 5th tier, while there may be suspicions of ambush. Such prowess would likely surpass even Tushan Hong Hong at her 5th tier stage. Reflecting on how he had previously referred to Lin Yi as elder, Jin Feng felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment, realizing that the young man must have been stifling laughter from the shadows. This made Jin Feng, who was already sensitive about appearances, feel even more awkward. I noticed that Azun seems to have a good rapport with that young lad. He surely wouldn't spread this around, would he? As Lin Yi embarked on his journey back to the Great Xia, the battle between Tushan Hong Hong and Shaoqing Tian escalated to a fever pitch. Chapter 72. Returning to the demon town Tushan Hong Hong, I find myself at an impasse with you. You cannot harm me, nor can I harm you. Perhaps it would be prudent for us to cease hostilities? With a single punch that sent him flying several miles, Shaoqing Tian raised his hand to halt Tushan Hong Hong, who was poised to charge forward, and spoke urgently. Indeed, although Tushan Hong Hong had been restraining herself, there exists a distinct difference between holding back and outright defeat. If this continues, the two of them could battle for a month without determining a victor. Upon hearing his words, Tushan Hong Hong pressed her lips together, seemingly on the verge of laughter. Yet she responded, as expected of the young clan leader of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe. Your strength is formidable, and I admit I underestimated you. However, since you wish to retreat, take your people and leave. They shall not accompany you while I am here. Shaoqing Tian glanced at Shaoqing, who had been reduced to a pitiful state resembling a pig's head, while the other 3 had vanished without a trace, clearly either dead or fled. He could not help but curse under his breath. Useless. 4 against 2, and yet you are reduced to such a disgraceful condition. Had I not intervened to save Shaoqing, that old man would likely have been struck down by Zi Xian on the spot. Beside them, Shaoqing shrank his neck, too intimidated to utter a single word. He had not previously clashed with Zi Xian, and had assumed that their realms were comparable, believing they had the advantage of numbers. Even if they could not secure victory, they should have at least reached a stalemate. Yet, the moment that old man struck, he resembled a powder keg, relentlessly pursuing the two with a massive axe. One of his companions had attempted to retaliate, only to be cleaved in half, leaving Shaoqing frozen in shock. At that moment, he had a strong urge to exclaim, "If you are this powerful, why didn't you say so? I would have refrained from provoking you." Zi Xian had endured countless provocations from Shaoqing in the past, often choosing not to retaliate out of respect for the Howling Moon Wolf tribe. However, this scoundrel had dared to attempt to take his granddaughter away. This is intolerable. Yet, to his surprise, Shaoqing had fled with remarkable agility, and despite Zi Xian's relentless pursuit, he had failed to catch up, ultimately being rescued by Shaoqing Tian. Once the two departed in disgrace, Zi Ling hurriedly approached the returning Jin Feng, her voice filled with urgency. "Have you found Lin Dong, Senior?" Jin Feng shook his head with a sigh of resignation. "He is unharmed. By the time I arrived, he had already left." Zi Ling immediately understood that Lin Dong had returned to the human realm. A veil of tears welled in her eyes, and she muttered, "Humph, that detestable Lin Dong. How could he leave without even saying goodbye? I shall have nothing more to do with him." "Zi Ling, who has upset you? Allow me to deal with him for you," Tushan Hong Hong said playfully. "Being King Zi Ling sa kek affectionately." "No, I wish to confront him myself," Zi Ling replied, scrunching her little nose in displeasure. She cast an envious glance at the ambitious Shan Hong Hong and asked, "Sister Hong Hong, why did you let Shaoqing Tian go? Clearly, you possess far greater strength than he." Ziling had witnessed Tushan Honghong's true prowess, which far surpassed her earlier display by a significant margin. It was evident that she had been holding back. Tushan Honghong smiled gently. Xiao Qing Tian is of little consequence, yet the time to deal with him has not yet arrived. I still require him to distract that individual. That individual? Ziling, with a hint of comprehension, nodded lightly. Meanwhile, Lin Yi rendezvoused with the Wonkai siblings at their predetermined location. After bestowing upon them 2 beast origin fruits, their enthusiasm soared. Upon consuming the fruits, significant transformations ensued. Wang Sai's physique doubled in size, and his strength ascended to the late 5th tier, while his sister, Shui, advanced to the mid-5th tier and was able to fully assume a human form. Albeit at Lin Yi's insistence, she retained her animal ears. Subsequently, the trio prepared to return to Jinyao City. However, due to the necessity of evading the pursuit of the Xiao Wolf clan, they decided to take a detour, which would prolong their journey by over a month. Nonetheless, this was preferable to being relentlessly pursued by the pack of Xiao Wolves. As Lin Yi had anticipated, despite the detour, his wanted posters were ubiquitous along the route. Fortunately, with a mask borrowed from Ziling and the relatively lax surveillance in the area, they navigated through the Xiaoya territory without incident. At last, after another month, Lin Yi arrived at Jinyao City. Due to the lack of available accommodation in the dormitory, he facilitated the process for the Wonkai siblings to obtain their beast pet certificates and subsequently rented them a house with a shop in the city. Lin Yi discarded all unnecessary items into the shop for the siblings to manage while he returned to school. After a prolonged absence, Lin Yi finally re-entered human society, but he suddenly recalled that his leave had exceeded the allowable duration, making it likely difficult to cancel. At Tianwu University, the regulations for first-year students requesting leave were stringent, only relaxing in the second year when students could freely come and go. After enduring a lengthy reprimand, Lin Yi sheepishly exited the academic affairs office. Although he received a scolding, he successfully managed to cancel his leave, which he deemed not entirely a loss. Back in the dormitory, with Zhikong absent, Lin Yi reclined on the sofa and retrieved his long-unused smart terminal. Upon activation, a flurry of messages inundated the screen, predominantly from Qin Lan and Lin Miao Miao expressing their concerns. Lin Yi promptly initiated a video call with Qin Lan, which assuaged her worries. Additionally, there was a friend request notification from several months prior. Curiously, he opened it. "Hello, Junior, I am Shunhani." Shunhani? Lin Yi recalled her as the remarkably beautiful yet somewhat naive senior he had rescued, and he accepted her friend request. Just then, Lin Miao Miao sent a message. "Martial arts arena. Hurry." Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly rose to head towards the arena. At that moment, inside the martial arts arena, the atmosphere was abuzz with excitement. "Dear students, we will now commence the selection competition for first-year students to participate in the upcoming Global Martial Arts University Exchange Conference. There are 32 applicants, and I will randomly select 2 individuals to duel until we identify the final 2. Just as the host began the drawing, Lin Yi finally spotted Lin Miao Miao standing at the arena's entrance. Observing the grand spectacle, he remarked, "What a lively day this is. What is the occasion?" Lin Miao Miao cast him a puzzled glance. "You don't know?" Lin Yi was taken aback, unsure of what to say. Lin Miao Miao, exasperated, lightly tapped her forehead and remarked, "Brother, today is the selection for the Global Martial Arts College Exchange Tournament. You nearly missed it, did you know?" "Oh, that." Lin Yi soudainement réalisait it. The Global Martial Arts College Exchange Tournament is an event where top students from various countries are selected to participate in a grand martial arts gathering. Each university is required to select 2 students from each academic year, ranging from freshman to senior, to form a team for the competition. The selections for seniors to juniors had already concluded, and today was the time for the freshman selection. Lin Miao Miao had already registered Lin Yi's name. Not only Lin, but also Lin Miao Miao, Naya, and Zhikong had signed up. As the draw concluded, the first match began. Zhikong versus Zhou Qian. A familiar figure stepped onto the stage. Lin Yi's roommate, Zhikong, facing a resolute-looking young man in black, Zhou Qian. Zhikong instinctively raised his hand, only to realize and awkwardly smile. "Hello, I am Zhikong." The young man in black, Zhou Qian, nodded slightly. "Greetings, master. I am Zhou Qian." Jikong. This scene felt eerily familiar. Chapter 73. Malice on the Sidelines. Lin Yi observed the two with great interest. There was no need for further elaboration on Jikong, who remained shrouded in mystery. Lin Yi suspected that his master might be a high-ranking official from the Great Xia dynasty. Conversely, the youth named Zhou Qian was no ordinary opponent. In fact, Lin Yi had previously clashed with him. During their encounter in the Taisu illusion array, Zhou Qian was among the few who could withstand 3 of Lin Yi's punches. Such prowess placed him firmly within the elite echelon of their first-year cohort. After exchanging pleasantries, the duel commenced. Zhou Qian was the first to strike, leaping into the air and wielding his palm as if it were a blade. His right hand radiated a terrifying brilliance as he unleashed an A-grade martial technique. The sea-cutting blade, a golden wave of energy, soaring several meters high, cleaved through the air. Unfazed, Jikong raised both hands and formed an intricate seal, summoning a towering, pale golden bell to encase himself within. When Zhou Qian's blade struck the bell, it merely resonated with a thunderous sound, leaving no mark or fracture. Smiling shyly from within the protective bell, Jikong addressed Zhou Qian. "Classmate Zhou, my repertoire of martial skills is rather limited, and this immovable bell is my strongest technique. If you can shatter it, I shall concede." Zhou Qian's expression brightened at this declaration. "Master, you said it yourself. Do not regret it." Jikong's face fell into a frown, yet he chose not to protest, conceding, "Very well, master it is. It sounds better than little monk." Their exchange was not subtle, prompting laughter from the onlookers. Jikong is rather presumptuous. Zhou Qian has successfully mastered the minor divine ability, 1,000 layers of Wave's blade, which grows more formidable with each strike. Once fully charged, the onslaught will be as relentless as an ocean tide, presenting an immensely terrifying power. Isn't Zhou Qian destined for victory? Lin Yi shook his head. Someone who could confound even him could not be so easily dismissed. On the battlefield, Zhou Qian brandished a straight sword, and an endless cascade of blade light surged toward the golden bell, resembling an overwhelming tidal wave. At that moment, Jikong appeared as a stubborn rock in the sea, with the relentless strikes seemingly on the verge of shattering the bell. However, to the astonishment of the spectators, each time the bell's hue dimmed, Jikong's seal would shift, causing the bell to regain its fortitude. This peculiar phenomenon aroused the crowd's curiosity, and soon some discerned the secret. The bell absorbed the Earth's energy to replenish itself. As long as it remained grounded, the bell possessed an inexhaustible source of strength, making it exceedingly difficult to breach. "Wow, that's impressive." As the tortoise shell emerged, Lin Yi smiled faintly, contemplating that breaking it would be quite simple. One could either sever its connection to the Earth or shatter it with overwhelming force. However, while these methods seemed straightforward in theory, they proved exceedingly challenging for an average person. At that moment, Zhou Qian found himself in a quandary. His expertise lay in subtle, strategic attacks, yet he was utterly powerless against this seemingly inexhaustible tortoise shell. Reluctant to concede defeat, he steeled himself and continued to strike relentlessly at the golden bell, determined to defy its ability to continuously absorb the Earth's energy. Half an hour later, Zhou Qian sat dejectedly on the ground, completely drained of strength. Yet, as he observed the bell rejuvenate itself with a mere snap, he had no choice but to accept his defeat. Jikong wins. In the next match, Zhao Yunkong faced off against Qian Yunyun. After watching several matches, Lin Yi noted that all the participants had remarkably advanced to the earthly fiend realm, each mastering a small divine ability, their combat prowess a stark contrast to their initial days at the academy. Next, Lin Miao Miao was set to compete against Zhu Ziming. A familiar face, Lin Yi thought, though Zhu Ziming's luck appeared to have faltered. As expected, once Lin Miao Miao focused, Zhu Ziming became nothing more than her plaything. After she had her fill of amusement, she effortlessly tossed him off the stage. Lying on the ground, Zhu Ziming gazed at the sky, looking utterly defeated. Lin Yi approached him, empathizing with his plight, for he understood that feeling all too well. In the subsequent match, Lin Yi faced Ningyu, Observing the bewildered youth across from him, Lin Yi scratched his head, feeling a sense of déjà vu. In stark contrast, Ningyu was far from pleased. Internally, he was cursing the individual responsible for the draw. What kind of luck is this, pitting me against this monster? Despite his recent surge in strength, he lacked confidence in overcoming Lin Yi, even believing that he could not have bested Lin Yi from months prior. Yet he was not one to forfeit without a fight. Even in defeat, he sought to extract Lin Yi's true capabilities. Lin Yi, prepare to taste my blade. Ningyu lunged forward, his sword unleashing a flurry of shimmering sword shadows that struck at Lin Yi like white serpents. Suddenly, Lin Yi recalled who this person was, the one who had incited others to attack him within the illusory void formation. Unfazed, Lin Yi raised his fist, obliterating the sword shadows before appearing directly in front of Ningyu. With his palm firmly covering Ningyu's face, he slammed him into the ground with tremendous force, creating a dent in the metallic arena. With a casual flick, he sent Ningyu sprawling off the stage. Bloodied and battered, Ningyu lay on the ground, looking tragic, yet he had only sustained minor injuries. Still, he seethed with indignation, lamenting, I didn't even use my divine ability. How could you be so dishonorable? Lin Yi dusted off his hands, glancing at the stunned referee. Oh, my apologies, Lin Yi wins. The remarkably swift and decisive combat left many spectators in awe. In a secluded corner by the ring, Shunhani observed the young lad standing atop the platform, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just then, a young man approached him. Hani, I didn't realize you were here. Our team is embarking on a mission tomorrow. Would you care to join us? Shunhani's smile vanished, replaced by an impassive expression. I apologize, but I have prior commitments tomorrow. Moreover, Wu Yuan, please address me by my full name. With that, he turned and departed, leaving the young man standing there. Wu Yuan's gaze followed Lin Yi as he descended from the stage, his expression shifting between various emotions. He was acutely aware that just moments ago, Shunhani had looked at Lin Yi with a smile. Hey, Lin Yi, Wu Yuan scoffed, pulling out his smart device to send a text message before turning away. Lin Yi sensed something amiss and glanced in the direction Wu Yuan had taken. He had detected a wave of malice directed at him. Yet Wu Yuan had already vanished, and despite searching extensively, Lin Yi could not locate the source of his unease, ultimately resigning himself to the situation. What are you looking for? Lin Miao Miao inquired curiously, noticing Lin Yi's restless demeanor. Furrowing his brow, Lin Yi replied, Someone harbored ill intent towards me just now. I suspect they may be affiliated with the cult. Lin Miao Miao did not respond directly, but instead chuckled softly. I captured something amusing earlier. Would you care to see? What is it? Lin Yi asked, taken aback by the photo Lin Miao Miao displayed. This is the senior I saved last time, Shunhani, right? Who is the person beside him? Lin Miao Miao shrugged. He was glaring at you with a face full of resentment. The malice you sensed was likely emanating from him. Lin Yi, puzzled, queried, is he unwell? With a sigh, Lin Miao Miao responded, There's no helping it. He has feelings for Senior Shun, and it appears she has quite an interest in you, dear brother. Lin Yi, this is a bit convoluted. I need to sort this out. Chapter 74. An unforeseen calamity. Does she hold an interest in me solely because I saved her life? Lin Yi expressed his disbelief. Lin Miao Miao, with a playful smile, replied, That day, someone was quite impressive, a hero saving a damsel in distress. How could she not be deeply impressed by you? Lin Yi responded, Such a cliché scenario. It feels like a cheap drama. Will it lead to a whirlwind romance filled with melodrama next? So, I become a thorn in that person's side, have I? Do you know his name? Lin Miao Miao clicked a few times on her device, revealing that the individual in question was quite renowned, being the sole grandson of a vice president at the school and a promising sophomore contender. By the way, he is also participating in this competition, she added. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he suddenly remarked, I remember that defeating lower grades allows one to claim their competition slot, right? If he has shown me hostility, I shall not hold back. Soon, the first round concluded. Due to the venue's unwelcoming nature for Naya, she was unfortunately eliminated in the initial round. After a 2-hour intermission, the second round commenced. Lin Yi faced a young man named Wang Yuan Feng, who had not previously contended against him. Though his strength was commendable, it proved futile. As after employing his ultimate skill without inflicting any harm on Lin Yi, he promptly conceded. In the final round, Lin Miao Miao battled Jikong, while Lin Yi faced Li Chuangang. The victors would represent the freshmen in the competition. Although Lin Yi sensed that Jikong was not weak, it was evident that Lin Miao Miao surpassed him in strength. Jikong, aware of his slim chances, began with an unwavering stance. However, who was Lin Miao Miao? His tactics held no sway over her, as she effortlessly severed his connection with the earth, leading Jikong to concede helplessly. As Lin Yi stepped onto the arena, he observed the grave expression on Li Chuanggang's face and suddenly chuckled. "Referee, I concede." Li Chuangang asked, "What?" The referee inquired, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely, Lin Yi affirmed." The referee was left with no option but to declare Li Chuangang the victor. As the referee prepared to depart, Lin Yi quickly interjected, "Teacher, I have an announcement to make. I wish to challenge senior Wu Yuan from the sophomore class. If I win, his slot will be mine." A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. I thought this junior was timid, but he has taken on quite a challenge. Wu Yuan was renowned. Ranked 45th on the summer talent list, a prodigy despite being only a sophomore. His prowess would shine even among seniors. Before long, Wu Yuan appeared on the stage. "Senior Wu Yuan, it is an honor to finally meet you," Lin Yi greeted politely. Wu Yuan responded with an expressionless nod, taken aback that Lin Yi sought him out before he had the chance to confront him. A sense of delight filled his heart. "Excellent. I was wondering when I'd have the chance to deal with you personally. Let's show Shunhani just how lacking her choice truly is." The referee glanced at Lin Yi, unable to resist asking, "Lin Yi, are you sure you wish to challenge Senior Wu Yuan?" Lin Yi waved his hand, affirming his readiness, urging to commence swiftly, as he had to eat afterwards. The referee, "Wu Yuan, how dare you?" As the referee announced the start, Wu Yuan struck with a powerful palm, intent on crushing Lin Yi with overwhelming might. Unfazed, Lin Yi raised his fist and retaliated, the collision of their energies instantly shattering the arena, sending ripples through the protective barrier capable of withstanding spiritual attacks. Wu Yuan was forced back several steps by Lin Yi's blow, shaking his numbed arm with a cold sneer. "No wonder you're so arrogant, but do you think you alone possess a unique physique?" With a furious shout, Wu Yuan's body erupted in fierce flames as he drew a colossal sword, executing a series of horizontal slashes. Crimson Flame Spirit Body. 9 slashes of Crimson Flame. Though the Crimson Flame Spirit Body was not exceedingly rare, it significantly amplified the potency of fire-based techniques. Wu Yuan had secured his place in the competition through the combination of this unique body and various fire techniques. As he swung the giant sword, 9 arcs of flaming blades slashed toward Lin Yi from different angles, completely sealing off all his avenues of movement. Lin Yi maintained his composure. Grasping the dragon-patterned spear that materialized in his hand, the spear angled toward the ground. The sacred image of the white tiger at his brow roared, infusing the spear with a brilliant golden aura. White tiger's 1,000 armies break. Merging man and spear, Lin Yi thrust forward like a piercing sword, accompanied by a towering phantom of a white tiger over 10 meters high. The 9 flaming blades merely delayed Lin Yi momentarily before they were shattered by a single thrust. With unyielding speed, Lin Yi's spear blade appeared before Wu Yuan, who narrowed his eyes, raising his giant sword like a door to block the dragon-patterned spear. Yet, the white tiger's military break was far from simple. Its true lethal strike lay in the white tiger phantom behind Lin Yi. The white tiger opened its massive jaws, unleashing a silent roar at Wu Yuan. Alarmed, Wu Yuan's expression changed, but before he could evade, the roar resonated before him. He was nearly stunned by the force of the sound, his vision darkening. With a gentle flick of his spear, Lin Yi sent Wu Yuan and his giant sword flying several dozen meters, leaving a long scar across the arena until they crashed into the barrier. How is this possible? The audience gasped in astonishment. They had initially believed Wu Yuan would easily defeat Lin Yi, considering Wu Yuan was a formidable early-stage celestial realm warrior, while Lin Yi's erupted prowess seemed to be merely at the late stage of the earth realm. Such a vast disparity. How could one possibly contend? Even the mightiest warrior of the great Xia, Ao Chong Kong, would likely exclaim it impossible. Yet, here was a freshman who had achieved it. Wu Yuan trembled as he stood, his eyes bloodshot, mouth and nose stained with blood. Lin Yi, I will make you pay. Spitting blood, he roared, a massive formation materializing beneath him. Divine art. Li Hua calls the dragon array. This is true divine power? Someone murmured in disbelief. Damn it. Is he trying to kill? As the referee observed the impending chaos of battle, he stood ready to intervene and rescue if necessary. In the center of the formation, Lin Yi felt the terrifying energy fluctuations brewing beneath his feet. The power was undoubtedly formidable. However, he cast a peculiar glance at Wu Yuan, who was carelessly unleashing his divine abilities without taking any precautions. Are you really so certain that I will simply stand here and wait for you to perform your incantation? It was not entirely Wu Yuan's fault. He had only recently acquired this divine technique. Coupled with the roar of the white tiger, his mind was somewhat muddled, leading him to instinctively choose the most powerful technique to unleash. Yet, combat is not merely a contest of whose divine skill is more potent. Even the mightiest ability can fall prey to a well-placed exploit, resulting in a swift defeat. At that moment, Wu Yuan found himself in such an awkward predicament. If he continued to cast his technique, Lin Yi was already poised with his spear, ready to pierce himself. Conversely, if he halted, it seemed unlikely that Lin Yi would even need to intervene. The backlash from the technique alone would suffice to incapacitate Wu Yuan. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wu Yuan hastily donned all his protective measures. Various talismans and secret treasures were employed in an instant, transforming him into an impenetrable fortress. This instilled within him a gradual sense of security, allowing him to focus on executing his divine ability. Whether he would emerge victorious hinged entirely on this pivotal moment. Chapter 75. If you provoke me again, you shall never grow taller. The Li Hua Huan Long Formation, one of the secret techniques of Tianwu University, is capable of constructing a methodical array to summon a fire dragon to assist in battle. Of course, it is not a true dragon, but should the technique be cultivated to its utmost depths, the summoned fire dragon would rival a real dragon in power. Wu Yuan's grandfather, the esteemed vice president, was renowned for this very technique. Wu Yuan, being his grandson, was indeed fortunate to practice this art. Lin Yi, however, did not intend to interrupt his technique. He merely wished to instill a sense of trepidation. A direct confrontation was the essence of Lin Yi's combat style. Besides, it was merely a technique. Lin Yi was also proficient in it. With his hands moving swiftly to form seals, thunder and flame merged into one, invoking the technique. Thunder Flame Divine Light. The judge's eyes widened at the sight of Lin Yi's manifestation, recognizing the immense difficulty of this technique. To his astonishment, a newcomer had successfully cultivated it. At this moment, Wu Yuan's technique finally manifested. 100-meter-long fire dragon erupted from the ground, spiraling into the sky. The dragon appeared somewhat indistinct, indicating Wu Yuan's limited mastery over it. He had merely managed to conjure it with great effort. Yet, Wu Yuan wore a triumphant expression as he soared atop the dragon, laughing heartily. Lin, you just missed your only chance to defeat me. As a gesture of gratitude, I shall allow you to witness the might of my Li Hua Huan Long Formation. Lin Yi regarded the fire dragon beneath Wu Yuan's feet. To be fair, the spectacle of the Li Hua Huan Long Formation was indeed impressive. Attack! Wu Yuan commanded, and the fire dragon let out a thunderous roar, then lunged forward with its claws aimed directly at Lin Yi. Unfazed, Lin Yi unleashed the Thunder Flame Divine Light, a radiant blade slicing through the sky and striking the fire dragon. The protective barrier appeared on the verge of shattering, prompting the judge to swiftly stabilize the formation. The audience fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixated on the two combatants exchanging blows with their techniques, their hearts filled with bewilderment. There was no doubt about Wu Yuan's ability to master the technique. After all, his grandfather was an expert in it, and guiding him posed no challenge. But what of Lin Yi? Under the influence of certain individuals, Lin Yi's background was soon unearthed. The top scholar of the Qin domain, specially recruited by Tianwu University. The formidable demon king among the freshmen, who had daringly skipped classes for several months since the academic year began. Undeniably impressive, yet this was a technique. Within Tianwu University, very few could master a technique before graduation. How could Lin Yi, with no apparent merit, wield such a technique in his first year and execute it with such ease? The crowd was captivated by the fierce battle unfolding before them, eagerly anticipating whether Lin Yi would maintain his title as the Dark Overlord or if Wu Yuan would successfully secure his place in the competition. In a secluded corner of the audience, Shun Hani furrowed her brow. Although she could not fathom why Lin Yi would challenge Wu Yuan without provocation, she sensed an inexplicable connection to the event. She fervently hoped that Lin Yi would emerge unscathed. As for the outcome, Shun Hani had no doubt that Lin Yi would prevail. After all, she recalled the formidable strike he had delivered when he rescued her, feeling certain that no one below the realm of the primordial spirit could withstand it. As the spectators observed intently, the clash of extraordinary abilities finally reached its conclusion. The arena was engulfed in flames and thunder, obscuring the view of the combatants, making it difficult to discern the victor. Once visibility returned, gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd. It was indeed Lin Yi who held the upper hand. To be candid, while Lin Yi had initially seemed to dominate Wu Yuan and even displayed his own mystical powers, the majority still believed that Wu Yuan had the greater chance of victory, considering he was an entire realm above Lin Yi. Yet, at that moment, Wu Yuan was half kneeling on the ground, his complexion ashen, while Lin Yi appeared completely unfazed. The outcome was evident. Coughing heavily, Wu Yuan rose to his feet, brandishing his colossal sword towards Lin Yi, his face a mask of determination. "I, Wu Yuan, have not yet lost," he declared, launching himself into the air, wielding his sword enveloped in blazing flames, as if it were a branding iron. Crimson sun shatters the sky. The sword light, as swift as a shooting star, hurtled towards Lin Yi. In response, Lin Yi raised his spear, his form darting like lightning. White tiger shatters the stars. With no hesitation, his spear shattered the sword light, sending Wu Yuan flying. Lin Yi, undeterred, struck down fiercely upon Wu Yuan's blocking sword. A resounding impact echoed as Wu Yuan was driven to his knees, blood erupting from his mouth. Lin Yi chuckled lightly. "I trust you now understand why I challenged you. Senior Wu, I am not one to instigate trouble, but do not provoke me, lest you find yourself short of stature." Confused, Wu Yuan inquired, "Short of stature?" Lin Yi sighed, clarifying, "Because I shall break your legs." Wu Yuan replied, somewhat flustered, "I merely do not understand why Shun Hani chose you, and I had no intention of doing anything excessive." Lin Yi scoffed, "And how do you plan to deal with me?" Wu Yuan pondered briefly before whispering, "I simply intend to have them break your legs and threaten you to stay away from Shun Hani." Lin Yi retorted, "Ah, so we both wish to break each other's legs, do we?" With a powerful thrust of his spear, Lin Yi forced Wu Yuan flat against the ground. "Do you concede?" Wu Yuan, neck strained and defiant, retorted, "Concede? Not a chance." With an air of elegance and determination, Lin Yi raised his thumb in approval before delivering a swift blow that rendered his opponent unconscious. The referee approached and announced loudly, "Freshman Lin Yi challenges sophomore Wu Yuan." Lin Yi emerges victorious and secures a place for the sophomore class in the Global University Exchange Competition. Later that evening, Lin Yi arrived at a quaint pavilion, where a graceful figure stood quietly, clad in a flowing white gown that revealed her fair ankles. The girl turned to reveal herself as Shun Hani. Upon seeing Lin Yi, a smile graced her lips. "It has been quite a while, Junior." Lin Yi responded with a light chuckle. "It's been too long, Senior Shun. You still look as enchanting as ever." Shun Hani's expression shifted to one of regret. "I invited you out today, primarily to offer my apologies. My actions have inadvertently caused you trouble, and I am truly sorry." Lin Yi, aware of the incident she referred to, waved his hand dismissively. "No need for apologies. A graceful lady deserves a noble companion. Moreover, that was a matter of his own making, unrelated to you." Seeing that Lin Yi genuinely harbored no ill feelings, Shun Hani felt relieved. Observing the slight darkening of Lin Yi's complexion since their first meeting, she suddenly remarked, "Junior, you have made quite a name for yourself by decisively defeating Wu Yuan. I believe you are destined to enter the top 50 of the Daxia Talents ranking. The Daxia Talents ranking, as Lin Yi had previously learned, was a prestigious list established by the top 5 universities of Daxia, exclusively featuring young martial artists under the age of 25, with a total of 500 entries. Zhu Ziming, who had previously invited Lin Yi, was the brother of a figure ranked among the top 100, while Wu Yuan held the 45th position on the talents ranking. Chapter 76. The fifth simulation. Lin Yi marveled at the fact that among the top 45 on the talented individuals list, each was a master of the celestial phenomenon realm. He pondered what kind of extraordinary beings occupied the ranks ahead of him. Shenhani, with a hint of pride, remarked, in fact, 4 of the top 10 on the talented individuals list are seniors from our Tianwu University. Particularly, senior Shan Jinxin, who stands at the forefront, is a prodigy just a step away from mastering the law manifestation realm. The name Shan Jinxin resonated profoundly with Lin Yi. He was renowned as the foremost genius of the Great Xia, celebrated as the successor to Ao Changkong. By the tender age of 25, he had achieved the 3rd transformation in the Yuan spirit realm as a sword cultivator, leading the talented individuals list by a significant margin. Although he had graduated several years prior, his name continued to echo through the halls of academia. With a sigh, Lin Yi expressed his regret. Ah, what a pity. What do you mean by that? Shenhani inquired, curious. Haha, it's nothing. I merely lament that I missed the chance to witness Shan Jinxin single-handedly confront the 3 elite young masters of the Immortal Clan. In truth, Lin Yi's regret stemmed from the tales told by Lin Miao Miao, who mentioned that Shan Jinxin had inadvertently entered a forbidden zone 3 years ago and had not returned since. Even Ao Changkong himself had ventured into that realm in search of Shan Jinxin, yet his whereabouts remained elusive. Following that event, Shenhani rose to prominence, while Shan Jinxin's name gradually faded from the annals of time. Shenhani smiled softly. Indeed, it is a pity. However, I believe that with your talent, Junior, it is only a matter of time before you catch up to him. Oh, by the way, Lin, if I'm not mistaken, you should have qualified for entry into the Tsangyuan cave, correct? Lin, he was momentarily taken aback. Yes, but I am unaware of the specific purpose of the Tsangyuan cave. Why do you ask, senior? Haha, it is nothing, merely a curiosity. The school's qualification review for the Tsangyuan cave is indeed quite stringent. You and another individual are likely the first freshman granted entry into the Tsangyuan cave, and I imagine many are envious to the point of despair. Shenhani glanced at the darkening sky outside and smiled at Lin Yi. Junior, let us leave it at that for today. I shall take my leave. After taking a few steps, Shenhani suddenly turned and said, Junior Lin Yi, you may simply call me Hani in the future. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, and just as he was about to respond, he saw the girl in white already departing. He stood in silence for a while before finally sighing, let it unfold naturally. The following day, Lin Yi sat cross-legged in the training room provided by the school. With a wave of his hand, a massive corpse of a rat materialized on the ground, that of a 7th-tier demon. Lin Yi flicked his fingers, and the void, devouring flame was propelled onto the corpse, instantly engulfing it in black flames. After 3 hours, the corpse was entirely consumed by the void, devouring flame, leaving behind only a brilliant beast crystal the size of a longan on the ground. Lin Yi summoned the void, devouring flame back into his body, and an unimaginable surge of pure spiritual energy began to emanate from it. He quickly activated his cultivation method to transform this energy into martial essence, and his cultivation level soared at an astonishing rate. A day later, he reached the pinnacle of the Earth Fiend realm. After resting for half a day, Lin Yi resumed his training. In the myriad of races battlefield, he had to remain vigilant, never enjoying a moment of stable cultivation. Now, back in the Great Xia, he felt an immense importance in having a place to cultivate without anxiety. Moreover, witnessing his cultivation surge at such a rapid pace was truly exhilarating. Another 3 days passed in this cultivation, and Lin Yi reached the limits of the Earth Fiend realm. Regrettably, he currently lacked suitable celestial gang chi, forcing him to pause his training. Slumping onto the sofa, Lin Yi grabbed a bottle of chilled soda and took a hearty swig. Ah, refreshing. He then took out the 7th-tier beast crystal and suddenly asked, Oh, with this beast crystal absorbed, can we initiate the fifth simulation duel? In Lin Yi's mind, the emotionless voice of Au echoed. It is possible, host. A glimmer of joy flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. At last, it was sufficient. Heaven knows the number of beast crystals he had fed to the combat platform, yet he had been unable to initiate the fifth simulated duel. It was only after consulting Au that he learned, as one's realm ascends, only beast crystals of a level surpassing that of the simulated targets are eligible for absorption. In simpler terms, it was akin to a child growing up and becoming increasingly particular about their meals, not to mention their appetite was ever-growing. This predicament led Lin Yi to slay countless demon clans on the battlefield of myriad races, yet he had still failed to gather enough energy to commence the fifth simulation. Now, his storage ring was brimming with low-tier beast crystals, which would ultimately be devoured by the void-devouring flame, transforming into nourishment for Lin Yi's cultivation. With the 7th-tier beast crystal now in hand, it was indeed sufficient to initiate the fifth simulation. Lin Yi hastily urged, "Let us absorb it quickly. I have waited far too long. Host, do you wish to begin the 5th-tier simulated duel now?" Lin Yi nodded. "Let it commence. It has been a while since I last battled the simulated entity. I somewhat miss that feeling of being overpowered." Ding! This simulation's target, celestial race, young Tai-Ching Sage Emperor. Obtainable talent, innate path, law of heaven and earth, transformation into heaven, mastery of all methods. Warning, host, this is the sole imprint of the Tai-Ching Sage Emperor at the 5th tier. It may attract the attention of certain unknown entities in the future. Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't this the celestial race from the battlefield of myriad races? After all, the previously simulated entities like the Heavenly Horn Ant, Thunder Emperor, and Nine-Leaf Swordgrass were clearly not powerful beings from this world. Now, encountering a local figure, Lin Yi found himself momentarily taken aback. Moreover, the name Tai-Ching Sage Emperor inevitably reminded him of that legendary figure from the Great Xia. If he were indeed connected to that esteemed individual, Lin Yi felt it quite improbable that he could prevail against such a living legend. Overthinking was futile. Lin Yi waved his hand to signal the simulation to commence. Suddenly, a mat appeared before him. A young boy clad in coarse gray garments was seated upon it, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere. The boy's countenance was serene, and even his head of white hair seemed perfectly harmonious, as if he were meant to be thus. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to advance, the boy chuckled softly. How interesting. It has been a long time since I encountered something so intriguing. He opened his eyes, which were profound and deep, as if galaxies flowed within them. Indeed, he is the disciple of that little fellow, Chi-Yu. What a fortuitous encounter. Lin Yi now had no doubt. It was indeed that esteemed individual. He promptly bowed deeply, introducing himself. I am Lin Yi of the human race. It is an honor to meet the Tai-Ching Sage. The Tai-Ching Sage nodded gently, and Lin Yi felt an overwhelming urge to bow again, but managed to stand upright. The Tai-Ching Sage smiled and said, I have countless incarnations, traversing myriad realms. Since you have touched upon a fragment of my soul imprint, and are also a disciple of that little fellow, it is only fitting that I grant you a token of my goodwill. Upon saying this, he raised a finger and lightly tapped, causing Lin Yi to feel a surge of new knowledge flood his mind. However, now was not the time to explore it. Lin Yi quickly bowed deeply once more, exclaiming, Thank you, Sage. The Sage of Ta-Ching's eyes flickered slightly as he sighed. Alas, the human race, my young friend Lin, the great calamity of this realm approaches. I hope you can strive to enhance the strength of humanity. Only then may there be hope to weather this impending disaster. What calamity? Lin Yi was taken aback and was about to inquire further, but the Sage of Ta-Ching had vanished without a trace. Congratulations to the host for defeating the Celestial Clan, the young Ta-Ching Celestial Emperor, and acquiring the talent. Transformation of the One. Chapter 77. The incarnation of Tianyi. The incarnation of Tianyi can manifest 3 distinct celestial avatars. Once these avatars take form, they can carry a portion of the innate imprints of the original body. Each avatar possesses an independent consciousness, granting them the ability to act freely and cultivate autonomously. They can also transfer the fruits of their training back to the original body, in the event of the original body's demise. The soul can even shift to one of these avatars, achieving a unique form of possession. Lin Yi gazed blankly at the description of the Tianyi incarnation, yet within, he was stirred by a tempest of emotions. This ability transcended Lin Yi's wildest imaginings, particularly as he bore multiple extraordinary talents, making him a perfect fit for the celestial avatars. Without hesitation, he chose to merge with this gift. As the integration occurred, 3 indistinct silhouettes appeared in his mind. As these figures gradually clarified, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming sense of control over their every action. Excitement surged through Lin Yi, and his first instinct was, of course, to mold their appearances. After considerable experimentation, he finally settled on satisfactory forms. Before him stood 3 naked figures, one with an elegant visage and sharp features, whom he named Lin Qingxian, inheriting Lin Yi's sword art. Another, with a commanding presence and a stern demeanor, he called Lin Zhen, inheriting Lin Yi's mastery over thunder. And the last, with a refined countenance yet a sparkling gaze, was named Lin Huang, inheriting Lin Yi's ultimate strength talent. Lin Yi tossed the 3 of them several sets of clothing, and upon their donning, his eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, one's appearance is greatly enhanced by attire. The already remarkable trio became even more striking in their new garments, rivaling even the elegance of the most esteemed readers. Having met their original body, the 3 bowed respectfully to Lin Yi. With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Yi said, "It is a pleasure to meet you 3. Now that the avatars have successfully manifested, the next step is to determine where you shall cultivate. It cannot be in the Great Xia, for there are too many familiar faces that might draw connections to me. Besides, my presence there is sufficient. Their talents would be wasted in such a setting." Ultimately, Lin Yi left the decision to them. Lin Huang chuckled lightly. "This is no challenge. We can each choose a direction and proceed from there." Lin Qingxian smiled, agreeing, "Indeed, with our capabilities, as long as we do not encounter an 8th-tier existence, we should be able to escape." Lin Zhen, ever pragmatic, pointed south and declared, "I shall choose the southern route." Lin Huang opted for the north, while Lin Qingxian resignedly stated, "It seems I am left with the east, as the Great Xia's demon suppression city lies at the far west of the myriad races battlefield. Venturing further west would lead us to the sea." Once the trio had made their plans, Lin Yi produced a large assortment of jade slips. "These are the martial skills and divine abilities I have acquired from school exchanges and other unexpected sources. Choose a few for your protection, as you have inherited my talents, but not my martial skills." The 3 of them became serious, diligently selecting their techniques. Ultimately, Lin Huang chose an S-grade movement technique, the 9 steps of breaking heaven, an S-grade fist technique, the mountain shaking fist, an S-grade martial skill, the heavenly dragon city-crushing halberd, and the divine ability, the mountain and river seal. Lin Yi then exchanged an A-grade weapon, the breaking mountain halberd, for him. The martial skills and divine abilities Lin Huang selected demanded a high level of strength, but he lacked nothing in that regard. Lin Qingxian, possessing one of the strongest sword techniques in the heavens, opted not for attack-oriented skills, but for a secret method to enhance mental fortitude, the Howren Divine Refinement Technique. For a competent sword cultivator must possess exceptional mental prowess to wield their flying sword effectively. Since Lin Qingxian had instinctively birthed his innate flying sword, Tianya, upon his manifestation, Lin Yi did not provide him with additional weapons. Lin Zhen, the most composed of the trio, took the longest to select his martial skills and divine abilities, finally settling on the S-grade martial skill, Thunderous Strike, the S-grade spear technique, Heavenly Gang Thunder Spear, the minor divine ability, Thunder Shadow Concealment, and the divine ability, Heavenly Tribulation, Thunder Realm. Lin Yi also exchanged an A-grade weapon, the Thunder Shadow Spear, for him. Finally, Lin Yi imparted the 8 gates of Duanjia and the 9 stars of Dao Palace to them. As they were all one with Lin Yi, they could also access the training grounds with his permission. After settling the 3 avatars in the training area, Lin Yi prepared to cultivate the 8 gates of Duanjia, anticipating its transformative potential. With the global college competition 6 months away, he intended to focus on mastering this technique, while seeking out sources of top-tier Heavenly Gang energy. With this resolve, he set out to find Lin Miao Miao. While Tianwu University had some Heavenly Gang energy available for exchange, the truly exceptional varieties were scarce, and those offered were not suitable for him. To obtain the finest quality, it was simplest to inquire with Lin Encyclopedia Miao Miao. Moreover, he would need her assistance in acquiring the specific elixirs required to activate the 8 gates. Having gathered all the materials, he was now only missing the elixirs. With a burst of enthusiasm, Lin knocked on Lin Miao Miao's door. Upon hearing his intentions, she rolled her eyes, clearly exasperated. Do you really think I'm a universal treasure trove? But what can I do? I must indulge my brother. Give me the recipes and materials, and come back tomorrow for the elixirs. Lin quickly handed over the prepared recipes and 3 sets of materials. Lin Miao Miao took them and tossed him 4 jade vials. Here, you have the Dragon Elephant Heavenly Gang energy, the Thunder Tribulation Heavenly Gang energy, the Tai-Bai Heavenly Gang energy, and a portion of the Myriad Forms Heavenly Gang energy. All are suitable for you. Choose what you need, and you can keep the leftovers or gift them to your senior sister Shen. You may leave now. Your dear sister has just broken through to the Heavenly Gang realm and needs her rest, or she might collapse right in front of you. With that, she slammed the door shut, leaving Lin standing there, staring at the door. After a moment, he chuckled. That girl must have known I was coming. Weighing the heavy jade vials in his hands, a tender light flickered in his eyes. In this world, those who assist without seeking anything in return are likely just Qinlan and Miao Miao. Suddenly, Lin paused, contemplating his actions, realizing they seemed increasingly akin to living off others. Nonetheless, this arrangement was undeniably delightful, as not only he, but also the 3 avatars could advance to the Heavenly Gang realm. As for gifting Shun Hani, Lin felt there was no rush. The situation was still in its early stages. The next day, Lin returned for the elixirs, observing Lin Miao Miao's weary expression. He hastily produced a selection of spirit fruits to alleviate her mental fatigue. Lin Miao Miao, not one to refuse, indulged eagerly. Once her complexion improved, she handed him a jade vial. Here you go. I haven't refined elixirs in a while, so my skills are a bit rusty. From 3 sets of materials, I managed to produce 6 pills. Make do with them. Lin received the elixirs, teasing, if the masters at Long Hushan heard your words, they might just choke on their rage. Chapter 78. The Door of Rest, Open. Lin had acquired the memories of the venerable Qing Tian, a 9th-tier alchemist, and thus comprehended that in the realm of alchemy, a single herb typically yields but 1 elixir. It is only those alchemists who have mastered the intricacies of pharmacological studies that can defy this ironclad rule. However, to transmute 3 herbs into 6 elixirs is a feat rarely witnessed, even by Qing Tian himself. He could only achieve such a marvel when concocting potions of the 3rd tier or lower. Yet, Lin had tasked Lin Miao Miao with the creation of a 6th-tier elixir. Lin Miao Miao raised her delicate brows. So what? When it comes to alchemy, even Zhang Xian must step aside for me. Do you think the title of the greatest alchemist in the Great Xia is mere boast? After a moment of reflection, her curiosity piqued, she inquired, where did you obtain this formula? Some of the ingredients listed are unfamiliar even to me. Lin chuckled, revealing no secrets. Have you heard of Qiyu? He is an ancient ancestor of our Great Xia. He passed down to me a method of body refinement, and this formula was included as an addendum. Lin Miao Miao gasped. What? Qiyu? You have actually encountered him? Lin was taken aback. You have met him as well? Lin Miao Miao shook her head, stating, what I have encountered is not Qiyu, but the 9 Heavens' mysterious maiden. As Lin seemed about to inquire further, Lin Miao Miao interrupted, saying, your realm is still too low. These matters are beyond your current understanding and would not benefit you. Reluctantly, Lin acquiesced. He then handed Lin Miao Miao a jade slip, saying, here, this is the supreme body refining method of the ancient human race, the 8 gates of Duanjia and the 9 stars of Daogao. You might give a try. Practicing it can only be advantageous. After this, Lin departed the villa with a medicinal pill in hand. Lin Miao Miao gazed at the jade slip, her expression laden with melancholy. After a moment, she sighed softly. Well, if the seal is loosened, so be it. it may not be entirely a bad thing. At the training platform, Lin Yi retrieved the medicinal pill and allocated the Tiangang Qi to his avatars. The Longxiang Tiangang Qi not only significantly enhances physical strength, but also grants the power of the dragon and elephant. This particular energy naturally belonged to Lin Huang. The Lei Jie Tiangang Qi greatly augments affinity with tribulations, allowing one to summon heavenly tribulations, which is particularly suited for Lin Jun. As for the Tai by Tiangang Qi, it vastly improves the penetration power of a martial artist's attacks, making it the most suitable for sword cultivators, without exception. Lin Yi entrusted it to Lin Qingxian. Lastly, he retained the Wanxiang Tiangang Qi for himself, which is reputed to be the most potent, yet also the most cumbersome of the Tiangang Qis. Initially, the Wanxiang Tiangang Qi possesses no characteristics and requires the consumption of other top-tier Tiangang Qis to assimilate their traits. However, the challenge lies in the rarity of Tiangang Qi, let alone the top-tier varieties. Were there other options, most would certainly shy away from the Wanxiang Tiangang Qi. Nevertheless, as Lin Yi had Lin Miao Miao, he unhesitatingly kept the Wanxiang Tiangang Qi for his own use. It was likely that Lin Miao Miao had provided him with such an abundance of Tiangang Qi with the intention of enabling him to consume other Tiangang Qis. Lin Yi stored the jade vial containing the Wanxiang Tiangang Qi, deciding not to rush into breaking through to the Tiangang realm just yet. He planned to wait until his 3 avatars made their breakthroughs first, allowing him to accumulate experience for his own ascent, as the energy they would subsequently provide could assist him in his own breakthrough. Therefore, Lin Yi intended to practice the 8 gates of Dunjia first. Although his avatars could also practice the 8 gates, Lin Yi found himself unable to contain his impatience. Moreover, he had thoroughly researched how to unlock the rest gate, ensuring that no errors would arise. The 8 gates of Dunjia, when unlocked, significantly enhance physical strength, with each gate possessing its unique function. The rest gate, as the first of the 8, greatly improves a martial artist's recovery ability, potentially allowing one to fight without succumbing to fatigue. Lin Yi consumed a medicinal pill known as the opening pill, specifically created by Qi Yu to expedite the unlocking of the 8 gates. Despite its unassuming name, it was painstakingly devised by Qi Yu. The pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, and Lin Yi embraced his essence, channeling the pill's power towards the rest gate. Previously, Lin Yi had attempted to use his vital energy to impact the rest gate, but remained utterly unresponsive, as unyielding as ancient iron. It is no wonder that even in the ancient human race, few could successfully unlock the 8 gates. However, with the opening pill, the situation would change. The once impenetrable portal yielded to the medicinal energy, transforming from unyielding steel to supple silk. Lin Yi surged his vital energy, and indeed, he effortlessly opened the rest gate a fraction. At this rate, he estimated it would be fully unlocked within a day. Lin Yi forges it intently, diligently channeling his vital energy against the rest gate. Thus, after a day, the tightly shut rest gate finally opened, and a torrent of vital energy surged inward. In that instant, Lin Yi felt his body tighten suddenly. He could distinctly sense his physical strength escalating at an astonishing rate, as if he were a rough-hewn block being refined by an invisible hammer, progressing steadily towards the strength of tempered steel. He also felt as if he possessed boundless stamina, akin to being endowed with a perpetual motion machine. Lin Yi mused absurdly that in the future, he ought to seek a partner with exceptional physical prowess, lest he struggle to keep up. He shook his head vigorously, banishing the inappropriate thoughts from his mind. This transformation continued for 5 hours before completion. Lin Yi clenched his fist, applying slight force, and his arm instantly became as resilient as divine iron. He drew forth a long knife he had acquired, estimating its sharpness to be equivalent to a B-grade weapon. Lin Yi raised the knife and struck it against his arm, only to find a mere white mark where the blade had made contact. He then instructed Lin Huang to use his broken mountain spear to cut his arm, which resulted in only a faint bruise. This left Lin Huang's eyes gleaming with excitement. After acquiring such immense strength, he recognized the inherent flaw of this gift. It demanded a formidable physical standard. Lin Huang himself hesitated to exert too much force, fearing for his own safety. However, witnessing Lin Yi elevate his physical strength to such a terrifying degree merely by unlocking the rest gate prompted Lin Huang to set aside other distractions and devote his energy to mastering the 8 gates of Duanjia. It soon became evident that Lin Huang possessed a superior talent and physical prowess compared to Lin Yi. Within a mere hour, he discovered and successfully unlocked the rest gate. Now, every punch and kick from Lin Huang exuded colossal power, so much so that even Lin Yi dared not take a hit from him directly. Fortunately, the method of avatar transformation posed no risk of the avatars turning against their master, as it originated from the celestial ancestor's endowment, a fact that rendered its excellence entirely justifiable. Speaking of the celestial ancestor, Lin Yi suddenly recalled that the venerable being had seemingly implanted something within his mind. He had been too preoccupied to examine it previously. Immediately, Lin Yi delved into his consciousness, searching for what the celestial ancestor had bestowed upon him. A minute later, he beheld a luminous orb in his mind, resembling a miniature sun. With a twitch of his lips, he thought, surely, he hasn't truly placed a sun in my head? However, considering the celestial ancestor's capabilities, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Of course, this was merely jest. Lin Yi, being a descendant of the celestial ancestor, presumed that the gift he received would certainly be of high caliber. Chapter 79. The Celestial Realm, an enigmatic scripture circulated in Lin Yi's mind, and he was momentarily taken aback. Was this the Tao Te Ching? As a classic of Taoist philosophy, Lin Yi was certainly familiar with the text. Yet it was evident that the version circulating in the Great Xia was incomparable to the one passed down directly from the Tao ancestor. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. Gradually, it felt as though his spirit ascended to the heavens, merging with the cosmos. In his eyes, it seemed as if galaxies were being born, swirling and shifting endlessly. After an indeterminate period, Lin Yi finally regained consciousness. He remained in a daze for a while, yet he noticed no significant changes within himself, only a heightened clarity of thought. This sensation resembled enlightenment, though its effects were not overtly pronounced. No, there must be some other effect that I have yet to uncover. After all, this is the Tao Ancestor's direct transmission. How could it be so simple? However, after searching for a considerable time without discovering any anomalies, Lin Yi reluctantly conceded defeat. Perhaps it was merely a matter of insufficient cultivation on his part. Unbeknownst to him, during his immersion in that peculiar state, a small Taiji diagram faintly manifested at the center of his brows 2 months later. Lin Yi's 3 incarnations emerged one after another from the demon suppression city, each embarking in different directions. They had successfully ascended to the celestial realm, now equipped with sufficient strength to protect themselves even amidst the treacherous battlefield of myriad races. Observing their receding figures, Lin Yi smiled faintly, pondering how much turmoil they might stir on the battlefield. He felt a twinge of anticipation. Upon returning to his dwelling, Lin Yi began preparing to break through to the celestial realm, as the final threshold of the 3 realms of Qi refinement. This stage symbolized a martial artist's formal embarkation on the path to conquering the skies. Naturally, this transition was not easily traversed. Even Lin Miao Miao had taken a considerable time to recover after her breakthrough into the celestial realm. Fortunately, Lin Yi possessed the experience of his 3 incarnations breakthroughs. Being one with them, their ascension meant he too had undergone the process. After 3 successive breakthroughs, Lin Yi was already well versed in the methods required to attain the celestial realm. In just half a day's time, he successfully ascended to the celestial realm. Once he stabilized his newfound status, Lin Yi promptly made his way outside the demon suppression city. After a few warm-up jumps, he stepped forward with 1 foot, and it seemed as if he was treading upon an invisible staircase. With several successive steps, Lin Yi found himself soaring amidst the heavens. Riding the winds, he reveled in the boundless freedom of the universe. Lin Yi was utterly captivated by this exhilarating sensation, choosing not to resist the powerful gusts. but rather to fully embrace the invigorating rush of the wind coursing over his entire being. What a delightful experience! Amidst the clouds, Lin Yi's exuberant shout resonated. Given the proximity to the demon suppression city and the acute senses of the warriors, his voice was effortlessly heard by the city guards. They shared a knowing laugh, having witnessed such scenes countless times over the years. Each occurrence, however, elicited an involuntary smile. Yet another youth, freshly ascended to the heavenly gang realm, eagerly took to the skies. Ah, the exuberance of youth! It's perfectly natural to revel in newfound heights. Once he had indulged his thrill, Lin Yi contentedly returned to the ground. Upon arriving at his residence, a message arrived on his smart terminal from Li Yuming. Lin, immediately come to my office with Lin Miao Miao. The Cangyuan Cave is about to open. The name Cangyuan Cave piqued Lin Yi's curiosity to an extreme degree. He had searched for information countless times to no avail. Even Lin Miao Miao had only responded with a mysterious smile and the cryptic remark, "The secrets of heaven must not be disclosed." Such enigma further heightened Lin Yi's intrigue, especially with the cave's opening occurring at this pivotal moment. However, overthinking would yield no benefit. He summoned Lin Miao Miao and proceeded toward Li Yoming's office. Upon their arrival, Li Yoming's gaze sharpened. He found it somewhat difficult to discern the realms of the two newcomers. As a formidable figure in the third transformation of the nascent soul realm, he should have been able to see through their levels. Yet, his curiosity remained unperturbed, and he did not press further. Since you are here, let us venture into the Cangyuan Cave. There is another individual who will accompany you. She should already be awaiting your arrival. As he walked, he cautioned them. The Cangyuan Cave is exceedingly unique. Each group entering will have vastly different experiences. Therefore, I cannot provide you with detailed information. I can only share this. The Cangyuan Cave pertains to the legacy of a powerful being. According to the principal and others, this being is likely of imperial caliber. Most importantly, Li Yuming turned to them with a serious expression. You must steadfastly guard your minds and not become ensnared by the experiences within the cave. This is the solemn advice given to you by all the predecessors who have emerged from the Cangyuan Cave. Lin Yi and Lin Miao Miao replied, understood. Half an hour later, the three arrived at a grand hall deep within the academy, where a figure awaited them outside. Senior Shun? Lin Yi gazed at the individual in astonishment, and upon noticing Shun Hani's beautiful eyes widen in surprise, he swiftly corrected himself. Hani, I did not anticipate that you too would enter the Cangyuan Cave heaven. No wonder. Lin Miao Miao pouted, her tone undeniably affectionate. Li Yuming regarded Lin Yi with a hint of amusement. This Lin Yi possessed quite the audacity, daring to flirt with the principal's disciple, and it seemed his advances had borne fruit. Li Yuming could not help but pat Lin Yi on the shoulder, exclaiming, well done. Yet, the glint in his eyes resembled that of a spectator reveling in the unfolding drama. Lin Miao Miao was acutely aware of the underlying reason. After all, Shun Hani's master, that cantankerous old man, was an unyielding doting figure. Those who dared to harbor intentions toward Shun Hani rarely met with a favorable outcome. Despite Wu Yuan's previous bravado, had it not been for his grandfather's repeated assurances that his grandson would not engage in any reckless behavior, one could surmise that the old man would have swiftly dealt with Wu Yuan. While Lin Miao Miao often criticized Shun Hani's master, she held deep respect for the elder. In her past life, after Shun Hani was ambushed and disappeared by the demon race, this venerable man, having attained the third transformation of the celestial realm, single-handedly penetrated the demon ranks, transforming the 12 royal families of the demons into 9. Regrettably, he sustained grievous injuries after enduring a strike from the demon race's quasi-emperor. And after enduring for decades in search of Shun Hani's whereabouts, he ultimately passed away despondently at the very sight of her disappearance. Upon seeing Lin Miao Miao, Shun Hani was momentarily taken aback. She naturally recognized her. It turned out that the two individuals who had qualified to enter the Cangyuan Cave heaven were indeed siblings. As the trio gathered, the grand hall's entrance slowly opened. Enter, and remember my words. Steadfastly guard your spirit, Li Yuming reiterated before signaling for the three to proceed. Once they entered, the grand hall promptly closed again. As soon as they stepped inside, Lin Yi was wholly captivated by a small, luminous orb floating above, drawing his complete attention. "What is this?" he inquired. "This is the Tuen Cave Heaven," Lin Miao Miao replied, shrugging her shoulders. Lin Yi questioned in. Lin Miao Miao elucidated. "The cave heavens embody the essence of a mustard seed containing the universe. A single pearl or a speck of dust could well be a miniature world. In this vast cosmos, wonders abound." Lin Yi couldn't help but express his astonishment. Suddenly, a voice devoid of emotion echoed, "All trial participants, please immerse your spirits into the cave heaven." The three hastily complied, channeling a fragment of their consciousness into the cave. In the next moment, Lin Yi's vision was engulfed by an impenetrable darkness. Chapter 80. Qingshin Mountain. Where am I? Who am I? In a dilapidated cottage, a young boy slowly awakens, rubbing his head as he rises from the bed. Suddenly, a startled voice pierces the air. "Brother Dafeng, there is a surviving child in this room." "A child? Could it be me?" The boy ponders, but the next moment, a wave of dizziness washes over him, and he faints once more. 3 days later, on Qingshin Mountain, the boy sits quietly in a small pavilion, gazing blankly at the distant sea of clouds. Nearby, 2 other boys sit on the steps, their eyes red and swollen, as if they have just wept. The more perceptive of the 2 is named Xiao Yu, while the more reticent one is Zhang Fan. Both are children of villagers from Dalong village below. According to Xiao Yu, the boy was discovered by villagers in the mountains. Unable to abandon him to his fate in the wilderness, they carried him back. Sadly, that very night, Dalong village was slaughtered by a mysterious assailant, leaving only 3 boys and a madman to survive. "This means they do not know my name either," the boy muses. Each of the 3 harbors their own thoughts, remaining lost in contemplation throughout the afternoon. As the sun begins to set, a young man clad in white approaches the pavilion. "Young brothers, the sect leader and 6 esteemed elders wish to see you. It may pertain to the massacre of Dalong village, so please follow me." Xiao Yu and Zhang Fan look up, their expressions suddenly alert. Xiao Yu anxiously inquires, "Has the culprit been apprehended, Master?" The young man shakes his head. "I'm not entirely certain about this matter. However, rest assured, under the watchful eyes of Qingshin Mountain, such a grave crime cannot go unpunished. It is getting late. Let's not keep the sect leader waiting." Thus, the 3 hastily follow the young man. As they walk, Xiao Yu curiously glances at the boy. "Hey, have you remembered your name yet?" The boy slowly shakes his head. At that moment, the leading young man turns back with a smile. This young brother may have suffered shock, resulting in a state of disorientation. Our Qingshin Mountain's Lingxi Peak specializes in treating such ailments. We shall surely restore you to health. The boy nods slightly, whispering, "Thank you." The young man then gestures ahead with pride. "Look, there lies the main peak of our Qingshin Mountain, Lingyun Peak." Xiao Yu and Zhang Fan gaze at the ethereal mountain, shrouded in mist and adorned with soaring celestial cranes, their eyes sparkling with wonder. "Truly, it is a place blessed by the immortals. How magnificent!" The young man chuckles. Qingshin Mountain is the foremost of the 3 great righteous sanctuaries in the land. Our sect leader, Master Tongxian, is akin to an immortal being. In addition to Lingyun Peak, we have Huanyue Peak, Lingxi Peak, Tianyan Peak, Zidian Peak, Qingshuang Peak, and Ikong Peak. I am a disciple of Lingyun Peak, named Chun Jian. You may call me Brother Chun. "Greetings, Brother Chun." They respond in unison. Chun Jian chuckles, clearly pleased. Perhaps this occasion will allow him to shed the title of the youngest disciple of Lingyun Peak. How delightful! After traversing the suspended corridor nestled among the mountains and circumventing the rippling waters of the Crescent Moon Lake, the 4 finally arrived at the Azure Xian Hall atop Lingyun Peak. Upon entering the Grand Hall, they beheld 7 individuals seated with dignified composure deep within. These 7, a blend of both genders and varying physiques, all exuded an ethereal presence. Chun Jian stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and addressed the leader, saying, "Disciple Chun Jian has brought the 3 young brothers from Dalong village." The elder with a long beard smiled gently and replied, "Chun Jian, you may withdraw for now. We need to discuss some matters with the 3 young brothers." Chun Jian complied and exited the hall. As he departed, the gaze of the 7 masters converged upon the 3, their eyes seeming to carry immense weight. under their scrutinizing stares. Xiao Yu and Zhang Fan were drenched in cold sweat, ultimately collapsing to the ground. The remaining youth, who stood upright, appeared conspicuous in contrast. He glanced at the flushed faces of Xiao Yu and Chun Fan and, perplexed, murmured, "The immortals are watching. Why are you lying on the ground? Quickly get up." Xiao Yu and Chun Fan's faces turned an even deeper shade of crimson, resembling that of a monkey's backside. The seven masters were taken aback by the sight. One rotund elder inquired, "Young man, what is your name? Did you not sense anything just now?" "Me?" The youth pointed to himself, and upon receiving a nod from the elder, he hesitated and replied, "I don't even know what my name is. I was found by the villagers of the Long Village and can't remember. I didn't feel anything just now." The long-bearded elder stroked his beard and spoke softly. "Since you three have arrived at Azure Xian Mountain, it signifies your fated connection with us. Do you wish to join our sect?" The three exchanged glances and replied in unison, "We are willing." The earlier rotund elder quickly interjected, "Master Tong Xian, I see great potential in Xiao Yu and wish to take him as my disciple. A Daoist kalatin a purple robisikofud, Tian Bunan." Do you truly dare to say that? With your teaching abilities, you would only misguide the youngsters. Tian Bunan's face flushed at the remark, yet he retorted defiantly, "Ching Song, are you looking for fight?" Ching Song snorted, "Do you think I fear you?" As the two began to heat up, the other masters remained unfazed. They had long grown accustomed to the bickering between these two, who had never seen eye to eye since their youth. At a critical moment, Master Tong Xian stood up to mediate, stating, "If you wish to quarrel, take it elsewhere. I shall assign these three disciples. Ching Song, I entrust Xiao Yu to your care. Nurture him well." Ching Song gleefully clasped his hands in gratitude. As for the remaining two, Master Tong Xian observed the other masters, noting their indifferent expressions. "Tian Bunan, I'll leave the two of them in your hands." "What?" Tian Bunan, who had been gazing skyward, looked astonished. Master Tong Xian explained, "This young man suffers from a condition of absent-mindedness and requires your Lingxi Peak's expertise for treatment. Moreover, since your peak has the fewest members, Zhang Fan would fit perfectly to bolster your ranks. Is this not a win-win situation?" Tian Bu Nan harbored a desire to deliver a couple of resounding slaps to the esteemed Master Tong Xian. It was evident that these two individuals were woefully lacking in talent, yet they were thrust upon him, quite clearly an act of bullying, taking advantage of his amiable disposition. Nevertheless, despite his thoughts, Tian Bu Nan reluctantly clasped his hands and said, as commanded by the revered sect leader. With a reluctant expression, he led the two individuals out of the Grand Hall. Upon reaching Lingxi Peak, a crimson beam of light cascaded down upon the summit, revealing three figures. As soon as they landed, Zhang Fan collapsed to the ground, retching violently, while another youth gently patted his back. Once Zhang Fan regained his composure, Tian Bu Nan coldly remarked, "Follow me." After traversing a bamboo grove, the trio arrived at a quaint courtyard, which was sparsely surrounded by a dozen small dwellings. "Father, you're back." A little girl in a red dress joyfully bounded out as soon as they entered the courtyard. Tian Bu Nan waved his hand, saying, "These are your two junior brothers. Take them to their respective rooms to change their clothes and bring them to see me afterwards." With that, Tian Bu Nan stepped into the courtyard. "Junior brothers? We're just two." Chapter 81. The beginning of cultivation. The little girl stared wide-eyed at Zhang Fan and his companion, causing Zhang Fan to blush under her gaze. He stammered, "Sister." "Hello, I'm Zhang Fan." "Hello, Zhang Fan, Iam Xianlingya." "And you, what is your name?" she inquired, turning to the boy beside her. He, afflicted by momentary forgetfulness, struggled to recall his name. Zhang Fan spoke up from the side, "Hello, Sister Tian." Tian Linger patted the boy's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up, saying, "It's just a minor case of forgetfulness. My father can handle it effortlessly. So don't worry." Half an hour later, after changing their clothes, the two were led to the central courtyard, where the only grand house stood. Inside, more than 10 people had gathered. Seated in the two prominent chairs at the center were Tian Bu Nan and a beautiful woman. Upon their arrival, Tian Bu Nan grunted, "Since my senior brother entrusted you two to me, I shall not treat you poorly. Kneel and pay your respects." Zhang Fan and his companion quickly knelt down. banging their heads on the ground in reverence. "Greetings, master." Tianbu, Nan lifted his chin slightly, adding, "And there's also your mistress." In unison, they responded, "Greetings, mistress." The beautiful woman stood up, smiling warmly as she helped them to their feet. "Now that you have joined us at Lingxi Peak, we shall be one family." After speaking, she gestured to Feng. A familiar figure stepped forward. "Mistress, it's you, to Feng." Zhang Fan exclaimed in delight. "Hee, Zhang Fan, my junior brother. You look much better after 3 days," the beautiful woman said with a light laugh. "Since you already know each other, to Feng, I entrust you with their cultivation and studies. Rest assured, mistress, I will supervise them diligently," De Feng replied confidently. At this moment, Tianbu, Nan handed the boy a jade vial, saying, "This contains the medicine for your forgetfulness. Take it tonight." Once everyone had departed, the beautiful woman approached Tianbu Nan and gently massaged his temples. "Have you had another quarrel with senior brother Chingsong?" Tianbu Nan replied irritably. "His Tianyin Peak has no shortage of talent, yet he insists on competing with me for promising disciples. Senior brother Tongxian is truly biased. It infuriates me." The beautiful woman sighed. "There's no remedy for it. While we can spar with each other, teaching disciples is beyond us." Tianbu, Nan sighed deeply. "Why does our master only teach me how to fight and not how to teach disciples?" The beautiful woman pondered for a moment, uncertain, and remarked, "Could it be that our elder master does not know how either?" Tianbu Nan, "So that is how it is. It is no wonder that I am unable to teach my apprentice. It appears the fault lies with my master." Meanwhile, Brother Dafeng led the 2 disciples to an open area, and Tian Linger followed suit, eager to join in. Sitting cross-legged, Brother Dafeng addressed them, saying, "Dear junior brothers, the foundational technique we practice at Qingxian Mountain is known as the record of yin and yang in the universe. It is divided into 3 major realms, Taichu, Taishu, and Taishu, each of which is further subdivided into 10 minor layers. Since you are newcomers, I can only impart to you the first layer of the Taichu realm, provided that you vow to keep this technique a secret and never divulge it." After the 2 pledged their solemn oaths, Brother Dafeng recited the first layer of the Taichu technique. An hour later, seeing that they had finally memorized the teachings, he let out a sigh of relief. After repeating himself no less than 5 times, he was pleased that they had managed to grasp it, though his throat felt parched from the effort. Now that they had committed it to memory, the next step was to attempt the first practice, drawing qi into the body. The differences in their innate talents would manifest at this stage. Those with superior aptitude could absorb spiritual energy swiftly and efficiently. However, as the moon reached its zenith, neither of them exhibited any signs of absorbing spiritual energy. Fortunately, they had prepared themselves, aware from the attitudes of the senior disciples that they were not considered geniuses. In fact, their talents might even be inferior to the average. Exchanging a glance, they felt a sense of mutual sympathy for their plight. Upon returning to their quarters, the young man took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. After a considerable wait, seeing no effects, he began to doubt its authenticity. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. In his dreams, he experienced a hazy vision, unable to discern its contents. Yet one name lingered in his mind. "Lin Yi. Is my name Lin Yi?" The next day, upon realizing that the pill had merely prompted him to recall a name, Tian Bunin was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that his alchemical skills had diminished? After examining for a considerable time without discernible results, he had no choice but to abandon the inquiry. Fortunately, the pill was not without merit. "Linny, since you have only remembered your name, perhaps it would be wise to let go of past memories and start anew. Who knows, when your cultivation grows stronger, the rest may come flooding back," Tian Bunin mused, his tone tinged with melancholy. Lin Yi bowed deeply before turning to leave. "Junior brother Lin Yi, junior brother Zhang Fan, today I shall take you on assignment," Brother Dafeng announced as he led the 2 disciples deeper into the bamboo forest. With Tian Linger still in tow, this time suspended in mid-air upon a crimson silk ribbon. "Sister, you can also fly?" Zhang Fan exclaimed, his eyes filled with envy. "Ha! Once you reach the 4th layer of the Taichu realm, you too will soar." Tian Linger twirled gracefully in the air, After half an hour of walking, they arrived at a bamboo grove, distinct from others, for these bamboos were black. Brother Doffing handed each of them a machete and chuckled. Our task at Lingxi Peak is quite simple. We're to chop bamboo. Ah, is it really that easy? Zhang Fan found it hard to believe. As a child from the countryside, chopping bamboo was a commonplace task. Tian Linger, with a mischievous smirk, urged him, just give it a try and you'll see. Zhang Fan grasped the hatchet and swung it diagonally at a black bamboo about the thickness of his forearm. A sharp cry escaped his lips as he shielded his head, incredulously staring at the black bamboo, which bore only a faint white mark from his strike. Beside him, Lenny could not suppress his laughter, while Tian Linger and Brother Defong doubled over in amusement. Not only had Zhang Fan failed to sever the black bamboo, but it had rebounded, striking him on the head, causing him to grimace in pain. After a hearty laugh, Brother Defong explained, "This black-jointed bamboo is of an unusual variety. It is exceedingly tough. Such a direct approach will not yield results." He then turned to Lin. "Why don't you give it a try?" "Sure, I will," Lin Yi replied, rubbing his hands together as he took the hatchet and swung down with force. Just as the others prepared to mock him, a sharp crack resonated through the air. The thick black bamboo was cleaved cleanly in two. Zhang Fan exclaimed, "What?" Brother Defong and Tian Linger echoed his surprise. "This is not what we expected," they said in unison. Lin Yi shrugged, explaining, "Perhaps I possess a bit more strength than usual." For some reason, upon awakening that morning, he felt as if something had changed within him. Not only did his thoughts seem to flow more swiftly, but his strength appeared to have increased significantly as well. Brother Defong stroked his chin, uncertainly stating, "Perhaps you are indeed the person of innate divine strength that the common folk speak of." At that moment, Tian Linger jested, "If you hadn't come to Qing Xian Mountain, you might have become a formidable general on the battlefield." Lin Yi shook his head, asserting, "Between immortals and generals, even a fool knows which path to choose." Thus, Lin Yi and Zhang Fan spent their mornings chopping bamboo to refine their bodies, and their afternoons and evenings practicing their techniques, continuing this routine for 2 years. Chapter 82. Descent from the mountain at Lingxi Peak. 2 young scholars, having completed their studies, strolled along the mountain path. Lin Yi had reached the 3rd layer of the Taichu realm, with the 4th layer within his grasp. This astonishing progress left the inhabitants of Lingxi Peak utterly astounded. "Weren't you supposed to be of mediocre talent?" they mused, perplexed that his cultivation speed surpassed even that of Tian Linger, the most gifted disciple at Lingxi Peak. Just as they anticipated whether Zhang Fan would also surprise them, that anticipation quickly turned to shock. Over the course of 2 years, Zhang Fan had only managed to barely draw energy into his body, a revelation that left many bewildered. Although his slow progress was a source of astonishment, his exceptional culinary skills, which he occasionally showcased, garnered admiration. As Zhang Fan himself proclaimed, "From the moment I grasped a ladle in my youth, I knew I was destined to be the foremost in the culinary arts." Even the esteemed master of Qingshuang Peak, visiting her junior sister, who was also the disciple's matriarch, was completely won over after tasting Zhang Fan's cooking. Henceforth, she frequently brought various disciples to enjoy his meals, under the pretense of interdisciplinary exchange. Whether or not any actual sparring took place remained uncertain. However, it was clear that her eldest disciple had developed an interest in senior brother Dafeng, leading her to refrain from bringing her students again. Half a year later, Lin Yi successfully ascended to the 4th layer of the Taichu realm, becoming the 4th strongest among the 9 disciples of Lingxi Peak. His next undertaking was to descend the mountain in search of opportunities to forge his own magical artifacts, a tradition of Qingshan, unless one could inherit a legacy artifact. The prudent path was to gather materials independently. After 2 days, Lin Yi bid farewell to his companions and embarked on his journey down the mountain. The following day, he arrived at Tianyang City, not far from Qingshan. Upon entering the city gates, he noticed a group of people huddled together, whispering, "Have you heard? The perpetrator of the Zhu family massacre has been identified. It might be a monster." Lamented one. "What a tragedy for the Zhu family. Such a wonderful household. Slaughtered by a fiend. Utterly inhumane." Another reassured, "Fear not. The authorities have sought out skilled individuals to capture the beast. It won't escape for long." With his keen hearing, Lin Yi comprehended their conversation clearly. Monsters, he murmured. Qingshan prided itself on being the bastion of righteousness, holding an unwavering stance against these life-threatening creatures. Uncertain of his own purpose, he decided to investigate the Zhu family estate. Without delay, after confirming the estate's location, Lin Yi procured a swift steed and galloped toward Zhu family manor. Not far from Tianyang City, he arrived at a once grand estate now reduced to smoldering ruins. After securing his horse, Lin Yi ventured into the manor. The scene was grim, despite the authorities having previously cleared the area. Charred remnants of bodies were still scattered across the ground. As he traversed deeper into the estate, Lin Yi formed a hand seal, invoking the secret technique of Qingshan, the two instruments' eye, which revealed that which was invisible to the naked eye. Indeed, through the two instruments' eye, nothing within the estate could conceal itself. What is this? A fox demon. Is it searching for something? Lin Yi followed the trail forward until he arrived at a rockery, where the traces abruptly vanished. Crouching down to examine the rockery, he soon discovered evident signs of movement. With determination, he rolled up his sleeves, grasped one side of the rockery, and with a sudden exertion of strength, he hurled the massive structure, over 3 meters tall and weighing tens of thousands of pounds, aside. Beneath it lay a hidden passage, revealing itself as Lin Yi activated his dual vision and stepped inside. The passage was profoundly deep, and after walking for several minutes, he had yet to reach its end. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the depths of the tunnel, prompting Lin Yi to swiftly conceal himself in a shadowy corner. 2 burly men emerged from the passage, armed and grumbling as they walked. When will these hard times come to an end? Those women down, they're nearly dead from our exploits. And the old master still won tea, let us go out to capture new ones, one lamented. Be careful not to let the old master hear you. He practices celestial arts and desperately needs infants. If we don't snatch at least 10 infants this time, we'll surely face dire consequences. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, Lin Yi seized the opportunity as the 2 men passed and swiftly snapped their necks, dismissing their lifeless bodies as insignificant. He continued deeper into the passage, which soon widened into a sprawling estate guarded by more than a dozen sentinels. Seizing a moment of inattention, Lin Yi deftly vaulted into the manor. Upon entering, his demeanor darkened as he perceived the heavy aura of death permeating the estate through his dual vision. The sheer number of souls lost here indicated that hundreds had perished within these walls. Having never witnessed such brutality, his hands trembled with rage. He thirsted for vengeance. Suddenly, a cat's meow resonated nearby, drawing Lin Yi's attention. He turned to see a figure clad in dark attire beckoning him from behind a stone. Approaching cautiously, he was pulled behind a rock by this shadowy figure. Moments later, several guards passed closely, and once they were gone, the figure sighed in relief, chiding Lin Yi in a hushed tone. Where did you come from, you fool? Do you wish to throw away your life? Her voice was crisp, revealing her identity as a woman. Lin Yi regarded her silently, causing her to feel bewildered. What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before? She quipped. After a brief silence, Lin Yi replied, Fox Demon, you have 3 minutes to explain the situation of this estate, or I shall not hesitate to act against you. The woman paused, momentarily stunned, before attempting to flee, only to have Lin Yi grip her wrist tightly. Run again, and I shall crush you, he warned in a calm tone. Realizing the gravity of his threat, she ceased her struggle, her expression one of despair as she sank to the ground. Go on. In my life, she said despondently. Lin Yi was taken aback. You want to explain? Explain what? She retorted. You, practitioners of the arcane. What justification can you offer for your collusion with the beasts of this estate? Lin Yi elucidated. I came to investigate upon hearing that the Zhu family manor had been obliterated by a fox demon. Surely, my inquiry bears no relation to the creatures you mentioned. The fox demon tilted her head. Just descended from the mountains? Lin Yi nodded slightly. Very well, this is not a suitable place for discourse. Follow me. The fox demon rose and led Lin Yi to a chamber cluttered with various items. Upon entering, she removed her mask, revealing a face that was both delicate and alluring. I am called Xiaobai. May I inquire your name? Young Taoist? Lin Yi, he replied. Now, Please enlighten me about the circumstances surrounding this estate, Lin Yi prompted. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Xiaobai's eyes. This underground manor is the true Zhu family estate. 3 months ago, a friend of mine inadvertently stumbled upon the Zhu family, capturing young maidens and infants in secret. She endeavored to infiltrate the manor for investigation, yet vanished without a trace the following day, and the Zhu estate was inexplicably set ablaze. I have searched for 3 long months within the Zhu family grounds, and at last I discovered this concealed passage. What purpose do they serve in capturing maidens and infants? Lin Yi inquired. Xiaobai clenched her teeth and responded. The capture of maidens is for the indulgence of their base desires, while the infants are taken to facilitate the malevolent practices of that decrepit elder of the Zhu family. Chapter 83. The Blood-Refining Sect and its Malevolent Arts. Lin Yi muttered to himself, already convinced by Xiaobai's words. Who is the strongest person here? Xiaobai shook his head, stating, I do not know. Although my friend lacks cultivation, he is not someone ordinary individuals can contend with. Moreover, I once witnessed Zhu Yuntian in the company of a cloaked figure. That ancient being showed extreme deference to the black-clad man. I sense that this black-clad individual possesses formidable strength. Lin Yi inquired, where is the black-clad man? Take me to see him. Xiaobai advised, do not act impulsively. We must first rescue those innocent individuals. Lin Yi shook his head. Rest assured, I merely wish to assess the strength of that black-clad man. If possible, I shall strike him down first, and you can safeguard the ordinary people. With a sidelong glance at Xiaobai, he added, let us not pretend you cannot handle a few mere mortals. Xiaobai scoffed, donned his mask anew, and replied, follow me. The black-clad man is deeper within, in the depths of the estate. A cloaked figure sat cross-legged at the center of a blood pool, drawing in strands of sanguine energy as his technique unfolded. Suddenly, an aged figure appeared not far from the blood pool. Guardian, it seems more and more individuals have been probing the estate lately. I fear someone may inadvertently discover the underground passage. I implore you to advise me. The Guardian halted his practice, emitting a peculiar laugh. Ha ha, this infant's blood is truly effective. In just 3 months, I have ascended from the 5th to the 6th level of Blood Garment Realm. If this continues, the Blood Cloud Realm will be within my grasp. Casting a disdainful glance at the aged figure, the Guardian queried, Zhu Yuntian, do you doubt my strength? Your subordinate would never dare. Zhu Yuntian quickly responded with a bow. The Guardian, with hands clasped behind him, displayed a nonchalant demeanor, assuring, do not worry. Any expert summoned by mere mortals with gold and silver is hardly a match. I alone can contend with 10. His formidable presence instilled excitement on Zhu Yuntian's aged face. Upon departing the blood pool, Zhu Yuntian summoned his confidants, instructing them to leave the underground passage in batches. They could not remain here. Master, what about the immortal? Zhu Yuntian scoffed. That fool is already courting death. Pay him no mind.